Chapter 1. Father, Su has sent word that Su Chen must be expelled from the family. Otherwise, the Su clan will enforce family law and cleanse our ranks. Alas, he has already rendered Su Chen's blood wheel useless. Does he still wish to pursue total annihilation? If third brother had not fallen into misfortune back then, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. Poor Su Chen had only just awakened his imperial bone, only to have it forcibly taken by Su Hao. Su Hao is the foremost genius of the entire Su clan, and now he has reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Are we truly willing to sacrifice the entire family for a useless individual? Eastern Wilderness, Panding Dynasty, Panyu City, Su family. Seated at the head of the grand hall, the elderly man bore a face weathered by time, etched with shadows of gloom, his dark eyes resembling two boundless abysses, instilling a sense of dread. Father, Su Hao has promised that as long as the family expels Su Chen, Su Yang may come to the Su clan and commence his training. Su Yang has already awakened his blood wheel and successfully established his foundation. Silence. Upon witnessing his father's genuine fury, Su Chen dared not utter another word. With an increasingly frigid gaze, Su Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He understood Su Hao's intentions all too well, yet he felt utterly powerless. The Su family in Panyu City was merely a minor branch of the Su clan. Should the Su clan choose to act, they could easily obliterate the Su family with a mere flick of their fingers. When Su Hao publicly stripped Su Chen of his newly awakened imperial bone, no one in the Su family dared to intervene, and for this he had harbored guilt for an entire decade. In the Tian Huang continent, martial artists reign supreme. The realms of martial artists are classified into postnatal, innate, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul palace, and concentration realms. Every individual awakens their bloodline by the age of 6. Only then can they draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, breaking through the innate realm. As for martial artists aiming to establish their foundation, they require their bloodline to give rise to a blood wheel. It can be said that those unable to produce a blood wheel are doomed to a lifetime of failure in foundation establishment. Su Chen, at the age of 6, successfully awakened his bloodline and, moreover, the accompanying imperial bone, causing a phenomenon that spanned thousands of miles and astonished all around. A natural imperial bone guarantees ascension to the imperial realm. Yet unexpectedly, Su Hao of the Su clan happened to pass by, witnessed the celestial phenomenon, and immediately took action to seize Su Chen's imperial bone. As long as it remained unintegrated, it could be forcibly taken. Deprived of his imperial bone, Su Chen still chose not to succumb to despair or abandon hope. Instead, he worked harder than ever and eventually, through the proliferation of his bloodline, produced a blood wheel and successfully established his foundation, becoming the first among the younger generation of the Su family to achieve such a feat. 3 days prior, Su Chen ventured into the heavenly punishment forest to seek the heavenly soul grass for his father, Su Zhan, only to encounter Su Hao. Su Hao deliberately rendered Su Chen's blood wheel useless but spared his life, wishing to observe Su Chen's suffering from a position of superiority. Had it not been for the integration of his imperial bone, could Su Hao have achieved his current status? Unable to accept such a grim reality, the blood wheel is the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. Even when the imperial bone is stripped away, one can still continue to cultivate, provided their talent is not lacking and they exert sufficient effort. Progress can still be made. However, the blood wheel is entirely different. Without a blood wheel, a martial artist's hope of establishing a foundation is extinguished. Feeling his internal cultivation diminish from foundation establishment to innate, Su Chen could not suppress the bitterness within and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Suddenly, a resounding, ancient bell tolled in his mind, and a small black tower emerged slowly from his brow, hovering before him. Black Tower? Gazing at the black tower before him, Su Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Previously, while searching for the heavenly soul grass in the heavenly punishment forest, he had inadvertently stumbled into a cave where the walls bore the image of the black tower. He had not even touched it, and the image had vanished, yet he had not anticipated that it would lie hidden within him. At that moment, a powerful force emanated from the black tower, and in an instant, he disappeared from his location. Inside the tower space, an endless expanse of desolation surrounded him, with currents of energy swirling like viscous liquid. Su Chen, forcibly drawn in, stared in astonishment at his surroundings. "Welcome, Master, to the Chaos Devouring Tower." A spectral figure gradually materialized before Su Chen, its features indistinct, its voice mechanical. "Who are you?" "Master, I am the spirit of the Chaos Devouring Tower." "The tower spirit? Could you enlighten me on what has transpired?" The ethereal figure nodded and spoke slowly. "This Chaos Devouring Tower is a treasure born from the chaos. Only those possessing a chaotic body are qualified to be its master. Your chaotic body was covered by the imperial bone upon its removal. The Chaos Devouring Tower sensed it, thus granting you its power." Listening to the tower spirit, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. The removal of his imperial bone was not necessarily a misfortune, but rather a boon. With a wry smile, he realized that the chaotic body must indeed surpass the imperial bone, and the Chaos Devouring Tower he had acquired was an extraordinary treasure. Sighing, Su Chen lamented, "My blood will has shattered. Even with a chaotic body, I cannot continue my foundation cultivation. Rest assured, Master, I can help you reconstitute your blood wheel and assist you in proliferating it using the devouring power within the tower." Dual blood wheel? In the Tian Huang continent, those who successfully establish their foundations invariably awaken a single blood wheel. Only exceptional martial artists possess dual blood wheels. Without exception, those endowed with dual blood wheels are destined to become unparalleled powerhouses. Su Chen could hardly fathom that the stripping of his imperial bone and the shattering of his blood wheel would transform his fortune into fortune, granting him a dual blood wheel. "Please take a seat, and I shall impart the chaos devouring art to you." Without hesitation, Su Chen promptly sat cross-legged and gently closed his eyes. He immediately felt waves of information surging into his mind like a tidal wave, precisely the chaos-devouring art the tower spirit had just mentioned. The chaos-devouring art can only be cultivated in conjunction with a chaotic body. An ethereal, ancient voice resonated in his mind. The path of chaos seizes the creation of heaven and earth, mastering the cycle of time. Only by glimpsing the path of chaos can one achieve immortality. The chaos-devouring art devours all things chaotic, step by step, defying the heavens, ascending to the pinnacle of the path of chaos. Buzz! The bell's toll reverberated throughout his mind. Su Chen's body trembled violently, pain flickering across his visage, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The shattered blood will began to coalesce slowly above his head, forming a circular shape, entirely crimson. Among the Su clan, every individual of Su blood awakens a blood wheel shaped like a sword. Su Chen was no exception. Within the blood wheel manifesting above him, fragments of shattered blades floated. As they reformed, Su Chen could not contain the surging fury within him. His desire for vengeance against Su Hao began to amalgamate into the blood wheel, using his wrath as a medium to reforge the sword-shaped blood wheel. He would never forget Su Hao 10 years ago. His imperial bone was stripped away, and 10 years later, his blood wheel was shattered. Both acts were the work of this man. The sword forged from the medium of vengeance erupted with an even more terrifying killing intent within the blood wheel, akin to vengeful spirits rising from the depths of hell, recklessly devouring the clouds for miles around. As the blood wheel reformed, Su Chen began to establish his foundation anew, the chaotic body within him now manifesting. A torrent of boundless chaotic energy enveloped Su Chen's entire being, coalescing behind him into a towering silhouette, gray-black light radiating magnificently, spreading throughout the tower space. Blood wheel gather, foundation congeal. Boom! The rolling, vast chaotic energy, under the cover of the towering chaotic body, saw the previously diminished cultivation rapidly restored, as the blood wheel devoured spiritual energy, re-establishing the foundation without any hindrance. With the chaos-devouring art now ingrained in his mind, Su Chen seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, immediately beginning to operate the art, his entire being swirling like a vortex, commencing a fervent devouring. The devouring energy from all directions was absorbed by Su Chen's vortex, an endless stream of devouring energy continuously surged into his body, forming an unceasing circular vortex in his dantian. As the speed of devouring grew ever more rapid, above Su Chen's head, the originally manifested blood wheel of slaughter unexpectedly coalesced into a second circular blood wheel, within which swirled a vortex of black mist, precisely the devouring blood wheel mentioned earlier by the tower spirit. The black mist vortex within the devouring blood wheel gradually began to form a black hole, emanating a terrifying aura of consumption, clearly surpassing the blood wheel of slaughter in rank. Thus, two blood wheels were born. One was the blood wheel of slaughter, and the other, the devouring blood wheel. Su Chen had never imagined that one day he would possess two blood wheels. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he suddenly sensed that the bloodline within him seemed to have developed cracks. What was happening? Could it be that some mysterious force had sealed his bloodline? Such a notion seemed implausible. Who would arbitrarily seal their own bloodline? Yet, as he felt the bloodline within him, he could indeed sense a certain force holding it captive, and under the operation of the chaotic devouring art, it began to emit cracking sounds. With the emergence of the first crack, a second, third, and countless fissures spread throughout the entire bloodline seal, resembling a massive spider's web. The incomparably domineering, chaotic devouring art surged through his body. The seal could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered entirely, as the bound bloodline broke free like a wild horse galloping freely across a vast battlefield. A dragon's roar echoed. An elephant's trumpeting followed. Simultaneously, they burst forth from the bloodline. The dragon's roar and the elephant's trumpeting reverberated as the bloodline boiled like water reaching its boiling point. Suddenly, with eyes wide open, he beheld the uncontrollable bloodline, manifesting 9 phantoms of divine dragons and 9 illusory figures of colossal elephants, all soaring above him, roaring towards the heavens. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the dragon-elephant bloodline, enabling the formation of a third blood wheel. Even though Su Chen had already gleaned a hint of what was to come, upon hearing the tower spirit words, he could not suppress the astonishment that washed over his face. 3 blood wheels? Such a phenomenon was undoubtedly unprecedented, and it was believed that it would remain unmatched in the future. Across the entire Tianhuang continent, who could simultaneously possess 3 blood wheels? Even Su Chen found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He could not fathom who had sealed his bloodline, preventing him from forming the dragon-elephant blood wheel. With the suppression of the bloodline lifted, the dragon's roars and elephants' trumpeting accompanied the frenzied rolling of the bloodline, as a third blood wheel once again coalesced above Su Chen's head. Within the blood wheel, the phantoms of dragons and elephants emerged. The 3 blood wheels aligned neatly, their combined essence enveloping his entire being. Previously, Su Chen had broken through to the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, due to the shattering of the blood wheels, his cultivation had plummeted back to the innate realm. Now, with the blood wheels reassembled, he began to rebuild his foundation, and with the overlay of 3 blood wheels, he surged forward rapidly in his cultivation. Level 1 Foundation Establishment. Level 2 Foundation Establishment. Level 3 Foundation Establishment. Level 4 Foundation Establishment. Level 5 Foundation Establishment. Level 6 Foundation Establishment. Level 7 Foundation Establishment. His cultivation had ascended 4 tiers higher than before, turning misfortune into fortune, and Su Chen could not help but revel in the elation swelling within him. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 3 blood wheels. Rising to his feet, Su Chen sensed that his injuries had completely healed. The sensation of possessing 3 blood wheels was exhilarating. The absolute suppression of the blood wheels instilled him with unwavering confidence, empowering him to sweep through the Foundation Establishment realm. He could even contend with those in the lower levels of the Void Pill realm. The Golden Pill realm is further divided into 3 stages: the Void Pill realm, the Solid Pill realm, and the Golden Pill realm. Su Hao stood at the pinnacle of the Solid Pill realm. Master, I present you with a gift. The tower spirit produced a brush from thin air and handed it to him. Taking the brush, Su Chen noticed the 2 characters Zhong Jie intricately carved into the handle. Before he could utter a word, the tower spirit spoke first. Master, this brush is known as the Zhang Jiepen. Once wielded, it can generate a force of calamity within a specified spatial range. Are there any restrictions? The realms cannot differ too greatly, and each use of the Zhang Jiepen places an immense strain on the soul. I understand. The tower spirit continued. Master, within the chaotic devouring tower, there exists a myriad of martial arts and treasures. If you wish to acquire them, you must continue to grow, thereby obtaining what you desire within the chaotic devouring tower. Very well. Turning around, he clenched his fists tightly, his profound gaze filled with hatred. A torrent of slaughter emanated from Su Chen, akin to ancient ferocious beasts howling at the heavens, yearning to consume the entire firmament. Su Hao, I shall seek you out in the Su clan. The grudge of the bone and the enmity of the shattered wheel, I will reclaim it all with interest. The Su clan ranked among the pinnacle powers of the eastern wilderness. Even the Pandang dynasty appeared as mere ants before them. What he needed most now was time. Given his current condition, his cultivation speed was accelerated dozens of times compared to before, and he believed the day of vengeance was not far off. With a resounding crash, the once formidable wooden door was violently kicked open. A throng of several dozen men entered, each exuding a fierce demeanor, clearly there to stir trouble. Young master, Su Chen has yet to awaken. If we barge in like this, will the family head hold it against us? With a resounding slap, the youth struck fiercely, his dark visage betraying a glimmer of ferocity as he coldly remarked, "What a waste! Su Chen is on the brink of being cast out from the family." Why should I care? Clearly, Su Chen was reluctant to confront reality, feigning unconsciousness in a desperate ploy that would not deceive me. Su Yang, son of the esteemed Su Chen, had recently manifested his blood wheel and successfully established his foundation, becoming the second among the younger generation of the Su family to achieve such a feat, with Su Chen being the first. Even after Su Chen's imperial bone was stripped away, his innate talent and strength remained unparalleled within the Su clan. Su Yang, akin to a sycophantic lapdog, trailed behind Su Chen daily, adopting an excessively obsequious demeanor. It was precisely this servility that filled Su Yang with uncontainable joy upon witnessing Su Chen's blood while being rendered useless. His cultivation plummeting to the innate realm. The shift in power dynamics promised a transformation in their respective statuses. No longer would he be the subservient dog of yore. Now, he could look down upon Su Chen and reclaim all the dignity he had lost. In Su Yang's eyes, whether Su Chen's fainting was genuine or feigned, he would ensure that before Su Chen's expulsion from the family, he would humiliate him thoroughly. Bring Su Chen out. I wish to see how long he can maintain this charade. Yes, none dared to defy him. The Su family had evidently changed. The once proud Su Chen, following the shattering of his blood wheel and the ensuing family pressure, faced not only a fall from grace, but also the threat of expulsion from the family. During Su Chen's glory days, Su Yang was the most obsequious of followers, but now, that fawning had morphed into malice. Only by this means could he quell the fury and indignity within him. In contrast, Su Yang had successfully established his foundation and would soon venture to the Su clan at that time. Even the family head would treat him with utmost respect before the crowd could enter the room. The door creaked open, and Su Chen emerged, his countenance cold as he surveyed the throng before him. With a voice laced with icy disdain, he commanded, "Everyone, get out." With his blood wheel destroyed and his cultivation diminished to the innate realm, how dare he still act with such bravado? Su Yang scoffed. A mocking smile plastered across his face. Su Chen, do not be so arrogant. Grandfather has decided to expel you from the family. You are now but a homeless dog. If you kneel before me and plead, perhaps I shall show you mercy. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. His expression was that of a petty tyrant reveling in his newfound power. The more he spoke, the more delight surged within Su Yang. He relished the thought of trampling Su Chen beneath his feet, humiliating the once great prodigy of the Su family. Just the thought of his former self. That sycophant who followed in Su Chen's shadow ignited a fire of anger within him. Humiliation was the only means to reclaim his lost dignity. Behind Su Yang, the several dozen onlookers rubbed their hands together. their gazes filled with malice as they looked upon Su Chen. Humiliate the former family prodigy was an exhilarating prospect for them. Their aim was clear, to curry favor with Su Yang. Reaping the greatest benefits in the process. By stepping on Su Chen, they would earn Su Yang's favor. Su Yang, you were a dog once, and you remain a dog. If you wish to bark, you must first ensure your fangs are sharp enough. Enraged, Su Yang's voice turned frigid. Su Chen, do you dare to act so brazenly? Do you truly believe you are still the family's foremost genius? Today, I shall make you a dog, begging at my feet. Subdue him. Yes. The throng surged forward, heedless of the consequences, emboldened by Su Yang's protection. In the current Su family, Su Yang held the utmost authority. Who would dare provoke him? Even the family head would be compelled to appease Su Yang. Once Su Yang ventured to the Su clan for training, he would undoubtedly emerge as a powerful figure. Looking down upon the entirety of Panyu City, at that point, the family would rely upon him. Su Chen's gaze was icy. Even in the face of kinship, the harsh reality rendered them utterly insignificant. Who would dare challenge him in times past? Now, witnessing his downfall, they bared their fangs, eager to humiliate him further. In an instant, Su Chen vanished from sight, his figure appearing like a specter. With a finger as a sword, a domineering and fierce sword aura manifested in the twilight, chilling the air before the group could close in. Anguished screams erupted, the sword energy slicing through them effortlessly, leaving a cacophony of despair echoing in the void. As the remnants of his spectral form solidified, the once vibrant group lay lifeless, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, causing Su Yang to stagger back in horror. Su Chen was still formidable. Suppressing his shock and terror, Su Yang incessantly reassured himself that Su Chen's blood wheel had shattered, his cultivation reduced to the innate realm. Meanwhile, he had successfully established his foundation. There should be no issue in subduing Su Chen. He would no longer be a dog. He would look down upon Su Chen. Su Chen, I shall now demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between us. With a resonant hum, Su Yang's bloodline surged, coalescing a blood wheel above him. A pale yellow sword shadow materializing within, radiating an aura of lethal intent. You are the first to taste this since I awakened my blood wheel. Blood wheel? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, a similar blood wheel forming above him, imbued with an overwhelming power that far surpassed Su Yang's. The oppressive weight of the blood will caused Su Yang's countenance to shift dramatically. Disbelief washing over him as he screamed, "Impossible! Wasn't your blood wheel destroyed by Su Hao? How can it possibly be reformed?" His voice trembled with incredulity. The entire continent was aware of the grim truth. For any warrior, once the blood wheel shattered, it was impossible to reconstruct. How had Su Chen achieved this? The family could not possibly spread false information. He had witnessed Su Chen's grievous injuries just yesterday, confirming the destruction of his blood wheel. A dog is a dog, forever unworthy of becoming human. Fear etched across Su Yang's face. Genuine terror gripped him as he hastily proclaimed, "Su Chen, I have received an invitation from the Su clan and will soon venture there for training. If you dare to lay a hand on me, not to mention the family, you will be unable to withstand the wrath of the Su clan." Using the Su clan as a threat? In a single step, Su Chen's figure materialized before Su Yang like a ghost, his cold gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This incident had unveiled the true faces of many. The brutal reality taught him that to survive in a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, one could not afford to show any softness, not even towards kin. Had he not acquired the Chaos Devouring Tower and reformed his blood wheel, he would undoubtedly be subjected to Su Yang's scorn. "Su Chen, you have been expelled from the family. That if you dare to strike at me, grandfather will not spare you, nor will the Su clan." With a resounding thud, before Su Yang could utter another word, a kick landed squarely in his abdomen, pain radiating through his body. The weight of the blood wheel combined with Su Yang's overwhelming fear left him paralyzed, devoid of courage to retaliate. Su Chen's frigid eyes bore into Su Yang as he spoke, his voice echoing with the chill of the abyss. "I shall now let you taste the bitterness of a shattered blood wheel and witness if the Su clan will still claim you." At these words, Su Yang felt a tremor of dread course through him, his face blanching as he roared in frantic anger. "Su Chen, you dare! Dare or not, that is not for you to decide. The blood will surge into Su Chen's right hand as he thrust his finger like a sword toward Su Yang, his gaze unwavering and devoid of pity, as if observing a wild boar struggling in its final throes. He had never anticipated that the once sycophantic Su Yang, who had clung to his every word, would stand before him now, not offering comfort or concern, but seeking to humiliate him, to trample upon him, to curry favor with the Su clan. While you play at being the novice, I can play the master that I in an instant. The mournful cries reverberated through the void as a blood wheel coalesced above Su Yang's head, only to be pierced by an overwhelming sword aura. With a resounding crash, the entire blood wheel shattered, and a mouthful of blood was expelled, causing Su Yang to fall into unconsciousness. Immediately, Su Chen turned his gaze toward the main hall. He had learned from Su Yang's lips that he was about to be expelled from the family. A decision seemingly made by his grandfather in favor of the clan. Was there hatred? Unless one were a sage, how could one not harbor resentment? The family that nurtured him now chose to abandon him. Ignoring the unconscious Su Yang, Su Chen exited the courtyard and made his way directly to the main hall en route. He had already dispatched someone to inform his grandfather that he intended to resolve the matter immediately. Inside the hall, upon receiving the notification, Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would send someone to inform him. It seemed that Chen was already aware of the impending expulsion. Overwhelmed with guilt, yet powerless to act, as the head of the Su family, he could not jeopardize the entire clan for the sake of one individual. Sacrificing Su Chen was the only way to preserve the family. Upon hearing footsteps, Su Yuan lifted his head to see the young man entering the hall. The handsome visage bore no expression, an aloofness that evoked sympathy. With a deep sigh, Su Yuan gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. Even the slightest chance was too precious for him to cast his own grandson out of the family. He had already lost his most exceptional son and now faced the prospect of losing his most outstanding grandson. He could easily envision the consequences of Chen Heir's departure from the family. Without offering a greeting, Su Chen stood there, his face a mask of indifference as he regarded his grandfather seated at the head of the table. Su Yuan was the first to break the silence. Chen Heir, how is your injury? Does grandfather still concern himself with my injuries? Su Chen's voice dripped with resentment, prompting a profound sigh from Su Yuan, who felt a pang of guilt. As the head of the Su family, he had to consider the welfare of the entire clan. There was no need for lengthy explanations. The message was clear. The family came first, and it was impossible to forsake the entire clan for the sake of one individual. That moment, a furious roar erupted from outside the hall. Where is that beast Su Chen? Today, I shall make him suffer 1,000 deaths. An enraged Su Chen strode in with Su Hong and others. Upon seeing the young man standing in the center of the hall, he bellowed, "Beast, what mischief have you wrought? Enough, father." Su Chen has crippled Su Yang's blood wheel. What? Su Yuan appeared incredulous as he gazed at his own grandson. After all, Su Chen's blood will have been shattered, and his cultivation had plummeted to the innate realm. How could he possibly have crippled Su Yang's blood wheel? It was well known that Su Yang had awakened his blood wheel and successfully established his foundation. Are you clear on the matter? Father, Su Yang's blood wheel has shattered, and he lies unconscious. With each word, Su Xian's fury intensified, as Su Yang had successfully established his foundation and would soon be heading to the Su clan for training. As the saying goes, a father benefits from his son's glory. He too could bask in the light of his son and rise above others. But now, with Su Yang's blood wheel shattered, all was lost. The Su clan would not keep a waste with a destroyed blood wheel. Who did you just call a beast? I called you a beast. You are the cancer of the family, wishing to drag the clan down with you. It is a tragedy for the family to have someone like you. Were it not for his fear of his father, Su Chen would have relished the thought of tearing Su Chen limb from limb. His gaze abruptly turning cold, Su Chen vanished from sight, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Then, a resounding cry of the sword echoed through the hall, as an overwhelming sword aura surged forth, enveloping Su Chen in a chilling intent to kill, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Astonishment etched across his face. Su Chen was unable to believe that before he could react, he was struck by the sword aura, resulting in multiple gaping wounds appearing on his body amidst his horrific screams. The agony coursing through him contorted Su Chen's face, blood staining the ground beneath him, the acrid scent of blood gradually permeating the air. Silence reigned. In the hushed hall, everyone, including Su Yuan, stood frozen in shock, gasping in disbelief. None could fathom that a person with a shattered blood wheel could defeat Su Chen, who was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, with a single strike. Am I seeing things? Looking coldly at Su Chen, Su Chen remarked with a chilling smile, "You two are not worthy of trying to step over me to rise in status. Apologize at once, or the sword aura will pierce every part of your body." Struggling to endure the waves of pain surging within him, Su Chen's face was a mix of horror and fury. He could not fathom that a so-called waste with a shattered blood wheel could defeat him in one blow. "Su Chen, he has always been your uncle." Before Su Hong could finish, Su Chen scoffed derisively. "Uncle, is there still familial love in the face of reality?" Su Hong wished to say more, but upon meeting his nephew's icy gaze, he sighed deeply, swallowing his words. Turning to his father, Su Chen spoke weakly. "Father, are you truly going to stand idly by while Su Chen humiliates me?" Apologized to Chen heir, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Su Yuan believed he had little left he could do for his grandson. "What?" Su Chen retreated repeatedly, his face a mask of fury and indignation. If even his father would not aid him, was he really expected to apologize to Su Chen? Apologize? Absolutely not. That Su Chen laughed, a malicious glee dancing in his eyes. That Su Chen, do not think you have one. You have provoked Su Hao, and there will be no place for you. You two shall soon be expelled from the family. Haha. Have mercy. Ignoring his grandfather, Su Chen unleashed his sword technique, merging the blood wheel into the sword move, the fierce and tyrannical sword aura piercing Su Chen's mind, brutally shattering his blood wheel. With a wretched scream, Su Chen's body fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, suffering the same fate as Su Yang, as the sword aura pierced his blood wheel. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to utter a sound, all staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. And no one had anticipated that Su Chen would dare to destroy his uncle's blood wheel. To a martial artist, the blood wheel was akin to life itself. Once lost, one would remain forever at the innate realm, with no hope of establishing a foundation. You may not be human, but I, Su Chen, possess my own principles. Su Chen had always been his uncle. He was not a heartless beast capable of slaughtering his own kin. Yet, he would destroy the blood wheels of both Su Yang and Su Chen. For that was the price of provoking him. Everyone stood stunned, utterly awed by Su Chen's might. Even the 8th level Foundation establishment Su Chen could not withstand a single strike from him. Such power was terrifying. Most importantly, the family head did not intervene. "Grandfather, the enmity between Su Hao and me will not implicate the family. From this moment on, I, Su Chen, voluntarily sever ties with the family and will no longer be a member of the Su clan. My father is not involved in this matter. Please treat him kindly." These words, everyone was visibly moved, unable to fathom that Su Chen would choose to sever his ties with the family. Sighs filled the hall, as those wishing to protect the family found themselves powerless before the formidable Su clan. Watching the figure turn to leave, Su Yuan painfully closed his eyes. The imperial bone that rightfully belonged to Su Chen had not only been seized by Su Hao, but, under the threat of the Su clan, he was forced to watch his grandson depart, a burden he, as a grandfather, could only accept. Take Su Chen away and care for him properly. Father, are you truly allowing Su Chen to leave the family? This matter ends here. Issue the order that no one is permitted to discuss it. Those who disobey will be killed. Understood. Inside the ice chamber, massive blocks of ice surrounded the area, perpetually maintaining a frigid state. At the center lay a colossal ice coffin, entirely ice blue. Inside the coffin rested a middle-aged man, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Su Chen, lying still as if in a death-like slumber. Su Chen's figure appeared in the ice chamber. Gazing at the coffin, particularly at the man within, he slowly knelt. "Father, your son has been unfilial. Due to certain special circumstances, I have severed ties with the family and will soon depart. One day, I shall undoubtedly assist you in awakening Su Zhan. once the mightiest of the eastern wilderness, who instilled fear across clans and sections now, he lies within the icy coffin, reduced to a living corpse. The Su family has tried countless methods, yet none have succeeded in awakening Su Chen. Suddenly, the dragon elephant bloodline within Su Chen begins to churn, forcefully expelling a drop of dragon elephant essence blood that swiftly merges into the icy coffin. In the next moment, a powerful wave of dragon elephant energy surges from within the coffin, akin to a tidal wave crashing into Su Chen's mind. After half an hour of integration, Su Chen gradually opens his eyes. The 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Su Chen surmises that the sealed dragon elephant bloodline within him, along with the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique just acquired from the icy coffin, must harbor undisclosed secrets. Unfortunately, his father, now a living corpse, cannot reveal them to him. Footsteps echo as Su Yuan enters, observing his grandson kneeling before the icy coffin, and he lets out a deep sigh. "Chen, I have contacted the principal of Dongwang Academy. Due to your father's past kindness towards the academy, you are permitted to train there, and the Su family dares not offend Dongwang Academy." As Su Chen gazes at the jade tablet handed to him, inscribed with the words Dongwang Academy. He does not refuse to understand his grandfather's intention. Only by seeking powerful protection can he buy time to cultivate and gain strength to avenge himself against the Su family. This is the marriage contract. Your news has reached the royal family, and the royal Ji family wishes to annul the engagement. Upon receiving the jade tablet and the marriage document, Su Chen's gaze turns icy. The Ji family of the Panding royal family, once eager to arrange a marriage after witnessing his father's prowess in Dongwang, now, with his imperial bones stripped away and under the Su family's intimidation, can no longer sit idly by and have chosen to dissolve the engagement. You wish to annul the marriage. Su Chen rises, tossing the jade tablet and marriage document into his spatial ring. Even if he were to break the engagement, it would be on his own terms, not the Ji family. That, watching his grandson turn to leave, Su Yuan's face pales, and he opens his mouth to speak, only to swallow his words, unsure of what to say, burdened by guilt towards Chen. Without lingering, he departs the family as Su Chen prepares to head directly to Dongwang Academy, needing to secure time for cultivation. As the foremost academy in Dongwang, its presence is such that even the Su family would not dare to confront it head-on, believing they would not risk a deadly conflict for Su Hao. The bustling streets are filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. Yet Su Chen pays no heed to the vibrant scene. Is this not the renowned genius of Panyu City? Suda, a mocking voice rings out as dozens of young men approach, their faces twisted in sinister smiles, their gazes towards Su Chen decidedly unfriendly. Get lost! Su Chen recognizes these individuals as disciples from various prominent families in Panyu City, former sycophants at his back. Now, upon hearing of his bloodline being crippled, they emerge to jeer. The genius Su has been stripped of his bloodline and still dares to be so arrogant. Do you believe I won't crush you underfoot? Your Su family wouldn't dare lift a finger. Kneel and call out a few times, and if you amuse us, you might just escape unscathed. Otherwise, prepare to return home with a pig's head. Unfazed by Su Chen's cold glare, the crowd of dozens shows no fear. What strength remains in a crippled bloodline? The thrill of humiliating a once great genius is too intoxicating to resist. Suda, do you not dare to challenge me? Very well, I shall remain right here. Come at me if you can. Point. One of them strides boldly to Su Chen, shoving his own face towards Su Chen's fist, taunting him, confident in his assumption that Su Chen would not retaliate. Onlookers murmur in disbelief, unable to fathom how the once great genius of Panyu City, Su Chen, has fallen so low, reduced to silent humiliation. This is the harsh reality. I will fulfill your request. With a thunderous roar, the sound of swords emanates from within Su Chen as a sword-shaped bloodline manifests above his head, startling everyone around him. Before they can react, Su Chen unleashes his sword technique, merging with the sword bloodline that a torrent of domineering sword energy erupts, striking down upon all, none able to withstand it. The acrid scent of blood signals the grim reality of what has transpired. With a single stroke, he annihilates the throng of taunting youths. Such is his ruthlessness, showing no mercy. Through the bitter lessons of reality, Su Chen has come to understand one vital truth. never show mercy or compassion to one's enemies. Without lingering further, he turns to depart. The forest of heavenly punishment lies to the northeast of Pan Yu City. Reach Dongwang Academy in the shortest time possible. The quickest route is through this forest. This realm is inhabited by fierce beasts, and it is rumored that deep within lies a spirit beast of the condensing spirit realm. The dense forest obscures the sky as dusk falls. It casts a shadow over the towering trees. A desolation enveloping the woods, evoking an unsettling discomfort. By the time Su Chen arrives at the forest of heavenly punishment, night has fully descended, the oppressive sky making it hard to breathe. Under the night's veil, the forest is alive with the roars of wild beasts, interspersed with chilling cries, suggesting that some warriors have fallen prey to the beasts. Many martial artists choose to enter the forest, either for training or to hunt beasts for trade. Gazing into the pitch-black woods, Su Chen's eyes turn cold. Only days prior, he was here when Su Hao crippled his bloodline. This is where he must take his first step, the moment he steps into the forest. He senses a powerful disturbance, indicating something unusual. Without hesitation, he swiftly moves toward the source of the commotion. And a massive black bear, towering over 4 meters, is locked in a fierce battle with a man. Both at the virtual Dan realm, his eyes light up. Su Chen refrains from intervening or retreating. Instead, he intends to watch from the sidelines, waiting for both the man and the bear to exhaust themselves in their struggle, ready to swoop in and claim the aftermath. Having begun to cultivate the chaotic devouring technique, this martial art possesses the most tyrannical trait. It can absorb any power for his own use without any backlash or side effects. The battle between man and bear escalates, the ground cracking under the weight of their overwhelming energies, resembling a colossal spider web. Blood stains the earth. The two are evenly matched in strength, locked in a death struggle. Both aware of the inevitable outcome, yet unwilling to relent. With a deafening crash, the man and the bear slam to the ground, the sound of shattering bones audible even in the stillness of the night. With a surge of excitement, Su Chen wastes no time, darting forward as he approaches the black bear. Its injuries are grave. Though it senses an intruder, it can only glare fiercely, unable to rise and retaliate. Using his fingers as a sword, the sword bloodline merges with his sword energy. The chilling and ruthless sword energy pierces through the black bear's skull. He swiftly channels the chaotic devouring technique, enveloping the bear's soul and beginning to erode it with fervor. The chaotic devouring technique allows for the absorption of all powers, including the souls of both beasts and warriors, as Su Chen understands that to rapidly enhance his cultivation, he must utilize the absorption capabilities of the chaotic devouring technique. Otherwise, his progress will be hindered. Whether is cruel or not, he chooses to disregard. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, martial arts are everything. Fists dictate life and death. Dignity, as the soul of the black bear, a virtual Dan realm beast, is absorbed into Su Chen's body. He begins the rigorous process of refinement through the chaotic devouring technique. How much pure power he can refine remains uncertain. In mere seconds, he has forcibly consumed the black bear soul. That I thank you for your timely assistance. I shall repay you 100-fold in the future. The man, witnessing the young man slay the black bear, feels a pang of unease, yet maintains his composure. Under normal circumstances, he would scoff at a Foundation establishment warrior, but the current situation is different. After battling the bear and sustaining severe injuries, he knows that facing a Foundation establishment warrior, let alone an ordinary person, would spell his doom. I am not helping you. There is no need for thanks. Sensing the terrifying aura of murderous intent radiating from youth, the man's heart sank. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. If you would cease your actions, I am willing to reveal a secret about the forest of divine punishment. What do you say? Speak. You must agree to my terms. Without allowing the man to finish his sentence, a sword chi cleaved through the void and struck his left arm, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the night. His entire left arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down as he gritted his teeth in agony, utterly unprepared for such a sudden assault. If you dare to hesitate, I shall deliver another strike. I wonder how many you could endure. What ruthlessness! Having initially intended to barter a secret for his life, it now seemed utterly futile to negotiate with a madman who offered no chance for exchange. This fragmented map was obtained by mere chance. Within the depths of the forest of divine punishment lies great opportunity. Upon receiving the fragmented map from the man's hand, Su Chen extended his fingers into the air, unleashing a fierce sword chi that pierced through the man's brow. As his body fell, the man, wide-eyed in disbelief, could not comprehend why, having surrendered the map, he was still condemned to death. Activating the Chaos Devouring technique once more, Su Chen immediately began to consume the man's soul. Both he and the bear were at the void dance stage. Devouring two souls, Su Chen promptly chose to sit cross-legged and began to refine and merge the power of the souls. The refined power surged into every part of his body, and beneath the overlapping cover of the three blood wheels, the strength began to channel into the blood of slaughter wheel to elevate his foundation stage. One must continuously infuse power into the blood wheel. With the influx of the two void dance stage souls, Su Chen let out a long howl toward the heavens, instantly breaking through the bottleneck. Successfully ascending from the 7th level of the foundation stage to the 8th level. Truly, the path of devouring leads to rapid breakthroughs. He was quite satisfied with the results of his consumption. In Su Chen's view, to swiftly enhance one's strength, one must not be overly concerned with morality. Slaughter is the stepping stone to martial cultivation, an unavoidable reality for anyone. Retrieving the man's spatial ring, Su Chen gazed at the fragmented map in his hand. The map indicated a location deep within the forest. A task to lock it down should not be overly difficult. However, the site depicted on the map lay in the depths of the forest. Should he encounter beasts of the real dance stage or higher, including those of the nascent soul stage or the soul palace stage, how would he respond? To venture forth or to retreat? Gazing into the depths of the forest while tightly gripping the map, he contemplated opportunity that if he chose to forfeit out of fear of death, it would be better to hide away somewhere. Forsaking vengeance and the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. Opportunity is a serendipitous encounter, not a guarantee. With his resolve growing firm, Su Chen ultimately decided to delve deeper in search of the fortune recorded on the map. The forest beneath the night sky appeared particularly desolate, as Su Chen steeled himself. After all, the further one ventured, the higher the level of the beasts, and he might even encounter the legendary beasts of the spirit gathering stage. With his foundation stage strength, he might still contend with those of the void dance stage, but should he face a beast of the real Dan or golden dance stage, he would have no choice but to retreat. While searching for the fabled location according to the map, he also hunted beasts to consume their souls to swiftly elevate his cultivation. Devouring power was the most efficient method, a first-level void dance stage beast. The blood moon wolf locked its icy gaze upon him, and in an instant, Su Chen recognized its rank. You shall do. Far from feeling any fear, he was instead filled with excitement, taking the initiative to attack. Even before he arrived, the sword chi had already surged forth in the family's martial hall. Su Chen had acquired a fragmented sword technique, named the 9 Calamities sword technique. This technique, though incomplete, was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, resulting in its neglect in the hall. Yet Su Chen held a fondness for this sword technique. He had only brushed the surface, but with the reconstitution of the blood wheel and the emergence of the 3 lives blood wheel, awakening the chaos body, he discovered that he was gradually comprehending the 9 Calamities sword technique in silence. The blood wheel merged with the sword technique, imbued with a hint of thunderous, domineering, killing intent. It tore through the void and struck fiercely at the blood moon wolf. The densely packed killing sword chi surged forth like a tsunami, sealing off all 4 cardinal directions, with a howl to the heavens. The enraged blood moon wolf seemed taken aback. How dare this foundation stage human warrior take the initiative to attack? It was a provocation. The wolf did not evade, engaging head dash on in the wolf's eyes. As a being of the void dance stage, it believed that a mere flick of its paw could easily annihilate the opponent. But in an instant, upon collision, the blood moon wolf sensed something was amiss. The sword chi, infused with thunderous slaughter, gnawed mercilessly, piercing through its paw. With a wretched cry, the unfortunate blood moon wolf had not yet comprehended the situation before being pierced through by dozens of lethal sword cheese. Collapsing to the ground, without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen activated the Chaos Devouring technique, beginning to consume the soul energy from the blood moon wolf's mind. Not only did he hunt beasts, but even if he encountered a solitary warrior, Su Chen would show no mercy, devouring them directly. For an entire night, he consumed in a secluded area. Su Chen sat cross-legged, operating the Chaos Devouring technique, swiftly refining the vast soul energy he had absorbed, which surged into the blood of Slaughter Wheel. With the 3 lives blood wheel, consisting of the Slaughter blood wheel, the Dragon Elephant blood wheel, and the Devouring blood wheel, he only needed to channel power into one of them. Su Chen chose the Slaughter blood wheel as it represented his foundation. Sweat poured down his face as he continuously formed hand seals, with the refined power incessantly flowing into the blood wheel. Such intense and rapid refinement and infusion, even as Su Chen operated the Chaos Devouring technique, felt somewhat daunting, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered as dawn began to break after a night of cultivation. Su Chen finally stabilized his power at the peak of the 8th level foundation stage, requiring only a bit more effort to challenge the 9th level. After skinning and cleaning the blood moon wolf, he started a fire to roast the meat, the aroma wafting through the air as Su Chen quickly indulged. Once satiated, he resumed hunting beasts, consuming their souls. Su Chen, isn't your blood wheel supposed to be destroyed? How did you end up in the forest of divine punishment? Dozens of curious faces approached, among them a rather plump girl who inquired with interest. They were disciples of the Wang family from Panyu City, led by Wang Quan, a 6th level foundation stage warrior, into the forest for training. Word had spread throughout Panyu City that Su Chen, the first genius of the Su family, had his blood wheel shattered by Su Hao of the Su clan, causing his cultivation to plummet to the innate stage. Without a blood wheel, Su Chen was akin to a half-wit. Yet here he was in the forest of divine punishment. Wang Yuan, who had harbored a secret affection for Su Chen, felt a pang of regret witnessing his fall, though her feelings had long since faded. What use was good looks? In this world, strength was paramount. For a warrior, the blood wheel was fundamental. Choosing to ignore them, Su Chen prepared to leave, thinking them impolite and deserving of their fate. Alas, he was already pitiable enough. Why add insult to injury? He was relieved he had not pursued Su Chen. Otherwise, he would have no chance for regret now. What sound is that? Hiss! Hiss! Those are bloodthirsty phantom bats. My heavens, there are so many of them. As the terrified voices rang out, massive bats suddenly surged from all directions, their bodies blood red, with cold eyes radiating a chilling, terrifying light. Waves of foul stench rolled in, overwhelming the senses and inducing nausea. Bloodthirsty phantom bats, a pack-oriented bee species, thrive on devouring both beasts and warriors, emitting a noxious odor and possessing potent venom. Encountering such a horde, even Golden Dan stage warriors would find it difficult to escape alive. The faces of Wang's group were etched with terror and despair. They could hardly believe their misfortune had led them to such a dreadful beast horde, all gathered together back to back. Wang Quan's complexion turned pale as he realized he had brought only the family's core elite. Once a loss occurs, it is undeniably an irreparable blow to the family. A means must be devised to lead these individuals away. Every life saved counts. Let us fight our way out. In just a fleeting moment, a disciple from the Wang family emits a heart-wrenching scream, falling prey to the overwhelming swarm of bloodthirsty netherbats, vanishing without a trace, their blood devoured entirely, leaving only a lingering stench that mingles with the foul odor around. Kill, watching their devoured kin. Wang Yuan and the others suppress their sorrow, frantically slashing away in terror. Su Chen's expression grows increasingly grave. He had not anticipated encountering such repugnant beasts here. The dense mass of bloodthirsty netherbats surrounds them, sealing off all escape routes, forcing them to carve a path through the bloodshed that a crimson mist envelopes the void. With no avenue for evasion, they are left with no choice but to confront the onslaught head-on. The members of the Wang family, besieged by the relentless swarm of netherbats, begin to dwindle, one after another being consumed, leaving no bones, no flesh, completely devoured, in less than 2 minutes. the Wong family is reduced to half its number. Countless bloodthirsty nether bats viciously charge toward Su Chen. It reeks. The stench is overwhelming, but Su Chen grimaces in disgust as he observes the approaching swarm of nether bats, a blood wheel forming above him, within which phantom dragons and elephants roar and gallop. Blood wheel. Witnessing the emergence of the blood wheel, Wang Quan and Wang Yuan are left utterly astonished. None could fathom how Su Chen, who had previously been stripped of his blood wheel, could once again summon it. What kind of blood wheel is this? Everyone in the entire Panyu city is aware that the blood wheel awakened by the Su family manifests as a sword, a universal truth among core disciples, including Su Chen. And yet now, staring at the blood wheel hovering above Su Chen, they are left in a state of bewilderment and shock. A dragon's roar. An elephant is trumpet. 9 illusory dragon figures and 9 illusory elephant figures erupt from the blood wheel as Su Chen unleashes his 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, striking fiercely in all directions. Even if it means slaying the bloodthirsty nether bats, he will not allow himself to be consumed. These beasts are simply too foul. Even Su Chen cannot endure them, opting instead to forego their consumption. The dragon-elephant blood wheel envelopes Su Chen. Boom! The dense swarm of bloodthirsty nether bats relentlessly assaults the dragon-elephant blood wheel, and under the continuous barrage, blood begins to seep from the corners of Su Chen's mouth. His expression grows increasingly grim. If this continues, it could lead to significant trouble for him. The burial calamity pen appears in his hand. This treasured artifact, gifted by the tower spirit, comes with considerable limitations, not least of which is the restriction of his cultivation level. Merely using the burial calamity pen consumes his soul, in the thunder punishment forest. If his soul were to suffer severe depletion, he would face grave danger. Gathering his soul, he channels it into the burial calamity pen, beginning to wield it in swift strokes. In an instant, thunderous roars resonate as a formidable lightning calamity rapidly converges beneath the pen, forming an absolute taboo, heavenly calamity that suppresses the area. Bang! Bang! The bloodthirsty nether bats that enter the range of the burial calamity pen instantly explode into clouds of blood mist. Yet, even so, the nether bats continue their frenzied assault, akin to moths drawn to a flame, converging from all directions. The slaughter of the bloodthirsty nether bats intensifies, rivers of blood pooling around. Move forward, seeing Su Chen withstand the attacks of the nether bats. Wang Quan and Wang Yuan's expressions brighten, and they hastily rush toward him. The ground is soaked in blood, emanating a foul stench that Su Chen finds utterly unbearable. He must break free. He forcibly employs the burial calamity pen, depleting his soul with every stroke. Should his soul power be entirely consumed, he would not need the nether bats to strike. He would have already met his end. Utilizing the burial calamity pen, Su Chen accelerates his pace, carving a bloody path through the chaos. Su Chen, you cannot turn a blind eye to those in peril. Brother Su, I implore you to take us with you. Watching Su Chen fight his way out, Wang Yuan and the others are left dumbfounded. They never anticipated he would abandon them and choose to disregard their plight. The ground, drenched in blood, and the acrid stench leave Wang Yuan and her companions pale with fear, not only for their lives but also for the prospect of being consumed by the bloodthirsty nether bats, leaving no trace behind, ignored. As they watch Su Chen's figure vanish completely, despair is etched upon their faces. Wang Yuan stands in a daze, soon to be engulfed by the oncoming swarm of bloodthirsty nether bats. After a full minute of slaughter, he finally breaks free. Without a moment's pause, Su Chen senses a wave of weakness washing over him and hastily departs. The fate of the Wang family is of no concern to him. To be a good person, that would only risk his own life. He is no saint, incapable of saving those unrelated to him. The power of the burial calamity pen astonishes Su Chen, yet the drain on his soul is considerable. Should he encounter other beasts, it would spell significant trouble. He spits out a mouthful of blood, shaking his head in resignation. The sheer number of bloodthirsty nether bats is overwhelming. Thank goodness for the burial calamity pen. Otherwise, escape would have been nearly impossible. 2 days later, based on the remnants of the map, Su Chen has roughly pinpointed his location. Observing the increasingly dense canopy of towering trees around him, He grips the burial calamity pen, ready to respond to any crisis that he is now deep within the Thunder Punishment Forest, where he may very well encounter soul, palace-level beasts, or even those of the spirit concentration realm. To claim he is unconcerned would surely be a falsehood. Someone's here. In an instant, Su Chen vanishes from his spot. In a small valley, surrounded by towering trees, it would not have been easy to locate this place were it not for the unusual movement. The valley's center, hundreds of warriors, each emanating formidable auras, fixate on an ancient sacrificial altar before them. Discarding the remnants of the map, he realizes he is not the only one to have found this place. He has arrived a step too late. Amidst such a formidable gathering, the valley exudes an eerie, sinister ambience, resembling a hellish purgatory strewn with corpses. Particularly, the ancient sacrificial altar at the center radiates layers of black mist, reminiscent of a death knell, as haunting wails resonate from within the altar. Surrounding the altar are 8 stone statues, each depicting a different Buddha, standing upon lotus flowers, their hands clasped as if reciting an incantation, with faint yellow light emanating from behind them, forming a web-like seal that envelopes the entire altar. The sound is positively nauseating. After prolonged exposure, it feels as though my heart might shatter. It is said that these 8 statues were arranged by 8 Supreme Buddha Masters as part of the 8-part Heavenly Dragon formation to suppress the altar. What lies sealed within the altar remains a mystery to all. Who could have disseminated the remnants of the map, resulting in such a congregation of warriors from within the ancient sacrificial altar? The sound of a mournful death knell echoes, once, twice, thrice, incessantly tolling. The hundreds of warriors surrounding it listen, their expressions grave. They know well that the 8-part Heavenly Dragon formation likely seals some form of malevolent treasure or power. Yet they remain unwilling to depart. Whether the power is righteous or evil is of little concern to them. What matters is the possession of formidable strength. Fists represent everything. After half an hour, impatience grows, and they begin to strike at the 8 stone statues with ferocity. But under the protective light of the Buddhas, their attacks prove utterly ineffective. The tolling of the death knell from within the ancient sacrificial altar grows increasingly intense. Boom! At that moment, turbulent air currents surge from the altar, violently striking the surrounding statues, as cracks begin to appear, multiplying like a spider's web across the altar. In the astonished gaze of all, the ancient sacrificial altar collapses completely. As it falls, terrifying black mist surges forth in torrents from within the altar. Buzz, the sound of Buddhist chants emanates from the mouths of the 8 Buddha statues, as the lotus flowers at their feet weave a massive web that envelopes the area, attempting to contain the black mist. Yet still, some black mist penetrates the protective aura of the Buddhas, swirling outwards, directly invading the bodies and minds of the warriors. A wretched scream pierces the void. My soul, what is happening? Quickly evacuate this place. Some martial artists with low levels are utterly unable to withstand the encroaching black mist. Their eyes turn bloodthirsty and frenzied, and they charge violently at other martial artists. Some martial artists, caught unaware, are ambushed from behind and meet a tragic end. Their bodies cleave in 2, blood gushing forth, only to be instantly consumed by the black mist. The altar, suppressed by 8 Buddha statues, is engulfed in rolling black mist, a terrifying, murderous intent howling towards the heavens, violently crashing against the Buddha aura shield, sending chills down one's spine. The jarring sound of death knells begins to echo relentlessly, frantically corroding the martial artists. Quickly, enter the altar. Desperate times call for desperate measures, including Su Chen, who is also being eroded by the black mist. It is certainly impossible to leave. The only option is to enter the altar and utilize the Buddha aura to suppress the black mist. With a single step, Su Chen's figure vanishes from sight. One by one, martial artists rush into the altar, no longer able to care about the terrifying black mist within. Entering the altar may offer them a chance, while remaining outside would surely lead to death. Let us take a gamble. When the last person enters the altar, only a little over half of the martial artists remain, creating an eerie and sinister scene. With the acrid smell of blood suffocating the entire valley, beneath the altar, in a dimly lit underground space, The deafening sound of death knells reverberates, and the surrounding black mist feels almost tangible, resembling pairs of ferocious eyes fixated on their prey. It hurts. Who are you? Who are you really? As each martial artist enters the underground altar space, they're instantly enveloped by the black mist, becoming incoherent and delirious, their eyes gradually turning red, and their bodies also beginning to take on a crimson hue. I will kill you. They start to slaughter each other, their blood-red eyes emanating a terrifying cold glint. Swinging their arms without an ounce of mercy or compassion, only slaughter remains. With frenzied attacks, each martial artist is filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Even if half their heads are severed, they do not feel any pain. Retreating repeatedly, Su Chen's expression grows grave. He is acutely aware that there is something amiss here, yet he unhesitatingly chooses to enter, driven by a desire to discover what lies beneath the suppression of the 8 Buddhist statues. The piercing sound of death knells echoes in his mind. Despite his preparations, he cannot stave off the encroaching black mist. His face pales. He knows very well the dire consequences should he succumb to the black mist. He does not wish to become a machine of slaughter. The 3 blood wheels simultaneously coalesce and float above him, forming a series of blood wheels: the devouring blood wheel, the slaughtering sword blood wheel, and the dragon elephant blood wheel. Within him, the chaotic devouring technique begins to operate frantically, and his 100-foot chaotic body golden form manifests behind him, causing the surrounding black mist to emit faint tremors. Su Chen can see that the underground altar space is now completely shrouded in black mist. Anyone who is engulfed by the black mist will undoubtedly become a machine of slaughter. At that moment, four martial artists charge towards Su Chen with ferocity, resembling wild beasts, their blood-red eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Utilizing fingers as swords, he unleashes the 9 calamities sword technique, and with the combined might of the 3 blood wheels. There is no suspense. The 4 martial artists are slaughtered before they can even approach. Those martial artists corrupted by the black mist fight as if they were ordinary people, unable to even perform martial techniques. Buzz, accompanied by the resounding Buddha chants echoing through the underground space. The phantoms of the Buddhas begin to coalesce, their hands clasped together, continuously reciting scriptures. The immense Buddha aura gathers, forming numerous, as the Buddha light flashes forth to fiercely suppress the surroundings. Those who have been transformed into machines of slaughter by the black mist succumb to the rolling Buddha aura, each striking into their foreheads. There are no screams, no resistance. Their bodies collapse stiffly, instantly becoming lifeless corpses. A bow and arrows. At the moment the 8 Buddha phantoms manifest, a long bow and 9 arrows appear out of thin air, exuding a terrifying aura that directly suppresses the Buddha aura, causing the coalesce to rapidly collapse. The bow and arrows are undoubtedly treasures. Su Chen is no fool. Upon seeing them, he immediately deduces that these are extraordinary items, capable of being suppressed by 8 formidable Buddhas, which speaks volumes. In the next moment, the 8 Buddha phantoms begin to jointly suppress the long bow, the vast Buddha aura rapidly converging to form 100-foot, crashing down toward the long bow. The black long bow slowly draws back, an arrow knocked, and with a whoosh, the overwhelmingly powerful black arrow collides fiercely with the 100-foot, shattering it and striking one of the Buddha phantoms. Astonishing. Such a treasure, if I could possess it, would undoubtedly bring me immense benefits. However, wishing is one thing. Acquiring it is another matter entirely, as Su Chen is acutely aware of the bow's overwhelming power. Trying to suppress it and claim it as his own with his current strength is nearly impossible. Please, benefactor, assist us in suppressing the god-slaying bone bow. With Buddhist affinity and the cycle of heavenly justice, as long as you are willing to help us suppress the god-slaying bone bow, we 8 monks will assist you in purifying its evil power, turning it into your treasure. Benefactor, please lend your hand. An urgent voice resonates in his mind. There's no need to ask. It is undoubtedly the 8 Buddhas transmitting their thoughts to him. Frustrated, Su Chen realizes that as merely a foundation establishment cultivator, even if he wished to help the 8 Buddhas suppress the god-slaying bone bow, he would be powerless. Should he risk his life? That is certainly out of the question that he is not a practitioner of the Buddhist sect. The saying, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" does not apply to him. You only need to let us borrow your divine body. Borrowing his chaotic body. Su Chen understands very well that if he were to use his chaotic body as a medium to assist the 8 Buddhas in suppressing the god-slaying bone bow, he would have no way to control whether he lives or dies, should he choose to abandon the opportunity. Yet, he feels unwilling. Looking at the overwhelmingly powerful god-slaying bone bow, one that even the 8 Buddhas cannot suppress, Su Chen ultimately chooses to agree to assist the 8 Buddhas. As Su Chen departs from Panyu City, the various families within the city have completely gone mad, for he has slain their core disciples. Among them the sons of the family heads. The families unite to confront the Su family, demanding justice, only to be met with the reply that Su Chen has been expelled from the Su family and is no longer one of them. There is no doubt, for the threat from the Su clan has spread throughout Panyu City. Abandoning the pursuit is certainly not an option. The families immediately dispatch their most elite martial artists to cast a wide net in search of Su Chen. Deep in the forest of heavenly punishment, Su Chen becomes increasingly vigilant, for the depths of the forest are home to various formidable beasts. If he encounters them by misfortune, it could spell great trouble. As long as he traverses the forest, he believes he will soon reach the Eastern Wasteland Academy. Nightfall completely envelopes the forest, creating a sinister and eerily silent atmosphere. To save time, he deliberately moves deeper into the forest of heavenly punishment. Knowing that encountering danger is quite normal, that if he fears for his life, he might as well find a place to hide, his expression grows increasingly grave. Even now, he has not encountered a single beast, nor heard any roar, which is far too tranquil. The silence feels unsettling. Under the night sky, the forest is cloaked in darkness, cold and desolate, surrounding him, causing even Su Chen to shiver involuntarily. He does not stop his advance, continuing onward. According to his calculations, as long as he maintains his pace for another day's time, he can successfully pass through the forest. Encountering no beasts is an added bonus. Before him, lay the ghastly remains of countless monstrous beasts, their bones scattered haphazardly across the ground, exuding a nauseating aura of decay. A mere glance revealed the staggering number of fallen creatures, leaving Su Chen to ponder the extent of the slaughter. No wonder he had not encountered a single beast or heard the slightest noise. They had all been mercilessly annihilated. Who could be responsible for such carnage? His expression turned grave as he advanced cautiously, his senses heightened to their utmost. Suddenly, a chilling intent to kill surged from all directions, insidiously invading his mind, causing Su Chen's eyes to glaze over. Within the depths of his consciousness, an endless purgatory materialized. A mountain of bones forming a sea of corpses, with a vast miasma of death swirling in the air, refusing to dissipate. Pain etched itself across his visage as he clenched his fists tightly. Succumbing to the torment of the inferno conjured in his mind, his body marked by streaks of crimson. Then, a resounding chant of Buddhist hymns filled his mind, 8 distinct voices resonating simultaneously, causing the purgatory to vanish in an instant. Restoring Su Chen's clarity, beads of sweat adorned his brow, the terrifying illusion of murderous intent nearly consuming him. Were it not for the aid of the 8 Buddhas within his chaotic essence, he would have undoubtedly succumbed, transformed into a relentless killing machine, or devoured whole by that very intent. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Yet rather than retreat, Su Chen pressed onward. This time, however, he harnessed the power of Buddhist techniques, an invisible aura of serenity enveloping him. Should he encounter a similar scenario again, at least he would be mentally prepared. After traversing for roughly half an hour, he arrived before a stone wall, its towering monolith etched with intricate patterns resembling tiny tadpoles, forming an eerie design. The ground was littered with the remains of the slain beasts, their blood pooling like a river. Yet, it was the figure standing before the stone wall that completely captivated Su Chen. Even from behind, he could envision her unparalleled beauty. Her tall frame was devoid of any flaw, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, still and serene as if in deep meditation. Intrigued, Su Chen surmised that the stone wall before him was undoubtedly a treasure. The peculiar patterns and aura emanating from it suggested something remarkable. Approaching the woman, he turned slightly to catch a glimpse, Her skin was as flawless as jade, her brows delicate as wisps of smoke, and her eyes sparkled with vibrant hues. Beneath a high-bridged nose lay a cherry blossom mouth, presenting a visage of enchanting beauty that Su Chen had never before encountered. Only 4 words could encapsulate her essence. Stunningly extraordinary. His curiosity piqued. Su Chen noticed that the woman remained motionless. Her gaze fixated on the stone wall. He then turned his attention back to the monolith to ensure his safety. He activated his Buddhist techniques and the Chaos Devouring art, a faint golden silhouette of his chaotic form shimmering behind him. While others may not comprehend, under the protection of this golden figure, he gradually discerned the patterns etched into the wall, realizing they contained a profound martial art, the ancient divine demon technique. Elation surged within him as he wasted no time. He immediately channeled the Chaos Devouring art, a torrent of devouring energy flooding into the stone wall, enveloping it, particularly the intricate designs. This martial art was undoubtedly formidable, for only through his devouring power could he grasp the essence of the so-called ancient divine demon technique. As the patterns absorbed his consciousness, images akin to tadpoles filled his mind, revealing the cultivation method of the ancient divine demon technique. Overjoyed, he did not hesitate or waste a moment, accelerating the flow of the Chaos Devouring art. The speed of absorption increased exponentially. After half an hour, a long sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had finally absorbed the entirety of the technique. "What are you doing?" The woman suddenly turned to face him, her eyes as dark as the night. Fixating on him with a predatory gaze, Su Chen's astonishment, she began to undress. A flush of crimson spread across her exquisite face as she lunged toward him. The overwhelming aura emanating from her restrained Su Chen, rendering him immobile, unable even to activate the Chaos Devouring art or retrieve his tools, as Su Chen never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Feeling his strength forcibly suppressed as the woman tackled him to the ground, "That I'm still a virgin? No," he cried out, but his pleas went unheeded amidst the sea of beastly corpses surrounding them. In that fateful moment, the ground beneath them seemed to surge with energy, pushing aside the carcasses and enveloping them in a massive cocoon of air. Under the silent night, Su Chen lost his innocence. And in such a manner, the desolate atmosphere cloaked the surroundings, and after approximately 6 hours, the cocoon fractured, cracks spreading throughout its surface until it collapsed with a resounding crash. The woman's eyes glinted with a cold intensity. She had not anticipated being overtaken by the stone wall's influence, leading her to commit such an act, decimating all the beasts in the heavenly punishment forest, initially intending to comprehend the martial art contained within the wall. She found herself on the losing end of a situation that was entirely unintended. A mere foundation establishment cultivator finds it challenging to restrain the murderous intent within, but for a woman, the significance of her first man was immeasurable. Had the circumstances been different, she would have likely acted much sooner. "What is that expression on your face?" She glared at the seemingly innocent young man, her anger palpable, wishing to strike him. "What expression could I possibly have? You take advantage of your strength to act as you please, leaving me with no chance to resist," Su Chen replied, his voice laced with indignation. How shameless, truly, how shameless. She had never encountered someone so brazen, taking advantage and then feigning innocence, as if he were the one wronged. The furious woman radiated a cold, murderous intent, her gaze sharp. Yet, Su Chen felt no fear. He truly was the victim in this scenario. Him. Such matters bore equal weight. Whoever was passive was the true victim. "Calm down." She coolly regarded the young man before her and inquired, "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Su Chen, a wandering cultivator, he had already severed ties with the Su family, no longer belonging to them. Thus he considered himself a rogue cultivator. With a deep sigh, Su Chen, now standing, replied helplessly, "Forget it, I am a man. I won't hold this against you, but if you wish, I can take responsibility." In his view, a man should exhibit magnanimity, even in a situation where he had been the passive party. Fortunately, he did not consider himself at a loss. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Had she been unattractive, it would have been truly unfortunate. Responsible. The woman chuckled at his word, a mere foundation establishment cultivator claiming to take responsibility for her. How could he even do so? Her expression turned frosty as she sensed his low cultivation level, her contempt palpable. Let today's events be considered an accident. Forget it. Yet Su Chen smiled and replied, you may view it as an accident. But I, Su Chen, am not someone to be trifled with. While I may not have the qualifications to take responsibility now, in the future, I shall proclaim to the world that you are my woman. The woman regarded him with skepticism. Nodding, she replied with a smile, I look forward to that day, her. Such declarations were common, but achieving them was an entirely different matter. A foundation establishment cultivator claiming responsibility was, in itself, a farcical notion. As she turned to leave, Su Chen asked, what is your name? Zhu Fenggong, Luo Tianfei. Watching her figure disappear, Su Chen felt a surge of determination that he was still in disbelief that he had lost his innocence here. And with a stranger at that. Zhu Fenggong. He had never heard of it. Such a sect existed in the Eastern Wasteland. Yet, Su Chen understood the vastness of the Eastern Wasteland and the multitude of sects within it. With thousands of dynasties, it was only natural he was unaware of Zhu Fenggong. After a night of turmoil, Su Chen chose not to linger any longer and departed at the quickest pace possible. The massacre conducted by Luo Tianfei had led to the decimation of all beasts deep within the heavenly punishment forest. Thus, he encountered no obstacles and successfully traversed the forest unscathed, for a foundation establishment warrior. The heavenly punishment forest was indeed a perilous place. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Hey, wait. Having just departed from a forest of heavenly punishment, Su Chen was intercepted by two men, both of whom were at the virtual pill realm. One of them, a mere 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, bore a sinister and cunning expression. There's something you need, given that you managed to emerge alive from the forest of heavenly punishment. It stands to reason that you possess some valuable items. We shan't kill you. Simply surrender your spatial ring, and all shall be well. Robbery and murder were commonplace, and they regarded the young man with disdain. As warriors of the virtual pill realm, they believed it would take little more than a single one of them to obliterate him. Without any preamble, they sought to seize his spatial ring, oblivious to whether they had the capability to do so. The Rolling Stone Fist, one of the techniques stored within the Su family's martial library, was unleashed by Su Chen. It surged forth like boulders tumbling down a cliff, with punch after punch roaring towards the two men, seeking death. Seeing the young man strike first ignited their fury, their faces contorted with rage as they unleashed their attacks. How dare a mere foundation establishment practitioner act first against them? Such audacity was beyond comprehension. With domineering palm strikes converging from both sides, their fists and palms collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. The ground cracked under the force, resembling a vast spider's web. What was merely a basic martial art technique, in Su Chen's hands, exhibited terrifying might. After the initial clash, the expressions of the two men shifted drastically. They had never anticipated that a young man of the Foundation establishment could wield such power. No longer daring to underestimate him, they immediately activated their respective blood wheels. Point one bore the wolf blood wheel, while the other possessed the tiger blood wheel, both howling ferociously, shaking the very air around them. Above Su Chen's head, a blood wheel coalesced instantly, a sword of slaughter floating within it, his cold gaze fixed upon the approaching wolf and tiger. I am like a sword. The sword cleaves through the heavens. The blood wheel, reformed through slaughter, surpassed its previous incarnation, emanating a chilling sword intent akin to an endless purgatory. The domineering sword energy pierced through layers of space, striking down mercilessly upon the two blood wheels. The sword energy forcibly penetrated the tiger and wolf blood wheels, accompanied by their anguished cries echoing through the void. The blood wheels above them shattered instantaneously, their bodies sent hurtling backward as if severed from their strings. Thud! Their bodies crashed to the ground, drenched in blood. Before they could react, Su Chen's figure appeared before them. One sword strike had severely injured the two warriors of the virtual pill realm. Unable to accept this reality, they knew that even as second-tier virtual pill cultivators, they should not have been challenged by a Foundation establishment practitioner. The chasm between the Foundation establishment and virtual pill realms was akin to an insurmountable gulf, difficult to traverse. Yet now, regardless of their belief, the truth lay bare before them. leaving them no room for doubt. They were utterly petrified. The arrogance they had displayed moments ago had vanished, replaced by a desperate plea. Please, spare our lives. Esteemed sir, we are willing to become your hounds. Should you command us westward, we would not dare venture east, in the face of life and death. Notions of dignity were mere trifles. Survival was all that mattered. Su Chen's gaze was frigid, devoid of any unnecessary words. He understood all too well the brutal reality of the world. Without formidable strength, one's fists were rendered impotent, leaving one vulnerable to slaughter. Channeling the chaotic, devouring technique within, he struck down one hand at a time, voraciously consuming the souls of the two in Tiangu City. The streets were bustling with warriors, each alley thriving with the sounds of vendors and chatter. Some even riding demonic beasts through the thoroughfares. Tiangu City enforced strict regulations. Those wishing to ride demonic beasts must seek the approval of the city guards, registering and paying a fee in gold coins. After all, if a beast were to harm someone or cause death, the owner could be traced. As Su Chen entered Tiangu City, he intended to procure a few pills for the purple fox. Its injuries were severe, and if left unattended, it would not endure for long. In the future, he aspired to subdue a dragon as a mount. A mark of prestige. Indeed, he chuckled wryly, fully aware of the challenges inherent in taming a divine dragon. As he walked along the streets, he scanned the shops, seeking a pill pavilion or apothecary. That a girl in a pink dress rode towards him on a white fox. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Her exquisite features framed by snow-like skin, adorned with a jade pendant around her neck. At a distance of 5 meters, the white fox suddenly lowered its head and roared, charging towards Su Chen. "White fox, what are you doing?" "White fox, stop." The white fox, a Foundation establishment creature, was more powerful than Xia Lian, and its sudden frenzy caught her completely off guard. Losing her balance, she was thrown off and landed with a painful thud against the ground. Wincing in pain, to everyone's astonishment, the white fox knelt before Su Chen, bowing its head in submission. "Isn't that Xia Lian from the Xia family?" "Of course. How could you not recognize the jewel of the Xia family?" In Tiangu City, one could afford to be ignorant of the city guards, but the name Xia Lian was well known. Witnessing her mount kneel before a stranger left many in a state of intrigue. Just look at Xia Lian's expression. As she stood up, brushing off the dust from her rear, Xia Lian stared in shock at the white fox kneeling before Su Chen, bewildered as to why her companion would suddenly prostrate itself before him. At that moment, even Su Chen was taken aback by the sight of the white fox bowing before him. "What is happening? Who are you that my white fox would kneel before you?" Xia Lian approached, extending her delicate hand to gently stroke the kneeling white fox, seemingly attempting to soothe it. The crowd had gathered around them, drawn by Xia Lian's fame in Tiangu City. Eager to witness the spectacle of her mount's inexplicable submission to a stranger, feeling somewhat exasperated, Su Chen remarked, "Perhaps my charm is simply too great. Even your mount cannot resist." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had seen shamelessness before, but this was on another level. The emotional dynamics between demonic beasts and humans were entirely different. Although the young man was undoubtedly handsome, the idea that he could attract a beast to kneel was utterly absurd. Rolling her eyes, Xia Lian retorted, "You truly insult my intelligence. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Xia Mei, what is going on? Who has angered you?" At that moment, a young man emerged from the crowd. Holding a fan and swaggering as he walked, donned in flowing white garments, his somewhat handsome face accentuated by makeup, it was Dong Zhang from the Dong family. Approaching Xia Lian, he glanced at the kneeling white fox and coldly declared, "Kneel and apologize to Xia Mei. If she does not forgive you, I shall hand you over to the city guards. As for the consequences, you may ponder them for yourself." It was a blatant threat. Yet the crowd understood that Dong Zhang had the clout to back such intimidation, for the Dong family wielded considerable power in Tiangu City. Apologize? Bow down. For what transgression? Why should he apologize to the girl before him? Su Chen's gaze turned icy, no longer wishing to provoke trouble, yet unafraid of it, that if someone dared to insult him without discernment, they were merely dreaming. In the present moment, Su Chen likely comprehends the reason behind the white fox's act of kneeling before him. To be precise, the white fox is not kneeling to him, but rather in reverence to the purple fox cradled in its arms, suggesting that the purple fox holds a significant status, the white fox. Therefore, bows in homage. There is no explanation provided. Were he to articulate the matter, he would elucidate the underlying reasons, attempting to leverage the power of the forces behind him to coerce a kneeling apology is, without a doubt, an impossibility. Observing the youth's indifference towards him, Dong Zhang mistakenly believes that this individual has been rendered speechless by his intimidation, which he finds quite gratifying. However, he is eager to present himself favorably before Xia Lian. For he has long pursued her, and such a rare opportunity for demonstration is not one he would willingly forfeit. Kneel and apologize, and I, the young master, shall grant you the chance to become a dog beneath my feet. With a slight nod, Su Chen approaches Dong Zhang and states, "You are unworthy." No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Chen's figure shifted, leaving behind only fleeting phantoms, with the execution of the rolling stone fist. An overwhelming torrent of fist energy enveloped Dong Zhang. Dong Zhang, merely at the third level of foundational cultivation, was a full 5 tiers beneath Su Chen. The relentless strikes rained down upon him, accompanied by his anguished cries as his body was forcefully cast to the ground, with Su Chen's foot firmly planted upon Dong Zhang's left foot. "You fool! I hail from the Dong family. How dare you lay a hand on me? You will regret this." The onlookers around them were utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. The audacity and tyranny displayed by this individual left them in shock. After all, Dong Zhang's status was undeniable, bolstered by the Dong family's influence. Who in Tiangu City would dare to provoke the Dong family? "Are you threatening me?" Su Chen retorted, "You know well the truth of that matter. I advise you to refrain from making a grave error." A pallor washed over Dong Zhang's face, beads of sweat forming as he struggled against the pain coursing through him, in his mind. This was Tiangu City, the territory of the Dong family. He could not fathom that, despite being stronger, Su Chen would dare to continue his assault. "Look, the city guards are coming." Dozens of armored city guards approached, observing the scene unfold. Regardless of who was in the right or wrong, it was certain they would favor the Dong family. How could one choose between an unknown youth and an established family in Tiangu City? It was well known that fighting was strictly prohibited, and both individuals would be taken back to the Lord's Manor. This was merely for show. Once Dong Zhang was taken to the Lord's Manor, he would likely emerge shortly thereafter, while the youth would not be so fortunate. In Tiangu City, the guard's word was law. If they declared you right, then you were. If they deemed you wrong, you were condemned. Crack! To the astonishment of all present, Dong Zhang's leg was brutally crushed beneath Su Chen's foot. The looks of horror on the faces of the onlookers were palpable, disbelief etched in their expressions. No one had anticipated that the city guards would arrive, and yet this man would dare to act with such arrogance, crushing Dong Zhang's leg in open defiance of the guards. To offend both the city guards and the Dong family was tantamount to declaring one's intent to no longer exist in Tiangu City. "Audacious!" the commanding voice thundered. "How dare you act with such impunity? Seize him!" Su Chen, however, could see through the facade. It was clear the so-called city guards would side with Dong Zhang if he followed them to the Lord's Manor. He would certainly face dire consequences. Given the circumstances, he found himself with no retreat. To offend the Dong family, and the Lord's Manor was effectively the same. Surrendering meant certain death, not if he fought. There remained a chance to escape. Su Chen understood the gravity of his situation, yet he felt no regret. A man. He could face death, but he would not endure humiliation. "Quickly, inform my family. Summon aid. Go." His panic scream revealed Dong Zhang's utter terror. He had never imagined that this individual would disregard even the city guards. Fear gripped him. Death loomed over him, and even if his family sought vengeance later, it would be of little consolation to him if he were already dead, and no need to search. This was Tiangu City, and the Dong family had already received word. The members of the Lord's Manor arrived, their expressions filled with rage as they beheld Dong Zhang trampled beneath Su Chen's foot. Dong Shi, the head of the Dong family, struggled to contain his fury. His countenance darkened as he spoke. "I implore you to release Dong Zhang. We can discuss this matter further. Father, avenge me. Kill him." Standing nearby, Xia Lian was momentarily taken aback, having never expected events to escalate to this point, gazing at her father, who had arrived at her side. She found herself at a loss for how to proceed. What transpired, without a hint of hesitation, Xia Lian recounted the entire incident to her father. Xia Quan sighed deeply. This incident, instigated by Lian, necessitated a resolution with the Dong family. Otherwise, the relationship between the Dong and Xia families would be irrevocably severed. To offend the Dong family over a mere foundational cultivator was undoubtedly unwise. Nodding, Su Chen, still standing atop Dong Zhang, showed no sign of fear as he coldly declared, "As long as you swear an oath to never act against me, I shall release him. Don't negotiate terms with him." Dong Shi's anger reached its zenith. Had it not been for concern over his son's safety, he would have already acted without hesitation. Before Dong Shi could respond, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air, for Dong Zhang's other leg had been brutally crushed. The bones starkly visible, evoking a visceral horror. The Lord's manor and the Dong family had gathered hundreds of martial artists, encircling Su Chen, while Lord Qishang's expression was equally grim. Someone dared to cause a ruckus in Tiangu City, showing blatant disrespect for the Lord's manor. This was a flagrant display of arrogance, and this individual must be apprehended to set an example. "You dare!" Dong Shi stepped forward, his aura radiating a murderous intent akin to a tidal wave. Yet it failed to intimidate Su Chen. With no time for idle chatter, Su Chen recognized that the current situation was decidedly against him. He had to escape Tiangu City. They were merely relying on their numbers. The blatant contempt and derision were evident to all. It was clear that the youth was merely at the foundational level and stood no chance against the Xia family, the Dong family. "In the Lord's manor," Dong Shi chuckled, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "it seems you have great confidence in your abilities. In that case, I shall offer you a chance. The My Dong family has 6 martial artists at the Void Dam level. The others will not intervene. That if you could defeat all 6, I shall let today's events go unpunished." Agreed. The proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, and one had anticipated that the youth would truly accept the challenge. Pitting himself against 6 from the Dong family, all at the Void Dam level, the disparity was simply too vast. With a swift kick, Su Chen sent Dong Zhang flying, for his aim was to secure his own safety rather than seek fleeting glory. Killing this man would undoubtedly provoke a furious response, and the onslaught of hundreds of martial artists would present a significant challenge. Kill him. Dong Shi's gaze was filled with a chilling, murderous intent. His confidence unwavering. How could 6 martial artists from his family not subdue a mere foundational cultivator? Would he violate the rules of martial arts? Impossible. Today he would tear this fool asunder, a burly man. Resembling a black bear, charged from behind Dong Shi, his hefty frame surprisingly agile. His fists were like iron balls, aimed directly at Su Chen, who refrained from utilizing his blood wheel, deeming it unnecessary to kill a foundational cultivator with such tactics. The Dragon Elephant Seal, a technique derived from the 9 Dragons and 9 Elephants art, was Su Chen's first time employing it. His hands swiftly formed seals, channeling the overwhelming might of the dragon's roar and the elephant's bellow, layering the powerful palm strikes as he unleashed them with ferocity. Boom! The 2 forces collided mid-air, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy to the onlookers. It seemed that even a first-tier Void Dam cultivator should easily dispatch a foundational cultivator. Yet what transpired? Su Chen's fist energy devoured the opponent's attack in an instant. The cold and domineering roar of the dragon elephant enveloped the rough man. The power converged to a single point, striking him squarely in the forehead. Bang! The rugged man was unable to withstand the blow. Instantly slain, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air, causing many to recoil in shock. And one had anticipated that a distinguished Void Dam cultivator would be dispatched by a single strike from this youth. What sheer ferocity! Next, such a declaration was undeniably domineering. Silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon the youth before them. And no wonder the individual is so arrogant. It turns out they have solid backing. However, the man is merely at the first level of the Void Dam realm, while the Dong family possesses 5 others in the same realm who have yet to make their move. Observing the headless corpse on the ground, Dong Shi's expression is one of utter distress. How did this person accomplish such a feat? Without even unleashing the blood wheel, they managed to eliminate a Void Dan warrior in an instant. Truly monstrous. Indeed, they are formidable, but Dongshi's other 5 Void Dan warriors include one at the pinnacle of the realm. It will not be so simple for this individual to escape from Tiangu City. Dong Zhang has also lived long enough, relying on the Dong family's influence to bully others in the city. Now, encountering a tough opponent, he has brought this upon himself. Hush, do you wish to court disaster? If the Dong family hears your words, you will find yourself in dire straits. Almost forgot, Su Chen is acutely aware that his ability to swiftly eliminate this person was due to their carelessness. No one would believe they could kill a Void Dan warrior so easily. All of you, attack together. Instead of approaching one by one, Su Chen's swift kill has instilled fear in the Dong family. Furious and shocked, Dongshi can no longer be concerned about his so-called dignity and directly commands the 5 Void Dan warriors to join forces, determined to eliminate this person at all costs. Ultimately, history is written by the victors, and it will not be long before this incident is forgotten. The Dong family is already a prominent family in Tiangu City. The 5 Void Dan warriors stepped out from behind Dongshi. Their gazes icy as they fixated on their prey that provoke the Dong family and bring shame upon them is something they cannot accept. Kid, you are strong, but before our Dong family, you will not leave alive. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps you might preserve your life. Enough with the nonsense. You seek death. The 5, completely enraged, utter no more words that in front of so many witnesses, they must restore the Dong family's honor. Having already lost one Void Dan warrior, they must ensure absolute extermination. Malice written all over their faces, the 5 Void Dan warriors charged forward like a pack of leopards toward their designated prey. Even before they arrived, the overwhelming intent to kill preceded them. They immediately activated their blood wheels, disregarding any semblance of dignity. Their sole objective was to eliminate this person. Each of the 5 released their blood wheels overhead, weaving a terrifying aura into a web that a dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpeting echoed as the dragon-elephant blood wheel coalesced above them. Su Chen wasted no time in unleashing the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Fully aware that he must act swiftly and decisively without any hesitation, Su Chen's speed surged to its peak, leaving only afterimages in his wake as the phantoms of 9 dragons and 9 elephants roared wildly. Their colossal illusory forms lunging towards the 4. What a domineering blood wheel. City Lord Qishang's gaze turned frigid as he declared, "This person must be annihilated." The 5 did not scatter, but concentrated their efforts, hoping to leverage the combined strength of their 5 blood wheels to directly suppress this individual. Just as Su Chen and the 5 warriors were about to collide, another blood wheel gradually emerged within the dragon-elephant blood wheel. It was the devouring blood wheel, hidden beneath the massive 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Unnoticed by anyone, Su Chen did not wish for anyone to discover his possession of the devouring blood wheel that a tendril of black mist swiftly ensnared one of the warriors. Coiling tightly around him, the frigid, devouring aura continuously eroding his essence. What is this? The man shivered as he felt a chilling presence, his eyes wide with terror. Before he could react, the black mist forcefully invaded his mind, instantly consuming his soul. As the Void Dan warrior's body fell lifelessly to the ground, everyone, including the city lord and Dongshi, was left utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? How did this person achieve such a feat? The Dong family warriors had been slaughtered without so much as a warning. Had they not witnessed the scene with their own eyes, no one would have believed it was utterly shocking. Su Chen's overwhelming might left everyone in a Is this the power that a Foundation establishment warrior ought to wield? Witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining 4 were rendered speechless with fear. They had joined forces in a full frontal assault, disregarding their dignity, yet they still could not withstand this individual. To claim they were unafraid would be in the next moment. All 4 felt the icy aura invade their minds. It seemed their fallen comrade had succumbed to the same chilling presence. Realizing this, the 4 dared not show any carelessness. They immediately channeled all their strength into their blood wheels, attempting to counter the invading, devouring aura. An opportunity had arisen. The dragon elephant blood wheel suppressed while the devouring blood wheel invaded. Su Chen's third blood wheel had begun to coalesce beneath the cover of the dragon elephant blood wheel, executing the Nine Tribulations sword technique. A fierce and chilling sword chi gathered into a tempest, striking out at the four in relentless succession, each sword faster than the last. With the four being suppressed, Dong, she could not accept the reality before him. Regardless of his beliefs, the scene unfolding told him that even the remaining four Void Dan warriors, acting together, might not succeed in slaying this individual, continuously expelling the invading force from their minds. The four warriors unleashed their murderous intent, howling to the heavens as they activated their respective martial arts. Launching a fierce assault from all directions, the cold, domineering offensive overwhelmed Su Chen that a dense barrage of sword chi locked onto one individual, systematically dismantling them. As Su Chen remained composed and rational, taking on four was taking far too long. The soul was firmly suppressed by the devouring blood wheel, and the overwhelming sword chi, coupled with sheer force, pierced through the body of a Dong family warrior, staining the ground with blood. Another one has fallen. The remaining three displayed unmistakable signs of dread. Yet in this battle, retreat was not an option. Gritting their teeth, they pressed on with their attack. Boom! 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 The clash of both sides shattered the ground, sending the onlookers retreating in terror. Their eyes wide with astonishment that Su Chen's ferocity thoroughly rattled everyone, for they realized one crucial fact. The young man attacked relentlessly without defense. In such a scenario, the three had been pushed back step by step. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Engaging six opponents without sustaining injuries would indeed be a lie. Nonetheless, such wounds were trivial in his eyes. His onslaught grew increasingly fierce and frenzied, akin to a rabid tiger, suppressing the three to the point where they could hardly retaliate. This was the power of three blood wheels combined. Until this moment, no one had realized that the young man possessed three blood wheels. Buffed, the three could no longer withstand the pressure and were directly subdued by Su Chen, their bodies rendered immobile, as Su Chen was also panting heavily. After all, he was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, capable of taking on 6 Void Dan warriors solely due to the 3 blood wheels and the formidable sword technique. Release them! Kid, do you dare? The Dong family had suffered a heavy loss. Having already lost 3 Void Dan warriors, the remaining 3 could not afford to lose more. If you dare to lay a finger on them, I swear I will have you torn to shreds. Are you threatening me? With not a hint of fear on his face. Before Dong she could continue his bluster, Su Chen stomped down hard, shattering the skulls of the 3 Dong family warriors, their blood staining the ground. Killing 3 or 6 made no difference. The situation had escalated, and it was certain that the Dong family would not let this slide. Su Chen understood well that regardless of whether he slaughtered 3 or not, the Dong family would pursue him relentlessly, so he might as well take down a few more. Watching 6 Void Dan warriors being slaughtered, Dong she could hardly accept the reality. If the opponent had been a Void Dan warrior, it would have been one thing, but this person was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. As they witnessed the scene unfold, everyone was left utterly stunned, gaping at the young man. No one had anticipated that he could slay 6 warriors from the Dong family with his Foundation establishment prowess. The Dong family had sustained significant losses. Dong she had just promised that if this individual could defeat the 6 Void Dan warriors, the matter would be resolved, but this person was truly monstrous. However, I have great admiration for him. Yet, this matter is far from simple. This is Tiangu City. Even if the Dong family is compelled by their promise to let him go, they must remember that the City Lord's mansion still exists. Just look at the City Lord's expression. Will the City Lord intervene? Su Chen's face was a mask of cold mockery, although he had sustained some injuries from the massacre of 6 individuals. He had emerged unscathed from the ordeal, successfully eliminating 6 warriors of the Void Dan realm. According to his agreement with the Dong family, this matter would conclude here, allowing him to depart from Tiangu City without hindrance. Without a word, Su Chen turned to leave Tiangu City. Under the circumstances, there was no reason for him to linger. Who allowed you to leave? A chilling voice suddenly resonated through the air. As the words of the City Lord, Qi Shang, fell, 2 warriors of the Solid Dan realm swiftly intercepted Su Chen. The onlookers, warriors surrounding the scene, appeared unperturbed. After all, witnessing the public slaughter of 6 Void Dan warriors in Tiangu City, it was inconceivable that the city lord would permit such a figure to depart unchallenged. Solid Dan warriors were far beyond the capabilities of those in the Void Dan realm. Not only the city lord's estate, but even the Xia family had dispatched 2 Solid Dan warriors. 4 Solid Dan warriors surrounded Su Chen in the center. Dongshi sneered, "Brat, I, Dongshi, always keep my word. Our grievances end here. However, your brazen behavior in Tiangu City is a matter for the city lord's estate." "Shameless, utterly despicable," Su Chen retorted with a smile. "What are you laughing at? I find it amusing that you retain no shame that if Tiangu City wishes to detain me, they must first demonstrate the capability to do so." His words were audacious and domineering. Xia Quan, with a beaming expression, remarked, "You possess remarkable prowess to defeat Void Dan warriors. However, this is Tiangu City, and you must provide an explanation to the city lord for your actions." The figure of the white fox suddenly materialized before Su Chen, its icy gaze fixed upon the gathered crowd. "White fox, return," he commanded, choosing to disregard Xia Lian, who was chirping insistently. Gently patting the white fox's head, Su Chen said, "Thank you for your concern, but you should leave this place for now." The white fox pondered for a moment, but ultimately obeyed Su Chen's command, vanishing swiftly from the sight of the crowd. Surveying the 4 Solid Dan warriors, Su Chen deduced that the city lord of Tiangu City, along with the other 2 family heads, were likely at the Golden Dan realm. Although he had defeated those in the Void Dan realm, he could not hope to contend with Solid Dan warriors, let alone a Golden Dan city lord. To withdraw was certainly not an option. "All of you, get lost. Those who block my path shall perish." He was determined to escape Tiangu City. Upon hearing these words, Qishang laughed, a derisive mockery evident in his tone. It was clear to all that his laughter brimmed with unrestrained scorn. The ability to slay 6 Void Dan warriors did not equate to the capacity to defeat Solid Dan warriors, much less to contend with the Golden Dan city lord. Kill. Qishang showed no hint of mercy. As the city lord of Tiangu City, his duty was to uphold his dignity, allowing no one to infringe upon it, especially not a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The 4 Solid Dan warriors charged towards Su Chen. With a gaze as cold as ice, Su Chen swiftly produced a black longbow, the god-slaying bone bow, which he had obtained earlier in the Forest of Heavenly Punishment, and knocked a god-slaying bone arrow. The bow was now suppressed within his chaotic body, assisted by 8 Buddhas. Due to concerns about potential backlash, he was reluctant to employ this bow unless absolutely necessary. Yet the circumstances had drastically changed. Faced with 4 Solid Dan warriors and a Golden Dan city lord, it was nearly impossible to escape Tiangu City without using the god-slaying bone bow. He drew the bowstring taut, unleashing a torrent of terrifying murderous intent from within the bow, causing the faces of all present to pale, including those of the 4 Solid Dan warriors, who shivered involuntarily. Without further delay, he released the arrow, which shot forth with a roar of fierce malevolence. "Dodge!" they shouted, but it was already too late. The arrow had locked onto its targets, leaving them no chance to evade in the astonished gazes of onlookers. The 4 Solid Dan warriors were pierced through by the black arrow, slain in a single shot without a glimmer of hope for survival. But a mist of blood erupted, the acrid scent of iron permeating the air. Stumbling slightly, Su Chen understood that with his current cultivation, it was challenging to forcefully wield the god-slaying bone bow. He needed to conclude matters swiftly. Delaying would only worsen his predicament. He still did not know how many arrows he could shoot. Having released the first arrow, he swiftly readied a second god-slaying bone arrow, fighting against the waves of weakness crashing in his mind, his gaze growing ever colder. The target of the second arrow was Dongshi and Xia Quan. Realizing the imminent danger, Dongshi and Xia Quan promptly turned to flee. However, their speed was no match for the arrow, which shot forth like a streak of lightning, piercing through the layers of space toward them. The moment the arrow vanished from the bow, Su Chen too vanished from his position, a blood-curdling scream echoing through the void. Dong Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend why, despite his father and the city lord's arrival, he was still destined to die. Was this person truly just a foundation establishment cultivator? In an instant, Su Chen had slain Dong Zhang, his figure flickering again as he aimed to exploit the gap and eliminate the two instigators. Dong Shi and Xia Quan were both at the second level of the Golden Dan realm, among the most formidable figures in Tiangu City, having led their families to prominence for many years. Their capabilities were beyond dispute. However, they had underestimated Su Chen, believing a foundation establishment cultivator to be easy prey, failing to anticipate the sheer might of the god-slaying bone bow in his hands. As they fled in opposite directions, they gambled on who might be luckier. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Chen had just slain Dong Zhang when the third god-slaying bone arrow was already in flight, targeting both Dong Shi and Xia Quan simultaneously. With unwavering confidence, he believed that the two arrows he had launched would certainly be enough to slay the two Golden Dan warriors. PFFF, a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Su Chen's face turned as pale as a sheet. He had released 3 arrows in quick succession and could no longer draw forth. His only aim was to escape quickly. However, before departing, he needed to address one final matter. Appearing before Xia Liyan like a specter, his eyes icy as death, he coldly stated, "Abusing your power comes at a price. Please, I understand my mistake," she pleaded. "Understanding your mistake. It is too late. I end this world." There was no remedy for regret. A mistake was a mistake, and some transgressions could never be forgiven. Xia Liyan could never have imagined that her reckless behavior would lead to this dire consequence. Accustomed to her lofty position as the treasured jewel of the Xia family, especially in Tiangu City, where she could act with impunity, she had never encountered significant trouble. Yet this time, she had gambled and lost, her arrogance and bullying leading to her own demise. PFFF. Blood spewed forth as Su Chen's body began to sway precariously. He was too weak to release a 4th arrow. Had he been able, he would have assuredly aimed to slay the so-called city lord. Having eliminated those deserving of punishment, the situation could hardly be deemed perfect. Though he felt a pang of disappointment, he did not linger for even a moment. Su Chen was acutely aware that even if he were to fight to the death, he could not continue to wield the god-slaying bone bow. The bow vanished from his grip, and Su Chen's head spun dizzily as he gritted his teeth to endure. The recent use of the god-slaying bone bow and the release of 3 arrows had allowed malevolent aura to silently infiltrate his mind. The deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone present stood in stunned disbelief. Unable to fathom what had transpired, and one had anticipated that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could wield a bow and 3 arrows to slay 4 solid Dan warriors and 2 Golden Dan warriors, including Dong Zhang and Xia Liyan. Greed glinted in Qi Shang's eyes as he fixated hungrily on the now-vanished bow and arrows. As for the Xia and Dong families, their demise was of no concern to him whatsoever. After all, the Tiangu City is home to numerous families. Losing 2 of them merely paves the way for the rise of new ones. However, the bow and arrow in this individual's possession is evidently a treasure of extraordinary caliber, capable of compensating for any disparities in cultivation realms. Qi Shang can discern that the young man has exhausted his strength, unable to unleash a 4th arrow, were there even the slightest opportunity. It is certain that the youth would not hesitate to shoot that 4th arrow. That a sense of dread lingers in Qi Shang's heart. Had this individual targeted him first, the consequences would have been dire. The moment has arrived. Observing the stumbling youth, who is on the verge of collapse, Qi Shang abandons any hesitation and strides forward with unabashed greed etched upon his face. Among the onlookers, many share this avarice but lack the courage to seize the opportunity. Unless they possess the strength to subdue Qi Shang. Just a step away from the city gate, Su Chen can no longer hold on, succumbing to an overwhelming weakness that floods his mind, causing his body to crumple to the ground. Despite this, admiration still fills the eyes of those around him. After all, for a foundational-level warrior, achieving what he has is nothing short of remarkable. As the youth collapses, Qi Shang's eyes gleam with delight. He is merely a meter away when he prepares to strike down the young man and seize the bow and arrow. Suddenly, a figure materializes, her breathtaking beauty rendering all present breathless. Before Qi Shang can react, he is enveloped in an icy, domineering force that binds him without mercy. With a resounding crash, Qi Shang's body explodes into a mist of blood, leaving the onlookers aghast. Unable to fathom how the esteemed city lord of the Golden Core realm could be so effortlessly defeated, gone, as they gaze upon the vanishing figure of the woman, including the unconscious youth. It feels like a surreal dream that a shift in power is imminent in Tiangu City. Naturally, with the Lord's fall and the devastating blows to the Xia and Dong families, other clans will not miss this opportunity. Should we stay or leave? Of course, we should remain and see if we can profit from this chaos. As dusk falls, within the dimly lit cave, Luo Tianfei's brow is tightly knit as she gazes at the unconscious youth. Initially, she had intended to depart but found herself wavering, ultimately deciding to return for a brief glance. She has never regarded any man with significance. This incident was entirely unforeseen. Her original aim was to acquire the divine arts inscribed upon the stone wall, only to find that the wall's might was so overwhelming that even someone of her caliber could not withstand its encroachment. Although Su Chen has gained an advantage, he remains in a passive role. As she channels the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, waves of phoenix-like energy flow continuously into Su Chen's body, and a yellow-red pill appears in her hand, which she gently places into his mouth. She feels a tumult of emotions regarding this matter. She has given her first time to Su Chen, and to claim that nothing transpired would be a lie. However, accepting the current state of Su Chen is simply out of the question. An hour later, Luo Tianfei approaches the cave entrance, forms a series of hand seals, and skillfully sets up a concealment array. With a deep sigh, she chooses not to linger any longer and truly decides to depart. As time flows, the duration is uncertain, but Su Chen slowly opens his heavy eyelids. A wave of pain and weakness courses through him, as if his very organs have been displaced, and his soul feels as though it is being torn apart. Struggling to rise from the ground, he senses a powerful force surging through him, filling every corner of his being, accompanied by the remnants of the pill. Luo Tianfei, in a moment he lost consciousness. He vaguely perceived a fleeting figure coalescing before him. His instincts tell him that the one who saved him from Tiangu City is none other than Luo Tianfei. Shaking his head in resignation, Su Chen suddenly perceives a technique manifesting in his mind. The ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. It must undoubtedly belong to Luo Tianfei. With a heavy sigh, Su Chen realizes that he currently lacks the standing to pursue her. He can easily deduce that her status is anything but ordinary, that he will not give up. Luo Tianfei is his first woman, and he vows to seek her out in the ancestral Phoenix Palace, proclaiming to the world that she is his. The fact that she entrusted him with the ancestral Phoenix rebirth technique, which allows for an unending cycle of power and the potential for rebirth, is no small matter if he immediately sits cross-legged, aligning his internal energy with the trajectory of the ancestral Phoenix rebirth technique, initiating its circulation throughout his body. The events that transpired in Tiangu City were entirely unforeseen. He had not provoked trouble, merely witnessing the white fox kneeling before the purple fox. Yet an interloper appeared, intending to trample him underfoot in pursuit of the woman he desired. Others might cower and accept humiliation, but he would never retreat, even in the face of death. Were he to experience it all again, he would still choose to fight without a moment's hesitation. However, he had not anticipated the overwhelming power of the god-slaying bone bow, which nearly consumed his soul in the aftermath of merely 3 arrows. Had it not been for Luo Tianfei's timely rescue, his fate would have remained an enigma. Yet, fortune has favored him, allowing him to survive. It seems that in the future, he must refrain from using the god-slaying bone bow until he reaches a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, who knows if luck will be on his side again. After an entire night of cultivation and recovery, by the break of dawn, as the first light envelopes the world, Su Chen finally stabilizes his injuries and regains the ability to move. Luo Tianfei has not returned, indicating that she has indeed departed. Approaching the cave entrance, he senses an invisible barrier, knowing full well that this array conceals the cave, protecting him from discovery. The Su clan had a premier force in the eastern wilderness. Situated in the southwestern region, it governs a vast territory, commanding countless dynasties and sects, with branches such as the Panyu City Su family among them. That on a secluded mountain peak, a handsome youth sits cross-legged upon a colossal rock. his hands constantly forming seals as he practices the 7 kills sword technique. Su Hao, the one who stripped Su Chen of his imperial bone in the past, possesses extraordinary talent himself, acclaimed as the foremost genius of the Su clan. With the blood wheel of the 7 kills sword, the ability to propagate his own martial arts through the blood will speaks volumes. Having ventured into the forest of heavenly punishment, he seized opportunities that enabled him to successfully break through to the intermediate golden core realm. The power within him surges like a raging sea, and above his head, the blood wheel coalesces, revealing a sword of crimson and black, radiating terrifying murderous intent. 7 kills. Return. With a commanding shout, the condensed golden core within him solidifies even further, breaking through his limits and advancing from the intermediate to the advanced golden core realm seamlessly. To this moment, a shadow suddenly materializes, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Young master, news from Panyu City indicates that Su Chen has been expelled from the family." Su Hao nods with satisfaction. Su Chen was nothing more than an insignificant insect. With his status and prowess, he could easily extinguish Su Chen with a mere flick of his finger, without a hint of doubt. Yet he refrained from acting in the forest of heavenly punishment, relishing the feeling of superiority, allowing Su Chen to suffer in silence. Send someone to humiliate him. Remember, do not kill him. Understood. The shadow vanishes without a trace. Having just achieved a breakthrough to the advanced golden core realm, Su Hao wastes no time, slowly closing his eyes as he begins to push toward the pinnacle of the golden core realm. After 5 days of relentless travel, Su Chen finally enters the territorial bounds of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. A vast valley, shrouded in a gentle white mist, appears to rest upon the clouds. At the valley entrance stand a plaque inscribed with the words Eastern Wilderness Academy. The renowned institution of the Eastern Wilderness, the Eastern Wilderness Academy boasts formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage, primarily due to its long-standing presence in the region, having nurtured many warriors who have become powerful figures in the Eastern Wilderness. Even departing for the mainland, No faction dares to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy. In the past, Su Chen was hailed as the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness and held a debt of gratitude towards the Academy's dean. Thus, Su Yuan sought the Academy's assistance, allowing Su Chen to train there, effectively evading the Su clan. This student, please present your identity jade token. Greetings, teacher. My name is Su Chen, a new student of the Academy. Here to report today. Seated at the entrance was a middle-aged man who nodded slightly and remarked, "The enrollment period has already passed. I was delayed by matters along the way." He took out a ledger and began to examine it meticulously, taking a full half-hour before he finally put it away and said, "Su Chen, here is your identity jade plate. You have been assigned to class 22. "Thank you," Su Chen replied, accepting the jade plate, which bore the 2 characters Su Chen, signifying his identity. All students in the junior classes are currently participating in the quest for the hidden dragon. If you wish to take part, simply proceed to the East Desolate Forest. The quest for the hidden dragon. Before Su Chen could respond, the man proceeded to elaborate on the Academy's details and the so-called quest for the hidden dragon. The East Desolate Academy is divided into 5 tiers of classes: Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, and Royal classes. Foundation Realm warriors enter the Junior class for training, while those at the Void Pill Realm join the Intermediate class. Real Pill Realm warriors advance to the Advanced class, and Golden Pill Realm warriors enter the Elite class. To qualify for the Royal class, one must break through to the Nascent Soul Realm and become a key-nurtured student of the Academy, enjoying unrestricted access to all training areas and receiving the Academy's utmost support and resources. At East Desolate Academy, there are 2 rankings, the Hidden Dragon ranking and the 100 Battles ranking. Each year, competitions are held for both rankings. During regular times, students can challenge those listed on the rankings. The quest for the Hidden Dragon requires participants from both junior and intermediate classes, with the junior class essentially serving as a foil for the intermediate class. After all, the disparity between Foundation Realm and Void Pill Realm is significant. It is nearly impossible for junior class students to secure a position on the rankings. 3 words suffice. Not a chance. Nonetheless, exceptions exist. An exceptional student at the top of the junior class may indeed defeat a Void Pill Realm warrior. Striving for a place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Academy's intention is clear: to provide the junior class students with ample opportunities for training. Class 22 is one of the 22 junior classes, and Su Chen is placed in this final class. Altogether, the junior classes comprise approximately 4,000 to 5,000 students. Behind the valley lies a forest from which all top-tier magical beasts have been expelled, leaving only those that the students should be able to contend with. The forest is divided in two, with the quest for the hidden dragon and the 100 battles occurring simultaneously, regardless of class. Students have the autonomy to choose whether to participate. The Academy does not impose participation. The man inquired whether Su Chen intended to join, leaving the decision entirely up to him. The competition will last for 10 days, and today marks the 3rd day. Moreover, the contest is not merely for ranking. Those on the rankings earn points, and participants also receive rewards and points. Points are of paramount importance to students, as they are essential for accessing specific training areas or exchanging for items. It can be stated unequivocally: no matter how much gold one possesses, it holds no value within the Academy. Only points matter. Without points, one finds it exceedingly difficult to progress. Teacher, I wish to participate in the quest for the hidden dragon. How should I proceed? The quest has already commenced. I shall instruct a flying magical beast from the Academy to take you there. Thank you. Teacher, the Golden Kuei Eagle, one of East Desolate Academy's flying magical beasts. Took merely half an hour to transport Su Chen to the forest entrance, where several teachers stood guard. After all, should any issues arise, they could rush in immediately. 8th level Foundation Realm. Very well, you may enter. After verifying his identity jade plate, Su Chen faced no obstacles and entered the forest without hindrance. Xiao Wang, being an 8th level Foundation Realm warrior. Why were you placed in Class 22? Teacher Wang shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. That I do not know. It puzzles me as well. Logically, an 8th level Foundation Realm student should be able to enter one of the top 5 classes. However, this was a directive from the Academy's headmaster. Upon hearing that the headmaster had personally intervened, all the teachers were taken aback, for it is uncommon for the headmaster to concern himself with class placements. It seems he must have taken a backdoor entry. Indeed, the headmaster despises students who gain entry through such means. Even the most gifted are relegated to lower-level classes unless they advance through their own potential and talent. Well then, let us focus on the competition. In the dense forest, towering trees blocked out the sun, and the oppressive clouds created a gloomy atmosphere. The East Desolate Forest is a forbidden area of the East Desolate Academy. No outsiders, regardless of their identity, are permitted to set foot within. According to the teachers, all top-tier magical beasts have been driven out of this forest, leaving only those that students should be capable of handling, though unforeseen incidents may still occur. Each student's identity jade plate possesses unique powers. By merging their souls with this power, they can summon assistance from the teachers to exit the forest. Perhaps it was a matter of misfortune. Scarcely had he stepped into the forest for half an hour when he found himself targeted by a magical beast. Foundation Realm beasts posed no challenge to Su Chen, who effortlessly eliminated them with a mere flick of his hand. It seemed he had drawn attention that in the quest for the hidden dragon, each student's identity jade plate contained a unique point system solely for the hidden dragon ranking. The more points one accumulates, the higher their ranking. Here, there are no classmates to rely on, only the pursuit of points. Even among junior class students, none are willing to concede. For even a fleeting moment atop, the hidden dragon ranking can yield substantial rewards and points. Being targeted is a common occurrence. Clapping his hands, Su Chen addressed the entity before him. Since you have locked onto me, why hide in the shadows? Come out. Quite impressive to have noticed my presence. A young man emerged from behind a tree, standing in a mere 1.60 meters, with a chubby face and small eyes, grinning as he said, "You look unfamiliar. Which class are you from?" Class 22-0. So, you are one of the so-called waste from Class 22. Waste? Upon noticing the flicker of surprise on the other's face, Yankai seemed to grasp something, chuckling as he said, "It appears you are a new student who has just entered the academy and hasn't reported yet. How tragic. Do you know what Class 22 signifies at East Desolate Academy?" Before Su Chen could respond, Yankai sneered, "There are a total of 22 junior classes, and the one ranked 22 is regarded as the worst by the academy. Each class consists of 9 students, bringing your class total to 10. I see. Su Chen could perceive the deep contempt in the eyes of the student before him, that it was evident that his class was not held in high regard. But that mattered little. His purpose for coming to East Desolate Academy was to buy time and leverage its prestige to intimidate the Su clan. Hand over the points within your jade plate, and I won't harm you in the slightest. The quest for the hidden dragon explicitly prohibits any occurrence of death. Whoever violates this rule risks expulsion from the academy, or, in severe cases, execution. However, injuries during the competition are inevitable, and the academy tends to overlook such instances. Without further ado, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight in an instant. You. The word barely left Yin Kai's lips when Su Chen reappeared before him, causing the young man to shiver in shock. 8th level Foundation Realm. He had only attained the 6th level himself and could hardly comprehend how a so-called waste from Class 22 possessed the strength of an 8th level Foundation Realm warrior. The more he thought about it, the more perplexed he became. According to Academy rules, an 8th level Foundation Realm student should easily qualify for one of the top 5 classes. Before Yin Kai could process this revelation, he was sent flying by a single kick from Su Chen, crashing to the ground. There was no need to unleash any special techniques. The disparity of 2 levels was sufficient for Su Chen to defeat him in an instant. Points. Yin Kai's expression soured as he retrieved his identity jade plate, and the moment the 2 plates touched, a point was swiftly transferred to Su Chen's jade plate. Watching the vanishing figure, Yin Kai muttered to himself. It seems he must have entered through the back door to possess 8th level Foundation Realm capabilities while being placed in Class 22. Within the identity jade plates, 2 points had already been accumulated. Su Chen resolved to take the initiative. The teacher had made it abundantly clear that points represented everything within the academy, whether one wished to enter a particular area for cultivation or to exchange for items. Points were essential. Gold coins held no value within the academy. Ascend the potential dragon ranking and earn points. The only viable method was to actively hunt for them. Each student's jade plate bore a unique point count. Yet he remained unaware of the exact number required to ascend the potential dragon ranking. Ye Fei, Chu Yang, and Bailey formed a team in search of their own quarry. All 3 were at the 2nd level of the Void Dan realm. Hailing from Class 18. The intermediate classes, like the beginner ones, comprised a total of 22 classes. The higher the class level, the more abundant the cultivation resources available. During the contest for the potential dragon ranking, some students temporarily formed teams, greatly increasing their chances of securing points. Senior Yi, Senior Chu, the contest for the potential dragon ranking has now passed 3 days, and we have yet to earn a single point. If this continues, our chances of ascending the potential dragon ranking seem rather bleak. Each student had chosen not to give up. All yearning to ascend the potential dragon ranking. It was not merely a symbol of status, but also promised substantial rewards. With points being the most tangible manifestation, Ye Fei sighed deeply and remarked helplessly, the contest for the potential dragon ranking is exceedingly fierce. To maintain the points we possess is already a commendable feat. Other students are vying to seize points from those in the beginner classes, while we 3 appear like fools, he continued. After all, we were once students of the beginner class ourselves, and we too were robbed of points by those in the intermediate classes. How helpless and frustrated we felt back then. I trust you have not forgotten? Bailey nodded and said, Senior Chu speaks the truth. Even if I were to abandon the potential dragon ranking, I would not lay a hand on the students of the beginner class. That moment, they were taken aback by the appearance of a young man before them. Greetings, I am Su Chen from the beginner class, and I find myself quite interested in the points within your identity jade plates. That if you would be so kind as to relinquish your points to me, how does that sound? What? The trio was momentarily stunned. It would be one thing if a student from intermediate class attempted to seize their points, but now, a student from the beginner class, presumably at the foundation establishment stage, dared to covet their points. Was this a jest? It was rather amusing. In every year's contest for the potential dragon ranking, it was exceedingly rare for students from the beginner class to attempt to rob those in the intermediate class. After all, the disparity between the foundation establishment and Voidan realms was substantial, although there were exceptional individuals capable of suppressing their betters despite being in the beginner class. Even the most patient of individuals could be provoked. They had deliberately avoided the beginner class, choosing not to bully the weak, yet they had not anticipated such arrogance from this individual. Anger coursed through them as they fixed their cold gazes upon the young man. Incensed that a student from the beginner class would dare to attempt to rob them of their points, Chu Yang chuckled. You are rather presumptuous. Do you truly believe you can take on 3 of us single-handedly? Quite bold of you. However, both Chu Yang and Yi Fei understood that a student from the beginner class would not recklessly make such a move without strong conviction. After all, attempting to seize points from intermediate class students carried the risk of dire consequences. There was no question of surrendering their points. Points were the very essence of the contest for the potential dragon ranking, that if they could not even protect their own points, how could they hope to contest for others? Moreover, there was the matter of pride. If they were to be robbed of points by a beginner class student, it would surely render them the laughingstock of the entire academy. That Su Chen smiled and said, I do not wish to resort to violence. I merely hope you will willingly part with your points. Bai Li was infuriated, exclaiming, Do not be so arrogant. I shall see how you plan to defeat us 3 working together. This battle absolutely could not be lost. They could not afford to lose. The 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their respective blood wheels, emanating powerful auras, their expressions grim. They charged forward like leopards, intent on defeating this individual and seizing his points. Intending to demonstrate the consequences of arrogance, before they even reached him, the terrifying might of their blood wheels surged forth, akin to a celestial hawk swooping down upon a hapless rabbit, enveloped in an overwhelming tide of fury. They did not dare to underestimate him, acutely aware of the confidence he exuded. Without absolute certainty, he would not dare to provoke them, as the blood wheels coalesced. A spectral sword imbued with a murderous intent hovered within the blood wheel, the sword's cry resonating with a domineering energy. Suddenly, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight, leaving only afterimages in his wake. The trio's formidable assault met with nothing but air, yet they quickly responded, locking onto the direction of the afterimages and launching another fierce attack towards Su Chen. Such speed, a swift resolution. They were astonished, having not anticipated Su Chen's remarkable velocity, which allowed him to leave behind multiple afterimages. Like a specter, Su Chen's figure appeared behind Bai Li in an instant. Bai Jr., be careful. It is already too late. Su Chen's voice was frigid, his finger becoming a sword as a chilling sword aura surged forth, yet it did not strike with lethal intent. After all, this was the Eastern Wilderness Academy, where the rules explicitly forbade any fatalities during the contest for the potential dragon ranking. He would not challenge the Academy's boundaries. The sword aura lingered dangerously close to Bai Li's neck. Mere inches away. If Su Chen wished, he could end her life at any moment. Please show mercy, we are willing to surrender our points. They could not bear to watch Bai Li come to harm. Should any misfortune befall her, not even 3 points could rectify the situation. Bai Li was drenched in cold sweat, slowly turning around, her heart racing at the realization of the sword aura so close to her. As a second-level Void Dan Realm practitioner, and with the combined strength of 3, it was utterly inconceivable that they could not withstand even a single attack from him. Su Chen's prowess truly astonished them. They believed that once the contest concluded, he would undoubtedly secure a place on the potential dragon ranking. Yi Fei spoke earnestly. We hold great respect for your strength. Su Jr., we believe that once the contest for the potential dragon ranking concludes, you shall undoubtedly earn a place among the ranks. His words were sincere, not an exaggeration. The brief encounter had made it abundantly clear that Su Chen's strength was indeed formidable. To face 3 opponents and suppressed Bai Li with a single strike was a testament to his might. Continuing the fight would surely lead to their defeat. As they each retrieved their identity jade plates, Su Chen did not hesitate to touch his plate to theirs, and soon the 3 points smoothly transferred into his possession. He clasped his hands in respect towards the trio and inquired, May I ask where in the Eastern Wilderness Forest one might find healing spirit herbs for the soul? Unable to purchase pills at the moment. Su Chen noticed the condition of the purple fox worsening, its soul at risk of shattering at any time. Having chosen to shelter the purple fox, he was determined to stabilize its injuries. Has your soul been injured, Su Jr.? Su Chen did not conceal the truth, explaining, I have taken in a demon beast whose soul has suffered grave damage. It is in urgent need of spirit herbs or pills for healing. Within the academy, even if one could exchange for pills, it required points, and he feared the purple fox might not survive until then. This vast expanse of forest belonged to the Eastern Wilderness Academy. And Su Chen could not believe there were no spirit herbs available for the healing of souls. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yang produced a pill from his spatial ring, stating, "This pill is of a modest grade. You may take it for now. I also possess a purple soul pill, which is of considerable quality." Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted the two pills, producing his identity jade plate, before the trio could react. Their respective points returned to their jade plates. "SU Jr. What does this mean? We offer you pills not with the intention of reclaiming points." Su Chen shook his head, responding, "I wish to befriend you three." They were truly commendable individuals. Su Chen had evidently suffered significant setbacks in Panyu City. After all, even my cousin and uncle have ruthlessly trampled on him, that he seized the points of the three. And yet they were willing to part with their elixirs, revealing to him that their intentions were not merely to exchange elixirs for points. Chu Yang nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "In that case, we shall not stand on ceremony. Allow me to introduce ourselves. The three of us hail from Class 18 of the junior level. I am Chu Yang, this is Yi Fei, and Bai Li. As for the matter of the spiritual herbs, I do know of a location. However, it is guarded by fierce beasts, and there is a high likelihood of encountering formidable seniors." "Where is it?" Su Chen inquired eagerly. Yi Fei regarded the young man before him and ultimately divulged the location. Whether Su Chen chose to go or not would depend on his own decision. "Thank you, seniors, but I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Take care." As they watched the retreating figure, Yi Fei could not help but express his admiration. "His talent and potential are remarkable. To have defeated the three of us working in unison. I believe will not be long before Junior Su shines brightly within the academy. This individual is certainly worthy of forging a deeper connection. That it seemed that the competition for the potential dragon ranking would leave them three without a chance. They would regard it as a mere trial, striving for an early breakthrough to ascend to a higher class for cultivation. The night was dark, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, enveloping the entire East Wilderness forest. A crescent moon hung in the void, exuding an air of solitude. Beneath the somber canopy of the forest, the occasional roar of beasts echoed, rendering the night even more perilous than the day. Before the campfire, Su Chen gently stroked the fur of the purple fox, quietly observing as it had already consumed 2 elixirs, its aura stabilizing significantly. Yet its injuries had not fully healed and could flare up at any moment. He must venture to the location mentioned by Yi Fei to seek suitable spiritual herbs for the purple fox to consume 0.9 individuals, reflecting on the earlier conversation regarding the most inferior junior class. Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Among 22 junior classes, only his class 22 was dubbed the most abysmal, consisting of merely 10 students. Cradling the purple fox gently, Su Chen settled into a meditative posture. Activating the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique and the ancient demon god technique within him, focusing his mind and safeguarding his essence, that he began to gather the essence of gods and demons within. Following the cultivation trajectory of the ancient demon god technique, his hands forming seals continuously at a vast and grand aura of gods and demons rapidly coalesced before Su Chen, manifesting an overwhelmingly powerful seal. The chilling pressure of the divine and demonic energy enveloped him, and with a sudden opening of his eyes, he unleashed a fierce strike into the void before him. The air trembled as the forceful waves rippled outward, imbued with a sense of death that sent shivers down one's spine. The divine demonic death seal. This was the first seal he had comprehended from the ancient demon god technique, and it was undeniably formidable. If he could grasp a second, third, or even fourth, the potential power was unimaginable. Xing Yingshua's expression darkened as she glared at the stout figure before her, exclaiming, "I've already stated countless times that I do not harbor any feelings for you. This is merely points. You may take them as you wish." Tang Hao, robust in stature with a rugged face marked by a scar, his hair bristling like sharp spikes, fixed his piercing gaze upon the beautiful maiden before him. Declaring, "Yingxua, I have pursued you for an entire year. What is it that you find unappealing about me? Tell me, and I shall change." He could not fathom what was lacking in himself. He hailed from a good family, possessed commendable character, and was renowned as the top genius in the junior classes, standing at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking into the virtual elixir realm. wielding the Kirin Hammer bloodline. Were it not for Xing Yingxue, he would not have deigned to come to East Wilderness Academy, seeking to gain her favor by being close to her. And yet, after a year, he had exhausted countless methods. Yet she remained unmoved. I have already expressed my disinterest in you multiple times. Why do you continue to cling on? Yingxue, I can promise you, should you agree to marry me, my Tang family will spare no effort in assisting you to regain your family's recognition. What do you say? Be quiet. I am myself, and they are merely them. I have no connection to them. Mentioning her family seemed to strike a nerve within Xing Yingxue, inciting her furious outburst. Tang Hao sighed deeply, helplessly stating, I will accompany you, traversing the East Wilderness in search of a way to alter your bloodline. Tang Hao, I can tell you right now that I do not like you. Please refrain from pursuing me any further. Having been rebuffed repeatedly, Tang Hao was seething with rage. He had sacrificed much for Xing Yingxue, yet she still rejected him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Losing control, he coldly remarked, Humph, Xing Yingxue, I, Tang Hao, possess patience as well. Since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, I shall take matters into my own hands. Once we have crossed that threshold, I shall see if you will still refuse me, as you do now. Upon hearing this, Xing Yingxue's expression shifted dramatically. How dare you? Why should I not dare? Tang Hao seemed to transform into a different person. Previously, he had masked his true self in pursuit of Xing Yingxue, having come from the Tang clan to win her over, only to be met with rejection after rejection. Our Tang clan stands on equal footing with your Xing clan, and moreover, within your clan, no one pays heed to your existence. The Golden Sparrow bloodline that your clan prides itself on has manifested in you as the Partridge bloodline. Even if I were to employ force, your clan would not offend the Tang clan for your sake. Are you not afraid of the academy? I am not. Tang Hao replied with a smile. In the end, it is the victors who write the narrative. When the time comes, I shall simply inform the academy that you sought to cling to the Tang clan and deliberately seduced me to do you believe the academy will believe you or me? You are shameless, indifferent, unable to win her over. Tang Hao resolved to take matters into his own hands. He was unwilling to wait any longer. He had afforded Xing Yingxue ample time and consideration, but she had spurned him at every turn. As he advanced toward her step by step, despair etched itself upon Xing Yingxue's face. Her fists clenched tightly, prepared for the worst. Even if she were to perish here, she would not allow Tang Hao to defile her, a beast in human guise. Thankfully, she had not acquiesced to his advances. Xing Yingxue, do not think that just because you hail from the Xing clan, you will receive any special treatment at East Wilderness Academy. You are nothing more than a cultivation waste. Had it not been for that, she would not have lingered in the most inferior junior class. You are from class 22? A voice of surprise suddenly rang out. Who? Show yourself. Su Chen's figure slowly emerged. He had merely been passing by. Upon witnessing the two, he had no intention of intervening, as it was of no concern to him. His focus was solely on contending for points, planning to wait until their personal matters had been settled before seizing points for himself. However, he had not anticipated that this so-called Xing Yingxue was from the same class as him, the most inferior junior class of the academy. Indeed, I am from class 22. My name is Xing Yingxue. Approaching her, he disregarded Tang Hao entirely and smiled. I have just entered East Wilderness Academy. Also a student of class 22. I asked their trouble. Senior, do you require my assistance? Certainly, but she glanced at Tang Hao, uncertain of how to voice her request. Given Tang Hao's prowess at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, wielding the Kirin Hammer bloodline, he was unmatched among the students of class 22. To be disregarded, and furthermore, to discover that this individual was from the same class, the most abysmal class, was a widely acknowledged truth that it was known that students from the most inferior junior class were deemed cultivation wastes, discarded by the academy. How dare this trash disregard her? It was truly a case of ignorance of the consequences. Tang Hao, brimming with fury, coldly warned, Kid, I do not care who you are. Get out of my sight immediately. Were it not for the fact that this is East Wilderness Academy, I would take your life. Suppressing the boundless rage within him, Tang Hao, despite hailing from the Tang clan, did not dare to act recklessly. This was East Wilderness Academy, the pinnacle of power within the region, where no one, regardless of race or sect, dared to provoke recklessly. The competition for the potential dragon ranking had strict regulations against any form of death occurring at any time. Once the Academy executes him, I believe that even the Tang clan will refrain from saying much. Observing the figure of Xing Yingxue before him, Su Chen understood her reservations. She was merely fearful of being harmed by Tang Hao. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "You may bully others as you wish, regardless of how shameless and despicable you are. I shall not interfere. However, as for the members of Class 22, I, Su Chen, shall protect them. Is that so? Just based on you?" Tang Hao found it utterly amusing that a mere waste from the lowest class dared to be so arrogant in his presence. He could not comprehend who had bestowed upon this individual such audacity. A mere wastrel, he thought. Today, I shall witness how you intend to be a hero and save the damsel. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall allow you to take her away. Be cautious, Su Chen. He is from Class 1, at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, possessing the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel. The peak of the Foundation Establishment stage was of no concern to Su Chen. He had the capability to slay those in the Void Dance stage, let alone those in the Foundation Establishment stage. However, he was taken aback by the blood wheel possessed by Tang Hao, for he had heard of some top families in Dongwang during his time at the Su family. For instance, the Su clan possessed the Sword Blood Wheel. Among the many top families, it seemed that the Tang clan wielded the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel, a domineering blood wheel that emphasized sheer strength. He had not anticipated encountering a member of the Tang clan at Dongwang Academy. His eyes brightened as Su Chen was eager to witness the true might of Dongwang's top blood wheels. The Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel, I am most curious to test its prowess. As his words fell, a blood wheel coalesced above him, within which lay an ethereal sword shadow, accompanied by a resounding sword howl. The fierce and domineering sword energy roared forth from the blood wheel. 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Xing Yingxue gasped, and even Tang Hao was taken aback, for an 8th level Foundation Establishment warrior could not possibly be in the lowest class. Yet Tang Hao merely smiled disdainfully. He believed the challenge posed by an 8th level Foundation Establishment warrior was beneath him. "Kid, today I shall show you just how vast the gap between us truly is." Another blood wheel formed above him, revealing a hammer adorned with a Qilin motif. A low growl emanating from within that a sword and a hammer clashed fiercely in the air, neither party willing to yield an inch, seemingly intent on utterly destroying one another. "Boy, do you dare to sign a life-and-death contract and engage in a battle to the death? Su Chen, you must not." Xing Yingxue exclaimed anxiously, understanding Tang Hao's implication. The battle for the hidden dragon forbade the occurrence of fatalities, yet exceptions existed. This exception was the life-and-death contract. Whether within the academy or during the hidden dragon competition, conflicts between students could occasionally lead to unresolvable grievances. If the academy could not intervene, a life-and-death contract could be signed, permitting a so-called battle to the death. In such a battle, fate would take its course, and regardless of who lived or died, the academy would not interfere. It was a true matter of life and death. Xing Yingxue was deeply worried, fearing that Su Chen would consent to Tang Hao's challenge, should the life-and-death contract be signed. Even if Tang Hao were to kill Su Chen, the academy would likely remain uninvolved, for that was the academy's rule. For this reason, under circumstances devoid of life-and-death grievances, it was believed that no one would willingly sign a life-and-death contract. Su Chen nodded, smiling as he replied, "I am more than willing to oblige." As soon as his words fell, both individuals drew a drop of essence blood, which fused in midair, forming a strange power, the life-and-death contract. The moment the contract was signed, both erupted with a formidable and imposing aura, their respective blood wheels howling towards the heavens. With cold, steely eyes brimming with a chilling, killing intent, Tang Hao did not regard this individual in the slightest. Even if Su Chen were at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, what did it matter? They were 2 entire tiers apart, and he had awakened the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel. Their figures moved simultaneously, tearing through layers of space and colliding violently. Not for a moment did Su Chen underestimate his opponent. He was acutely aware that while he could defeat those in the Void Dance stage, it did not guarantee he could suppress every Foundation Establishment warrior. Some prodigious Foundation Establishment warriors might not be inferior to him. This was Donghuan Academy, and the fact that he possessed 3 blood wheels would undoubtedly remain a secret. In his hand, the Qilin hammer expanded to several dozen zhong, descending upon Su Chen with tremendous force. The Qilin hammer blood wheel was inherently a power type, a direct strike that Su Shiwedi, be careful, integrating the 9 calamities sword technique into the sword blood wheel. A black-red sword shadow materialized in his hand, cleaving towards Tang Hao. The sword and hammer collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them could not withstand the impact, fracturing beneath their feet. Both retreated simultaneously. Su Chen barely took a step back while Tang Hao staggered back 6 or 7 paces, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Su Chen could withstand his assault. He had complete confidence in his strength, believing he could sweep away opponents of the same level and even defeat those of higher tiers, relying on his Qilin hammer blood wheel to vanquish even 4th-level Void Dan warriors. Yet now, he had been forced to retreat several steps that end that first clash. One could argue he had already lost, yet he was unwilling to concede. Let me show you the might of the Qilin hammer technique. Like a specter, he vanished from his position, the Qilin hammer once again swinging with ferocity, delivering blow after blow in a relentless barrage. I am like a sword. Su Chen stood his ground, wielding his sword to unleash a dense and overwhelming sword aura that formed a protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang! The fierce hammer strikes relentlessly battered against the sword barrier, the speed of the attacks escalating rapidly. Clenching her fists tightly, Xing Yingshue's face was filled with worry as she anxiously observed the scene before her. Su Shiwedi must not come to harm. Otherwise, she would never find peace for the rest of her life, burdened by guilt. Yet she could not intervene, for her strength was insufficient to contend with Tang Hao, leaving her to hope only for Su Shiwedi's victory. Kid, let me see just how many of my strikes you can withstand. Like a sandstorm, the multitude of hammer strikes rained down upon the sword barrier, obscuring Su Chen's figure, leaving only Tang Hao swinging the Qilin hammer back and forth. The violent collisions were akin to the clash of water and fire, the shockwaves nearly sending Xing Yingxue flying. A mouthful of blood was spat forth, her pale face etched with agony. Xing Yingshue's cultivation was too low to withstand such terrifying repercussions. As the battle escalated, Tang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. His gaze icy as he fixated on Su Chen, who was enveloped by his hammer strikes. The Qilin hammer technique reached its zenith, unleashing a total of 81 strikes. Gritting his teeth, he continued to unleash blow after blow. And upon reaching the 81st strike, the sword barrier emitted a resonating hum. The longer the delay, the more anxious Tang Hao became, for the longer he took, the more disadvantageous it became for him. It was a hard truth to swallow. His talent was unparalleled among his peers, and he possessed the top-tier Qilin hammer blood wheel. He could easily defeat warriors of the same rank, and even slay those in the Void Dance stage. Yet now, he faced a mere waste from the Academy's lowest class and still could not vanquish him. This was an utter humiliation. Struggling against the waves of weakness coursing through him, Xing Yingxue held her breath, her face a mask of concern. Based on the current situation, it was evident that Su Shiwedi was at a disadvantage. If things continued this way, trouble was inevitable. What to do? A trickle of blood seeped from Tang Hao's mouth, his complexion growing increasingly pale. After all, forcibly executing the 81 strikes of the Qilin hammer exacted a tremendous toll on him. He needed a swift resolution. If this protracted, he might perish from his own backlash before he could slay his opponent. 81 strikes, hammering heaven and earth, shatter for me. All the hammer shadows converged, forming an immense hammer shadow that descended violently upon the sword barrier. Boom! The sword barrier cracked, spreading like a massive spiderweb. However, in the instant the barrier shattered, Tang Hao also spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. Su Chen, too, began to bleed from his mouth, the Qilin hammer blood will proving to be overwhelmingly powerful. Especially when paired with the Qilin hammer technique, its might multiplied exponentially. Even he sustained minor injuries from the cumulative force of the 81 strikes. Your Qilin hammer blood wheel is quite impressive. Your assault has concluded, and now it is my turn. The pallor of his face was exceedingly unsightly, an undeniable fact that he found utterly intolerable. After all, the recent defensive maneuvers of Su Chen had sent shivers down his spine. Despite unleashing a barrage of 81 consecutive strikes, he had failed to vanquish this individual. Could he withstand Su Chen's blood wheel of the sword? Under previous circumstances, he would have been filled with absolute confidence in his ability to endure. Yet now, the situation had shifted entirely, leaving him devoid of any assurance. Having already signed a life-and-death pact, even if he were to perish here, the Eastern Wilderness Academy would not hold Su Chen accountable for the incident. As for the Tang clan avenging him in the future, even if they succeeded in exacting revenge, what difference would it make? He would already be dead, for once life is extinguished, there is no return. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the increasingly fearful Tang Hao dared not linger any longer. He turned and fled, convinced that as long as he could escape the academy alive, the life-and-death pact would render him unafraid of this person. However, Su Chen was swifter than Tang Hao, appearing before him in an instant. "You have yet to receive my blade. I hail from the Tang clan." And what of it? Even the Tang clan's reputation could not intimidate this individual. Tang Hao's countenance darkened further as he gripped his identity jade token, his spirit ready to surge forth at any moment. Should he summon special powers, the instructors of the Eastern Wilderness Academy would arrive in an instant. At that moment, Tang Hao was gripped by fear, determined not to perish here. Had he not entered into a life-and-death pact, he was certain that this person would not dare to strike him down. After all, the Academy's rules were stringent. Unless one sought death, who would dare defy them? Yet now, the situation was irrevocably altered. Feeling the chilling intent to kill radiating from Su Chen, Tang Hao's expression shifted abruptly. His spirit surged into the identity jade pendant, making contact with the special powers contained within the Su Chen. Even with a life-and-death pact, this remains a contest for the potential dragon. Should you slay me, the Academy will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Such needless chatter. Su Chen showed no signs of hesitation. Having signed a life-and-death pact with Tang Hao, even if the Academy were to become aware of it, what could be done? In the face of a life-and-death battle, not even the Academy would intervene. With a decisive step forward, Su Chen wielded his finger as a sword, unleashing the 9 Calamities sword technique. The formidable blood wheel merged with the sword technique, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of icy, piercing sword energy. "You dare!" A threat? Su Chen dismissed it entirely as the sword energy bore down upon him. Tang Hao, left with no options, could only brandish his Qilin hammer in a desperate counterattack, fighting for his life, hoping merely to survive until his instructor's arrival. "Stop!" A voice rang out from a distance. Accompanied by a powerful and commanding presence, an instructor from the Eastern Wilderness Academy had arrived. Tang Hao's heart leapt with joy, and he coldly remarked, "Su Chen, if you wish to kill me, you shall have to wait until your next life." Bang! Before Tang Hao could finish his taunt, a relentless barrage of domineering sword energy struck the Qilin hammer blood wheel. This time, Su Chen showed no mercy. The ferocity of the sword energy rendered Tang Hao utterly defenseless, and even the Qilin hammer blood wheel shattered in an instant. Accompanied by a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Tang Hao's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground, blood staining his chest. The Qilin hammer blood wheel that had coalesced above him shattered like fragile glass. A figure materialized suddenly, a man standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a square jaw and small eyes, who promptly placed a pill into Tang Hao's mouth. Teacher Tung Long, a teacher of the junior class at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, a formidable Yuan-Ing realm expert known for his strict and upright demeanor, had responded to Tang Hao's summons, albeit arriving a moment too late. His expression darkened as he realized that Tang Hao's blood wheel had been shattered. This was a significant problem, given Tang Hao's unique status. "I already instructed you to stop. Did you not hear me?" "I did." "Then why did you strike?" Although no death had occurred, according to Academy rules, students were generally expected to refrain from such vicious actions against one another. Since the inception of the contest for the potential dragon, this was the first time such an incident had transpired in a life-or-death battle under the pact. Why should I refrain? A life-and-death battle. Tung Long glanced at Xing Ingxue, who nodded in affirmation, finally grasping why this individual had dared to act so brazenly, completely disregarding his command. With a life-and-death pact in effect, Tang Hao's survival was a stroke of fortune. Once such a pact was signed, even the Academy's principal would not intervene. "What is your name? Which class do you belong to?" "Su Chen from class 22. Tung Long was taken aback. How had such an extraordinary talent emerged from the lowest junior class? Even the first-rank prodigy of the junior class, Tang Hao, had been bested. Without further ado, Tung Long scooped up the unconscious Tang Hao and vanished like a leopard from their sight. Dumbstruck, Xing Yingxue gazed at the young man before her. Still in disbelief at Su Chen's overwhelming power, which had so severely wounded Tang Hao. "Are you injured?" "I'm fine." Yes, he helped Xing Yingxue to sit on the ground. Su Chen remarked, "You should have left with teacher Tung." Su Chen understood that students like Xing Yingxue participated in the contest for the potential dragon merely to gain experience. Aspiring to contend for a place on the potential dragon list was a futile dream. Not to mention Xing Yingxue. Even Tang Hao was merely a sparring partner. The potential dragon list was primarily a competition among the intermediate classes, with little relevance to the junior class. Xing Yingxue sighed. "Su Chen, I have burdened you this time. The Tang clan wields considerable power in the eastern wilderness, even with the Academy's deterrence. Once you leave, it may be." At this point, Xing Yingxue refrained from continuing. But the implication was clear to anyone listening. Su Chen, however, was unfazed. One more clan, be it the Su clan or the Tang clan, mattered little to him. "You hail from the Xing clan?" Having overheard their conversation, Su Chen was not unfamiliar with the Xing clan, as it, like the Tang clan and the Su clan, was one of the top forces in the eastern wilderness, renowned for its golden sparrow blood wheel. Nodding, Xing Yingxue's face was clouded with sorrow as she explained, "I am indeed from the Xing clan, but I am a discarded member. As you have likely heard, the Xing clan is famed in the eastern wilderness for the golden sparrow blood wheel. While I have awakened the partridge blood wheel, which is a disgrace to the clan, the golden sparrow blood wheel, the partridge blood wheel." Su Chen understood Xing Yingxue's feelings. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, strength represented everything. Even familial bonds could crumble under pressure, as evidenced by his own experiences. Under the Su clan's intimidation, even his cousins and uncles had sought his demise. Even his grandfather, who had once cherished him, had cast him out of the family. The blood wheel is fundamental to warriors. For top-tier forces, it is a matter of pride. The illustrious Xing clan, one of the leading powers in the eastern wilderness, boasting the coveted golden sparrow blood wheel, could hardly accept the emergence of a partridge blood wheel. Su Chen could surmise that Xing Yingxue's status in the Xing clan was anything but simple. "Su Chen, may I request a favor? You may speak that I wish to accompany you for a few days of training at the second-tier foundation establishment realm. Such cultivation was indeed too low within the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Otherwise, she would not have found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy, relegated to the worst junior class." For Su Chen, this was of little consequence. His current objective was to seek spirit herbs while vying for points to ascend the potential dragon list. While the 100 battles list was beyond reach, he was determined to secure a place on the potential dragon list, something others in the junior class could not achieve. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Xing Yingxue expressed her gratitude profusely. "Let us rest for 2 hours. Once your injuries have healed, we shall depart." "All right." Xing Yingxue's injuries were not severe. Having been affected by the recent life-and-death clash, she would likely recover within 2 hours. As she observed the young man sitting not far away, meditating and beginning to cultivate, a blush crept onto Xing Yingxue's cheeks. 2 hours later. Having mostly healed, Xing Yingxue chose not to linger any longer, and they prepared to leave. Su Chen's decision to assist Xing Yingxue stemmed not only from their shared class, but also from a sense of empathy. They were both individuals cast aside by their families. Roar! A chilling roar reverberated through the void as hundreds of armored rhinoceroses encircled the two individuals, their cold, piercing gazes fixated upon their prey. With the blood wheel unleashed, Su Chen wielded an ethereal sword shadow, positioning Xing Yingxue behind him as he executed the 9 Calamities sword technique, the fierce and domineering sword aura sweeping across the surroundings. Confronted by the onslaught of countless armored rhinoceroses, Su Chen exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him as he slaughtered and devoured. With sufficient devouring power, Combined with the chaotic devouring technique and the amplification of his chaotic body, he believed he would soon break through his limits and successfully ascend to the 9th level of foundation establishment. After several dozen minutes, Su Chen and Xing Yingxue sat cross-legged in unison. Focus your mind, stabilize your essence, and do not resist the influx of my power. Simply consume, Su Chen instructed. His intent was straightforward, to use his body as a medium to absorb the strength of the armored rhinoceroses, which, once refined through the chaotic devouring technique, would be transmitted to Xing Yingxue without any backlash. Filled with gratitude, Xing Yingxue reflected on how her own family had chosen to abandon her, and even the academy had relegated her to the most inferior introductory class. Yet, here was Su Chen, willing to assist her, his gaze softening as she looked at him with a hint of dazed affection. The image of Su Chen within Xing Yingxue's heart gradually magnified. Do not overthink. Concentrate on your cultivation, she admonished herself, feeling flustered as Su Chen's hand firmly grasped hers, reminding herself not to let her thoughts wander at such a critical moment. Above them, the blood wheel gradually coalesced, within which a small bird's phantom emerged, her awakened partridge blood wheel. With Su Chen's unwavering support, Xing Yingxue's cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Su Jr., what is it? She queried, as Su Chen, still holding her hand tightly, gazed at the blood wheel above her head in astonishment. Your blood wheel appears somewhat stagnant. If you trust me, allow me to assist you. Su Jr., please. She had no reservations about trusting him. At this point, she found it hard to believe anyone from her family, but she placed her faith in Su Chen. The chaotic body manifested, and the sword blood wheel above them enveloped the ominous devouring blood wheel. While Su Chen commenced the operation of the chaotic devouring technique, waves of devouring energy surged into Xing Yingxue's body, beginning to envelop the blood wheel. Sweat beaded on her pained visage as she gritted her teeth. Enduring the agony, the devouring force relentlessly consumed Xing Yingxue's partridge blood wheel. Had she not chosen to trust Su Chen, she might have genuinely feared for her safety. Sister Xing, hold on. The pain intensified, her entire body feeling as if it were being corroded by countless ants, gnawing at her flesh and bones, leaving her in a state of unbearable torment. Half an hour later, just as Xing Yingxue felt on the verge of collapse, the blood wheel above her shattered, a brand new phantom emerging from the broken partridge, the pure white lark, adorned with countless black patterns, possessed icy eyes that radiated an extraordinary intensity as it let out a long, resounding cry. The mutated blood wheel, the celestial lark, was a clear sign of transformation that Su Chen comprehended the implications of the mutated blood wheel. The sword blood wheel he had coalesced was a form of this mutation, special and immensely powerful. Earlier, while aiding Xing Yingxue in her cultivation, he had noticed the peculiarities of her blood wheel, as if the partridge blood wheel concealed something. Now it was evident that the mutated blood wheel had yet to fully awaken, merely ignited by his intervention. Originally, he had intended to absorb the forces of hundreds of armored rhinoceroses to push towards the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, witnessing Xing Yingxue awaken her mutated blood wheel, he realized the urgent need for power infusion to maximize the benefits. Not one to be stingy, Su Chen immediately chose to forego his own absorption and instead devoted himself to aiding Xing Yingxue in assimilating this power. Streams of refined energy continuously flowed into her body. An hour later, the pain vanished in an instant. Her previous injuries fully healed, and the celestial lark blood wheel above her bestowed tremendous strength upon her. Slowly opening her eyes, she reveled in the surging power within her, having ascended 3 tiers in cultivation. A remarkable feat with Su Chen's assistance, she had advanced a total of 4 tiers, leaping from the 2nd level of foundation establishment directly to the 6th. Thank you, Su Jr. There is no need for gratitude, Su Chen replied, equally delighted for her. Xing Yingxue had suffered disdain from the Xing family due to her inferior blood wheel. Now, with the awakening of her mutated blood wheel, a top-tier celestial lark, her standing within the family would undoubtedly transform dramatically. It was crucial to note that the celestial lark's rank surpassed that of the golden lark. Feeling Su Chen's hand still clasping hers, Xing Yingxue's cheeks flushed again akin to a ripe red apple. Xing Ingxue, how shameless of you to engage in such clandestine affairs here, especially after Senior Tang Hao's persistent pursuit of you. Truly disgraceful. The incident involving Tang Hao's blood will being incapacitated remained unknown to all students in the East Wilderness Forest that a young man and woman approached, indignantly addressing the hand-holding pair. After all, everyone in the introductory class was aware that Tang Hao from Class 1 had been ardently pursuing Xing Ingxue, only to be consistently rebuffed by her M.O. Lin. Do not speak recklessly here. M.O. Lin and Mu Shuang, both from Class 1 and followers of Tang Hao, were well aware of his influential status. They could not afford to remain at East Wilderness Academy indefinitely. Upon leaving, they would need Tang Hao's support. Recklessly? M.I. Look at you two. Had we arrived even a moment later, you would have been engaged in a clandestine encounter. How could Tang Hao possibly fancy a woman like you? Mu Shuang added with a look of utter disgust. Xing Ingxue, today we shall teach you a lesson on what it means to betray Senior Tang Hao. With an expression devoid of anger, Su Chen stood and pulled Xing Ingxue to her feet, smiling as he said, "No need to be angry. Simply regard them as dogs, if a dog bites you. Do you really intend to bite the dog back?" Puffed. Xing Ingxue never anticipated Su Chen would utter such words, unable to contain her laughter. Presumptuous! M.O. Lin and Mu Shuang seethed with fury. Both hailed from Class 1 and were peak 8th level Foundation establishment cultivators. Apart from their class, they believed no one in the other introductory classes could match them. To dare insult them so brazenly was nothing short of provocation. I shall teach you both a lesson on behalf of Senior Tang Hao today. What a sycophant! Seeking death. M.O. Lin stepped forward, unleashing a powerful strike towards Su Chen, his domineering palm imbued with a chilling intent to kill, intent on demonstrating the consequences of provoking him. Yet, Su Chen did not release his blood wheel. Instead, he began forming seals with his hands, invoking the divine demonic death seal. He had successfully derived the first death seal and was eager to witness the terrifying power contained within this technique. Learn from the ancient divine demonic scriptures that a surge of death energy rapidly coalesced as he formed the seal. Just as M.O. Lin approached within a meter, he unleashed the seal. Both were 8th level Foundation establishment cultivators. And upon collision, M.O. Lin suddenly felt the overwhelming force of the seal breaking through his assault, akin to a tsunami overwhelming a stream, leaving him no chance to release his blood wheel before being struck by the seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing violently against a tree, which splintered upon impact, staining M.O. Lin's body with crimson. Had it not been for the Academy's prohibition against killing, he would surely have met his end. You dare, smack! Mu Shuang stood in stunned disbelief, witnessing a blur of movement before her, unable to react before Su Chen delivered a flurry of slaps, one after another, without mercy, landing over 100 in mere moments. Once a fair and delicate beauty, Mu Shuang's visage transformed into that of a pig's head, stars dancing in her eyes, before she was sent flying with a kick, landing beside M.O. Lin. Xing Ingxue felt no surprise. In her mind, Su Chen had bested even Tang Hao, so what chance did the other students stand? Approaching the two, Su Chen wore a cold grin. What do you intend to do? Here lies the Eastern Wilderness Forest, where the Academy has established strict regulations against the occurrence of death, in the face of mortality. The notion of dignity is utterly meaningless, fearing that this individual might succumb to madness and take the lives of two. The thought of reluctance coursed through his mind as he begrudgingly produced his identity jade token to transfer points to Su Chen. Despicable. With those two words, Su Chen swiftly departed with Xing Ingxue. Following the location provided by Yi Fei, after several hours of frenzied travel, they finally arrived at the foot of a gigantic peak. Towering trees surrounded the peak, encircling it in a protective embrace. This is the place. Xing, why don't you stay here and wait for me? Su Chen understood that within the towering peak lay formidable beasts, and seizing the spiritual herbs would not be an easy feat. Although Xing Ingxue had awakened her mutated bloodline, she was merely at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Should she encounter a powerful beast, she would have no time to assist. Xing Ingxue longed to accompany Su Chen. Yet she comprehended his intentions. Should she persist in following him into danger, she would not only be of no help, but could also become a burden. Take care, I will be fine. Without further ado, Su Chen hastened towards the immense peak. The injuries of the purple fox had stabilized somewhat. To ensure complete recovery, he needed to find suitable spiritual herbs without delay. Inside the peak, a tempest raged. Swirling dust clouds. Could spiritual herbs truly thrive here? A protective sword barrier formed around Su Chen as he pressed onward. Soon, he beheld a different scene, a lush forest teeming with immense spiritual energy. Boom! Following the sound of chaos, he discovered two young men collaborating to trap a blood-red tiger, a virtual Dan realm beast. The blood demon tiger. Su Chen sensed that both students were at the 9th level of virtual Dan realm. Even in unison, subduing the blood demon tiger would not be an easy task. It seemed the blood demon tiger was at least 9th level, possibly even at the peak of the virtual Dan realm. Though the two appeared to hold the advantage, the outcome remained uncertain until the end. Not far from the skirmish between man and tiger lay a patch of blood-red spiritual mushrooms, their vines twisting like a dragon. Exuding an eerie allure, blood-draining spiritual mushrooms. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with greed as he fixated on the mushrooms. In the Su family's library, there were tomes dedicated to various spiritual beasts and herbs, and they could also be acquired in the marketplace. Among them was the introduction to blood-draining spiritual mushrooms, known for their remarkable effects on the soul, which could be refined into blood-draining pills. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded everything else. He had embarked on this perilous adventure to seek out spiritual herbs. Now that he had found them, it would be foolish not to act. You dare. Do not touch the blood-draining mushrooms. Xiao Ming and Su Chen were locked in a desperate struggle with the blood demon tiger, which belonged to the peak of the virtual Dan realm. They had only dared to confront it in unison due to its injuries, but if they were to abandon their assault, they would surely be countered by the tiger, resulting in a disastrous failure. Little did they anticipate that an outsider would emerge to seize their prize, inciting their fury. Ignoring them completely, Su Chen swiftly approached the blood-draining mushrooms, gazing at the abundant crop. Over 100 in total, his avarice intensifying. These are ripe for the taking. Without the slightest hint of politeness, he began to harvest, plucking the mushrooms one by one and stowing them in a spatial ring in a mere 2 minutes. He had swept the area clean, leaving not a single mushroom behind. You're courting death, Xiao Ming roared in anger. The two of them hailed from the intermediate class, both at the 9th level of virtual Dan realm, and had painstakingly subdued the blood demon tiger. If they could claim over 100 blood-draining mushrooms, they would amass substantial points upon returning to the academy, allowing them to exchange for coveted items. Yet now, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The most infuriating part was that this oriole was merely at the foundation establishment stage, clearly a student from the beginner class. A beginner class student daring to snatch from the intermediate class? This was the first time they had ever heard of such an occurrence. If word of this reached the academy, it would surely become a laughingstock. Enraged, Xiao Ming and Su Chen intensified their assault. The blood demon tiger, despite its injuries, held its ground against their combined might at a commendable location indeed. Su Chen noted that the ground beneath the blood-draining mushrooms was rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Without wasting a moment, he sat cross-legged, channeling the chaotic devouring technique within him. The vast energy began to flow into his body like a torrent, enveloping him in a sensation akin to basking in sunlight, exquisitely pleasant. Some discomfort arose, as the rapid absorption put considerable strain on his body, leading to potential complications. Yet Su Chen paid little mind to this. He needed to absorb the energy before it dissipated, ensuring his breakthrough to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Waves of immense power surged through him, akin to a raging flood, wreaking havoc within his being, while his bloodline began to converge, extracting a blood-draining mushroom. Su Chen could not wait to refine it into a blood-draining pill, but he urgently needed to consume it to elevate his soul's level. The mushroom melted upon entry, rushing down his throat into his body. Fortunately, with the chaotic devouring technique, no other would dare to recklessly absorb such overwhelming energy. Any misstep would yield dire consequences. At that moment, Su Chen noticed the slumbering purple fox gradually absorbing the energy surrounding it. Carefully, he retrieved 3 blood-draining mushrooms from his spatial ring and fed them to the purple fox. Then, utilizing the chaotic devouring technique, he continuously channeled the refined energy into the purple fox, believing that this dual approach would stabilize its injuries completely. One must admit, the chaotic devouring technique was indeed formidable. Under such high-intensity absorption, only 1/3 of the ground's energy had been depleted, while the remaining 2/3 had been entirely consumed with the absorbed energy. Su Chen not only broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment, but also reached the pinnacle of that stage, merely a step away from the virtual Dan realm. Boom! At that moment, Su Chen and Xiao Ming, after a harrowing encounter, successfully slayed the blood demon tiger. However, both bore serious injuries, panting heavily as they gazed upon the now-vanished blood-draining mushrooms. Truly ruthless. Not a single mushroom had been left for them. While this individual sat amidst their remnants, cultivating and absorbing the residual power of the mushrooms. Before they could utter a word, Su Chen's figure appeared before the slain blood demon tiger like a phantom, his eyes gleaming with greed. The soul of a peak virtual Dan realm beast was a most desirable prize. The speed of his previous absorption had left him in a state of instability, and he urgently required the essence of the beast's soul to stabilize his realm. Without hesitation, he activated the chaotic devouring technique, placing his palm on the beast's head. Under the influence of the technique, the power within the blood demon tiger began to flow into Su Chen's body. "What is he doing? You little rascal! We risked our lives to slay the blood demon tiger, and you stand here reaping the rewards. Isn't that a bit unfair? Hand over all the blood-draining mushrooms, and you may keep one to..." Dismissing their threats, Su Chen regarded them with indifference. The gap between the beginner and intermediate classes was evident. Even the weakest intermediate class student could overpower the strongest beginner class student. They could not eliminate him, as they were bound by the Academy's rules. Violating those rules would bring misfortune upon them as well. Successfully absorbing the soul energy of the blood demon tiger, Su Chen exhaled a breath of relief, shaking his head as he stated, "The blood-draining mushrooms are mine. Why should I give them to you? Furthermore, I require your assistance." Before they could respond, Su Chen continued, "Given your strength, I trust you possess a considerable number of points. Hand them over." "What? Hand over points?" The two individuals found themselves in fits of laughter, utterly astonished that this person dared to covet the points they possessed. How could they possibly assist? It was out of the question. Both were esteemed members of the Qianlong rankings, one standing at the 14th position and the other at the 13th. With the recent re-ranking of the Qianlong competition, they were brimming with confidence about their prospects of climbing higher. Surrendering their points would mean relinquishing their standings on the Qianlong rankings, and even if they could challenge those above them afterward, their honor would remain irreparably tarnished. The most ludicrous aspect was that their challenger was merely a foundation-level student from the junior class, audaciously attempting to seize their points, a notion utterly absurd. Xiao Ming wore a scornful expression as he mocked. "In my 2 years at Dongwang Academy, you're the most arrogant student I have ever encountered. Not even the seniors from the 100 Battles rankings exhibit such hubris. Do you believe that just because we have sustained injuries from slaying the blood demon tiger, you can stand before us flaunting your bravado? I can assure you that even in our wounded state, defeating you would be as easy as pie. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us swiftly resolve this matter. We must contend for our positions on the Qianlong rankings." And no sooner had they spoken than, without waiting for their response, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. Even before he arrived, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the two. Despite their severe injuries, they dismissed Su Chen entirely, believing that even at their peak, he would not pose a threat. Now, however, that belief seemed utterly misplaced. Seeking death, the two, fueled by rage, endured the waves of pain coursing through them. The disparity between the foundation level and the virtual elixir level was stark. And being at the 8th level of the virtual elixir realm, they believed they could easily suppress a mere foundation level student. In an instant, they unleashed their blood wheels, determined to end the confrontation swiftly. Their injuries were grave, and they were unwilling to risk any unforeseen circumstances as Su Chen executed the 9 calamities sword technique, merging it with the sword blood wheel, unleashing a fierce and domineering sword aura that created an overwhelming force of suppression. The relentless assault began. How is this possible? A mere collision made the two acutely aware of the terrifying nature of his attack. This was far beyond what a foundation-level warrior should possess. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed such power existed. Boom! 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 Su Chen showed no mercy, his unending sword energy sweeping over the two, each strike imbued with a cold, lethal intent. Retreat, as the saying goes, a master's first move reveals their skill. That Su Chen's overwhelming dominance thoroughly unnerved both Xiao Ming and Su Chen. Regardless of their willingness to believe it, the reality was undeniable. If they continued this fight, they risked being slaughtered here. The Academy had stringent rules against student fatalities, but should a killing occur in secrecy, who would be the wiser? In their prime, they would have faced this youth without fear. However, now, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. With no other recourse, they chose to withdraw, realizing that even united, they were no match for him. Continuing to linger would serve no purpose. The sword energy surged around them. Accompanied by the howling of the sword, a dense array of fierce and domineering sword energy sealed off all avenues of escape for the two. That you've gone too far. You're merely taking advantage of the situation. Su Chen had no interest in engaging in verbal sparring with them. Were it not for the Academy's regulations against fatalities, the two would likely already lie lifeless, a barrage of sword energy sliced through the air, striking the two with brutal force. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and if this continued, even if they survived, their injuries would only worsen, making survival against the beasts of the Donghuang forest increasingly unlikely. Stop! As they felt the sword energy enveloping them, Xiao Ming and Su Chen let out deep sighs, retrieving their respective identity tokens and transferring all their points to Su Chen. The victor belongs the spoils. Regardless of whether their opponent hailed from the junior class, the fact remained that they had been defeated. They both understood clearly that even at their peak, they might not have been his match given the current circumstances. It was hard to believe that such a formidable figure had emerged from the junior class. Even Tang Hao, hailed as the strongest among the juniors, could only barely contend with a fifth-level virtual elixir warrior. Often deferring to them with respect, Su Chen felt the surge of 610 points added to his token, alongside the original 7. He now possessed a total of 617 points. With the cumulative total of students from both the junior and intermediate classes exceeding 10,000, and excluding those who did not participate in the Qianlong competition, there were likely still around 7,000 participants. Based on Su Chen's calculations, to ascend the Qianlong rankings and secure a prominent position, one would need at least several hundred points that, if all went well, he should be able to firmly secure his place on the rankings. As for his exact position, that remained uncertain. Not dwelling on this matter further, all he desired was to ascend the Qianlong rankings, after which he could earn points to exchange for what he desired within the academy. Deep within the valley, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy emerged. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen would not let this opportunity slip away, promptly heading toward the depths of the valley. Senior Xiao, should we stop him? Stop him. Whether he falls or not is none of our concern. Let us go. Being defeated by a junior class student was already intolerable. How could an enraged Xiao Ming possibly be kind enough to offer a warning? The valley was lush and vibrant, enveloped in a thick, rich spiritual energy that far surpassed that of the outside world. Su Chen deduced that some treasures must be hidden within. Otherwise, such a remarkable location would surely attract many students. Thus, he remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings. Activating the ancient demon god technique within him, he was ready to form seals and unleash the demon god death seal at any moment. The purple fox absorbed the blood spirit mushroom, and its aura stabilized significantly. With its injuries now under control, it began to recover on its own, and at this rate, it would likely heal completely within a few months. His brow furrowed tightly. The valley was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. Even the wind seemed to have stilled. The stillness was unsettling. Heightening his alertness, Su Chen pressed forward cautiously to that purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit. Upon spotting two exquisite spiritual herbs and fruits on the ground nearby, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He could hardly believe his luck in stumbling upon such exceptional spiritual flora. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, drawing near to the coveted herbs. However, Just as he prepared to pluck them, a terrifying force struck him like a hammer, sending him flying. Blood erupted from his mouth, staining the air as his body arced gracefully before crashing to the ground. With a swift roll, Su Chen sprang back to his feet, his expression grave as he felt the pain radiating through him, locking his gaze onto the beast that had appeared before him. A solid elixir realm beast, the two-headed golden wolf. The martial arts realm is categorized into several stages: innate realm, foundation realm, golden elixir realm, nascent soul realm, soul palace realm, and spirit gathering realm. The golden elixir realm further divides into virtual elixir, solid elixir, and golden elixir realms that Su Chen was acutely aware of his own strength. He could likely dispatch any virtual elixir warrior or beast with relative ease, even against a peak virtual elixir foe. He felt confident in a fight. However, facing a solid elixir realm beast presented an insurmountable gap that would be difficult to bridge in a life or death struggle. He could not guarantee even a 50% chance of survival. Moreover, it was a formidable encounter with a 7th level true Dan realm beast, the two-headed golden wolf, standing not far from Su Chen. The wolf's entire body gleamed a striking golden hue, boasting 2 golden heads, each with a pair of cold, piercing eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent, fixated intently on the human warrior before it. But a beast that has reached the true Dan realm possesses a beast core capable of harnessing immense power, which can be sold or refined into elixirs, both advantageous choices that in contrast. A beast in the Void Dan realm can only store 1/3 of its power within its core, and the energy dissipates rapidly when hunted or absorbed. A low, rumbling growl emanated from the wolf, steeped in a discontented malice, as if to convey to Su Chen that daring to trespass upon its territory would invoke its wrath at that moment. Su Chen did not flee, for he had already been marked as the target by the two-headed golden wolf. Even if he chose to abandon his pursuit of the purple blood ginseng and the jade bone fruit, he was certain that the wolf would not relent. He had to fight. He did not wish to perish here. Yes, the furious two-headed golden wolf charged towards him, its icy, murderous intent locked onto him. Su Chen could not afford to be careless. He understood all too well the terrifying power possessed by a 7th level true Dan realm beast. The chasm between them was vast, and any misstep would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Determined not to meet his end here, even if he could not vanquish the two-headed golden wolf, he had to find a way to escape, ideally taking the 2 spirit herbs with him. With a swift motion, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing the divine demon death seal. Waves of dark energy coalesced as the ancient divine demon technique coursed through his body, culminating in a formidable death seal that he unleashed with great force. Boom! The clash between man and beast reverberated in the air, sending shockwaves that rippled outward, causing the ground beneath them to fracture as if entangled in a colossal web. The earth trembled, and Su Chen's complexion paled. He had underestimated the strength of the two-headed golden wolf and immediately activated the blood wheel. The dragon elephant blood wheel and the sword blood wheel emerged simultaneously, exuding a chilling sword chant as an overwhelming sword aura formed a protective barrier around him. With the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of an elephant, illusions of 9 dragons and 9 elephants surged forth as he invoked the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Su Chen surmised that this technique was a parting gift from his mother. After all, the dual blood wheel was sealed, indicating that his blood wheel inherited the powers of both parents. The two-headed golden wolf showed no signs of fear. Instead, it appeared increasingly exhilarated, its 2 massive golden heads exhaling clouds of golden mist. Yet before the golden mist could envelop him, Su Chen's 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique devoured it effortlessly. Overconfident, the enraged, two-headed golden wolf emitted a series of roars, its speed suddenly surging like a flash of yellow lightning, continually seeking an opening to a proud 7th level true Dan realm beast. It found it humiliating that it could not dispatch a mere foundation establishment human warrior in an instant. Roar! The furious roars echoed, yet they could not sway Su Chen. He remained steadfast, countering every change with unwavering resolve as the sword aura combined with the might of the dragon and elephant, continuously locking onto the wolf's position. However, the wolf's speed was alarmingly swift, and Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. This beast was astute, clearly of a much higher realm, and it chose not to launch a direct assault, but instead engaged him in a psychological battle. At that moment, the two-headed golden wolf seemed to have found its opportunity, leaping high to attack Su Chen fiercely, both heads simultaneously unleashing beams of golden light. Its razor-sharp claws struck against the sword barrier, producing a grating sound that pierced the air. Buzz! Su Chen chanted Buddhist scriptures. Immense Buddhist energy imbued with the might of the dragon and elephant surged forth, coalescing into a massive illusory Buddha behind him. A dragon-elephant Buddha aura formed a symbol that hurtled towards the two-headed golden wolf. The 8 Buddhas, having entered the chaotic realm to suppress the god-slaying bone bow, imparted their divine powers to Su Chen, ensuring that should unexpected circumstances arise, he could harness their abilities to quell the bow. Regardless, the chaotic realm belonged to Su Chen, and only he could enforce its suppression. The Buddhas merely served as support. Unable to achieve true control, Su Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying backlash from the god-slaying bone bow. Previously, in Tiangu City, after firing 3 arrows, he would have been utterly consumed by its backlash had it not been for Luo Tianfei's assistance, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread at the thought. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Su Chen would refrain from using the god-slaying bone bow, reserving it for life-and-death situations. He did not wish to fall prey to its treachery. Whether by demise or backlash, becoming a harbinger of slaughter was not an outcome he desired. With the Buddhist divine powers layered upon the might of the dragon and elephant, alongside the sword aura enveloping him, Su Chen embraced a frenzied determination that it was a battle of life and death. He understood the peril of facing a 7th-level true Dan realm beast. One misstep could lead him to irrevocable ruin. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless collisions reverberated within him, causing him to spit out blood. His complexion turning ghostly pale, he recognized the vast disparity between himself and the 7th-level true Dan realm beast. If this continued, survival would be an elusive dream. The Zong Jiebai appeared in his hand. Utilizing the Zong Jiebai would severely deplete his soul, similar to the god-slaying bone bow, albeit with slightly lesser backlash. The current situation was dire, and regardless of his reluctance, he had to employ the Zong Jiebai. Grasping it firmly, he wasted no time, swiftly drawing intricate patterns before him. Rumbling, thunderous roars filled the air, creating an absolute barrier of heavenly tribulation. The two-headed golden wolf, poised to attack, suddenly sensed itself ensnared by the heavenly tribulation, its body quaking in terror. Heavenly tribulation. How could a mere human warrior summon such a phenomenon? It was utterly inconceivable. Even if he witnessed it firsthand, he would refuse to believe it was true. The Zong Jiebai, a top-tier treasure, was bestowed upon him by the Tower Spirit as his first supreme artifact. Once his cultivation reached a certain pinnacle, he could use the Zong Jiebai to draw upon heavenly tribulation, its reach extending across the entire eastern wilderness. The heavenly tribulation confined the surrounding space. Su Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, particularly affecting his soul. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a blood spirit mushroom from his spatial ring and consumed it, seizing the opportunity to turn the tide. Su Chen would not allow the two-headed golden wolf to escape. Knowing his time wielding the Zong Jiebai was limited, concentrating the divine demon death seal, he directed the overwhelming force towards the already ensnared beast. The two-headed golden wolf was left utterly flabbergasted. As a 7th-level true Dan realm beast, it found itself suppressed by a mere foundation establishment human warrior. It was a disgrace beyond measure, an affront it could not accept. The two-headed golden wolf understood that its current predicament was dire. Its fate was sealed, and it could not be slain by a human, nor could it allow itself to be consumed for its beast core. Without a second thought, it opted for a self-destructive explosion of its primordial spirit. Boom! As the twin-headed Wolverine unleashed a catastrophic soul explosion, the overwhelming force of its spirit collided violently with Su Chen. Completely taken aback, Su Chen never anticipated that the twin-headed Wolverine would resort to such a self-destructive act. Soul explosions are typically eschewed by both martial artists and demonic beasts alike. The detonation of a 7th-level corporeal demon beast's soul struck Su Chen with such ferocity that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire form drenched in crimson and was violently propelled backward. Crashing to the ground, he bore the excruciating pain while continuously spitting blood. That he had not perished was a stroke of fortune amidst his misfortune. Surveying his surroundings, Su Chen gradually rose to his feet and began to depart, not immediately exiting the deep valley, but rather seeking a secluded spot to recuperate. Sitting cross-legged, he quickly ingested a blood panacea, spirit mushroom. Igniting the ancient god and demon art and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique within him. The ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, an elite martial art imparted to him by Luo Tianfei, began to manifest a cycle of rebirth within his body as he practiced. Significantly aiding in the recovery of his injuries, waves of power began to circulate endlessly within him. After a day and a night, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of fear reflecting in them. Had it not been for the heavenly tribulation ceiling drawn by the burial calamity pin, he was certain he would have fallen. The more he contemplated, the more dread filled him, but he had initially intended to utilize the burial calamity pin and the god and demon death seal to vanquish the twin-headed Wolverine, subsequently harvesting its beast core and devouring its soul. Yet what had transpired? He had nearly been undone by the very creature he sought to defeat, with his injuries now 90% healed and no longer in critical condition. He calculated the time remaining until the conclusion of the dragon contest. Less than 5 days that he needed to hasten his efforts to garner points and secure a prominent position on the potential dragon leaderboard. It was needless to inquire further. He understood the rules of the leaderboard. The higher one's position, the greater the benefits, with the most direct reward being points that in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, points equated to gold coins, which could be exchanged for anything one desired. Glancing around, the vast valley remained eerily silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Within this valley, there were certainly other spirit herbs. To abandon the search would be a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, Su Chen also recognized that lingering here would undoubtedly invite peril. If he were to face another soul explosion from the twin-headed Wolverine, the odds of his demise would be exceedingly high. He held a profound fear of death. Su Chen considered himself quite terrified of it. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately resolved to remain, hoping to find additional spirit herbs. However, before embarking on that quest, he intended to concoct some elixirs. Having acquired the 3,000 paths of alchemy, and with ample time spent in comprehension, he knew that if he did not practice, it could be an eternity before he truly mastered the art. A palm-sized Chinquan furnace appeared in his hand. Swiftly expanding to a height exceeding that of 2 men, he retrieved the blood panacea spirit mushroom and cast it into the alchemical furnace, with both hands forming seals. He conjured a flame resembling the thickness of a finger. An hour later, the alchemical attempt ended in failure. Su Chen felt neither surprise nor disappointment. After all, failure is often the precursor to success. Merely understanding the flames derived from the 3,000 paths of alchemy was far from sufficient, that if he could obtain a technique specifically for refining flames, it would be ideal for exotic fires. Securing one would require a stroke of luck. Despite the existence of myriad types of exotic flames in the world, it was no simple feat for a martial artist to acquire even one. Relying solely on chance that if fortune return against him, even if an exotic fire lay before him, he might still be unable to claim it. Most crucially, the fearsome power of exotic flames made them elusive. Even if one encountered such flames, mastering them was a daunting challenge. For alchemists, exotic flames are of paramount importance. It could be said that alchemists of the same rank who wield exotic flames are on an entirely different level compared to those who rely on ordinary flames, leading to a significant disparity in the quality of the elixirs they produce. Many alchemists spend their entire lives in pursuit of exotic flames, making their mastery the ultimate goal, retrieving the Chinquan furnace. Su Chen sighed in resignation, contemplating the need to find an opportunity to purchase a larger spatial ring. That a single failure in alchemy was hardly significant. Once the dragon contest concluded, he planned to enter the Eastern Wilderness Academy to see if there were any techniques available for refining flames that he could exchange for. Remaining in the valley, Su Chen wished to tempt fate once more, hoping to discover additional top-tier spirit herbs. Delving deeper, he found the innermost part of the valley shrouded in a thin layer of crimson mist, exuding an eerie ambience. Could the disturbances here be the reason for the valley's profound silence? Su Chen could only speculate that moment. The purple fox leapt from Su Chen's embrace, nodding towards the red mist ahead. Do you wish to enter? The purple fox's injuries had stabilized, yet full recovery would likely take months, if not years. He could also surmise that the purple fox's rank was quite high. Otherwise, the white fox in Tiangu City would not have knelt before it. Then go ahead. The purple fox shook its head, chattering insistently. You want me to accompany you? Seeing the purple fox nod, Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly refuse the creature's request. Cradling the purple fox, he strode directly into the crimson mist. As the mist enveloped him, Su Chen encountered no obstruction and smoothly entered, immediately sensing the aura of the mist as it relentlessly invaded his mind, fiercely eroding his soul. Alarmed, he swiftly employed the Chaos Devouring technique, generating a protective shield of devouring energy around him to fend off the encroaching mist. Continuing onward, he spotted the remains of a colossal beast. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. A corpse capable of instilling such profound silence in the valley must have been formidable in life. The purple fox darted forward, directly engaging with the corpse and beginning to consume it. With a resigned shrug, Su Chen did not intervene. He trusted the purple fox to handle the consumption of the remains. Seating himself cross-legged, Su Chen sensed that, although the red mist threatened to corrode his soul, it might not be entirely detrimental. With the Chaos Devouring technique, he could absorb the mist's essence and transform it into power for his cultivation, having successfully advanced to the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. He was merely a step away from the Void Dance stage and hoped to utilize the power here to achieve a smooth breakthrough. As he sat in meditation, the Chaos Devouring technique began to exude waves of devouring energy, enveloping him completely. The purple fox, still consuming the corpse's power, glanced over at Su Chen, its beautiful eyes swirling with thought. Ultimately, the purple fox chose to assist Su Chen, channeling some of the energy it had absorbed toward him. Thank you. Perceiving the purple fox's intention, Su Chen nodded in gratitude. Transitioning from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Void Dance stage required the condensation of power within his dantian. The energies he absorbed converged within his dantian, beginning to shatter and reform in a cyclical process. After an indeterminate number of cycles, Su Chen released a long howl towards the sky as the energy within his dantian coalesced into a shape resembling a Dan. Appearing ethereal and elusive, Void Dance stage, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that merely participating in the dragon contest would lead to his breakthrough into the Void Dance stage. Now, he was absolutely confident in his ability to sweep aside any adversary at the Void Dance stage. Even when confronted with lower-level corporeal martial artists and demonic beasts, he possessed the strength to contend. With the assistance of the purple fox, Su Chen ultimately stabilized at the second level of the Void Dance stage and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, the path of a martial artist is one of defiance against the heavens, with each advancement fraught with challenges. Even a mere elevation in rank is fraught with myriad difficulties. His cultivation speed has already reached an impressive pace, and as long as he continues at this rate, Su Chen possesses unwavering confidence that within 1 to 2 years, he will have the strength to defeat Su Hao. The moment Su Chen successfully breaks through to the Void Dan realm. The purple fox has also completed its devouring, appearing quite content. When the purple fox returns to his embrace, Su Chen can distinctly sense that it seems to have undergone some transformation. Its injuries have significantly healed, and its fur has become increasingly exquisite. Gently stroking the purple fox's fur and playfully touching its rear, he chuckles and remarks, "The texture is delightful." Squeak, squeak. The purple fox protests, as it would undoubtedly retaliate if not for its still severe injuries. Ha! Su Chen laughs heartily. Finding the purple fox utterly adorable, he refrains from teasing it further and simply cradles the creature in his arms before turning to leave. Outside the towering peak, Xing Yingshu anxiously awaits, her mind entirely preoccupied and devoid of any thoughts of cultivation. After all, she remains unaware of the situation inside and does not dare to recklessly enter, as she does not wish to become a burden to her junior. Su, growing increasingly anxious, Xing Yingxue realizes that she has fallen head over heels for Su, yet she lacks the courage to confess, fearing rejection that could jeopardize their friendship. That moment, upon seeing a figure rushing towards her. Xing Yingshue's expression brightens instantly as Su Chen approaches. She cannot contain her curiosity and inquires, "Su, are you all right?" Shaking his head, Su Chen smiles and replies, "I'm fine." He does not ponder further, oblivious to Xing Yingshue's feelings for him. Junior Su, not long ago, I saw Senior Xiao Ming and Senior Shi Chun from class 1 suffering severe injuries as they emerged from within. Did you encounter them? This concern stems from her worries about Su, especially considering that both Xiao Ming and Shi Chun hail from Class 1 and are quite renowned on the potential dragon list. That if they were injured in the valley, her anxiety for Su's safety intensifies. Unbeknownst to her, it was Su Chen who had severely injured them. Let us depart. Not wishing to dwell on the matter of those two, Su Chen regards anyone he encounters merely as an obstacle. His purpose in coming to Dongwang Academy is to evade the Su clan, but more importantly, to cultivate diligently, hoping to catch up to Su Hao in the shortest time possible. Su Hao, endowed with exceptional talent, even had his imperial bones stripped and fused into himself, making him a formidable presence within Dongwang. Presently, Su Hao has reached the pinnacle of the solid Dan realm and is on the verge of breaking through to the golden Dan realm. As he ascends, Su Hao's progress will likely not lag far behind Su Chen's. This compels Su Chen to exert even greater effort, allowing for no distractions and dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. With a successful breakthrough to the second level of the Void Dan realm, Su Chen has attained absolute invincibility among his peers, capable of slaying even those at the pinnacle of the Void Dan realm. Senior Xing, now that you have successfully awakened your mutated blood wheel, we must part ways. Parting, a profound sigh escapes Xing Yingshue's lips. She had anticipated this outcome, but did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Unable to refuse, she grapples with her emotions. As a girl, could she truly confess her feelings and express her desire to accompany him? Her pride forbids such admissions that a girl who is too forward risks being looked down upon. Junior Su, please take care. We shall meet at the academy. Xing Yingxue resolves to abandon her pursuit of the potential dragon list and forego further trials, opting instead to return to the academy. With her awakening of the mutated blood wheel, the sky-covering lark, she believes her cultivation speed will significantly improve. You take care as well that Su Chen does not linger and swiftly departs, watching his figure gradually fade from view. Xing Yingxue lets out a deep sigh. After leaving, Su Chen begins to focus on identifying various students. The entire Dongwang Forest is divided into eastern and western sections. This is the territory for the battle for the potential dragon. And typically, students from advanced and elite classes do not tread here lightly. With Su Chen's current strength, he could easily dominate all students from both the beginner and intermediate classes. He relentlessly sweeps through the area, fervently accumulating points. By the end of the 10th day of the potential dragon contest, Su Chen discovers that the identity jade plate in his possession displays a staggering total of 3,333 points. His fervor has instilled fear among all students in the beginner and intermediate classes, earning him the nickname Madman Su. Gazing at the jade plate, Su Chen remains unaware of his precise ranking on the potential dragon list, but he is assured that he has indeed made it onto the list. It is worth noting that the total number of students across all beginner and intermediate classes in Dongwang Academy exceeds 10,000. Yet only about 70% of them have ventured into the forest for the potential dragon contest. To have amassed 3,333 points is already akin to claiming nearly half of the total points available. As the potential dragon contest concludes, all students must exit the forest and return to the academy. Within Dongwang Academy, a vast square features 2 stone tablets, one on the left and one on the right. Both entirely black, the tablets are inscribed from top to bottom with a dense array of names, classes, and awakened blood wheels. These 2 tablets represent the most significant rankings within Dongwang Academy: the potential dragon list and the 100 battles list. The potential dragon list is contested by students from the beginner and intermediate classes, while the 100 battles list is contested by students from the advanced and elite classes. AS for the elite class. Any student admitted enjoys the same privileges as the instructors and receives the academy's utmost support, exempt from competing for any rankings. Each year, both lists are re-ranked following the contests, allowing students to directly challenge those listed to vie for their positions. Presently, countless students gather before the potential dragon list, pointing and discussing the stone tablets animatedly. To their astonishment, at the highest position on the list, a name is inscribed in red, Su Chen, along with the designation Sword Blood Wheel. While the name and blood wheel alone might not be noteworthy, what truly astonishes everyone is the inscription following it. Class 22 of the beginner class. This revelation shocks all, as many had not ventured into the Dongwang Forest to participate in the so-called potential dragon contest. Typically, the contest is the domain of intermediate class students, entirely unrelated to those in the beginner class. That a Foundation Establishment Realm student attempting to seize points from a Void Dan Realm student is simply impossible. Conversely, a Void Dan Realm student can effortlessly claim points from a Foundation Establishment Realm student. This is precisely why so few students from the beginner class ever ascend the potential dragon list. And even among those who do, they are exceedingly rare. This year, the only student from the beginner class to achieve any recognition is one named Tang Hao, who ranks first in the beginner class and merely manages to secure the 100th position on the potential dragon list, occupying the bottom tier. This illustrates the immense difficulty for students in the beginner class to ascend the potential dragon list. Yet now, the foremost position on the potential dragon list is boldly held by Su Chen from the beginner class. Notably from the Academy's most underperforming class. It is well known that the most underperforming beginner class consists of 9 students, each with abysmal talents and awakening blood wheels deemed useless. Who is this Su Chen? I am somewhat familiar with the 9 students from the most underperforming beginner class, and it seems none bear the name Su Chen. Perhaps he is a recent entrant to the Academy? Yes, that is plausible. If he were of the Void Dan realm, he would have been placed directly in the intermediate class, making it improbable for him to remain in the beginner class. This indicates he is merely at the Foundation Establishment realm, yet impressively strong to contend for the potential dragon list from such a position. One can only describe it as remarkable. It is not difficult to clarify. He simply needs to inquire among the beginner class students. Sure Xiaoman, Fang Qing, and Yi Xian are present. Let us go and ask them. The most underperforming beginner class comprises 9 students, 5 males and 4 females, with the 4 females being Sure Xiaoman, Fang Qing, Yi Xian, and Xing Yingxue. The 3 girls did not participate in the potential dragon contest as they were preoccupied with concerns for Xing Yingxue. Among the 9 students of the least distinguished junior class, only Xing Yingxue ventured into the eastern wilderness forest to participate in the dragon selection battle. Gazing at the dragon ranking before her, she was astonished to find the name at the top belonged to a student from the very same class, which left the 3 girls completely taken aback. Who is this Su Chen? Where did he even come from? It's been nearly a year, and we have never heard of such an impressive individual in our class. I don't know. Perhaps he registered, but never attended the academy until recently. One of them speculated it's truly remarkable to reach the top of the dragon ranking as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the history of Eastern Wilderness Academy. Our least distinguished junior class has finally made a name for itself. The 3 girls remained in shock. After all, the least distinguished junior class was often regarded as the butt of jokes throughout the academy. Stop right there. I have a few questions for you, a voice interrupted. What is it? They replied, instinctively feeling inferior upon encountering students from other junior classes. After all, one's strength was paramount in this realm. What background does this Su Chen have? Sure Xiaoman shook her head, helplessly responding, we would like to know who Su Chen is as well. We have never seen him, nor have we even heard of him. It was indeed astonishing that even the students from the least distinguished junior class were oblivious to his identity. Su Chen was truly a mystery. His ascension to the top of the dragon ranking sent shockwaves through Eastern Wilderness Academy. Everyone was eager to uncover the truth about Su Chen, a Foundation Establishment student from the least distinguished junior class who managed to secure the top position in the dragon selection battle. As all participants returned to the academy, information regarding Su Chen spread rapidly. Su Chen was said to possess the Bloodsword Wheel and had reached the virtual Dan realm, behaving like a madman as he seized points from everyone, leaving them utterly unable to compete. The virtual Dan realm? He is merely a Foundation Establishment student, and still from the least distinguished class. For an entire day, rumors about Su Chen circulated throughout Eastern Wilderness Academy. The so-called madman had already made a name for himself even before officially entering the academy. In the northwest corner of the academy lay the most remote area, where several independent bungalows were neatly arranged. These were the dormitories assigned to the least distinguished junior class. While they were referred to as dormitories, they were merely simple structures, vastly inferior compared to the accommodations of other classes. Upon returning to the academy, Su Chen first completed his enrollment procedures and received his point reward for ranking first on the dragon ranking, an impressive 30,000 points. In addition to the 3,333 points he had earned. Thus, he now possessed a total of 33,333 points. You are Su Chen. Before he could find his dormitory among the rows of buildings, he heard someone call out to him. Looking toward the approaching 5 individuals, Su Chen nodded and replied, I am Su Chen. It truly is you. I am Xiao Hong, and these 4 are Lu Yu, Wan Yun, Huang Qi, and Feng Juda. We are all from junior class 22. The other 4 members have yet to arrive. Who said we haven't arrived? A melodious voice chimed in, and Xing Xue and her 3 companions approached. Su, let me introduce you. This is Xing Xue, Feng Qing, Shi Xiaoman, and Yi Xian. With you included, our junior class 22 now consists of 10 members, making it the smallest class in all of Eastern Wilderness Academy. The least distinguished junior class was often derisively referred to as the waste class, as every student in it was considered the lowest of the low, possessing poor talent and inferior blood wheels. Should they fail to pass their assessments, the academy would expel them without hesitation. You are Sudigo? Feng Qing stepped forward, extending her right hand with a bright smile, her delicate features accentuated by her charming dimples. Su Chen also reached out, shaking her hand with a smile. Hello, Feng Senior. Please don't call me Senior. Although you just entered the academy, you're already at the top of the dragon ranking and have made quite the name for yourself. If others hear you calling me Senior, I would be utterly embarrassed. Nevertheless, Su Chen insisted, I don't care about others. In junior class 22, you all are my seniors. The group soon realized that Su Chen spoke little, yet exhibited a commendable character, far from the arrogance they had anticipated. Instantly, they gathered around him, engaging in lively conversation, and before long, they had formed a close-knit group. Su Chen felt quite satisfied with what was labeled the least distinguished junior class. Greetings, Vice Dean. Inside the enrollment hall, 2 teachers were organizing student records when an elderly man entered, his rotund figure with a pot belly and unkempt hair, suggesting he and tea washed in quite some time, while he munched on a chicken leg. Nodding, Qinju approached the 2 and inquired, I heard a madman emerge from junior class 22, amassing over 3,000 points in the dragon selection battle and claiming the top spot. I came to review his records. Vice Dean, please take a look. The teachers handed him a file containing detailed information about Su Chen. Su Chen, hailing from the Su family in Panyu City, possesses the blood sword wheel. Prior to entering the academy, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Following the dragon selection battle, he advanced to the virtual Dan realm, dominating the dragon ranking with absolute force. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zhu expressed his dissatisfaction. This was acceptable before, but now that he has broken through to the virtual Dan realm and ranks first on the dragon ranking, why is he still in the junior class? And moreover, the least distinguished one? Vice Dean, we have already arranged for him to be promoted. However, Su Chen is unwilling to enter the intermediate class and insists on remaining in the junior class. What? Qin Zhu was taken aback. The 2 teachers wore expressions of helplessness and confusion. This was entirely illogical. Under normal circumstances, anyone entering the academy for cultivation would aim to ascend the ranks. As the saying goes, people strive to rise, while water flows downwards. Who would choose to stay in the junior class if they could enter the intermediate class? After all, the resources available for cultivation in the 2 classes were worlds apart. Yet Su Chen was an exception. Why would he want to stay in the junior class? Vice Dean, he did not elaborate. Should we forcibly promote him? Before the teachers could finish, Qin Zhu waved his hand with a smile. Do not worry about that. If he wishes to remain in the junior class, let him be. However, remember, his treatment must be on par with that of the students in the advanced classes. The advanced class? The 2 teachers were increasingly astonished, but did not dare to inquire further, for the Vice Dean's authority in the academy far surpassed theirs. Qin Zhu was revered as the foremost Vice Dean of Eastern Wilderness Academy, a pinnacle of the condensation realm. In the dormitory, The shabby independent unit was cleaned up in merely half an hour by Su Chen and the others, with all the weeds removed, making it appear rather pleasant under the blazing sun. Su Chen found this tranquil environment to his liking, a serene retreat free from disturbances. His ascent to the top of the dragon ranking was unintentional. Who would have thought that over 3,000 points would suffice to claim the title? Initially, he had intended to participate in the 100 Battles competition, not to vie for a spot on the 100 Battles ranking, but to spar with students at the Solid Dan realm. Unfortunately, both the Dragon Selection Battle and the 100 Battles competition only lasted for 10 days. Su Jr. The courtyard has been tidied up. Let me tell you about other matters regarding the academy. All right, everyone gathered around a stone table, and the fragrant aroma of tea filled the air as Su Chen raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Wan Nian smiled, saying, "Our Eastern Wilderness Academy ranks among the top forces in the entire Eastern Wilderness. There are numerous places within the academy suitable for our students to cultivate, and you can exchange points for anything you desire at the Martial Pavilion, Weapon Pavilion, and other locations. Su Jr. If you wish to find a place for cultivation, I recommend you first visit the Beast Tower. It is said that the Beast Tower has suppressed countless beast souls and spirits over the years by various deans, vice deans, and teachers, based on a top-tier spiritual vein, making it a sacred ground for cultivation. It offers significant benefits for students, but entering the Beast Tower requires a hefty amount of points. How many points are required? Su Chen chuckled helplessly. 100 points for a day of cultivation. And to enter the Beast Tower, you must vie for a position. 100 points may seem trivial to the students of other beginner and even intermediate classes. However, for those languishing in the lowest beginner class, it represents a substantial sum. Within the academy, there are numerous avenues to earn points. Hunting magical beasts to extract beast cores for exchange, or engaging in wagers with others. Yet, the academy has explicitly stipulated that intermediate class students are forbidden from forcibly demanding points from their junior counterparts. Any violation of this rule will result in immediate expulsion. Upon hearing this, Su Chen discerned that Su Chen and her companions were eager to enter the Beast Tower for training, but due to their financial constraints, they could only dream of it, unable to gain entry. I possess some points. If you are willing, we can head to the Beast Tower for training right now. However, before that, I would like to examine your blood wheels. With the exception of Xing Yingxue, the other 8 students revealed their respective blood wheels. Su Chen's eyes. The levels of their blood wheels were indeed quite low, classifying them as subpar. It was no wonder they were part of the least successful beginner class. Sister Xing, where is your blood wheel? Su Chen chuckled and replied, I have good news to share. Sister Xing has awakened the variant blood wheel, the celestial lark, which is among the top-tier blood wheels of the Eastern Wilderness. I believe there are few in the entire academy capable of suppressing Sister Xing's blood wheel. The mention of the variant blood wheel, the celestial lark, everyone but Su Chen turned pale, for they understood the implications of such an awakening. Moreover, it was a top-tier variant blood wheel from the Eastern Wilderness. One by one, they began to congratulate Xing Yingxue. After all, in a class that was already the lowest. With only 10 students, witnessing a classmate awaken a variant blood wheel was indeed a cause for great joy. It was all thanks to Junior Su's assistance. Otherwise, I would never have been able to awaken my variant blood wheel again. Upon hearing this, they all surmised that Su Chen had likely aided Xing Yingxue during the dragon-seeking competition to awaken her variant blood wheel. Presently, the academy remained unaware of Xing's awakening. If they were to find out, she would undoubtedly be removed from the class immediately. I will not leave, Su Chen interjected. Senior Huang, your blood wheel seems rather peculiar. Allow me to assist you in examining it. At this, Huang Qi's heart quivered that he understood precisely what Su Chen implied. His blood wheel was the stone wheel, and it was among the most inconspicuous, essentially a waste among waste. Junior Su, are you suggesting that my blood wheel might also be a variant? Seeing Su Chen nod, Huang Qi was overwhelmed with joy. Regardless of its previous status as a waste wheel, should it be a variant, it would likely be a top-tier blood wheel. What must I do? Follow me. As they entered the room, the others, excluding Xing Yingxue, wore expressions of envy, for it was a variant blood wheel, a pinnacle blood wheel. Once awakened, it indicated a promising future in the martial arts realm. Who would have thought that within a class of merely 10 students, 2 variant blood wheels could emerge, one of which was ranked first on the dragon-seeking list? Junior Su is truly remarkable. Such an individual will undoubtedly garner the attention of the Academy's higher dash-ups. It seems he will soon depart from our beginner class. Perhaps not. Logically, since Junior Su has already ascended to the top of the dragon-seeking list, the Academy would not permit him to remain in the beginner class. His continued presence indicates his reluctance to leave. That is highly plausible. Half an hour later, the door to the room creaked open, and as the two emerged, Feng Zhu eagerly inquired, "What was the outcome?" Su Chen replied with a smile. "As expected, Senior Huang has awakened the variant blood wheel. Petrification. Petrification? Still a stone wheel." Huang Qi seemed to grasp the thoughts of the onlookers and chuckled, directly activating his blood wheel, summoning an ethereal image of a pale yellow stone above his head. Petrification. In a moment of astonishment, a wine cup on the stone table before Huang Qi instantly turned to stone, becoming a stone goblet. The onlookers gasped in awe. Such a blood wheel was undeniably formidable. Huang Qi knelt on one knee, prepared to pay homage to Su Chen, but was hastily assisted to his feet. Nonetheless, Huang Qi insisted on kneeling, proclaiming, "Since leaving my family, I have fortuitously entered this academy. I believe that in a few months, I will be expelled due to my lack of talent, and I owe it all to you." The other sighed deeply, acknowledging Huang Qi's words as truth. The students of the lowest beginner class would face assessments in 2 to 3 months, and failure to pass would result in expulsion. The harsh reality of survival of the fittest prevailed. No one cared for your efforts or experiences. Only talent and strength mattered. And now, I, Huang Qi, have awakened the blood wheel of petrification, one of the top-tier blood wheels of the Eastern Wilderness. All of this is your doing. You are like a second parent to me. I, Huang Qi, hereby vow that from this moment forth, Su Chen shall be my master, and I shall follow him loyally in this life and the next. Should I violate this oath, I shall incur divine wrath and meet an untimely demise. And no sooner had he spoken than Huang Qi, without granting Su Chen a chance to intervene, forcibly drew a drop of his blood and made his vow, forming a unique bond that vanished into thin air, a most binding blood oath. Once established, a blood oath could never be broken. All present were astonished to witness Huang Qi's blood oath, yet they soon came to terms with it. After all, Su Chen had granted Huang Qi a second chance at life. The distinction between a waste blood wheel and a top-tier variant blood wheel was monumental. It could be said that with the reawakening of his variant blood wheel, Huang Qi was destined to embark on an entirely different path. Wherever he goes, he would no longer be labeled as a waste. Whichever faction he sought to join would undoubtedly nurture him with care. The individual once known for his waste blood wheel had vanished. Looking at Huang Qi, who knelt before him swearing an oath, Su Chen sighed deeply, realizing that it was too late to intervene. He helped Huang Qi to his feet and said with exasperation, "What is the need for this? You know my circumstances. Following me may expose you to danger." The implications were clear to all present, including Huang Qi. "Rest assured, Master, stop. Remember, never call me Master. Since you wish to accompany me, you may address me as young Master instead." Understood. Huang Qi, having sworn his blood oath, was swept away by emotion, for Su Chen had bestowed upon him a second chance at life, allowing him to reawaken his variant blood wheel. Little did Huang Qi anticipate that this decision would lead him to become a top-tier figure, shaking the continent. Among the 9 students, aside from Xing Yingxue and Huang Qi, who had awakened variant blood wheels, the remaining individuals possessed waste blood wheels. Su Chen could see the deep envy in the eyes of the other 7, for no one wished to be burdened with a waste blood wheel. To possess a waste blood wheel meant perpetual subservience, standing at the very bottom of society. That I wish to convey one truth to all of you. In this world, there are no such things as waste blood wheels. Only those who are lazy to, as long as you do not wish to give up, I, Su Chen, will find a way to assist you. Thank you. Thank you, Junior Su. They expressed their gratitude, but internally, they remained skeptical. A waste blood wheel was still a waste blood wheel, and unless it was reawakened as a variant, their lives would remain irretrievably lost. Let us proceed to the Beast Tower for training. It is my treat. The Beast Tower, situated in the northeastern part of the Academy, soared several hundred meters into the sky, its exterior a deep gray-black, adorned with intricate patterns and various depictions of magical beasts. To enter the Beast Tower for training, one needed to exchange 100 points for a day's worth of practice. Upon entering the tower, students were required to claim their own spots, as the closer one positioned themselves to the center. The more beneficial it would be for their training that Su Chen led the 9 to the Beast Tower, directly paying 3,000 points for each person to enjoy 3 days of training. Isn't this the least successful beginner class? How generous of you! 3 days for each, totaling 3,000 points. What a waste for a bunch of ineffectual students. Even if you enter the Beast Tower, it would be a futile squandering of points. News of someone from the least successful beginner class reaching the top of the dragon-seeking list had yet to reach some students. Would they still dare to provoke him if they knew? A youthful bald man approached with a cheerful smile. Surrounded by many onlookers, none dared to utter a single word of frivolity. Had it been an ordinary time, the crowd would have erupted in jeers. Yet now, the bald young man's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, he could not quite pinpoint what felt amiss. But in his eyes, they were merely a group of inept individuals from the lowest tier of the academy. What is the matter? Fangju, are you feeling indignant? You and your sister truly are cut from the same cloth. If one is inept, so too is the other. Fangju and Fangqing were siblings. Huangqi, what should we do if a dog comes barking madly? Beat it. Would the academy intervene? It would not, for it was the dog that initiated the ruckus. Hearing Huangqi's words, the bald young man was infuriated. He could hardly believe Huangqi dared to provoke him so brazenly, completely disregarding his presence, which ignited his anger. Before he could retaliate, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. For a level 2 void pill rel practitioner like Su Chen, dealing with the students of a junior class was a trivial matter. In an instant, the air was filled with the anguished screams akin to those of slaughtered Su Chen showed no mercy. Those who provoke must pay the price, and to avoid being taunted, one must instill fear within the academy. Wherever one goes, strength is the ultimate truth. Without slapping, Su Chen unleashed a flurry of kicks, needing neither blood techniques nor martial arts. After delivering over 100 kicks, the bald young man appeared to have swollen threefold, his original visage now unrecognizable, his screams gradually weakening. The academy had strict regulations. Unless a life-and-death contract was signed for a battle to the death, no fatalities were permitted. What are you doing? Huangqi immediately stepped forward, stating, Teacher Zhao, he intentionally humiliated us and called us useless. We were merely defending ourselves. Many were not the least surprised, for Su Chen ranked first on the potential dragon list. A student of the void pill realm, though they were unaware of why he remained in the junior class, attempting to humiliate a practitioner of the void pill realm from the foundation establishment realm was sheer self-mortification. Teacher Zhao nodded, gesturing towards the young man lying on the ground, presumably unconscious, saying, Carry him away. You are Su Chen? Yes, that's all right now. You may enter. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Huangqi approached Su Chen, whispering, Boss, why do I feel like Teacher Zhao treats you a bit differently? Let's go. Whether it was different or not was of no consequence. Inside the Beast Tower, the interior was a realm apart from the exterior, immense to the point where one could not see the end, with spiritual energy far denser than outside. The prime locations in the center were fully occupied, leaving only the outskirts, where the better spots were fiercely contested, mostly claimed by students from the advanced or elite classes. Boss, there's no one there. Shaking his head, Su Chen was acutely aware of the vast disparity between prime and inferior locations. Cultivating in other spots meant mere days spent, whereas in prime spots, 3 days equated to 6 or even 9. His points were not earned from mere happenstance. Having chosen to enter the Beast Tower to cultivate, he must seek the best location in martial arts. One must strive. Without striving, how could one hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Follow me. What does Su Chen intend to do? Huangqi was unconcerned, now wholly following Su Chen. Wherever Su Chen led, he would not stray. Shi Xiaoman and the others also complied, deciding to share in whatever misfortune might come. After all, they hailed from the same class, and with Su Chen as the top of the potential dragon list, his strength was beyond question. Arriving at the position of the intermediate class, Su Chen pointed at the more than 20 individuals before him and coldly declared, "All of you vacate this space. My junior class, 22, will cultivate here." Xiao Ming and Su Chen's expressions darkened instantly, turning as grim as could be. Had it been anyone else, they would have slapped them long ago. However, this particular madman was different. The notorious Su Chen had gained infamy in the East Wild Forest, fiercely claiming over 3,000 points to ascend to the top of the potential dragon list. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ming seethed, "Su Chen, do not overstep your bounds. And if I do, you may stay, but I challenge you to a duel. If you dare, I shall accompany you to the in the Beast Tower." The Academy would not intervene in disputes over territory, as long as no fatalities occurred, which is precisely why this place was ruled by the fist. Strength allows one to occupy prime positions. Without strength, one must unfortunately settle for the outskirts at a duel. Would he dare? Certainly not. Back in the Forest Valley, even when the two level 9 void pill practitioners teamed up, they were no match for him. Moreover, to simply rise and leave in front of so many would be a blow to their dignity. Humph! A light huff resounded as a stunning young woman in purple rose, her delicate face framed by elegantly arched brows. Her captivating eyes seemingly imbued with words, exuding an icy aura akin to a glacier. When did the lowest junior class become so arrogant? Today, I shall see how you intend to drive us, the advanced class, away. Shun Bingyue, previously ranked second on the potential dragon list, a pinnacle level 9 void pill practitioner, was but a step away from the true peak of the void pill realm. Wielding the blood wheel of ice and snow. This time, Shun Bingyue did not participate in the competition for the potential dragon list, aiming instead to break through her limits within the Beast Tower to successfully attain the true pill realm and ascend to the advanced class. Preparing to contend for a place on the 100 battles list, rather than squandering time on the potential dragon list. Her goal was self-improvement, and as for the location here, it was already the limit for students of the intermediate class. After all, no one dared provoke the advanced class, much less seize their positions. Who could have imagined that individuals from the lowest junior class would audaciously attempt to claim their spots? Such a thing had never occurred before. She wondered if the 10 from the junior class had lost their minds. Otherwise, how could they commit such a lowly act? Observing Su Chen and Xiao Ming's expressions of anger, yet failing to teach the 10 a lesson. Shun Bingyue could no longer contain her fury. "Sister Shun, be careful, be careful. My foot." Shun Bingyue inwardly cursed, scolding the two as useless. Did they truly need to be cautious before the inept from the lowest junior class? How utterly embarrassing. If this matter were to spread, the dignity of the intermediate class would be utterly tarnished. What were they thinking, to feel fear towards the lowest junior class? It was nothing short of a joke. Boss, that Shun Bingyue, the second from the intermediate class, wielding the blood wheel of ice and snow, at the pinnacle of level 9 void pill realm, second only to Tang Hao. She previously ranked second on the potential dragon list, but chose not to participate in the competition this time. Hearing Huang Qi's explanation, Su Chen grew impatient and retorted, "Enough with the excessive chatter. You've wasted 10 minutes. Since you refuse to yield your positions, I'm left with no choice but to act." "Wait, we're willing to give up our positions." Su Chen and Xiao Ming stood, whether they wished to or not, accepting reality. They were unwilling to provoke Su Chen, much less engage in battle with such a madman, which would bring them no benefit. "Sister Shun, let us concede the positions to them. Useless. If you wish to leave, then leave. My intermediate class cannot afford to lose face. Take care, sister." Without further ado, they refrained from saying more, as Shun Bingyue was disinclined to listen to their words. Were they to publicly disclose that they had been defeated by Su Chen in the valley, even while teaming up? Certainly not. As they watched the departing throng, Shun Bingyue found herself seething with anger, realizing only 4 remained behind. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Who could have imagined that the esteemed members of the intermediate class would be cowed by students from the lowest junior class? The humiliation was beyond measure. Gazing at the handsome young man before her, Shun Bingyue coldly stated, "I shall see what capabilities you possess that embolden you to act so arrogantly before me." Without allowing Shun Bingyue to finish her words, Su Chen swiftly delivered a resounding slap, seemingly unremarkable yet imbued with overwhelming might. The 9 calamity sword technique, merged seamlessly with his palm strike. Each blow layered with formidable power. Su Chen, now a second-level Void Dan realm cultivator, was no longer the mere Foundation establishment warrior he once was. This strike nearly sent Shen Bingxue into a rage. A profound humiliation she could scarcely endure. With a thunderous crash, as neither party unleashed their bloodline abilities, Shen Bingxue resolved to test her palm's strength against her opponent, eager to showcase the true prowess of a peak 9th-level Void Dan realm. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, their clash resulted in Shen Bingxue's offensive being shattered in an instant, followed by the unmistakable sound of a loud slap. Indeed, Shen Bingxue had been publicly struck. Even as Shen Bingxue retaliated with all her might, she was caught off guard, revealing the incredible strength of this newcomer from the junior class, who was clearly no ordinary foe. Impressive, remarked some of the advanced class students. Their admiration palpable. Shen Bingxue was utterly stunned, unable to fathom how a 9th-level Void Dan cultivator could fail to withstand even a single attack from her opponent, marking a disgrace of monumental proportions. Enraged, her eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. Such humiliation was unprecedented, compelling her to unleash her bloodline ability. Ice and snow that a tempest of icy winds enveloped the area, chilling to the bone, as Shen Bingxue executed her martial art. 3 feet of ice, she was determined to freeze her adversary alive, even at the cost of facing expulsion from the academy. Be careful, boss. Yet Su Chen regarded her with indifference, summoning his own bloodline technique as the bloody sword aura coalesced in his hands. Manifesting the 9 calamity sword technique, the resonant sound of a sword's cry echoed around them, as dense and tyrannical sword energy began to swirl ominously. How could a second-level Void Dan cultivator remain stuck in the lowest junior class? Surely, there must have been a mistake by the academy. It was illogical, for the institution had a distribution rule that ensured Void Dan cultivators were assigned to intermediate classes, never to linger in junior classes. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen refrained from employing lethal force, recognizing that a situation differed from Shen Bingxue's. His purpose for attending the East Wilderness Academy was to buy time and exert pressure on the Su clan. He could not afford to act recklessly. Without wasting a moment, Su Chen decisively defeated Shen Bingxue, delivering a kick that sent her flying towards Xiao Ming and the others, the onlookers, including Feng Zhu and the rest. Were taken aback, none expecting Su Chen to exhibit such a lack of compassion, particularly towards Shen Bingxue, renowned for her beauty within the academy. The advanced class students chose not to intervene, opting instead to find their own spaces for training. Su Chen, disregarding the others, seated himself. Having discerned that the Beast Tower was indeed an excellent place for cultivation, he would not squander time. It was not merely about points, but about seizing every fleeting moment. Only thus could he catch up to Su Hao in the shortest time possible. Still dazed, Huang Qi and the others gathered around Su Chen, encircling him in the center. Su Chen's voice resonated in their minds. Focus and maintain your tranquility. Guard your essence, and follow the techniques I impart. Strive to synchronize your cultivation frequency with mine as closely as possible. Determined to assist his classmates while he remained in the junior class, Su Chen aimed to elevate their abilities. Apart from Shen Bingxue and Huang Qi, the others faced imminent risk of failing their assessments and being expelled from the academy in a matter of months. He was unwilling to witness such a fate. Thus, he chose to aid them. Discard the bloodline. Even if Feng Zhu and the others could not advance further in the future, at the very least, they could continue their training within the academy. Drawing from the ancient god and demon technique, he devised a martial art and shared it with the 9 students, hoping that through this technique and his Chaos Devouring technique, they could refine their strength and aid their cultivation. As time flowed, Su Chen divided the absorbed power in half, retaining one portion for his own cultivation while distributing the other half among the 9 students. It became evident that Shen Bingxue and Huang Qi, who had awakened their mutated bloodlines, cultivated at a markedly accelerated pace compared to the other 7. By the second day, aside from Huang Qi and Shen Bingxue, all 7 others, with Su Chen's full support, achieved breakthroughs. This astonishing progress left everyone elated, as the rapid elevation of their ranks was a feat they had deemed nearly impossible given their usual training speeds. They were profoundly grateful to Su Chen. Through assisting others, Su Chen himself ascended one tier, advancing from second-level Void Dan to third-level Void Dan for him. This was a commendable achievement. He continued to operate the ancient god and demon technique. And upon assisting others in their breakthroughs, he simultaneously activated the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a formidable martial art imparted by Luo Tianfei, rivaling the ancient god and demon technique. The ancestral phoenix rebirth technique enveloped him. A series of resounding roars emanated from within the beast tower, the cries of countless beasts echoing in his heart. What was happening? The ancestral phoenix and ancestral dragon belonged to the apex of the beast realm. Standing as superlative entities within the martial arts hierarchy, the esoteric secrets of the ancestral phoenix palace, including the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, had originated from the ancestral phoenix itself. Once Su Chen activated it, a resonance among the myriad beasts within the tower would be triggered. This was an unexpected turn of events for Su Chen. Where is Su Shueti? He's vanished. The 9 cultivators, engrossed in their training, abruptly opened their eyes, bewildered by Su Chen's inexplicable disappearance. In the illusory space, countless beast corpses littered the ground, each step producing a disconcerting crunch that sent chills down their spines. Observing the scattered remains, Su Chen began to comprehend that he had entered the illusory realm of the beast tower. The reason for his arrival, he surmised, was undoubtedly tied to the activation of the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. As the technique continued to resonate within him, Su Chen found himself in an unknown situation. Whether it was a boon or a bane remained uncertain, but a peculiar power enveloped the entire illusory space. And the essence of the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique seemed to be guided by an unseen force. A resounding phoenix cry erupted from within him, and to his astonishment, a colossal phoenix began to coalesce behind him, its magnificent presence enveloping the illusory realm and overpowering all other beastly auras. The beast tower itself was inherently formidable. Since the establishment of the East Wilderness Academy and the acquisition of the beast tower, the dean, vice deans, and all instructors had relentlessly hunted beasts, sealing their essences and souls within the tower. After countless years of nurturing, the beast tower had imprisoned innumerable beastly essences and souls. The ancestral phoenix? Was this truly the ancestral phoenix? Su Chen was taken aback, never having anticipated that he would fortuitously reach the core of the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique within the beast tower. He believed that even Luo Tianfei might not achieve the manifestation of the ancestral phoenix. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the colossal phoenix, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. This martial art suited him perfectly. The majestic silhouette of the ancestral phoenix commanded the respect of all other beastly apparitions, forcing them into submission, their bodies trembling in fear. This was the suppression of bloodlines, the ancestral phoenix, the mightiest beast of the realm. Initially, Su Chen intended to leverage the ancestral phoenix's projection to devour the beastly essences and souls within the tower, convinced that such an act would elevate him by several tiers. What would transpire next? Before Su Chen could devour, the towering ancestral phoenix had vanished, and Su Chen's figure exited the illusory realm of the beast tower, re-entering the interior of the tower. Upon witnessing the sudden reappearance of Su Chen, the faces of Feng Zhu and the others were completely etched with astonishment. How had Su Chen accomplished this? Without further inquiries, in the expansive plaza, a young girl dressed in pale yellow stood before the Qianlong ranking, fixated on the name occupying the top position. Su Chen, Bloodsword Wheel. Her long, jet-black hair danced in the wind, and beneath her crescent-shaped brows lay a pair of fox-like eyes. Her high-bridged nose complemented her cherry lips, and her skin, as delicate as snow, was enchanting. Tall and slender, she could only be described as captivating enough to enthrall an entire city at a glance, and a nation upon a second glance. This girl was none other than Ji Yoshi, the princess of the Pandang dynasty. The blood wheel she possessed was the 7-colored soul devouring python, a top-tier blood wheel, which she had been sent to the Eastern Wilderness Academy 10 years ago to study under the vice president, honing her skills for a decade. She had now attained the 7th level of the Golden Core realm and was training in the elite class. Just days prior, news had reached her that her fiancé, Su Chen, had been stripped of his blood wheel by Su Hao from the Su clan and expelled from the Su family, the tinge of sadness washed over her. They had met a few times in their childhood, and Su Chen had been quite amiable, a pity indeed. The royal family had informed her that the engagement was about to be dissolved, granting her the autonomy to decide her own marital fate. Da Jiyoshi was acutely aware that her extraordinary talent, coupled with her possession of a top-tier blood wheel, made her indispensable to the royal family, especially with her formidable master. Once she advanced to the nascent soul realm, she would be eligible to join the elite class and become a core student of the academy, thus receiving focus cultivation. There were only 5 elite classes in the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy. Upon seeing the familiar name, which also bore the Bloodsword wheel, she initially assumed it was her fiancé. However, upon reflection, how could that be possible? Su Chen had been rendered incapable of wielding the blood wheel. Even an emperor-level expert would struggle to reconstitute a blood wheel, let alone Su Chen. Shaking her head in resignation, she prepared to enter a special training area of the academy. In a secluded area of the mountains, Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes, gazing skyward with a long howl. The golden core that had formed within him began to shatter, reforming into the ethereal silhouette of an infant, his nascent soul. The golden core realm is divided into 10 stages. From 1 to peak, levels 1 to 3 are considered low-level golden core, levels 4 to 6 are mid-level, levels 7 to 9 are high-level. And finally, the peak golden core realm. With the shattering of the golden core, the nascent soul began to take shape that Su Hao had successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm. Very good. Observing the male figure floating within him, Su Hao promptly knelt, saying, "Master, many years ago, I severed Su Chen's imperial bone and awakened the 7-kill sword blood wheel. Why have I only now broken through to the nascent soul realm?" He felt a mix of frustration and reluctance. His innate talent was exceptionally strong. Even without the fusion of the imperial bone, he believed he could have reached the nascent soul realm purely through the 7-kill sword blood wheel. The imperial bone seemed to have become a burden, a fact he had not disclosed to anyone, including his father. The ethereal figure smiled and said, "Do not be anxious, my disciple, for the past decade. I have suppressed your imperial bone and your cultivation. Oh, you know why." "I do not know," replied Su Hao. The deliberate suppression by his master began to make sense. No wonder his cultivation speed had not markedly improved. Your imperial bone did not awaken within you, but rather you forcibly severed it from another and integrated it into yourself. This temporary fusion may aid in rapid advancement. However, as your cultivation increases, the imperial bone will not only cease to be your foundation, but will instead turn against you, ultimately consuming you entirely. What? Hearing his master's words, Su Hao was utterly bewildered, his body trembling in fear. If what his master said was true, the thought alone was terrifying. I have suppressed the imperial bone for a full decade. With my power, it will require another 10 years for the imperial bone to fully integrate with you. This imperial bone is too powerful. With your current breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, it has completely merged. From this moment onward, your cultivation speed will increase tenfold. Within a year, you will surely reach the peak of the nascent soul realm and then challenge the soul palace realm. His face lit up with joy and excitement. "Thank you, Master, for your support. You are my most outstanding disciple. Regardless of the origin of the imperial bone, with such a bone, you are destined to become one of the most formidable beings in the world. I will not disappoint your expectations. Master, let us commence." Yes, despite Su Chen having lost his imperial bone, he possessed 3 overlapping blood wheels and had acquired the Chaos Devouring Tower, along with training in the ancient Divine Demon Sutra and the ancestral Phoenix Rebirth Sutra. His opportunities far exceeded those of Su Hao. The outcome of their fated battle remained uncertain. 3 days later, 10 individuals emerged from the Beast Tower and returned to their dormitories. However, as soon as Su Chen returned, word arrived from the academy, instructing him to immediately proceed to the dean's office for a meeting. Without hesitation, Su Chen left his dorm and made his way to the dean's office. Deep within the academy stood a simple, unassuming white building, constructed entirely of marble, adorned with peculiar patterns. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Su Chen knocked on the door. "Enter." Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a middle-aged man seated behind a desk. Exuding refined elegance, his resolute face was framed by two sharp eyebrows, and his piercing eyes were fixed on a book in his hands. Student Su Chen, I have seen the dean, setting the book down. Lan Shang turned his gaze toward Su Chen, his satisfaction evident. You truly resemble your father. Hearing the mention of his father brought a pang of sadness to Su Chen's heart, for his father now lay in a state akin to death. Entombed in the family's ice coffin, forever unresponsive. Sensing Su Chen's sorrow, Lan Shang continued, I do not favor those who seek to leverage connections. Your matters have already been discussed with your grandfather within the academy. You will not receive any special privileges. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. Oh, you understand? I understand. Very well. As for the Su clan and the Tang clan, I will assist you as long as you remain in the academy. They will not be able to harm you in the slightest. He had come to the Eastern Wilderness Academy to leverage its influence against the Su clan, thereby creating more time for his own cultivation. Regarding the Tang clan, it appeared they were involved due to Tang Hao. The dean was already aware of Su Chen having incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel. You dare act, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Even if given the chance to do it all over again, Su Chen would not harbor regrets. He would still act as he did, for they had entered into a life and death pact, engaging in a battle to the death. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. You just entered the academy and already incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel. Su Chen remained silent, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Lan Shang remarked, in the past, Su Hao deprived you of your imperial bone. Logically, with Su Hao's innate talent, he should have reached the Soul Palace realm by now. However, according to the information I have received, Su Hao has merely just broken through to the high-level Real Dan realm. The high-level Real Dan realm encompasses levels 7 to 9. Even Lan Shang found this situation rather peculiar. After all, the fusion of the imperial bone should have been beneficial for cultivation. Su Chen too felt a sense of doubt. Upon encountering Su Hao again in the Heavenly Punishment Forest, he sensed that Su Hao's cultivation speed was not as rapid as he had anticipated. The Eastern Wilderness Academy gathered all the talents from the Eastern Wilderness. Su Hao's innate talent was not lacking, and with the fusion of his own imperial bone, he should have excelled among his peers. Yet, the outcome was contrary to I will help you investigate this matter. But you should understand that Su Hao has fused with the imperial bone, and it will not be a simple task. If you seek revenge, your priority should be to focus on your cultivation and avoid causing trouble. Do you understand? I understand. You may leave. Yes. Just as Su Chen turned to exit, the dean's voice called out once more, my name is Lan Shang. Your father once saved me that if you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to come to me. Nodding, Su Chen did not look back but opened the door and stepped outside. Watching Su Chen's vanishing figure, Lan Shang sighed deeply. His strictness was merely a means to encourage Su Chen to devote himself to his cultivation. Without any delay, point one was Su Hao, who had fused with the imperial bone, while the other was a discarded Su Chen, stripped of his blood wheel. Regardless of whether it was the Su clan or the Tang clan, both were top factions in the Eastern Wilderness. Even if the Eastern Wilderness Academy could intimidate both clans, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Once Su Chen departs from the academy, it is believed that the two clans will undoubtedly take action. Can one truly guard Su Chen indefinitely? Not just oneself, but anyone would find it impossible to provide constant protection. Su Chen must rely on his own strength, rather than depending on others. That I hope you surpass your father in excellence. Having lost the imperial bone, alas, possessing the imperial bone would have ensured his ascendance to the imperial realm. What a pity. Throughout the vast expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, for over a millennium, there seems to be no record of anyone awakening the imperial bone. Su Chen is the first, yet due to the weakness of the Su family, he was not able to fuse with the imperial bone in a timely manner, allowing Su Hao to take advantage of the situation and sever the imperial bone to merge it with himself. Such is fate. Outside the office, having seemingly heard the words of the dean, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly and resolutely declared, my fate is mine to command. If destiny is unjust, I shall defy it and alter my fate. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I shall slay them, be it heaven itself. I shall tread upon Su Hao. Await my coming. I, Su Chen, shall eventually confront the Su clan to avenge the theft of the imperial bone and the destruction of my bloodline. In the artifact pavilion, the repository of all treasures within the academy. Students may exchange items provided they possess sufficient points, as Su Chen still held 30,000 points and wished to visit the Artifact Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion to see if there was anything he needed. The building, pristine white, stood 2 stories tall. Students from the primary, intermediate, and advanced classes could only exchange goods and martial arts on the first floor of the Artifact Pavilion. Access to the second floor required a royal class student. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Su Chen presented his identity jade token for registration and entered. How vast! The first floor of the Artifact Pavilion was immense, akin to the size of a football field. Filled with clusters of icy blue light, neatly arranged and seemingly countless. Before each cluster of icy blue light was a description of the treasures and the points required for exchange, initially believing that his 30,000 points would afford him many items. He soon realized that he could acquire little of worth. The Langya sword required 23,400 points for exchange. Upon reading the description of the Langya sword, Su Chen understood it was indeed valuable. If placed outside, it would surely be a coveted treasure. Gold coins? They were utterly useless for purchase. Heavenly Bone Sword requires 48,888 points for exchange. Flying Spirit Tool, 190,000 points for exchange. To the mention of the Flying Spirit Tool. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with avarice. He understood well what the Flying Spirit Tool represented among spiritual tools. Surely, no one could resist the allure of the Flying Spirit Tool. Yet, with a staggering requirement of 190,000 points, it was exorbitantly priced. Looking at the 30,000 points displayed on his Identity Jade token, he realized he could not even afford 1/6 of the Flying Spirit Tool. Disheartened, he could only gaze longingly, unable to claim anything for himself. Heavenly Gang Hammer, 120,000 points for exchange. Cloudswept Boots, 177,899 points for exchange. Not wishing to continue, Su Chen had already discerned a critical fact. With his mere 30,000 points, attempting to exchange for any worthy spiritual treasures in the Artifact Pavilion was a farcical endeavor. The spiritual items available for exchange within the realm of 30,000 points were likely of little value. Just as Su Chen prepared to leave, the ancient divine demon art within him suddenly began to operate autonomously. He abruptly turned, surveying the first floor of the Artifact Pavilion, knowing that whatever treasure could invoke the ancient divine demon art was certainly extraordinary. Following the aura of divine and demonic energy within him, Su Chen moved toward a predetermined direction. To the left, he spotted an unassuming cluster of light, covered in dust, seemingly untouched for ages, a flawed treasure. Requiring only 10,000 points, and no wonder it was overlooked. The mere mention of flawed treasure was likely enough to deter all prospective buyers. After all, 10,000 points was no trifling sum, and none wished to incur such a loss. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his Identity Jade token before the light cluster. Instantly, 10,000 points were deducted, leaving him with just over 20,000 points. The light cluster vanished, and in his hand appeared a mirror. Both sides shattered at last. He understood why this treasure was deemed flawed. The handle bore the inscription Divine Demon, and Su Chen realized this artifact was likely the so-called Divine Demon Mirror, Tower Spirit. Is this treasure reparable? This was the question Su Chen was most eager to resolve, for the Divine Demon Mirror was indeed a flawed treasure. If it could not be repaired, then his 10,000 points would have been wasted. Unsure of his ability to mend it, he could only inquire of the Tower Spirit. Soon, the Tower Spirit's voice echoed in his mind. To repair the Divine Demon Mirror, the owner must rely on the nurturing of their soul. However, the owner must remember that nurturing the Divine Demon Mirror will forge a special bond with it. Should the mirror shatter, the owner's soul will likewise be shattered. Furthermore, nurturing the Divine Demon Mirror requires a significant expenditure of soul energy and demands considerable time. Listening to the Tower Spirit's explanation, Su Chen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The meaning was clear. The sole method to repair the Divine Demon Mirror was through soul nurturing. Yet this process entailed great risk. Should the mirror break, so too would his soul, and the nurturing would consume a considerable amount of time. With his gaze fixed intently on the Divine Demon Mirror in his hand, Su Chen ultimately resolved to undertake the path of soul nurturing, seeking guidance from the Tower Spirit on how to proceed. It turned out that nurturing the mirror required a continuous feeding of soul energy, which would inevitably impact his martial cultivation, for the enhancement of martial prowess was closely tied to the health of one's soul. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Chen ultimately decided to proceed with the soul nurturing of the divine demon mirror. You are Su Chen from the primary class, ranked first on the hidden dragon list. Hearing someone speak behind him, the divine demon mirror in Su Chen's hand vanished in an instant as he turned to face Shen Bingyue, the woman he had nearly killed, who still dared to approach him. Su Chen remained silent, his face betraying an unrestrained disdain and mockery. The more he acted this way, the angrier Shen Bingyue became, coldly stating, "My sister, Shen Bingyue, wishes to see you. Shen Bingyue, Shen Bingyue's sister." Hailing from the elite second class at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, with a bloodline of ice and snow, whether she wished to accept it or not, Shen Bingyue understood very well that, given her strength, she was no match for Su Chen. That a student who had just entered the academy could secure the top position in the Hidden Dragon competition, which spoke volumes. She could only turn to her sister for help. Although this was ignoble and would invite ridicule from others, Shen Bingyue could hardly care less. If she did not reclaim her dignity, she would surely become the laughingstock of the academy. Choosing to ignore her, Su Chen dismissed the notion of meeting Shen Bingyue. Ignored? Enraged, Shen Bingyue retorted, "Su Chen, do not be so arrogant. My sister is from the elite second class." What are the elite class? Su Chen could not be bothered to elaborate. He suddenly recalled needing a larger spatial ring, for the one on his finger was far too small and would soon be insufficient. "Sister, do not act rashly." Just then, a woman resembling Shen Bingyue, albeit with a more frigid demeanor, entered. Dressed in pristine white, she perfectly accentuated her figure. It was Shen Bingyue from the elite class. Upon seeing Shen Bingyue, many male students' eyes lit up. After all, she was more beautiful than Shen Bingyue and was renowned throughout the academy. With numerous admirers, approaching Shen Bingyue, she regarded the brazen youth before her and coolly remarked, "Relying on some tricks to bully women. Junior, you truly bring honor to your gender. I must commend you for that. Thus, I have taken the time to see what kind of person you truly are." Her words, though devoid of profanity, were laced with venom. Shen Bingyue's gaze turned icy, fixing upon the audacious youth. Were looks capable of killing? Su Chen would have perished countless times by now. Without a trace of anger on his face, Su Chen appeared to disregard her entirely. Shaking his head in resignation, he coldly quipped, "Truly a den of snakes and rats. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. Otherwise, I shall ensure you remember this encounter for eternity." Such audacity! Surrounding students raised their thumbs in admiration. A student from the primary class had made quite the impression. Even if one were to ascend to the ranks of the Hidden Dragon list, they could never hope to rival the students of the elite class. Each individual from the elite class is a formidable Golden Core practitioner. And Shen Bingyue, hailing from elite class 2, boasts a 5th-level Golden Core cultivation with the awakening of the blood wheel of ice and snow. The practitioner at the Void Core stage stands no chance against one of Golden Core level. The disparity is insurmountable. Su Chen, you should temper your arrogance. Before my sister, you shall not be allowed to act recklessly. Yes, she sought to quell her furious sister. Shen Bingyue found herself intrigued, unable to fathom the source of this individual's audacity. Was it merely because he ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list? The Dongwang Academy features 2 lists, the Hidden Dragon list and the 100 Battles list. It could be said that the last ranked individual on the 100 Battles list could easily defeat the first on the Hidden Dragon list. This reflects the significant gap between the 2 rankings, as well as the disparity in realms. Nothing can bridge that divide. She is your sister, not mine. Why should I not act with impunity? Allow me to say, you are entirely beneath contempt, seeking scorn for yourself. I have no time for the likes of you. Remove yourselves from my sight. Without a shred of regard for their dignity, Su Chen completely disregarded Shen Bingyue and Shen Bingyue. In his eyes, their beauty held no value whatsoever. The onlookers around them were taken aback. Such a person was truly a rare encounter. Shen Bingyue smiled and nodded, yet it was evident to all that her fury had reached its zenith, merely suppressed for the moment. After all, Coming from the elite class, should she act impulsively against someone from a junior class, she would not only face potential punishment from the academy, but would also suffer a blow to her reputation. Bullying the weak would not reflect well upon her. It was precisely for this reason that Shun Bingxue stifled her anger and coldly declared, Su Chen, I, Shun Bingxue, formally challenging it, I am open to any form of contest, including a life-and-death battle. Will you dare to accept a life-and-death battle? Su Chen had previously engaged in such a contest with Tang Hao, utterly crippling his blood wheel, and to this day, neither the Academy nor the Tang clan had made any move, evidently. The Academy had sealed the news. No one at the Academy was aware of Tang Hao's defeat. They only knew he had participated in the Hidden Dragon competition and had not returned from the Dongwang Forest. Su Chen chuckled, his smile laced with deep sarcasm and disdain. How shameless! You, a distinguished student of the elite class, dare challenge me. A mere beginner? Tell me, are you the lowest in your class, seeking validation here? Such blatant contempt, the crowd murmured, for it was unprecedented for an elite class student to directly challenge a beginner, especially the weakest among them. This was a historical first. You are shameless, that I am shameless? It is you and your sister who are truly without shame, particularly your sister. If you wish for a life-and-death battle, let me first enter the elite class. At that time, you will understand the chasm that lies between us. Shun Bingxue retorted with a cold smile. With your capabilities, you think you can enter the elite class? 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps 10 years from now, by the time you manage it, I will have long ascended to the royal class. Looking down on Su Chen, Shun Bingxue considered herself a genius. Even if she could not look down upon the academy, she was still formidable, confident in her ability to break into the royal class. Whether she could succeed was not a concern for him. Filled with disgust, Su Chen found such a woman repugnant. As for accepting the challenge, he was no fool. He would never agree. Although he was confident in his own strength, he believed he was not yet capable of defeating a Golden Core warrior. A small concession could lead to great chaos. If one cannot endure, they will be the ones humiliated, even in refusal. No one would mock him. Instead, Shun Bingxue would become the subject of ridicule for a distinguished student of the elite class challenging the weakest in the beginner class, not falling for a trap. Shun Bingshue's gaze sharpened. She had hoped that if Su Chen accepted her challenge, she could teach him a lesson. However, she could not act now. Her reputation was paramount, and she did not wish to become a laughingstock of the academy. You are impressive. Sister, let us depart. Pulling her sister away, Shun Bingxue could not contain her anger, exclaiming, he is truly no M.N.I.S. being a man determined by whether we share a bed. You are shameless. As they left, many students around regarded Su Chen with deep admiration. After all, who among the beginner class would dare to speak so boldly? Even Tang Hao, lauded as the best among them, would not have the audacity. Not dwelling on a matter further, Su Chen shifted his focus. In a corner of the first floor, he discovered a collection of spatial rings, devoid of any luminous orbs, merely displayed within glass cabinets. The rings varied in rank. Some could be exchanged for 3,000 points, while others required over 1,000,000 points, as Su Chen surmised that the spatial rings costing over 1,000,000 points would likely possess substantial capacities. But he could only gaze at them for now. Su Chen withdrew 10,000 points to exchange for a spatial ring of modest rank. His visit to the equipment pavilion had proven quite fruitful, acquiring the shattered demon mirror and a spatial ring. Although he initially intended to visit the martial pavilion, the exchange points for various treasures in the equipment pavilion dissuaded him from that notion. He believed that with the remaining 10,000 points, he would not be able to acquire anything worthwhile in the martial pavilion. So there was no need to waste time. As Su Chen departed the equipment pavilion, he noticed Yi Fei and Chu Yang standing outside, seemingly awaiting someone. Smiling, he inquired, "What brings you two here?" Having fought and become acquainted in the Dongwang Forest, Su Chen had previously seized some points from them, but ultimately returned them. Leading to their budding friendship, Chu Yang hesitated, while Yi Fei appeared anxious. "Are you looking for me?" Yi Fei nodded, saying, "Su, something has happened to Bai Li." What happened? Bai Li was ambushed by a beast in the Dongwang Forest and sustained severe injuries. Her vitality is waning, and only the Long Yin pill from the academy can save her. Then you must hurry to the academy and seek their assistance. Shaking his head, Chu Yang replied helplessly. The academy has rules. If one is injured, they must resolve it themselves obtain a pill. One must use points to exchange at the pill pavilion that a long yen pill costs over 100,000 points. He did not continue, but his tone conveyed his frustration. The academy indeed had a reputation for turning a blind eye to suffering. However, Su Chen understood the institution's regulations. After all, the academy was not a charity. If they helped everyone in trouble, no matter how deep its foundation, it would not endure. Once the academy set a precedent by dispensing the long yen pill, it would not bode well for its development. Having found Su Chen, he realized he could not stand idly by. While he could be ruthless toward enemies, eradicating them completely, he must extend aid to friends. Though he had only briefly encountered Bai Li and even had minor conflicts, he greatly appreciated their character and kindness. Since he regarded them as friends, he could not turn a blind eye. Return and take good care of Sister Bai Li. I will find a way regarding the long yen pill. Delighted, Chu Yang and Yi Fei knew they had come to Su Chen because of his position at the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Perhaps the academy would consider his standing and provide a long yen pill. They clasped their fists in gratitude, not needing to express their thanks. The sentiment was understood. Watching them depart, Su Chen clutched the identity jade token in his hand. Over 10,000 points would surely not suffice for a long yen pill. And he believed the academy would not set a precedent for him. He considered himself lacking both the strength and status for such a request, in light of his inability to ignore a friend in need. Su Chen resolved to visit the dean's office. Before the white building, Su Chen sighed deeply. He had not anticipated that he would take the initiative so quickly, but for a friend, it was a worthy endeavor. Knock, come in. Pushing the door open, he saw the dean seated behind the desk, sipping tea. Su Chen, what brings you here? Dean Lanshang was somewhat surprised by his visit. Dean Lan, I require a long yen pill. But my points are insufficient for an exchange. I seek your assistance in obtaining one. Be succinct and straightforward. Shaking his head, Lanshang smiled and stated, I cannot provide it to you. You should be well aware of the academy's regulations. Any elixir can be obtained, but it requires the exchange of your accumulated points. Your points are insufficient, and that is a matter for you to rectify, not the academy. This was a direct refusal. If I were to make an exception for you, every student would come to me or the academy for favors. And how would the academy manage that? Such a precedent has never been set since its establishment, and I will not be the one to do so. With a deep sigh, Su Chen had anticipated this outcome. Without the long yen dan, Bai Li would not survive. Unwilling to concede, Su Chen bowed to Lanshang and said, Dean Lan, aside from exchanging points, what must I do to obtain the long yen dan? I must have it. The emphasis on must was heavy, indicating Su Chen's resolve. Lanshang scrutinized the young man before him, finally nodding and saying, There's a way to acquire the long yen dan without using points, and you will have unrestricted access to the martial pavilion, artifact pavilion, and alchemy pavilion, allowing you to select any item you desire. Please, Dean Lan, do elaborate. Lacking any semblance of joy, Su Chen understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Acquiring the long yen dan and selecting an item could not possibly be uncomplicated. Lanshang smiled slightly and continued. To the northeast of the academy lies the Heavenly Calamity Valley, a unique environment where calamities manifest. Any martial artist can exchange points to enter the valley for cultivation. This was Su Chen's first encounter with the concept of the Heavenly Calamity Valley. It was notoriously perilous. Even the elite students, including the teachers, could only train at the periphery and not venture into the center. At the heart of the valley stood the Heavenly Calamity Ladder, which, according to legend, has 99 steps, each imbued with the terrifying might of calamity. If you can ascend to the 99th step, I will make an exception and grant you a long yen dan. And you may choose one item from the martial pavilion, alchemy pavilion, and artifact pavilion, each. Understood. As Su Chen turned to leave, discerning from Lanshang's words just how formidable the ascent to the summit of the Heavenly Calamity Ladder truly was. Yet, he had no other options. He could not merely stand by and watch his friend perish. He could not allow himself to do that. I must inform you that since the establishment of the Donghuang Academy, the first president discovered the Heavenly Calamity Valley and no one has ever reached the pinnacle of the heavenly calamity ladder in 10,000 years. Watching the young man's disappearing figure, the smile on Lan Shang's face gradually faded. I hope you can reach the summit of the heavenly calamity ladder to compensate for the lost opportunity of the Emperor's bone. It is the only assistance I can provide. Su Ge. Your son is quite remarkable. I will keep a close eye on him. A sigh echoed softly. Exiting the dean's office, Su Chen made his way toward the northeast of the academy, having resolved to aid Bai Li. He was determined to explore every possible avenue. The heavenly calamity valley lay deep in the northeastern corner of the academy, one of its forbidden zones. Only students and teachers of the academy, including the vice president, were permitted entry. Each entry into the heavenly calamity valley required 1,000 points, allowing for unlimited stay, with the academy bearing no responsibility for life or death. The valley was fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could result in demise beneath the calamity. As such, although the heavenly calamity valley was one of the academy's sacred cultivation grounds, few dared to enter its depths. When Su Chen arrived, there were only a handful of individuals engaged in the process of point exchange. "Excuse me, do you wish to enter the heavenly calamity valley as well?" He chose to ignore them. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency, aware that Bai Li could fall at any moment. He could not afford to waste a second. He rushed to the entrance, presenting his identity jade token to the supervising teacher. The teacher furrowed his brow, but said nothing further. Facilitating Su Chen's entry into the heavenly calamity valley. As soon as he stepped into the valley, a terrifying aura of calamity struck him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Dark clouds loomed over the entire valley. Countless bolts of lightning wreaking havoc, violently tearing through every inch of space, the thunderous roars making his eardrums tremble. The winds howled furiously, and the lightning rampaged. This was the heavenly calamity valley, although it was not a true calamity descending. The unique calamities accumulated over millennia were indeed formidable. Feeling the terrifying essence of lightning permeating him, Su Chen understood that while the periphery of the heavenly calamity valley was indeed a sacred place for cultivation, it was a space where crisis and opportunity coexisted, offering unexpected rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen ventured deeper into the valley, for as the dean had indicated, the heavenly calamity ladder was concealed at the very center of the valley. As he prepared to delve further, a voice interrupted him. "Junior, beyond this point lies the depths of the heavenly calamity valley. The calamities contained within can instantaneously devour a Yuan-Ing realm martial artist." Turning to the voice, he beheld a woman with long hair, as dark as ink, moon-like brows, a straight nose, and cherry-red lips, her skin flawless and fair as snow. Truly beautiful, Ji Yoshi. From her silhouette, Su Chen discerned the figure of his fiancée, Yi, the princess of the Panding dynasty, Ji U11 in their youth. They had shared an innocent bond, but due to her father being heralded as the strongest in Dongwang, the royal family had approached the Su family multiple times to arrange a union. Now, however, time had changed. Having been rendered incapable by Su Hao, and with his father becoming a mere shell of his former self, the royal family sought to annul the engagement. Holding onto the marriage certificate, Su Chen believed that even if the engagement were to be dissolved, it would be he who rejected Ji Yoshi, not the other way around. "You are the Princess Ji Yoshi of the Panding dynasty?" Nodding, Ji Yoshi did not ponder much, as many at Dongwang Academy recognized her, while she did not know most of them, having entered the academy 10 years ago and taken the vice president as her mentor. Her status, talent, and beauty ranked among the top 3 in the academy, attracting countless suitors. Indeed, it was her Su Chen merely speculated, for while the woman bore a striking resemblance to the figure in his memories, he had not anticipated it would truly be Ji Yoshi. Lacking any fondness, he resolved to settle their engagement once he dealt with Su Hao, observing the indifference of the young man before her. Ji Yoshi furrowed her brows, seemingly taken aback by his blatant disregard. She had only meant to offer a kind warning. If he dies, it serves him right. Closing her eyes once more, Ji Yoshi focused on breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. However, upon seeing the younger students, she could not help but offer a reminder, for she understood the peril that lay just ahead. The periphery of the heavenly calamity valley was already quite fearsome. Even she had to tread carefully, fearful that any misstep could lead to demise beneath the calamity. Once one stepped into the depths of the valley, even the academy's teachers might not emerge unscathed. Thus, few students dared to venture into the depths of the heavenly calamity valley, including those from the elite class. This individual clearly did not belong to the elite or the A's class. Arrogance and confidence would come at a price. Rumble. In the depths of the heavenly calamity valley, lightning surged like serpents, violently colliding with the space around them, creating a boundless tsunami of destruction. The thunder grew increasingly deafening, crashing towards Su Chen, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Even Su Chen dared not be careless. Instantly, he activated the ancient god-demon art and the Chaos Devouring technique, forming a protective barrier of divine energy around his body. To ensure absolute safety, Su Chen further utilized the Chaos Devouring technique to absorb the surrounding calamities. Might doubt if you seek to annihilate me, then I shall consume you. Su Chen entertained a bold notion, to devour the calamity, to surpass his own limits. This was certainly a reckless endeavor. Would anyone else dare to attempt such a feat? They would likely not even dare to contemplate it. Yet he was resolute. The terrifying torrents of lightning surged relentlessly, overwhelming him with the oppressive force of calamity, leaving him slightly breathless. His face bore a look of gravity. Su Chen remained wholly focused, determined to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to rescue Bai Li, but he might also pay with his own life. In his hand appeared the Zhangye pen, a treasure capable of invoking heavenly tribulations. However, he was not yet able to wield its true might. With the utmost urgency, he began to draw around him, forming a colossal vortex. Standing at its center, shielded from the onslaught of lightning, he advanced step by step towards the heavenly tribulation ladder, utilizing the Chaos Devouring technique to continuously absorb the power of the tribulation, rapidly forming a vortex within his body that enveloped the virtual Dan, instantly breaking through his limits and elevating from the third level of the virtual Dan realm to the fourth level. Stabilizing at the pinnacle of the fourth level, the thunder roared, and the heavenly tribulation surged violently. Su Chen, aided by the Zhangye pen, proceeded with painstaking difficulty, yet his face was alight with joy and anticipation. Cultivating under such pressure and consumption, this breakthrough was undoubtedly beneficial to him. After traversing hundreds of steps, a purple-black step gradually came into view. This was the heavenly tribulation ladder, consisting of 99 steps. According to Director Lon, in the millennia that have passed, only the first president of the East Wilderness Academy has ever reached the summit of the heavenly tribulation ladder. No one else has been able to set foot upon it. The sky was filled with the howling of thunder, mercilessly ravaging each step, the dense lightning causing all to hesitate. The Zhangye pen continued to draw around him. The ancient divine devil technique and the Chaos Devouring technique operated in layers, enveloping his entire being. The heavenly tribulation ladder comprised 99 steps, each obscured from view by the lightning. From a distance, one could only see the first step, unable to glimpse the second, let alone the subsequent ones. Without a moment's hesitation, for Bai Li's injuries were grievous, he had to ascend to the peak of the heavenly tribulation ladder swiftly to obtain the Lonyan Das. He stepped onto the first step. A vast and domineering aura of lightning surged violently toward him, akin to sharp blades relentlessly harvesting, nearly forcing him to retreat. Enveloped by the lightning, his body was violently torn asunder. Su Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, acutely aware that the steps ahead on the heavenly tribulation ladder were undoubtedly the simplest. Grasping the Zhangye pen, he immediately drew forth a vortex of power. Su Chen leaped forth, akin to a cheetah, hastening towards the second step before him. His entire body ached, and he understood that he could not continue to devour endlessly. His body could not withstand it, and he could only proceed gradually, using the Zhangye pen to divert the lightning's coverage. Within merely 2 hours, Su Chen had ascended 33 steps in one go, with most of the credit undoubtedly attributed to the Zhangye pen. Had it not been for the Zhangye pen, he believed he would not have even managed to climb 10 steps. The oppressive force of the heavenly tribulation ladder was far too terrifying. Even a soul palace realm cultivator might not tread here. There is someone that he spotted a woman not far away, lying on the ground, drenched in blood, in a semi-conscious state, as Su Chen could not stand by idly. Anyone who could reach this place undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength, and it was clear that students could not achieve this. She was likely a teacher from the academy. Stepping forward, just as the woman was about to be consumed by the lightning, Su Chen swiftly wielded the Zhangji pin, drawing forth a rolling power that instantaneously diverted the lightning, sparing her from peril. Gazing at the pale-faced woman, Su Chen's eyes suddenly focused. She was remarkably beautiful. Among all the women he had encountered, only Luo Tianfei could rival her. Her stunning countenance bore no flaws, particularly her pair of eyes, which captivated one to the point of distraction, every smile and frown capable of enchanting souls. "Thank you for your assistance. Are you a teacher of the academy?" Yin Meihuan's gaze sharpened in surprise. She seemed taken aback that he did not recognize her. Nodding, she replied, "My name is Yin Meihuan, and I am a teacher of the academy's elite and royal classes." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Chen said, "I must continue ascending the steps. What about you?" Su Chen could almost ascertain that given Yin Meihuan's grave injuries, not only was it uncertain whether she could continue ascending, but whether she could safely exit the heavenly tribulation ladder was also in question. He could not watch her die before his eyes. "If you remain by my side for 1 hour, I can recover most of my injuries." "All right." She immediately sat cross-legged, and Su Chen wasted no time, beginning to utilize the Chaos Devouring technique to absorb the surrounding heavenly tribulation, transforming it into his own power. Enveloped by the power drawn forth by the Zhangji pin, the heavenly tribulation could not approach. This was Su Chen's greatest reliance and confidence. With a somewhat dazed expression, Yin Meihuan had not anticipated that this student would be so indifferent, seemingly oblivious to her beauty. She shook her head helplessly. Not every man was driven by lust. Time was of the essence. She had only 1 hour to recover from her injuries, to exit the steps successfully. Her visit to the heavenly tribulation valley had indeed yielded considerable gains, as her cultivation had finally broken through to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm. Just a step away from the spirit gathering realm. The soul palace realm is divided into human soul realm, earth soul realm, and heavenly soul realm. Yin Meihuan was at level 9 of the heavenly soul realm, and she had come to the heavenly tribulation valley to cultivate in hopes of breaking through to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm, also to test how many steps she could ascend. 33 steps had been her limit. Had this person not appeared in time, she would have likely been consumed by the heavenly tribulation. Now, reflecting on it filled her with trepidation. An hour of devouring and refining resulted in Su Chen breaking through to the 4th level of the virtual Dan realm and surprisingly consolidating his advancement to the 5th level. He was somewhat dazed, yet Su Chen understood just how formidable the Chaos Devouring technique was. Moreover, with the combined effects of the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique and the ancient Divine Devil technique, he possessed a unique opportunity. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yin Meihuan's blood wheel above her head showed signs of cracking, and a fox phantom appeared, seemingly in a state of panic. Blood wheel charming fox. Su Chen stared in astonishment at the blood wheel Yin Meihuan possessed. The blood wheel charming fox was a deceptive blood wheel. When cultivated to a high level, a single glance could leave an enemy in disarray, even driving them to madness or suicide. While the charming fox was not a top-tier blood wheel, it was indeed a unique one. The heavenly tribulation was its nemesis, leaving Su Chen speechless. Had Yin Meihuan not released the blood wheel, everything would have been manageable. He believed that with his Zhangji pin, she could have easily recovered and left the steps. Now, however, the situation had drastically changed. The surging heavenly tribulation continued to batter Yin Meihuan, and despite Su Chen's aid with the Zhangji pin, the cracks on her blood wheel multiplied. If this continued, Yin Meihuan would not only fail to leave the steps, but might very well perish on the spot. Su Chen noticed that the ambiguous glint in Yin Meihuan's eyes was overwhelming enough to ensnare any man. That seductive allure likely stemmed from the blood wheel charming fox. Another assault? Previously, he had lost his innocence to Luo Tianfei's forceful advances, and he had no desire to endure a second instance. "Could you assist me with a favor? Speak. My blood wheel charming fox is under the suppression of the heavenly tribulation and has begun to crack." The charming fox cannot suppress it and must seek its other half to merge. Only by sharing a room with you can I preserve my blood wheel from shattering. Were there even a glimmer of an alternative? Yin Mei Huan would never have uttered such words. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in the East Wilderness Academy, she was at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm, merely a step away from the spirit-gathering realm, and maintained her flawless physique. She surely did not wish to resort to such measures under these circumstances. Facing life and death, she found it impossible to remain calm. Could she simply allow herself to perish? With no other options, only this young man remained. Whether she liked it or not, she had no choice but to select him. Fortunately, the youth was quite handsome and not overly lustful, furrowing his brow tightly. Su Chen felt exasperated. Why did he keep encountering such predicaments? Having already experienced Luo Tianfei's forceful advances, now he faced Yin Mei Huan. Merely attempting to ascend the heavenly tribulation ladder, he found himself embroiled in such affairs. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Nonsense. If I could find someone else, would I need to seek you? I, Yin Mei Huan, am the first beauty of the East Wilderness Academy. Do I not measure up to you? With his Anjipen in hand, he continued to draw around him, fully aware of the current situation. Should Yin Mei Huan truly resort to force, he would find it impossible to withstand. Yin Mei Huan's cultivation was already significantly superior to his own. And given the peculiar circumstances, he was indeed facing a tragic fate, having encountered such situations twice in succession that I, Yin Mei Huan, promise that once this is over, I will offer you the greatest reward. Observing the increasingly unsettling gaze of Yin Mei Huan, Su Chen ultimately chose to compromise. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. He could not bear to watch Yin Mei Huan's blood wheel shatter and remain indifferent. The pen of burial calamity in his hand began to draw of its own accord under the shroud of divine and demonic energies as he gradually approached Yin Mei Huan that moment. Her complexion turned a deep crimson, akin to a ripe red apple. The blood wheel manifested cracks, urgently requiring unity to resolve the crisis. Yin Mei Huan's blood wheel was particularly unique. Once the blood wheel of the charmed fox was suppressed by heavenly tribulations. A union between male and female was necessary to alleviate the peril faced by the charmed fox. This battle endured for a full 3 hours. A resounding fox cry and the call of a phoenix echoed throughout the heavenly tribulation steps. Feeling the cultivation within him surge, Su Chen astonishingly realized he had shattered through 3 levels, ascending from the 5th level of the Void Dan realm to the 8th. He had never anticipated that his recent union with Yin Mei Huan would cause the ancestral phoenix's rebirth technique within him to operate autonomously, seamlessly merging with the secret arts she had employed. Not only Su Chen, but even Yin Mei Huan experienced a similar elevation, advancing 3 levels from the peak of the heavenly soul realm directly into the 3rd tier of the form spirit realm. The form spirit realm comprises the form spirit realm, the spirit refinement realm, and the concentration realm. It was truly astonishing. With a helpless smile, she had not imagined that they would both rise 3 levels simultaneously. It seemed she had just heard the sound of a phoenix's cry emanating from within her body. That I still do not know your name. Class 22, Su Chen. The worst junior class? Upon learning that Su Chen hailed from the lowest junior class, Yin Mei Huan appeared quite taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "If you wish to enter the elite class, I can arrange IT. And no need. I am quite content in the junior class. Do you intend to continue?" "Yes, I have matters to attend to. You may return first. I will seek you out upon my return to the academy." All right. Yin Mei Huan's injuries had nearly healed, and she chose not to linger any longer. Their circumstances had transpired rather abruptly, leaving them both somewhat unable to confront the situation. To alleviate the awkwardness, she decided to depart, planning to discuss everything further once they returned to the academy. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen acknowledged that what had just occurred was indeed unexpected. However, since it had happened, he would not choose to evade IT. It is quite common for men to have multiple wives. And both Luo Tianfei from before and Yin Mei Huan now were stunning beauties. Unmatched in Dong Huang. One minor flaw was that neither of his 2 women had developed their relationships gradually. Rather, they had both employed forceful means. The tempest of lightning raged mercilessly upon each step, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Su Chen ceased to procrastinate, clutching the pen of burial calamity as he made his way toward the 34th step. The 34th step, the 35th step, the 36th step, the 48th step. When Su Chen reached the 88th step, drenched in sweat and feeling as though his body might collapse, he knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand. The pen of burial calamity hovered above him, continually drawing and forming an impenetrable barrier. No force of heavenly tribulation could approach. Yet even so, each ascended step felt as arduous as climbing to the heavens. The might of the heavenly tribulations intensified, causing the chaos body within him to boil, manifesting a phantom of the chaos body behind him, gasping heavily. The final 11 steps were the ultimate test of his resolve. His internal cultivation had stabilized, and he had not anticipated such a significant rise in levels from this venture to the heavenly tribulation valley. He knew he must muster his strength to ascend a few more steps, as he truly feared he might falter. For others, even teachers or the vice principal, ascending 88 steps was no small feat after all. Su Chen's ability to stand there was largely due to the pen of burial calamity hovering above him. Continue! The thunder roared with ferocity, carrying a terrifying momentum that surged from all directions, seemingly intent on tearing Su Chen apart. This time, he did not allow himself a moment's pause. Under the pen of burial calamity's protection, he suddenly accelerated, hastening toward the 89th step. The higher he climbed, the more ferocious the thunderstorm grew, its furious roars seeking to suppress Su Chen. Thankfully, the pen of burial calamity was able to withstand 90% of the heavenly tribulation's might. Otherwise, he would not have made it this far. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, refusing to yield. Sweat soaked his body. Each step felt as though he were traversing vast distances. Now the 96th step, only 3 steps remained. The final 3 steps proved to be hundreds of times more challenging than the preceding 96 combined. When Su Chen stood at the 97th step, even with the pen of burial calamity's assistance, he could not suppress the tearing sensation within him and let out a long howl towards the heavens. A 100-foot phantom of the chaos body emerged, and 3 blood wheels appeared simultaneously. Overlapping one another, the trickle of blood emerged from Su Chen's body, yet he chose to persist, refusing to abandon his ascent. The thunder rumbled wildly, as the heavenly tribulations roared with an intensity that seemed to incite their wrath. The entire heavenly tribulation staircase summoned fierce beasts to surge towards Su Chen. Waves of terrifying heavenly tribulation pressed down upon him, and he was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth to endure the genuine pain emanating from within. With only 2 steps remaining, he was determined to hold on. The chaos body that emerged behind him trembled, the overwhelming might rendering him nearly immobile. Yet his gaze remained resolute, unwavering amidst the terrifying pressure of the heavenly tribulation. To maintain such composure under such a formidable force was beyond human capacity. Upon stepping onto the 98th step, the might of the heavenly tribulation surprisingly eased, and he felt his internal power contract and expand, allowing him to break through his limits and ascend from the 8th level of the Void Dan realm to the 9th. The final step loomed before him, and as he stood before it, Su Chen gritted his teeth, advancing step by step. When he reached the 99th step, it felt as though a sheer cliff obstructed his path, severing his route. Taking this next step was an immense challenge. The surrounding lightning grew ever more frenzied, as if ancient feral beasts were howling at the sky. The oppressive force of the heavenly tribulations converged from all directions, and blood seeped from Su Chen's mouth as his body swayed precariously. Taking a deep breath, it took him half an hour to stabilize himself. His gaze was exceptionally firm. If he could just take this final step, he would have accomplished his goal. The 3 blood wheels swirling within him combined with the chaos body and the pen of burial calamity. And Su Chen finally took that crucial step. As 1 foot landed on the 99th step, he felt the chaos body within him tremble violently, the 3 blood wheels becoming firmly bound. The oppressive force of the heavenly tribulations surrounded him like a prison, leaving Su Chen, who was merely half a step away, unable to take that final leap. If he could just step out that last half step, he would successfully reach the pinnacle of the heavenly tribulation staircase. A divine bow appeared in his hand, and an arrow materialized upon it. Without hesitation, he drew the bow and released the arrow, which shot forth with a swift whoosh. Whoosh! The god-slaying bone arrow pierced through the air. And Su Chen's intention was quite simple. Him to take that final half-step with the aid of the god-slaying bone arrow. However, this half-step was more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Regardless of belief, the remaining half-step could not be crossed, even with the assistance of the burial calamity pin. Only the god-slaying bone bow could facilitate this leap. The overwhelmingly powerful god-slaying bone arrow shattered the lightning barrier before him. And seizing the fleeting moment, Su Chen finally traversed that half-step. When his feet firmly landed on the 99th step, the surrounding thunderous roars and the howling of the heavenly tribulation ceased, creating a stillness akin to the arrival of the King of Hell. All oppressive forces vanished in an instant, and as Su Chen gazed upon the 99th step, he realized he had succeeded at last. That very moment, a terrifying stream of energy suddenly manifested between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire heavenly tribulation ladder, causing the entire heavenly tribulation valley to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The apocalypse seemed to descend, spreading from the heavenly tribulation valley to the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy. All the teachers and students rushed out, looking towards the valley, bewildered as to what had transpired. The second, third, and fourth terrifying streams of energy descended, culminating in the 99th. Above Su Chen's head, the sky rumbled with thunder, transforming into countless rolling lightning bolts that shook the surroundings, even affecting the Eastern Wilderness Academy. An unprecedented phenomenon had occurred in the heavenly tribulation valley, something that had not been witnessed in millennia. Lan Shang's figure materialized outside the heavenly tribulation valley, and witnessing the unfolding scene, he was astonished. He immediately ordered the expulsion of all students from the valley and decreed its lockdown, forbidding anyone from stepping foot within. Meanwhile, Ji Yoshi, who was deep in her cultivation, was completely unaware of the events and was forcibly ejected by the vice president. With a thunderous roar, Lan Shang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had allowed Su Chen to ascend the heavenly tribulation ladder with only a glimmer of hope. After all, in all these years, only the first president who established the Eastern Wilderness Academy had ever set foot upon the pinnacle of the heavenly tribulation ladder. Su Chen would be the second. It was said that those who could ascend the heavenly tribulation ladder were undoubtedly individuals of extraordinary talent, so gifted that even the heavens envied them. Destined to reach the imperial realm, the emergence of such an extraordinary figure in the Eastern Wilderness Academy was undoubtedly a blessing for the institution. Su Chen, you must surpass your father. That moment. Atop the 99th step, Su Chen felt the celestial phenomenon enveloping him and was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that ascending to the 99th step would invoke such a terrifying spectacle. The towering, chaotic, golden body coalescing behind him radiated a dazzling light, and it was through this celestial phenomenon that Su Chen's cultivation instantaneously broke through to the peak of the Void Dan realm. With his internal Void Dan beginning to solidify, he broke through to the Solid Dan realm. He surged forward, directly advancing 3 levels from the 1st to the 4th level of the Solid Dan realm. The celestial phenomenon persisted for a full minute before gradually dissipating, ultimately vanishing from sight. Think he could provoke such a celestial phenomenon. Remarkable indeed. Who goes there? Turning around, Su Chen was startled to see an elder who had appeared unbeknownst to him. Had the elder chosen to ambush him just moments ago, he would have already become a corpse. The elder wore a dark gray robe, his hair spiked like standing needles, and despite his aged visage, his eyes sparkled with a keen light, as if he could see through all things in the world. I am Yun Kongji, and may I ask how you wish to be addressed, young friend? Su Chen replied, I have encountered the esteemed elder. Seeing the expression on Su Chen's face, Yun Kongji chuckled. It seems, young friend, Su has already deduced my identity. Indeed, I am the first president who established the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Although Su Chen had already suspected the elder's identity, hearing it declared outright still left him in awe. According to President Lan, only the first president had ever set foot upon the 99th step in the past millennia. The mere fact that this person stood here alongside him spoke volumes about his identity. The two conversed for a while, and as darkness fell, Yun Kongji stretched and sighed. I must admit my age. I am somewhat weary. Young friend Su, you should return to the academy. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, esteemed elder. In Yun Kongji's hand appeared a jade slip, and he smiled as he said, I possess no treasures to bestow, but I can impart this secret technique to you. May it serve you well in commanding respect across the continent. Yes, Su Chen took the jade slip. He found that Yun Kongji's figure had already vanished. Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Chen never anticipated encountering a figure from millennium ago. What kind of cultivation must one possess to live for such a duration? Clearly, this elder's strength was unfathomable. Without lingering further, Su Chen departed from the heavenly tribulation ladder and returned to his residence. But he took out the jade slip, and as his spirit surged into it, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Soul prison technique. Feeling the overwhelming power of this martial art, Su Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment. The terror of the soul prison technique lay in its ability to imprison any soul. Even allowing the creation of soul slaves.ite was an exceptionally formidable soul martial art. With the information of the soul prison technique imprinted in his mind, Su Chen promptly destroyed the jade slip. He was quite fond of this secret technique and immediately began his cultivation as for the celestial phenomenon that appeared in the heavenly tribulation valley. The academy sealed all news regarding it. Even after Su Chen left the valley, no one was aware, as all was suppressed by President Lan Shang, who wanted to shield Su Chen from any repercussions. The following day, as dawn broke and dispelled the black mist shrouding the Eastern Wilderness, the Eastern Wilderness Academy welcomed several unexpected guests, guided to the Academy Hall by Vice President Qinju. This hall was designated for receiving outsiders, due to the special identities of the visitors. Even the usually reclusive President Lan Shang made an appearance. Within the hall, Qinju wore a grim expression, as the Academy's vice president, particularly one burdened with numerous affairs. He held Su Chen in high regard. Brother Lan, Tang Hao's bloodline has been severed. After returning to the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian has come personally. How should we respond? The Tang clan, one of the top-tier clans in the Eastern Wilderness, it was entirely normal for a father to confront those who had crippled his son's bloodline at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Lan Shang felt somewhat helpless. Su Chen's actions had been too ruthless. Knowing Tang Hao's identity, he still chose to sever the boy's bloodline. Let us observe the situation. No sooner had he spoken than a burly middle-aged man, resembling Tang Hao, entered the hall, his muscular frame radiating fury as he strode in with several dozen followers. This was none other than Tang Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Tang clan and a formidable figure at the Gathering Pill realm. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Gathering Pill realm was already considered a peak existence. President Lan, it has been 5 years. I trust you are well. Lan Shang replied with a smile. Patriarch Tang seldom visits our Eastern Wilderness Academy. I have little reason to interfere. Tang Xiaotian entered the hall and took a seat on the left, his expression darkening ominously. Bowing respectfully to President Lan, he stated bluntly, President Lan, my son has been cultivating at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. While I did not initially wish for this, he insisted, and given the Academy's standing in the Eastern Wilderness, I did not intervene. Your esteemed Academy has always been heralded as the foremost institution in the Eastern Wilderness. Yet I never anticipated my son would have his bloodline severed within its walls. I wonder how President Lan intends to explain this matter. The crux of the issue had arrived. Qinju interjected. Patriarch Tang, you may not be aware, but Tang Hao and another individual signed a life-and-death pact to engage in a duel. Even the Academy cannot intervene in such matters. This was precisely what infuriated Tang Xiaotian the most. Had there been no life-and-death pact, he could have sought justice with conviction. But the current circumstances were quite troublesome. As Qinju had stated, a life-and-death pact between warriors was beyond the reach of any authority to prevent. I wish to meet this Su Chen, if I may. Before Qinju could respond, Lan Shang nodded, saying, Vice President Qin, please fetch Su Chen. Understood. With a deep sigh, Qinju understood the magnitude of the trouble that offending the Tang clan could bring. While the Eastern Wilderness Academy could withstand it, the greatest concern was Su Chen in the dormitory courtyard. Su Chen, who had been diligently practicing the soul prison technique, heard a knock at the door and rose to answer it. Who are you? I am Qinju, the Deputy Dean of the Academy. The Dean seeks your presence. Please follow me. The Deputy Dean himself sought him out. This seemed rather suspicious. Without further inquiries, Su Chen followed Qin Zhu out of his dormitory. Heading towards a hall, regarding the matter between you and Tang Hao, the clan leader of the Tang family, Tang Xiao Tian, has come personally to seek retribution. Rest assured, the academy will not hand you over. However, you must also be prepared, as the Tang family's influence is vast. Once you leave the academy, it is certain they will take action against you. That understood. Su Chen felt no surprise. The Tang family would inevitably learn about his incapacitation of Tang Hao's blood wheel. If not for the academy's deterrence, he believed the Tang family would have acted against him without hesitation. When soldiers come, I shall block. When water rises, I shall dam. He harbored no fear. What could the Tang family do to him? One from the Su family, one from the Tang family. I in the hall. As Qin Zhu led Su Chen inside, the saying, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred, rang true. Just as Su Chen entered, a martial artist at the congealing spirit realm, standing behind Tang Xiao Tian, lunged at him with a fierce strike. Qin Zhu was occupied with another martial artist of the same realm, and Tang Xiao Tian's intent was clear: to eliminate Su Chen before Lan Shang could react. Avenging his son. Killing Su Chen would ensure that even if Dong Huang Academy were infuriated, facing the Tang family, would they truly wage war over a single student? It seemed rather unrealistic, preposterous. In an instant, Lan Shang's figure vanished, a terrifying killing intent coalescing as it surged towards the assailant. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying. Had Lan Shang not shown mercy, he would have surely perished. Tang Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened, and he personally attacked Su Chen, disregarding all else in his quest for vengeance. Boom! 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 Tang Xiao Tian was relentlessly suppressed by Lan Shang. As he struck out, he exclaimed, 9 flowers gathering cauldron. You have already reached this level. Beyond the congealing spirit realm lies the gathering cauldron realm, which differs from previous realms. It is not divided into 3 tiers, but rather, within the soul's flower, each flower represents a world. Classified from 1 flower to 9 flowers, culminating in the so-called 9 flowers gathering cauldron. As the clan leader of the Tang family, Tang Xiao Tian had only recently gathered 7 flowers, yet he was astounded to discover that Lan Shang had achieved 9 flowers gathering cauldron. Qin Zhu, too, was taken aback, fully aware of what 9 flowers gathering cauldron signified. In all of Dong Huang, it represented the pinnacle of existence. Clan leader Tang, please conduct yourself with propriety. This is Dong Huang Academy, not your Tang family. Should you dare to strike again, I will annihilate you all. Staring intently at Lan Shang, Tang Xiaotan bore no doubt. While others might hesitate, Lan Shang would undoubtedly act, given the academy's formidable foundation. In Dong Huang, no faction had ever dared to provoke Dong Huang Academy. The two took their seats, their indifferent gazes fixed upon the young man before them. Tang Xiao Tian suppressed his boundless murderous intent, coldly stating, even in a life-and-death agreement, you should not have crippled his blood wheel. To a martial artist, it is fundamental. His own folly is his burden to bear. Nodding slightly, Tang Xiao Tian expressed dissatisfaction, saying, you are quite arrogant. It is a pity that your arrogance is merely a shield behind Dong Huang Academy. However, the academy cannot protect you for a lifetime, but I hope you never leave the academy. Tang Xiao Tian had never anticipated that Lan Shang would sever ties with the Tang family over a single student. According to his previous assumptions, given the Tang family's influence and intimidation, Dong Huang Academy would surely show some deference. The reality, however, was a harsh slap to his face. Clan leader Tang, no need for further pleasantries, Qin Zhu remarked coldly. While others may fear the Tang family, Dong Huang Academy held no such apprehension. Besides, the dean had already broken through to 9 flowers gathering cauldron, standing proudly above all. Humph! Tang Xiao Tian departed swiftly with his entourage. Throughout the encounter, Su Chen remained silent. For with the academy's backing, any words he spoke would be futile. If the academy wished to protect him, they would act without his prompting. If they did not, no amount of pleading would avail him. Dong Huang Academy had not disappointed him. Even in the face of the Tang family, they did not retreat an inch, even engaging in battle with the clan leader, Su Chen. Concerning the Tang family, you need not involve yourself. As long as you remain within Dong Huang Academy, they cannot harm you. Your sole focus should be to cultivate diligently. Understood, go now. Yes. Once Su Chen departed, Qinju's expression turned grave as he addressed Lan Shan. Brother Lan, with our academy having torn ties with the Tang family, do you think they will resort to underhanded tactics? Lan Shan chuckled and shook his head, responding, Tang Xiaotian is no fool. He would not engage in a losing venture. Then regarding Su Chen, keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not leave the academy by even a step. Very well. Lan Shan shook his head. Somewhat exasperated, yet he vowed to protect Su Chen at all costs. Currently, it was merely the Tang family. In the future, there would also be the Su family. For Su Chen to face two top-tier clans simultaneously would render his rise exceedingly arduous. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Chen hastily approached Yin Mei, who was waiting outside. Where have you been? Just wandering about. Since arriving at the academy, I have not ventured anywhere. Yin Mei nodded and inquired. Have you heard about the events at Tianjie Valley yesterday? The celestial phenomenon descended, and the dean forcibly expelled me from Tianjie Valley. Regarding the matter of Tianjie Valley, Su Chen remained tight-lipped. For according to Yun Kongji's instructions, it was best not to disclose anything. After all, everyone understood the principle that a man can incur guilt merely by possessing something valuable. There was no doubt. The academy had sealed off Tianjie Valley and expelled everyone due to the celestial phenomenon. She had already gathered information about Su Chen, a newcomer to the academy who had ranked in the lowest beginner class yet topped the potential dragon ranking. You've made a breakthrough? Nodding with a smile, Su Chen replied, I was fortunate to encounter an opportunity on the 34th step, which allowed me to advance to the real Dan realm. Yin Mei was astonished. Fully aware of how long it typically took to progress from the illusory Dan realm to the real Dan realm, who would have anticipated that Su Chen would achieve such a breakthrough in just a single day. Opportunity was indeed crucial, yet innate talent was even more vital. Su Chen, now that you have reached the real Dan realm, you can certainly enter the advanced class to cultivate. If you are willing, I can apply to the academy for you to enter the elite class. Before Su Chen could refuse, Yin Mei continued, remaining in the beginner class, the resources available to you are minimal, which will hinder your martial arts progression. Moreover, only by entering the elite class can you access things that the beginner and intermediate classes cannot touch. You understand. Su Chen recognized Yin Mei's good intentions. With his cultivation level, he could indeed enter the advanced class. But gaining access to the elite class was another matter entirely. After all, one must reach the Golden Dan realm to qualify for the elite class. He was uncertain whether Yin Mei could truly make an exception for him. He genuinely did not wish to depart from the lowest beginner class. You not wish to? Do you truly want to remain in the beginner class for the rest of your life? I can tell you now that continuing to stay at the academy holds no meaning. With your talent, there is no need to linger here. Yin Mei was visibly agitated. She had been tirelessly working for Su Chen's sake since last night, hoping to see him enter the elite class. Her own cultivation had already broken through to the form spirit realm, and her teacher's rank had also increased. She believed Su Chen should be eligible for an exception to enter the elite class. Very well, then. Await my news. Yin Mei could hardly contain her excitement. Women are often like this. Once you win their affection, they gradually begin to accept you. Moreover, Su Chen's talent and appearance were truly exceptional. Destined for greatness, anyone could see his potential. Under the blazing sun, Su Chen summoned all the students from the lowest beginner class. Huang Qi, Lu Yu Wan Ni Yun, Yi Xian Xian, Xiao Hong, Fang Qing, Fang Zhu, Shi Xiao Man, and Xing Ing Xu Su Shui Di. Did you summon us for something? Su Chen nodded, smiling as he said, If all goes well, I will soon be advancing to the elite class for cultivation. That is truly wonderful. I knew with Su Shuidi's talent and potential, how could you possibly remain in the beginner class? Congratulations, Su Shuidi. In the depths of Xing Yingshua's eyes, flickers of unease and inferiority passed by. She was acutely aware that as Su Chen continued to excel, the chasm between them would only widen. With heartfelt sincerity, she congratulated Su Chen, for he had emerged from the most disdained beginner class, regarded as the least esteemed within the entire academy. Yet now, this very Su Chen had transcended both the intermediate and advanced classes, gaining admission to the elite class for cultivation, a remarkable achievement for the entire beginner class. Huang Qi, the leader, spoke. Here is 10,000 points. Take it. You have awakened a mutated bloodline, so do not succumb to laziness or self-abandonment should I witness any lack of progress on your part. You shall no longer follow me. Yes, leader, I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Huang Qi accepted the points without hesitation, fully cognizant that to cultivate effectively within the academy and rapidly enhance his prowess. Points were indispensable as Su Chen's entrance into the elite class did not equate to leaving the academy. Thus, there was no sense of parting forever. Having successfully acquired the Longyan Dan, Su Chen proceeded to the dormitory of Intermediate Class 18. Excuse me, which is senior sister by Li's dormitory? That one right there, the young man pointed. Following his indication, Su Chen gazed upon the neatly arranged buildings, feeling a wave of nostalgia, as the dormitories for the intermediate class were vastly superior to those of the beginner class. Upon arriving at Bai Li's dormitory, he fortuitously encountered Chu Yang as he exited at "Su Junior, you've arrived. Senior Chu, here is the Longyan Dan." Upon seeing the Longyan Dan, Chu Yang's expression brightened instantly, and he gratefully bowed to Su Chen. He understood the significance of this pill, which required hundreds of thousands of points for exchange. "Su Junior, I thank you on behalf of Bai Li. There is no need for formality among friends. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude." All right. Not lingering any longer, he indeed had many tasks at hand, successfully ascending the 99 steps of the heavenly tribulation ladder. As promised by Dean Lon, he was permitted to visit the weapon pavilion, artifact pavilion, and pill pavilion, each time selecting one item of his choice. There was no need to seek out Dean Lon. Surely, such matters had been communicated. Arriving at the artifact pavilion for the second time, Su Chen felt a sense of wonder. The treasures within the pavilion were such that even a single item would require thousands of points. With those worth looking at often costing tens or even hundreds of thousands on his previous visit, he had exchanged for a spatial ring and a fragmentary divine demon mirror, presenting his identity jade token. The teacher guarding the artifact pavilion regarded the student before him with some surprise, nodding as he said, "The dean has already instructed that you may freely select one spiritual artifact within the pavilion, including the second floor, without the need for point exchange as expected." Entering the artifact pavilion, Su Chen did not linger on the first floor, but directly ascended to the second. The second floor was significantly smaller and devoid of people. As the spiritual artifacts, there were valued at least in the hundreds of thousands of points, with some requiring millions. Even elite class students could not readily produce such vast amounts of points for a single exchange. Each glowing orb contained descriptions of the spiritual artifacts along with their required points for exchange. Conglong Sword, 1,000,000 points for exchange. 0.1 million points. Su Chen was taken aback. Merely this number was enough to deter countless students. Truly daunting, he could only select one item and had to make a wise choice. As he strolled and examined the glowing orbs showcasing an array of spiritual treasures, he felt dazzled, yearning to possess them all. For each artifact was a gem, Jiao Long Nail. Yet another fragmentary spiritual artifact, requiring a staggering sum of over 100 million points for exchange, believed to be the highest valued item on the second floor of the artifact pavilion. Su Chen was astonished. Why would a fragmentary artifact demand such an exorbitant amount? According to the orb's description, there were 9 Jiao Long Nails, renowned as the nemesis of the Dragon Clan, each imbued with unfathomable power. Each Jiao Long Nail was a priceless treasure. Imagining the sheer might of a complete set was awe-inspiring. Placing his identity jade token upon the designated spot, Su Chen decided, this is the one. The token glimmered, and the orb vanished, revealing the Jiao Long Nail in his hand, approximately the length of a finger, a mottled black and yellow, etched with intricate patterns resembling myriad tadpoles, resembling an old, rusted nail. Clutching the Jiao Long Nail tightly, Su Chen turned to depart. As he exited the second floor, the figure of Lan Shang gradually materialized, observing the vanished Jiao Long Nail with evident satisfaction. "You have a discerning eye, my boy. I did not waste my efforts. It turned out that this Jiao Long Nail had been deliberately placed by Lan Shang, previously absent from the artifact pavilion." Such a formidable treasure, a bane to the Dragon Clan. If word spread, the Dragon Clan would surely come knocking at the door. Leaving the artifact pavilion, Su Chen proceeded directly to the pill pavilion. He did not select any other pills, opting instead for one specifically targeting the soul, and arranged for the academy to send it back to the Su family in Panyu City. Firstly, he could not leave the Eastern Wilderness Academy alone. For having crippled Tang Hao's bloodline, the Tang family sought to eliminate him. Within the academy, the Tang family likely refrained from acting due to the institution's formidable influence. Once he departed, the Tang family would act without restraint, and with his current strength, he would be no match for them. Secondly, he was no longer a member of the Su family and had no need to return. Yet this pill must be delivered. His father had become a living corpse. How to awaken him remained a mystery, but he would not forego any opportunity. Lastly, the martial pavilion awaited, constructed similarly to a white edifice. It housed more students than any other place. The academy maintained an open policy toward martial arts, requiring minimal points for exchanges. With a philosophy of inclusive education, the academy aspired for more students to discover the martial arts that suited them. The martial pavilion consisted of a single grand hall, lined with glowing orbs, students coming and going, some jubilant, others disheartened. Olin and Mu Shuang, upon spotting Su Chen's entrance, were startled, their bodies trembling. They had been defeated by him in the Eastern Wilderness Forest. Never anticipating he would ascend to the top of the Qianlong list. You stay here. I shall seek out my elder brother. Olin's elder brother, Mo Xian, was a student of the elite class 5. At the first-tier Golden Core stage, he simply could not swallow this humiliation in Mo Lin's view. As long as his brother intervened, he could certainly suppress this individual, though the academy forbade advanced students from bullying their junior counterparts. A show of intimidation would likely be overlooked by the institution. Gazing at the glowing orbs containing numerous martial arts techniques, Su Chen felt little interest. What he currently required was a martial art focused on agility or perhaps a stealth technique. Another fragmentary martial art caught his eye. For reasons unknown, Su Chen had an affinity for fragmented spiritual artifacts and martial arts, believing that any incomplete technique or item must hold great value. The divine demon mirror he had previously obtained could even activate the operation of the ancient divine demon art, which spoke volumes. Reading the introduction beneath the glowing orb, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This fragmentary martial art was, in fact, a soul-based technique he had previously acquired from Yun Kongji, known as the soul prison art. Among all martial arts, there was no doubt that soul-based techniques were the rarest and most difficult to obtain. Even a fragmentary martial art was highly coveted by Su Chen that he took out his identity jade token and placed it upon the orb. Within the next moment, the orb vanished, revealing the jade slip in his hand. Trash is trash. You can only select fragmentary martial arts. Mo Xian's scornful voice echoed as he approached with Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, his expression dripping with disdain. Choosing to ignore the taunt, Mo Lin stepped forward. Sneering, Su Chen, this is my elder brother Mo Xian from Elite Class 5 that I can overlook the previous incident, but you must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, my brother will strike you every time he encounters you. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Chen expressed his impatience with distaste, exclaiming, whose 3 dogs have run amok, biting indiscriminately here. If no one steps in to manage this, I shall not hold back. Numerous students, engaged in selecting martial arts, could not contain their laughter upon hearing his words. This individual was indeed audacious, daring to provoke even the esteemed Mo Xian of the elite class. You don't even know him? Who is he? Is he quite famous? Needless to say, he is Su Chen, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list. It's been scarcely 20 days since he entered the academy, yet for some inexplicable reason, he remains in the beginner class without promotion. Su Chen, is it truly him? Even if he holds a top position on the Hidden Dragon list, he cannot possibly contend with the students of the elite class. The elite consists of approximately 400 individuals, all of whom are at least at the Gold Core realm. The Hidden Dragon list is merely a joke in comparison to it is well known that the Academy maintains 2 rankings, the Hidden Dragon list and the 100 Battles list. The former is contested among the beginner and intermediate classes, while the advanced and elite classes vie for the latter. The 2 lists are incommensurable, furious, Mo Lin retorted. Su Chen, do not be so reckless. Do you dare accept my brother's challenge? Mo Xian immediately interjected. Kid, you are indeed quite brazen. However, such audacity requires backing. I wonder if you possess that backing, or are you merely a turtle hiding its head? Boasting empty bravado while being nothing more than a paper tiger? Brother, I dare say he is not even worthy of being called a paper tiger, merely a little ant daring to show off before my brother. He should reflect on whether he possesses the strength to do so. Scum. With a pompous Mo Lin in view, many wore expressions of disdain and mockery, were it not for his brother Mo Xian's influence. Would Mo Lin dare to be so arrogant? The answer was undoubtedly no. Mo Lin felt utterly elated, confident that he was not Su Chen's match. Without the support of his brother, he would forever remain subjugated, unable to provoke anyone. Yet now, emboldened by his brother's presence, he felt he could act with impunity, relishing the moment despite the ridicule from the surrounding students. Both Mo Xian and others were entirely certain that Su Chen would not dare accept the challenge. A student from the beginner class, even if ranked first on the hidden dragon list, could not possibly be an adversary for an elite class student. The disparity in realms was far too great. Acceptance would be tantamount to humiliation, and such a glaring error was one that Su Chen would not likely commit. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and stated, Since you wish to challenge me, if I do not accept, you shall likely continue your incessant barking. What? Is Su Chen truly going to accept the challenge? Has he lost his mind? All eyes turned to Su Chen, who had agreed to the challenge, believing him to be impulsive. After all, who would not be enraged by such humiliation and provocation? However, the circumstances were rather unique. Mo Xian hailed from the elite class, a formidable gold core warrior, and it was inconceivable that a student from the beginner class could pose a threat. Both Mo Xian and Mo Lin's expressions brightened. This was the outcome they desired. An opportunity to teach this audacious individual a lesson. Quite bold, I admire your spirit. Without allowing Mo Xian to finish his sentence, Su Chen abruptly declared, Let us sign a life and death contract for a battle of life and death. May fate decide our outcomes. Dare you accept? At this proclamation, a chill swept through the crowd. Everyone regarded Su Chen as though he were a fool, for none had anticipated that he would not only accept the challenge, but also propose a battle to the death. The Dongwang Academy had explicit regulations forbidding any fatalities, regardless of the nature of the grievances. Should one breach the Academy's bottom line, no matter who they were, they would face severe repercussions. That it was precisely for this reason that the Academy had not witnessed any fatalities over the years, unless under extraordinary circumstances, namely, the so-called life and death battles. After all, it is impossible for one to continually suppress their fury. When two individuals find themselves in an irreconcilable situation, they may sign a life and death contract and engage in such a battle. A scenario in which even the Academy would refrain from intervening. Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback. A life and death battle. A student from the beginner class wishes to engage him in such a contest. Even ranked first on the hidden dragon list, he could not violate the principles of martial arts. That Su Chen, have you gone mad? Mo Lin merely sought to teach Su Chen a lesson, not to end his life. Their enmity had not escalated to such fatal proportions. If the dog wishes to act foolishly, I shall oblige. Are you not willing? A blatant provocation. The spectators understood well. If Mo Xian did not accept the life and death battle, the news would spread rapidly, and he would undoubtedly become the greatest joke at the Academy. A fate he could not accept. Kid, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Time and place? Su Chen immediately drew forth a drop of his blood, allowing it to hover between them. This moment, it became clear to all that Su Chen was not jesting. He was indeed serious about engaging in a life and death battle with Mo Xian from the elite class. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers marveled at Su Chen's audacity, truly a madman unafraid of anything. With matters having progressed to this point, Mo Xian understood he could not refuse. He too drew forth a drop of blood, and their bloods merged instantaneously, forming a unique symbol that vanished. The life and death contract was established, and even the Academy would not intervene in their affair. 3 days hence, at the arena of life and death, The Academy possessed a designated arena for such battles. Very well. I await you. I hope you are not merely all talk. Let us depart. The Mo Xian and Mo Lin exited, leaving a profound silence in their wake. All eyes were on Su Chen, with no one holding out hope for him. The disparity between him and Mo Xian was far too vast. One hailed from the beginner class, while the other from the elite class. Such a disparity in a life-and-death battle had never occurred in the Academy's history. This was an unprecedented event. Not lingering any longer, Su Chen successfully acquired the martial arts he sought and prepared to return to his dormitory to cultivate this incomplete technique. Eager to discover how to rectify it in the dormitory, he asked, Tower Spirit, can you assist me in repairing this incomplete martial art? Su Chen believed himself incapable of mending the flawed technique. His intuition told him that this soul-based martial art was indeed exceptional, and if he could not restore it, all would be for naught. The Tower Spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Master, the Chaos Devouring technique you practice is capable of repairing the martial art. However, the extent and speed of the restoration depend on your realm.ic. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately settled into a meditative posture, circulating the Chaos Devouring technique within him to envelop the jade slip floating before him. Waves of devouring energy enveloped the fragmented information and began to repair it within his mind. After half an hour, Su Chen sensed a flicker of clarity regarding the incomplete martial art, and 4 ethereal characters materialized. Taichu Divine Pattern. Following this, a voice from the vastness of antiquity resonated from within the 4 characters, reverberating throughout his mind. Heaven and earth begin. The soul is the essence. Refine all spirits to condense patterns, shatter the cosmos, establish the firmament. This is the Taichu Divine Pattern. Waves of profound energy surged, crashing against his soul, and Su Chen's face contorted in pain, beads of sweat cascading down as he gritted his teeth to endure. He never anticipated that this soul-based martial art would be so formidable. Simultaneously, 2 pieces of news erupted from the beginner class, causing a commotion that reverberated through the intermediate and advanced classes, even reaching the elite class, all incredulous at the revelations regarding Su Chen, the first on the hidden dragon list. The first, Su Chen had accepted a challenge from Mo Xian of the elite class and signed a life-and-death contract to battle 3 days hence at the arena of life and death. The second, Su Chen had been exceptionally promoted to a student of the elite class. These announcements sent shockwaves through the beginner class, igniting astonishment in the intermediate and advanced classes, and even the elite class found it hard to believe. The first piece of news was somewhat expected. Many viewed Su Chen's overconfidence as a precursor to his own demise. After all, a student from the beginner class aiming to defeat an elite class student was a fanciful notion. There would be no suspense. This was a law of martial arts that no one could defy. As for the second piece of news, many felt discontent due to the regulations set forth by the Academy. The primary prerequisite for becoming a member of the elite class is to attain a breakthrough to the Golden Core Realm AS for Su Chen. He is merely a practitioner at the virtual core stage, and it is inconceivable for him to be promoted to the elite class. He doesn't even qualify for the advanced class. Many students are extremely displeased and discontent, yet no one dares to voice their grievances. As night falls, a knock sounds at the door. Su Chen opens it to find Xing Yingxue standing outside, and he smiles as he inquires, "Is there something you need at this late hour? Won't you invite me in? Please come in." Observing the worry etched on Xing Yingxue's face, Su Chen has already surmised the purpose of her visit, sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. Xing Yingxue looks at Su Chen and helplessly states, Mo Xian hails from the elite 5th class, and although he ranks at the bottom of that class, his strength should not be underestimated. If you are unwilling, he cannot force you. Before Xing Yingxue can finish her sentence, Su Chen immediately waves his hand to stop her, smiling as he replies, "The life and death contract has already been signed. There is no turning back. Do you not trust me? Trust? How can one trust?" Xing Yingxue is genuinely fearful for Su Chen's safety, yet she dares not disclose her feelings for him, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Su Chen, well aware of her concern, states, "What is your current cultivation level?" 9th level foundation establishment. Su Chen is somewhat taken aback by Xing Yingshue's rapid advancement, having managed to break through 2 stages in such a short time. It seems he underestimated the potential of her awakened, mutated bloodline. Have you been practicing the secret arts of the Xing clan? Su Chen understands that powerful clans possess their own secret techniques. He has learned from others that Xing Yingxue holds a significant status within the Xing clan, yet she has been looked down upon due to her inferior bloodline. Now that she has awakened a mutated bloodline, if she could cultivate the clan's secret arts, her progress would surely accelerate. Nodding, Xing Yingxue replies with resignation. Although I have been marginalized because of my bloodline awakening, the Xing clan still imparts their secret techniques and martial arts to me. I have already commenced my training, and this is precisely why I have been able to achieve 2 breakthroughs in such a short period. Seemingly struck by a thought, Xing Yingxue adds, Su, why not allow me to share the secret arts and martial skills with you? Shaking his head, Su Chen firmly declines, saying, there is no need. His lack of interest is not the issue. Rather, he does not wish to cause any trouble for Xing Yingxue, given that the Xing clan is a top-tier faction in the Eastern Wilderness. Should their secret arts and martial skills be leaked, they would undoubtedly trace it back to the source. Su, let us not speak of this matter. Tell me about your experiences in the Xing clan instead. Understanding that Su Chen is deliberately changing the subject, Xing Yingxue, with no other option, nods and begins to recount her experiences within the clan. It is a topic she is most reluctant to discuss. One she has never shared with anyone else, Su Chen is the first to hear it. Thus, under the cloak of night, Su Chen listens quietly, refraining from interjecting. In the elite area, there are a total of 5 elite classes, comprising more than 400 students. Among them, the members of the first elite class are the most exceptional, totaling 39 individuals, and with Su Chen, the number reaches precisely 40, except for 7 students who are currently training elsewhere. The remaining 32 have all been summoned. Each time a new student arrives, Teacher Yin extends a warm welcome. What has gotten into Teacher Yin this time to request the academy to make an exception for a student from the junior class to enter the elite class? It truly diminishes the prestige of our first elite class. Indeed, there is something amiss. In previous years, even the top of the potential dragon ranking could only be granted entry into the advanced class. And that too, the lowest tier. Unlike this time, where someone has been directly promoted to the elite class and assigned to the first elite class, that if this matter is not dubious, then I shall eat my words. Sure, Kai, you might as well eat stones instead of words. You think this person could be a relative of Teacher Yin? Sure, Kai, be quiet. You are not allowed to speak ill of Teacher Yin behind her back. Ji Yoshi approaches, her expression tinged with anger. Although her relationship with Teacher Yin is that of teacher and student, they share a close bond akin to that of best friends, and she cannot tolerate even the slightest criticism of Teacher Yin. Upon seeing Ji Yoshi, the eyes of Sure Kai and the others brighten. Ji Yoshi is revered as one of the top 5 beauties of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, in terms of talent, beauty, and status. She is the object of pursuit for every man. Sure Kai, trying to curry favor, remarks, Sister Ji, I have yet to congratulate you on your successful breakthrough to the 8th level Golden Core stage in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley. At this rate of cultivation, I believe that within a year, you will smoothly advance to the nascent soul stage and train within the royal class. Ji Yoshi, visibly displeased, does not respond, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. At that moment, Su Chen's figure appears in the first elite class. Each classroom in the academy serves as a small martial arts arena. Who are you looking for? I am here to report. You must be Su Chen. Come in quickly. Let me take a good look at this individual who has prompted both Teacher Yin and the academy to make an exception. I wonder if he truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. The remarks are laced with sarcasm and derision, that if the individual were at the Golden Core stage and smoothly entered the elite class, there would be no objections. However, this person hails from the junior class and has been granted special entry into the elite class. This is quite a remarkable backdoor entrance. What astonishes them most is that all the students in the academy know that their dean despises those who take shortcuts. Why then has this person been allowed such privilege? Upon seeing the young man who has entered the martial arts arena, Ji Yoshi is taken aback. Previously, in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, she had kindly warned him, only to be ignored, and now she finds that the one who has been promoted to the elite class is indeed him. Su Chen, My fiancé is also named Su Chen. Yet Jiyoshi is acutely aware that this Su Chen is not the same. Her fiancé from the Su family has had his bloodline extinguished by Su Hao, rendering him an ordinary person incapable of establishing a foundation, and it is inconceivable for him to be standing here. The 32 individuals gaze at Su Chen as if he were a curiosity, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Shirkai, at the 6th-level Golden Core stage, possesses the bloodline of a diamond and is the weakest among the first elite class, seemingly finding a sense of validation. He approaches Su Chen and remarks with a smile, "I just heard that you accepted a challenge from that guy Mo Xian and even signed a life-and-death contract. Have you lost your mind?" A life-and-death contract? Mo Xian from the elite 5th class? Everyone is taken aback, for in their eyes, even though Mo Xian hails from the elite 5th class, he is merely at the 1st-level Golden Core stage. And it is not something a junior class student could challenge. Truly foolish that if one wishes to die, there are less extreme methods that, in the eyes of all, including Jiyoshi, there is a prevailing sense of skepticism regarding Su Chen, as the disparity between the two is simply too vast to compare. It appears that even the elite class is not devoid of fools. "How dare you insult me?" Shirkai's expression darkens. Evidently taken aback that Su Chen would openly insult him, "I insult whoever deserves it. You're seeking death." Just as Shirkai prepares to make a move, the figure of Yen Murue suddenly appears, delivering a sharp slap to Shirkai's face, sending him tumbling backward like a kite with a broken string. Crashing to the ground, Shirkai feels as though his insides are being crushed. Struggling to rise, he gazes at Yen Murue before him, not daring to show even a hint of anger. Within the entire academy, Yen Murue is the strictest teacher and is regarded as a goddess by countless male students. Celebrated as the most beautiful in the academy, with unparalleled strength. With a cold gaze, Yen Murue's voice is as chilling as that from the depths of hell as she states, "If you have the ability, go bully the students of the royal class. I have the utmost disdain for students like you who prey on the weak. From this moment on, you're no longer a member of the 1st elite class. Return to the advanced class to continue your training immediately." What? Upon hearing such a punishment, everyone, including Shirkai, is left in utter shock. None could have anticipated that Teacher Yen would act in such a manner. After all, making a couple of jokes, even if it carries a hint of bullying, should not warrant punishing Shirkai by demoting him from the elite class to the advanced class. Once Shirkai is transferred to the advanced class, he would likely become the subject of ridicule. Shirkai is genuinely afraid. He has only just managed to break through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm and secure a place in the elite class. With diligent cultivation, he might aspire to reach the nascent soul realm within 2 to 4 years, thereby advancing to the pinnacle class for training. That a demotion to the advanced class would leave a profoundly negative impression on the academy. And even if he were to break through to the nascent soul realm in the future, it would not guarantee his entry into the pinnacle class. Most importantly, having offended Teacher Yen would make it exceedingly difficult for him to navigate the academy in the future. Regret comes too late. He has no choice but to admit his fault. Shirkai immediately apologizes, saying, "Teacher Yen, I recognize my mistake, and I will promptly apologize to Su Shueti. Teacher Yen, your punishment seems rather severe." Shirkai did not act with intent. Indeed, Shirkai's actions were unintentional. Silence. Teacher Yan's fury was palpable as she cast a frigid glare around the room, addressing everyone. "Anyone who dares to plead or express discontent will immediately leave the elite class. If you're dissatisfied, you may directly approach the dean and the vice dean. You must vacate the elite class right this moment. From now on, I do not wish to see you again. That if the academy does not permit your departure from the elite class, I will resign." Teacher Yen was genuinely furious, and no one dared to utter another word, as no one wished to be relegated to the advanced class. Moreover, comparing herself to Shirkai left no room for doubt. The academy would undoubtedly side with Teacher Yen. Shirkai was utterly taken aback. He merely intended to tease Su Chen, but found himself not only provoked by Su Chen, but also punished by Teacher Yen. A situation that felt like an overreaction. Anger simmered beneath his silence as he shot a fierce glare at Su Chen, who could not have anticipated that his actions would provoke such intense wrath from Teacher Yen. Although Teacher Yen was known for strictness and willingness to discipline students, A demotion of this magnitude had never occurred before. Once Su Kai departed, Yanmei glanced at everyone and coldly declared, "Regardless of your esteemed backgrounds or exceptional talents, remember this. If you cannot even enter the pinnacle class, you are not the strongest in the academy. You merely bully your classmates. Your potential has already been limited." "Teacher Yin, please do not be upset. We understand," said Jiyoshi, who dared to step forward to offer consolation, given her relationship with Yanmei. Nodding indifferently, Yanmei approached Su Chen and introduced him. "Allow me to present Su Chen, who hails from a junior class, currently ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, wielding the Blood Wheel sword, and has already attained the 4th level of the True Dan realm. Welcome, Su Shueti. Welcome." Having witnessed the recent incident, no one dared to mock or bully the newcomer any longer. No one wished to be demoted to the advanced class. Su Chen, please follow me. Su Chen accompanied Yanmei as they departed, leaving the others dazed. Once the two had vanished completely, whispers erupted among the students. "What in the world has gotten into Teacher Yin today? I've never seen her so enraged as to demote Su Kai to the advanced class. Who knows? The only thing I'm certain of is that Su Chen's background is extraordinary, and Su Kai merely happened to cross paths with the storm. To enter the elite class with a mere 4th level of True Dan realm is indeed a miracle for the academy. Shu, are you seeking death? Do you wish to follow in Su Kai's footsteps?" Jiyoshi furrowed her brows, sensing that her dear friend and mentor seemed to have transformed completely today. Something must be amiss. In the room, "Do not take it to heart," Su Chen said as he embraced Yanmei from behind, offering a helpless smile. "You need not be so angry today. This matter is one I can handle." Even in the face of a 6th-level Golden Core realm opponent, Su Chen felt absolute confidence in his ability to prevail. Yanmei, however, shook her head, expressing her helplessness. "I went to apply for your exceptional promotion to the elite class, expecting resistance, yet the Vice Dean approved it outright. As for today's incident, if I do not assert some authority, they will only grow bolder in the future." Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Yanmei, Su Chen gradually relaxed. For half an hour, neither moved, unwilling to disrupt the tranquility. Yanmei felt a twinge of concern. She understood that Su Chen must be somewhat fatigued. Once he sat down, she directly perched herself on his lap and inquired, "I heard you accepted Mo. Xian's life and death challenge? Just a trivial matter." Noticing Su Chen's reluctance to discuss the topic, Yanmei chose not to press further. She held unwavering faith in him, believing that someone who could ascend from the illusory Dan realm to the true Dan realm within a mere 2 days must possess considerable skill. "How do you intend to resolve matters with Yoshi?" Yanmei had thoroughly investigated Su Chen's affairs. Su Chen hailed from the Su family in Panyu City and was engaged to Jiyoshi, a princess of the Pan Ding dynasty and her student. However, news had recently emerged that Su Chen had been stripped of his blood wheel, and the royal family sought to annul the engagement. Little did they know, Su Chen stood unscathed in the academy. The Su family had once garnered much attention due to the extraordinary talent of Su Zhan, Su Chen's father, hailed as the strongest in the eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, unforeseen events led to Su Zhan's disappearance after suffering severe injuries. "I will personally handle the annulment." Yanmei sighed deeply. Not at all surprised, as Su Chen's beloved, she certainly did not wish to see him wed to another woman. Yet she regarded Jiyoshi as a friend and did not want to see her in distress. "Sister Yin, regarding the events that transpired in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, I discovered some flaws in your charming fox blood wheel. It can only control once. If it fails a 2nd or 3rd time, the consequences could be dire." Upon mentioning the blood wheel, Yanmei's expression turned to one of helplessness. The charming fox blood wheel possesses an innate allure. Yet this charm carries a fundamental flaw. Once subjected to absolute force, it can backfire. I have contemplated numerous solutions, yet none have eradicated this latent danger. "Sister Yin, I possess a method to completely eliminate the risks associated with your blood wheel." "Is that true? What method?" Yanmei inquired eagerly, as her blood wheel had long troubled her, requiring prompt resolution to avert significant complications. A knowing smile graced Su Chen's face. "What is it?" "Sister Yin, this method is rather unconventional." "What do you mean?" Gathering his courage, Su Chen stated, "Please do not misinterpret. I merely wish to heal your blood wheel. To resolve the issues with the charming fox blood wheel. We must unite. His offer was genuine, not an attempt to take advantage. During their previous union, Su Chen had already discovered that utilizing his innate chaos body and the operational chaos devouring technique could effectively aid Sister Yin in addressing the blood wheel's risks, ensuring 100% efficacy. Instantly, Yin Mei's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Su Chen's proposal. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely slapped them away. Gazing intently at his face, mere inches away, she nodded and replied, "I trust you." After all, she was already Su Chen's, and whether they united or not was inconsequential. Yin Mei was quite open-minded. Since they were together, regardless of intent, she would strive to embrace this relationship, fully opening herself to Su Chen rather than being coy or pretentious, as such behavior was entirely unwarranted. Cradling Yin Mei's face, Su Chen leaned in slowly, leaving the rest to the imagination. The news of Su Chen's exceptional promotion to the elite class sent shockwaves throughout the entire academy. Even though the elite class had already spread the news that Su Chen had broken through to the 4th level of the real Dan realm, it still felt utterly astonishing. There is no denying Su Chen's talent. Being able to elevate himself from the foundational realm to the real Dan realm in merely a month is a speed of cultivation that dazzles the eyes of all. Such a terrifying aptitude and rapid progression in cultivation is remarkable. However, even so, to advance to the elite class, one must reach the Golden Dan realm that it has never been heard of that someone could leap into the elite class from the real Dan realm. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen had not left Yin Mei's office, tirelessly assisting her in dispelling the blood wheel's hidden dangers, engaging in battle after battle, truly exerting himself. Aside from the intense battles in bed, Su Chen devoted the remainder of his time to practicing various techniques and martial arts, particularly the soul prison technique and the primordial divine pattern. With the assistance of the chaos body, Su Chen had already repaired the initial sections of the primordial divine pattern, enabling him to cultivate it fully. 3 days later, Yin Mei's blood will hazard was entirely resolved, having engaged in 30 rounds of fierce combat to achieve this. And Su Chen had certainly put in considerable effort. The following day, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Yin Mei noticed her complexion glowing with vitality, even feeling that she had become more beautiful than before. She cherished the time spent with Su Chen and, caressing her cheek, prepared to head to the life and death arena, for today marked the day of Su Chen's life and death duel against Su Chen. The life and death martial arena housed 3 platforms, designed for students to settle irreconcilable grievances through signed life and death agreements. Once the agreement was signed and one stepped onto the platform, there was no chance for regret. Fate would take its course. And even the academy would not intervene. Today, a life and death battle loomed. One participant was Su Chen from the elite 5th class, at the 1st level of the Golden Dan realm, while the other was Su Chen, who had just broken through from a junior class to the elite class, at the 4th level of the real Dan realm. The disparity between the two was evident, and no one held any hope for Su Chen. Believing this battle would lack suspense, with Su Chen undoubtedly emerging victorious, the life and death martial arena was flooded with students, ranging from the junior and intermediate classes to the advanced and elite classes, all eager to witness the outcome of this duel. Even the vice deans had arrived. The academy had 8 vice deans, with Qin Zhu at the forefront, and no one had anticipated that this life and death battle would attract the attention of such high-ranking officials. Qin, who managed all affairs of the academy, had never before seen any instructors or vice deans attend a life and death duel. Yet here were 4 vice deans and several instructors, including Teacher Yin, indicating the academy's significant interest in this confrontation. "I suspect Su Chen's identity is rather extraordinary," I inquired, but found no information. Information? How could that be? That's why I say Su Chen is somewhat special. It's impossible to uncover his identity. To protect Su Chen, the academy had directly sealed his identity information, and only Yin Mei, due to her position as a teacher, could successfully uncover Su Chen has arrived, accompanied by Mo Lin and Mu Xuanshuang. Su Chen entered the life and death martial arena. Upon seeing the gathered instructors and vice deans, he too was surprised that his life and death battle had garnered such high-level attention. Upon reaching the platform, with students surrounding him, Su Chen felt no concern. Even if Su Chen was at the 4th level of the real Dan realm, He posed no threat to him as the appointed time for the duel passed. The entire arena began to stir. Oh, you think Su Chen is too afraid to show up? It was possible. After all, he was merely at the real Dan realm. How could he defeat Mo Xian of the Golden Dan realm? Previously, he had acted impulsively, driven by humiliation and provocation, choosing the path of a life-and-death duel, which he would surely regret afterward. Damn, I thought we were in for a good show, only to be left waiting in vain. Here he comes, as the young man walked into the arena. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd that Su Chen had indeed arrived. How audacious of him to challenge Mo Xian at the Golden Dan realm, while being merely at the real Dan realm, and to voluntarily propose a life-and-death duel. Truly the height of arrogance. Amidst the chatter, Su Chen stepped onto the life-and-death platform, and all the surrounding students fell silent. Mo Xian regarded the young man opposite him with disdain, utterly dismissing Su Chen. The chasm between the real Dan realm and the Golden Dan realm was akin to an insurmountable divide, nearly impossible to cross. Once on the platform, life and death were in his hands. He declared, "As long as you kneel and admit your fault, I might let this go and dissolve the life and death agreement." Below the platform, Yin Mei's brow furrowed tightly. Although she believed in Su Chen's strength, she remained anxious. After all, Mo Xian was a genuine Golden Dan realm practitioner. In contrast, Qin Zhu appeared completely relaxed, unconditionally trusting in Su Chen. "Old Qin, why did you drag us here so early? A life-and-death battle between two students is predictable. What's so entertaining about it?" The other three vice deans wore expressions of dissatisfaction, as they had many matters to attend to yet had been forcibly brought here by Qin Zhu. "Just wait. There will be a show to see." In the silence, Su Chen moved his lips, and Mo Xian clearly saw him utter the words "fool." "You seek death." Enraged, Mo Xian unleashed an overwhelming force toward Su Chen. Boom! Their attacks collided fiercely on the platform, and contrary to expectations, it was not a slaughter. The astonishment of all, Mo Xian was sent reeling back, staggering several steps before managing to steady himself. While Su Chen remained firmly planted, as immovable as Mount Tai. The disparity of strength was evident. Did I just imagine that? Su Chen actually repelled Mo Xian with a single strike. I must not have slept well last night. How did he accomplish that? No wonder he dared to issue a life-and-death challenge. It turned out he had something to rely on. Now, the spectacle was unfolding. Mo Xian had truly shot himself in the foot this time. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang were utterly dumbfounded. They had believed they could easily eliminate Su Chen. After all, with a life-and-death agreement in place, even the Academy would not intervene. Yet unexpectedly, their leader could not withstand even a single attack from Su Chen. The most bewildered of all was Mo Xian. Fixated on the young man across from him, he could not accept this reality and unleashed his blood wheel, the phantasmal image of the two-headed wolf radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Its icy gaze fixed on its prey, Wolf Extreme Slash. With a roar, Mo Xian charged at Su Chen like a whirlwind, the surrounding air vibrating violently. However, a protective barrier enveloped the life-and-death platform, preventing the fluctuations from spilling over. After all, both participants in a life-and-death battle would hold nothing back. If innocents were harmed, it would be disastrous. Above, the blood wheel coalesced, phantasmal sword shadows exuding a frigid sword intent, with sword energy scattering in every direction. The resonating sword cries enveloping the protective barrier. Yu Chen's eyes glinted with a frosty, murderous intent. He was not to be trifled with. He had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. Mo Xian, relying on his status as a Golden Dan realm student, had shamelessly humiliated him. With the life-and-death agreement signed, he felt no need to show mercy in this battle. The two-headed wolf and the sword clashed violently in mid-air. As Su Chen executed the Nine Calamity Sword technique, complemented by the sword blood wheel, creating a thunderous resonance, the dense sword energy leaving Mo Xian no opportunity to breathe. Such a domineering sword blood wheel. Mo Xian was thoroughly suppressed. Under these circumstances, defeat was all but certain. This person was indeed formidable, and no longer did Mo Xian harbor any contempt or derision. Regardless of where one went, strength spoke volumes. and fist determined everything. His abrupt elevation to the elite class had incited ire and dissatisfaction among many, yet now Su Chen's prowess made it clear to all that he was worthy of his place among the elite. A person capable of defeating a first-level Golden Dan Realm student. What did it matter that he was merely at the real Dan Realm? He had already altered the rules of martial arts. He could not even withstand a single sword strike. He was merely a first-level Golden Dan Realm practitioner. Now Su Chen could keenly feel the derisive laughter echoing from all around him. His face darkened to an extreme, reflecting his profound humiliation. He had initially believed he could eradicate this individual through the life and death duel, yet he had not anticipated the latter's overwhelming strength. Receive my strongest move. Twin-headed detonation. Double-headed explosion. Not a true self-detonation, merely a transient surge of power that grants immense strength, carries significant backlash. Yet at this moment he can no longer afford to be concerned about such matters, regardless of the cost. He must eliminate this individual to restore his honor. Bang, bang, the dual-headed explosion unleashed two terrifying forces from either side, ruthlessly attacking Su Chen without a hint of mercy, for in this life-and-death battle, it is either his demise or mine. With hands coalescing the imprints of divine and demonic death, he countered the chaos with unwavering steadiness. Boom! The violent upheaval sent tremors throughout the entire life-and-death arena, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream akin to that of slaughtered P.I.G. Su Chen's body was violently hurled away, blood saturating every inch of his form, his pale visage devoid of any color. With a face like ashes, even with his most formidable assault, he proved no match for Su Chen in this battle. He was thoroughly defeated as he watched Su Chen approach step by step. Su Chen struggled to suppress the terror within. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt no fear. After all, the academy had rules that none could contravene. However, now the situation was entirely different. They had entered a life-and-death pact, engaging in a battle where the stakes were fatal. Even with the vice deans and teachers present, it was unlikely they would intervene. Regret filled him, yet there was no opportunity for remorse. His face was etched with fear, for Su Chen greatly feared death. Knowing that no one could disregard their own existence in the face of a life-and-death agreement, he had no chance whatsoever. Retreating repeatedly, Su Chen exclaimed in terror, "Su Chen, I concede. You have won this battle." Surrender. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the unfolding events in the arena. The esteemed Golden Core martial artist from the elite class had, astonishingly, been defeated by a true core practitioner, had it not been witnessed firsthand. None would have believed such a thing possible. Surrendering was indeed shameful, but it was far more advantageous than losing one's life. This calculation was clear to Su Chen. Su Chen, however, shook his head. If he were to lose this battle, would Su Chen show him mercy? The answer was uncertain. When dealing with an enemy, one should never harbor any compassion. Feeling the murderous intent enveloping him, Su Chen's visage reflected sheer horror. He had already conceded. There were no lingering grievances between them, no need to eradicate him completely. With a finger that served as a sword, the domineering sword energy pierced through Su Chen's brow amidst the astonished gazes of all present, his eyes widening in shock. Even in the moment his body fell, he could hardly fathom his defeat. Thud! His body crashed heavily onto the arena floor, and a profound silence ensued. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all gazed in shock at the spectacle before them. No one could have anticipated that Su Chen had indeed slain Su Chen. Su Chen had fallen. Su Chen emerged victorious. Observing the figure departing from the life-and-death training ground, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and disbelief. "Qin, do you find this young man intriguing?" Qin Zhu nodded, smiling as he replied. "What do you think? Gifted and brimming with potential, this young man is undoubtedly not an ordinary talent. In the future, he shall soar like a dragon into the heavens." "Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha!" Qin Zhu laughed heartily, for he had indeed taken a liking to Su Chen. In all these years, he had never so thoroughly admired any disciple, and this time he felt a genuine affection for talent. News of the life-and-death battle spread like wildfire throughout the academy. A true core student, who had been granted exceptional status, had slain the esteemed Golden Court Mo Xian from the elite class, and Su Chen's name resounded throughout the institution. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Chen wasted no time and immediately entered a state of cultivation. 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he received a summons from Yin Mei, instructing him to gather at the training ground in the vast training arena. Unless under exceptional circumstances, all students were present. Over 400 Golden Core students had assembled. With nearly all of the top 100 from the battle rankings in attendance. 20 teachers stood before the students, each with a serious demeanor. The autumn hunt has begun, and I hear that Vice Dean Sheen is personally leading the expedition. Is that for real? Indeed, it is true. Vice Dean Sheen has attained a high level of concentration and has decided to personally escort us to the Lost Forest. It seems the Academy places great importance on us. Obviously, standing the back of the crowd, Su Chen had already grasped the purpose behind this gathering. Each autumn, the Academy summoned all students from the Elite 5 classes to the Lost Forest to hunt beasts. With the obtained beast cores exchangeable for points, the Vice Dean has arrived. Qin Zhu stepped into the training ground, surveying the 400 students before him with a smile as he announced, "I believe everyone is aware of the situation. Yes, the annual autumn hunt has commenced, and our target remains the Lost Forest. The Lost Forest, one of the largest forests in the Eastern Wasteland, is fraught with various dangers. Even the Academy cannot guarantee your absolute safety. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to leave the training ground." And one departed. All were eager to venture into the Lost Forest to hunt beasts. On one side, there was the opportunity to hone their skills through beast hunting, and on the other, the chance to acquire beast cores in exchange for points, seeing no one opting to forfeit. Qin Zhu nodded in satisfaction and stated, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 1 hour." Yes. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, he was stopped by Qin Zhu. "Vice Dean, do you require something of me?" Qin Zhu nodded, smiling as he replied, "For this expedition to the Lost Forest, you cannot participate. As for the reason, you should understand better than I do. However, the Academy will not force you. The decision is yours to make." Su Chen understood Qin Zhu's and the Academy's intentions. Having crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel, he had undoubtedly roused the Tang clan's fury, who would not let this matter rest. Within the Academy, the influence of the Eastern Wasteland Academy deterred the Tang clan from acting. Yet, once he left the Academy, the situation would be entirely different. If he were to venture into the Lost Forest, it was easy to surmise what would happen if the Tang clan received word of his whereabouts. Most would hesitate to leave the Academy under such circumstances. However, Su Chen nodded and declared, "I will go to the Lost Forest." If he were to fear the Tang clan, he would not have crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel. No one could halt his advance. Qin Zhu, seemingly pleased, remarked, "In the Lost Forest, if you manage to rank among the top 3 in Beast Core acquisition, I shall present you with a surprise." "Thank you." Vice Dean. Go. Make your preparations. Understood. The more he observed Su Chen, the more Qin Zhu admired him, wishing to take him as a disciple immediately. Yet as the Vice Dean of the Academy, he had to maintain a fade and uphold a high profile. 1 hour later, within the vast courtyard, numerous golden eagles were gathered, with over 100 of these flying beasts, which the Academy had raised. Everyone was accounted for, with 4 students assigned to each golden eagle. Su Chen remained still, waiting until everyone had boarded the golden eagles. "Follow me." Accompanying Yin Mei onto a golden eagle, there were only the 2 of them, as she had previously informed him. 1 by 1. The golden eagles soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds, leaving the Academy behind. In the junior class dormitory, Xing Yingxue wore a face of helplessness. She had received word that Su Chen was accompanying the elite class to the Lost Forest. Yet she had no means to follow. With a sigh, she expressed her resignation. Tang Clan 8S, one of the top clans in the Eastern Wasteland, the Tang Clan's power and heritage were formidable. Upon returning for the Eastern Wasteland Academy, Tang Xiaodian was furious, feeling increasingly aggrieved, yet daring not to confront the Academy. Firstly, the Eastern Wasteland Academy possessed an immensely powerful influence, with Dean Lanshang having reached the pinnacle of 9-flower gathering. No one within the Tang clan could rival Lanshang. Secondly, throughout the millennia, countless strong individuals had emerged from the Eastern Wasteland Academy. Should a life-and-death conflict arise, it was uncertain whether some top-tier experts might be drawn out. His sole desire was to kill Su Chen, to avenge his son, yet he did not wish to provoke the Eastern Wasteland Academy. Report to the clan leader. I have just received news from the Eastern Wasteland Academy that all students from the Elite 5 classes have departed for the Lost Forest for the autumn hunt. Oh, his eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity had finally arrived, as they could not act against the academy. Once Su Chen departs from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, it will become his opportunity, such a rare chance for vengeance. How could Tang Xiaotian easily choose to forego it? He immediately summoned the elders to convene. Understood. Clenching his fists tightly, Tang Xiaotian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a chilling, killing intent surging forth like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Su Chen, you refuse to take the path to heaven and instead barge into hell. You may hide within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, but perhaps I have no means to deal with you. However, now, I shall ensure that you have no chance of returning, destined to perish within the forgotten forest. In the void, atop the back of a golden eagle, Su Chen sat quietly with Yin Mei. Feeling the fierce winds whip against them, their bodies devoid of any protective aura, allowing the gale to strike them without hindrance. Su brother, we are about to arrive at the forgotten forest. Allow me to explain the rules. All right. Su Chen was quite eager for the trial within the forgotten forest, believing that for a martial artist, only through constant life and death challenges could one transcend their limits. Firstly, no teachers are permitted to intervene in the students' hunts of demonic beasts unless faced with irresistible danger. Thus, we will secretly observe you. Secondly, students must not suffer any casualties amongst themselves, and they may form teams. Nodding, Su Chen smiled and replied, I prefer to be alone. Unsurprisingly, you may seem to have anticipated Su Chen's response and chose not to elaborate further. Some prefer solitude, while others enjoy teamwork. Without wasting any time, both entered into their cultivation. The Forgotten Forest, located to the eastern expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, is renowned as the land of the Forsaken, where the demonic beasts are particularly formidable. Under equal levels, martial artists are no match for them. The resonant cries of the golden eagles echoed through the void as hundreds of them gracefully landed at the forest entrance. All the students dismounted, gazing at the forest before them, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Among the 400 students, approximately 80% had previously visited the Forgotten Forest, with some having come multiple times. Qingzhu had mysteriously vanished. One of the teachers, observing the assembly, spoke with a serious expression. You have 5 minutes to form teams. Those who wish to hunt alone may enter the Forgotten Forest now. For a duration of 1 month. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, students hurriedly made their way towards the Forgotten Forest, with more than half already en route, while the remaining wished to form teams. After all, the Forgotten Forest is fraught with peril, and teamwork would offer greater safety. Yin Mei was quite worried about Su Chen, persistently explaining the various dangers of the Forgotten Forest to him. Look, Teacher Yin is holding Su Chen's hand. Yin Mei, the most beautiful teacher at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, usually exuded an air of seriousness and aloofness, never offering any man a kind glance. Hand-holding, it had never occurred before. This was the first time anyone had witnessed Yin Mei holding a student's hand. Enough of the gossip. We can inquire about these rumors upon our return to the academy. Quickly find a few more people to form a team. Lest we encounter danger in the Forgotten Forest and be unprepared. Jiyoshi, however, did not form a team, nor did she enter the Forgotten Forest. Approaching Su Chen and Yin Mei, she furrowed her brow tightly as she observed the two holding hands. Fully aware of her close friend's romantic situation, knowing she had no beloved, what could this gesture possibly signify? Yin Jia, you need something from me, Yoshi? Jiyoshi had always addressed Yin Mei as Yin Jia in private. Nodding, Jiyoshi pointed at Su Chen beside her and said, I wish to team up with him to enter the Forgotten Forest together. Upon hearing Jiyoshi's words, both Su Chen and Yin Mei were taken aback. I will proceed first. Be careful. Watching Su Chen, who disregarded her and headed alone towards the Forgotten Forest, Jiyoshi's eyes brightened. She had never anticipated being so summarily rejected in the Eastern Wilderness Academy. She was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty, excelling in appearance, talent, and family background, and had never been this proactive before. Countless suitors had pursued her, but she had never accepted anyone. Seeing Su Chen as something special. She wished to team up with him, thought, in her mind. There was no way he would refuse her, yet the reality proved to be the opposite. Yoshi, I must speak frankly. You are not suited for him. Yinjia, I am not trying to pursue him. What are you talking about suitability for? With a deep sigh, Yin Mei refrained from disclosing Su Chen's true identity to GU11AS for the matters between the two. It was for Su Chen and Ji Yoshi to resolve. She was not one to meddle. Yinjia, I shall enter as well, be cautious. Understood, Ji Yoshi was quite incensed, never expecting her first act of initiative would be met with rejection. Leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed, the dense forest, shrouded by towering trees, allowed only shards of sunlight to filter through the gaps. Su Chen moved swiftly, akin to a cheetah, darting through the woods. Hunting beasts was secondary. His primary purpose for entering the Forgotten Forest was to utilize the trials to continuously transcend his limits. Ideally, he hoped to achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage before leaving the Forgotten Forest. Su Chen, stop right there. Hearing a voice from behind, Su Chen frowned and turned around, his cold gaze harboring profound disdain, evident to all. Witnessing the disgust etched on Su Chen's face, Ji Yoshi became increasingly enraged. Feeling wronged, she did not deny her feelings for him. Yet she had been repeatedly ignored. State your business, he replied icily, his impatience palpable. I merely wish to team up with you. Why must you push me away so forcefully? Do you truly despise me so? She desperately wanted to understand why Su Chen held such an attitude towards her. Out of 400 people, why do you specifically seek me? I like teaming up with you. Growing increasingly impatient, especially with only half a month for the autumn hunt. Every second counted, he directly retrieved a marriage contract from his spatial ring and coldly declared, "This is the marriage contract between us. Since your royal family wishes to annul the engagement, I shall grant your wish." Completely taken aback, Su Chen, the Su Chen before her was indeed from the Su family, her betrothed. In no wonder he had treated her with such coldness. Everything suddenly made sense. Before Ji Yoshi could react, Su Chen set the marriage contract ablaze, reducing it to ashes that fell to the ground like dust. "What are you doing?" she gasped, stepping back repeatedly, her face a canvas of shock. Had this been before, she would have welcomed such an event with open arms. After all, Su Chen had been rendered incapable, relying solely on the Su family to lead a life better than the average person. Aspiring to continue cultivating was but a dream, let alone breaking through to a higher realm of martial arts. Now, however, the situation was entirely different, as Yu Chen's displayed talents were astonishing and exceptional, and most importantly, after being ignored by him for the first time in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, she had unwittingly started to harbor thoughts of him. Regret washed over her. She should have stopped the royal family's annulment. Sighing deeply, she said, "Su Chen, the matter of the annulment was not my intention." Impatiently waving his hand, Su Chen disdainfully replied, "Your intentions matter little. The contract has already been burned. From this moment forward, we are no longer related. Farewell." Watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, Ji Yoshi retreated 3 steps, her face etched with regret. She should have stopped the royal family from annulling the engagement, but now it was too late. Regardless of whether she was willing to admit it, Ji Yoshi was acutely aware that she had fallen for Su Chen at first sight, unable to conceal her feelings. Picking up the ashes of the marriage contract from the ground, she slowly placed them into her spatial ring. After Su Chen left, he began to lock onto the demonic beasts. Purple Fox. The purple fox he had carried was now gone. It had been sleeping during their journey. Why had it suddenly vanished? Anxious, Su Chen sighed deeply, the most likely scenario being that the purple fox's injury had stabilized and begun to improve, prompting it to leave. It was indeed ungrateful. Nevertheless, Su Chen chose not to dwell on the matter. The world was as it was, and he could not prevent the purple fox from departing. Shun Bingxue, gazing at the fleeting figure in the distance, Su Chen let out a cold chuckle. Previously, when Shun Bingxue had challenged him, he had refrained from responding. However, now he brimmed with confidence, believing he could effortlessly eliminate Shun Bingxue. The autumn hunt forbids any instances of students engaging in mutual slaughter. While it is one thing to declare such rules, it is quite another to uphold them, as Yu Chen understood a fundamental principle. When dealing with adversaries, One must always be ruthless and decisive, harboring no trace of mercy or compassion, but he swiftly followed suit. Recognizing that the nature of a person, be it good or evil, often hinges on the perspective from which one views the issue, a S-night descended. The pitch-black void was dotted with stars, enveloping the vast expanse of clouds. Initially, he had followed Shan Bingxue to seek an opportunity to strike her down, yet unexpectedly found himself before a vast lake, surrounded by dense forests on all sides. Hundreds of martial artists had gathered here, all fixated on the lake, including Shan Bingxue. Third uncle, is the information reliable? Shanhua nodded and replied, "Look at the crowd. There are at least 2,000 here, all drawn by the prospect of a tomb." The news hasn't spread far, hence the modest turnout. When she arrived at the Lost Forest, she received word from her family that a tomb had appeared here, though the treasures within remain unknown. Everyone is filled with anticipation. Damn it, do you think the tomb marked on the map is real? I've already waited 12 days. What terrible luck. You waited only 12 days. I've been here for 15. And the lake remains utterly still. Could it be a prank? If the tomb truly exists, how could there be merely over 2,000 people here? I'm done waiting. Some could no longer endure and chose to depart. Su Chen, however, gazed at the tranquil lake, oblivious to the so-called tomb. With powerful figures beside Shan Bingxue, he understood that eliminating her would not be a simple task. Look, the lake is stirring, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The entire lake began to ripple, coalescing into a swirling vortex, gradually revealing a stone gateway to another realm. The entrance to the tomb. Greed was etched across the faces of many, for no one truly knew whether the tomb was real. Otherwise, there wouldn't merely be 2,000 martial artists vying for it. The majority must have deemed the information false. Who could have guessed that it was indeed true? Without a moment's hesitation, the martial artists surged towards the stone gateway, vanishing within its confines, including Shanhua and Shan Bingxue. Once all had entered the stone gateway, Su Chen slowly emerged, contemplating whether to follow. I must see what opportunities lie within. With a single step, Su Chen vanished into the stone gateway. The instant he crossed the threshold, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, as if he might be sick, quickly realizing that the stone gateway was a small-scale teleportation array, leaving him uncertain of where he would be sent. Mere seconds passed before the vertigo dissipated, revealing a dimly lit cavernous space around him, the heavy atmosphere suffocating Su Chen, among the over 2,000 martial artists transported to the underground space. Shan Bingxue spotted him first, seemingly surprised to encounter him here. "You know him?" Shan Bingxue nodded, stating, "He is a student from the academy, but he attacked me." This caught Su Chen off guard, given the enmity between them. With powerful allies at her side, it would have been expected for her to strike him down here. As long as it remained undisclosed to the academy, there would be no repercussions. Seemingly sensing Su Chen's thoughts, Shan Bingxue approached him and coldly remarked, "Su Chen, you need not worry that I will use my family's power against you. It is normal for students to have grievances, but it has not escalated to the point of life and death. Moreover, we are in the Lost Forest, and I will adhere to the Academy's rules." Shan Bingxue's demeanor genuinely surprised Su Chen, making him realize that he had overthought the situation. "I care not how you found this place. Since we both hail from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, I must warn you. According to rumors, this is a tomb containing the legacies and opportunities of powerful beings, though dangers abound. That if you wish, you may accompany me." "Thank you, but I think not." Refusing her offer, Shan Bingxue let out a light huff and chose not to say more, returning to Shanhua. All around, martial artists surveyed the dim underground space with grave expressions. Yet their eyes shimmered with greed and anticipation. Yanmei didn't concern herself with others, opting to follow Su Chen, though his pace was so swift that she found herself trailing behind. According to the Academy's rules, during the autumn hunt, no teacher was allowed to intervene, and she would not compromise the Academy's regulations for her personal feelings. Following from a distance, she witnessed Su Chen suddenly vanish. And in an instant, she appeared at the lake, only to find that the stone gateway would remain open for only 3 minutes. By the time Yanmei arrived, the stone gateway had already closed. Feeling remorseful, Yanmei knew all too well the dangers lurking in the Lost Forest. She could not allow anything to happen to Su Chen. Had she been by his side, She could have intervened in case of danger. Once separated, she had no way of knowing whether he was alive or dead, which filled her with anxiety. Her expression was grave. Due to the distance, Yimei could only sense the presence of martial artists, but was oblivious to why so many, including Su Chen, had suddenly vanished. "Sud, I will find you." In the underground space, once everyone had ascertained their bearings, they advanced forward. Having entered the stone gateway, they were determined to uncover the mysteries concealed within. Unwilling to retreat at this point, as they pressed on, each person remained exceedingly vigilant, their senses heightened. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, devoid of any sound, and they could even perceive each other's breathing. The deeper they ventured, the more foreboding and oppressive it felt. "I feel unwell, as though I am in a hellish realm." Oh, you sense it. Stop overthinking. It must be your imagination. I feel nothing of the sort. Is that a pile of bones? A startled voice broke the silence. All eyes turned to the sight before them, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. The ground was littered with a multitude of skeletal remains, densely packed, their sheer number unfathomable, forming what appeared to be a vast sea of corpses. The very center of the skeletal expanse stood an enormous ancient altar, its steps piled high, with even more bones, arranged haphazardly, sending shivers down their spines. Su Chen furrowed his brow tightly. His instincts warned him that this place was anything but safe. The sheer volume of bones hinted at the countless martial artists who had been laid to rest here. As the crowd beheld the colossal ancient altar, its height was beyond comprehension. Each step of the altar was intricately engraved with grotesque patterns that sent chills through everyone who gazed upon them. How many martial artists must have perished to amass such a sea of bones? Su Chen felt a sense of melancholy wash over him, while the others chose to bypass the altar and continue onward. They would tread upon the countless white bones if necessary. In their eyes, the greater the peril, the more likely they were to uncover opportunities. Some, unwilling to yield, attempted to ascend to the summit of the altar, eager to discover whether it concealed any fortunes. Yet, as soon as one stepped onto the first step, a blood-curdling scream erupted from them. The shock of the onlookers, their flesh began to dissolve. Indeed, it was as if it had vanished. In the brief span of 2 seconds, their entire body had been reduced to nothing but a pile of bones, leaving the spectators horrified, and no one dared to approach the altar thereafter. Su Chen included, fully aware of the altar's perilous nature. If you dare to push your luck further, then you truly deserve your demise. Just as Su Chen prepared to depart, the ancient divine demon art within him unexpectedly began to operate autonomously once more, and the divine demon mirror manifested in his hand, emitting intense waves of energy. His gaze sharpened instantly. The divine demon mirror was undoubtedly a precious artifact that was beyond dispute. However, from Su Chen's perspective, he had already begun to cultivate the divine demon mirror with his soul, and he absolutely could not afford any missteps. For if the divine demon mirror were to shatter, that moment would mark the end of his existence. Gripping the divine demon mirror tightly, the ancient divine demon art within him surged violently. Su Chen understood that the divine demon mirror was certainly beckoning him towards the altar. Could it be that the divine demon mirror sought to absorb the power of the altar? If that were the case, he felt compelled to give it a try. After all, relying solely on his soul to cultivate the divine demon mirror, he had no idea how long it would take to fully restore its power. Taking a decisive step forward, Su Chen refused to linger any longer. Having made his decision, he wasted no time and proceeded steadily towards the altar. As Su Chen set foot on the first step of the altar, his entire body trembled violently. Thanks to the operation of the ancient divine demon art, the area surrounding him was filled with a protective aura, sparing him from the fate of being devoured like the previous warrior. With no one else around, no one noticed Su Chen's unusual reaction. Standing on the steps, his body quivered in that instant. A cacophony of roars echoed in his mind, akin to the tolling of a death knell. As a void space began to manifest deep within his soul, the sky was shrouded with dark storm clouds, and rolling bolts of lightning ravaged the land, where countless corpses lay as far as the eye could see. Mercilessly suppressed by the fury of the divine tribulation, a giant, towering 100 feet tall, donned a black crown and wielded a demonic sword. his icy gaze surveying the heavens, standing amidst the sea of bones. Why do you not kneel before this emperor upon seeing me? Su Chen, holding the divine demon mirror, chose not to prostrate himself, but instead inquired, Why should I kneel? Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! The towering giant erupted into laughter, his voice penetrating the clouds for miles and resonating through the very fabric of the universe. Even Su Chen felt as if his body might be torn asunder. You cultivate the ancient divine demon art, wield the treasure of my demonic kin, and yet you do not kneel before this emperor. Su Chen was no fool. He instantly grasped the implication of the giant's words. This meant that the ancient divine demon art he practiced and the divine demon mirror he held were both the property of the towering giant before him. And oh wonder this figure lurked within the divine demon mirror. Seemingly able to discern Su Chen's thoughts, the giant coldly remarked, I am the demon god of the demonic race. In my past life, I perished, and to one day be reborn in this world. I sealed my primordial spirit within the divine demon mirror. For countless eons, no one has been able to cultivate the ancient divine demon art. You were the only one. His speculation was indeed correct. The giant before him was the so-called demon god of the demonic race, originating from the divine demon mirror. He had previously been unaware of this, and the thought alone filled him with dread. He could sense just how formidable this so-called demon god was. Even a mere fragment of his primordial spirit possessed overwhelming power. Should the demon god choose to act against him, he would have no chance to evade. The miasma here is quite suitable for the divine demon mirror to absorb, and it will aid me in restoring my primordial spirit. Will you assist me? Could Su Chen refuse? He felt quite vexed. Such inquiries were pointless in this world. Regardless of where one found themselves or at what time, strength reigned supreme. Good lad. I quite admire your character. Now I ask you, will you take me as your master? Take him as a master. Su Chen found himself somewhat bewildered, not expecting the demon god to make such a request. Ever since he had been stripped of his imperial bone, he had never taken anyone as his mentor. He understood that this proposed mentorship was entirely different from that of an academy teacher. As the saying goes, once a master, always a father. Should he take the demon god as his master? The demon god would become akin to a father figure to him. I am willing. Su Chen, of course, could not refuse. How could he? First, the demon goddess primordial spirit was concealed within the divine demon mirror, and now that he had begun cultivating it with his soul, should the demon god destroy the mirror, his own demise would be inevitable. Secondly, to become the demon god of the demonic race. Su Chen was confident that the demon goddess power was certainly not trivial. Taking such a figure as his master would undoubtedly outweigh any disadvantages in his martial cultivation. That was beyond question. Unless he would be utterly foolish, he would never refuse. Kneeling on both knees, Su Chen bowed thrice to the demon god, proclaiming, Disciple Su Chen, pays respects to master. In a flash, the demon goddess figure had shrunk to within 2 meters. His robust form reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, his chiseled features strikingly handsome, his gaze fixated upon a young man before him. Increasingly pleased. You possess the 3 lives blood wheel. No one on the continent has ever been able to wield all 3 simultaneously. Wait, something seems amiss. It appears you are lacking something. The imperial bone. The imperial bone. You have awakened the imperial bone. Su Chen did not conceal the truth, briefly recounting the awakening and subsequent stripping of his imperial bone. The demon god nodded, saying, It is said that awakening the imperial bone guarantees ascension to the emperor realm. However, although you have lost your imperial bone, you have unexpectedly awakened the 3 lives blood wheel, which is not something a mere imperial bone can compare to. Moreover, you cultivate the ancient demon god art and the ancestral phoenix rebirth art. You are truly favored by destiny. Fear not, your talents are sufficient to crown you the best on the continent. And not only will you achieve the emperor realm, but you will also become the strongest in the land. Receiving praise from the demon god filled Su Chen with joy, yet he refrained from mentioning the Chaos Devouring Tower. For it was his greatest secret, one he would not divulge to anyone but himself. Master has no treasures to bestow upon you, but I believe you have already derived the demon death seal from the ancient divine demon art. Yes, I have successfully cultivated the first demon death seal. The demon god nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Sit down. I will now assist you in your cultivation." Joy surged within him. Su Chen showed no hesitation and immediately sat cross-legged, initiating the operation of the ancient divine demon art while executing the demon death seal. Standing on the first step of the altar, Su Chen remained motionless, as the divine demon mirror autonomously detached from his grasp and soared towards the ancient altar. The divine demon mirror floated to the top of the altar and began to voraciously absorb energy. Half an hour later, the divine demon mirror returned to Su Chen's hand, while his consciousness, with the demon god's assistance, had cultivated the demon death seal to 36 seals and unexpectedly comprehended the blood demon transformation. Blood demon transformation. You have actually comprehended the blood demon transformation. Master, what is the blood demon transformation? The demon god sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. The blood demon transformation is the most elite secret technique of the demonic race. Even I, in my prime, could not cultivate it. It is said that the blood demon transformation is hidden within the ancient divine demon art, and only those fated can cultivate it. Chinner, I must now tell you that while you can cultivate the blood demon transformation, you must never unleash it, not even once. Do you understand? Why? Su Chen was somewhat baffled. Since he could successfully comprehend the blood demon transformation from the ancient divine demon art, why was he only permitted to cultivate it without the ability to wield it? However, he understood that since his master forbade him from utilizing the blood demon transformation, there must be a reason behind it. With another deep sigh, the demon god explained, using the blood demon transformation can instantly double or even multiply a warrior's power many times over. However, the sole drawback is that during its use, the warrior will become a killing machine, even risking being devoured by the blood demon transformation itself. Now it made sense as Su Chen finally understood why his master forbade him from employing the blood demon transformation. Su Chen smiled. And no matter how formidable the blood demon transformation may be, given its significant backlash and aftereffects, he would never dare to use it, unless he valued his life so little. Chinner, I must now inform you that I am the demon god. Hailing from the demonic race, I in this continent, the demonic race is shunned by others. If it becomes known that you are the disciple of the demon god, you may find it difficult to establish a foothold in this world. Disciple is unafraid. Good. The demon god nodded with satisfaction, saying, I shall now begin my cultivation. You may leave. Understood. As the soul returns, Su Chen is filled with deep emotion. Were it not for the altar, he would not have stumbled into the demon mirror and encountered his master. The demon god, he continues onward, his pace noticeably quickening. The altar had cost him a significant half hour, and should any fortuitous opportunity arise, he fears he may miss it. Wasting no further time, he dashes across the vast expanse of clouds like a cheetah. The ground is littered with countless corpses, shrouded in waves of dark mist that envelop the subterranean space, as the stench of death gradually erodes the souls of the warriors. In this moment, many warriors, corrupted by the miasma of death, find their eyes turned crimson, and they descend into madness, slaughtering their fellow warriors without a hint of pain. Even when their arms are severed or half their heads cleaved off, they continue to fight like mindless zombies. Shun Bingxue and Shun Hua wear grim expressions, dodging attacks while forced to kill in self-defense. Those afflicted by the death miasma have become tools of slaughter. Driven solely by an insatiable thirst for blood, Su Chen's figure appears suddenly, and he surveys the scene strewn with dismembered limbs and blood that seeps into the ground, astonished by the grotesque tableau before him. The atmosphere is chillingly eerie, overwhelming to behold. He immediately channels the ancient divine demon art, gripping the demon mirror tightly, and swings it before him. His intention is not to save these warriors. Their fates are of no concern to him. His sole purpose is to harness the power of the demon mirror to devour the energies here, enabling his master, the demon god, to absorb it and restore his essence for a potential rebirth one day. In merely 3 minutes, under the influence of the demon mirror, the warriors corrupted by the death miasma gradually regain their clarity, only to be met with the harrowing cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Filled with unrelenting agony, just moments ago, they felt nothing despite their grievous injuries, but with their consciousness restored, the pain floods through their bodies like wildfire, while the more than 2,000 warriors, Over 500 have perished, approximately a quarter of their number. Kid, let me see the mirror in your hand, a man demands. But the demon mirror vanishes in an instant as Su Chen chooses to ignore him. He understands the man's intent. He seeks to witness the power of the demon mirror, which can consume and suppress the death miasma, a deal that would surely come with strings attached. Su Chen is no fool. He will not relinquish the demon mirror without cause. The ignored man's expression darkens. The earlier scene replaying in his mind, filling him with dread. Kid, you truly have no sense of propriety. I advise you to hand over the mirror. Otherwise, you may very well become part of this carnage. Shen Bingxue and Shan Hua swiftly stepped forward, their expressions filled with ire. You have no shame. If it weren't for Su Chen wielding that treasure to suppress the death miasma, you would be nothing but bones by now. Yet here you are, shamelessly demanding his possession, that he hails from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. You wish to make enemies of us? Su Chen is taken aback by Shen Bingxue's unexpected defense, never anticipating that she would stand up for him despite their previous minor conflicts. After all, the man by Shen Bingxue's side is a formidable Yuan-Ing realm expert. Moreover, upon hearing the name of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the faces of those who sought to seize the treasure instantly betray their apprehension. In the Eastern Wilderness, the name of the Eastern Wilderness Academy is synonymous with intimidation. No one can afford to disregard its influence, even if they wanted to commit murder and theft without the Academy's knowledge. They would first have to eliminate Shen Bingxue and her companion, something they find themselves unable to do. They can only choose to back down. Kid, we can forego your mirror, but you must ensure we are not afflicted by the death miasma. What do you say? Their compromise stems from their fear of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Su Chen remains silent. He cannot make any promises to him. The lives of these individuals hold no significance. Their demise would be a welcome outcome. The remaining 1,000 warriors align themselves with Su Chen, for only the mirror in his possession can devour the death miasma and spare them for becoming instruments of slaughter. The ground is a graveyard of bones that creak ominously underfoot. The corpses are moving. What? As they witness the bones seemingly come to life, panic seizes everyone. Before they can regroup, they are forcibly separated. Kid, quickly suppress them. To them, the young man's mirror should possess the power to subdue the animated bones. Shen Bingxue and Su Chen walk together, scanning their surroundings. Follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Bingxue immediately complies. With the demon mirror in hand, they carve a bloody path through the chaos, finally allowing themselves to breathe as the area regains its tranquility. No longer plagued by any animated corpses, that my third uncle is still inside. You returning would be futile and could even make you a liability. Shen Bingxue understands the truth in Su Chen's words. Letting out a deep sigh of resignation, she cannot return. All she can do is hope for her third uncle's safety. What shall we do now? Shen Bingxue appears somewhat flustered, uncertain of their next steps. Surveying their surroundings, Su Chen gestures toward the southern direction. Let us investigate over there. All right. Without further delay, they quickly head south. That moment, Su Chen abruptly halts, his gaze fixed intensely on the fragments of bone scattered across the ground. What's wrong, Su Chen? Shen Bingxue asks curiously, observing his sudden change in demeanor. I have something to attend to. Without waiting for further inquiry, Su Chen strides forward, crouching down to kick aside the scattered bones. Searching among the debris for a specific piece, a palm-sized black bone shard. Etched upon the black shard are intricate patterns that Su Chen recognizes all too well. It is the same ancient primordial runes he had inadvertently acquired at the academy. An exact match that he never anticipated he would encounter a shard of the primordial runes here. Su Chen is acutely aware that the primordial runes he had obtained at the academy were merely remnants of a spiritual martial art. The shard he now holds, inscribed with the runes, likely possesses a completeness that far exceeds his previous understanding. Filled with excitement, Su Chen prepares to comprehend the shard, but the voice of the demon god resonates in his mind. Chener, no matter how extraordinary your talent, discerning the primordial runes from this shard will be exceedingly difficult. Su Chen does not doubt his master's words. Master, what should I do? The choice lies with you. I shall merely provide guidance. Please, Master, enlighten me. The primordial runes are a pinnacle of spiritual martial arts. According to legend, They are inscribed upon 9 bone shards. To fully comprehend the runes upon a shard. The only means is to undergo a bone exchange. Bone exchange. Su Chen begins to piece together the implications that I now impart the technique of bone exchange to you. The decision to proceed lies solely with you. In the next instant, Su Chen feels a secret technique flooding into his mind. The so-called technique of bone exchange appears deceptively simple, yet is inherently perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to grave danger. Most critically, the process will be excruciating. He must forcibly extract a piece of his own bone before integrating the shard, while others may be oblivious to the pain of such a procedure. Su Chen is all too aware. When he awakened his imperial bone, he had not yet integrated it when Su Hao brutally stripped it from him. The agony of that life-and-death experience is etched into his memory. And he knows that had it not been for the sealed dragon elephant bloodline within him preserving his foundation, he would have perished long ago. Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen shakes his head, preparing to commence the bone exchange. Faced with the incredible opportunity presented by the primordial runes, he cannot afford to back down. His master has already indicated that there exist 9 bone shards in total, and he has merely obtained 1 thus far. The primordial runes he encountered at the academy were likely just an outline, which explains why he has been unable to grasp their essence. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's hand becomes as sharp as a blade, and he thrusts it into his left shoulder with determination. With a brutal tearing sound, he rends flesh and reveals the stark white bone beneath, blood erupting like a fountain. Su Chen, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Su Chen's sudden actions, Shen Bingxue was utterly bewildered, her body trembling in fear as she hurried to stand before him. Have you lost your mind? Why would you harm yourself? Leave me be. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat poured from his forehead, soaking his entire body. Ignoring Shen Bingxue's concerns, Su Chen forcefully tore through the bloody flesh with his right hand, snapping a bone shard and extracting it with sheer determination. The scene before her filled Shen Bingxue's face with disbelief. She simply could not comprehend why Su Chen would resort to such self-mutilation when he appeared perfectly fine. Her scalp prickled in horror as she contemplated intervening. But Su Chen had already stated his desire to be left alone, and she was acutely aware that he was no fool, incapable of such actions without reason, casually discarding the bone shard extracted from his left shoulder into his spatial ring. He wasted no time in forcefully reinserting it into his left shoulder, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, sweat pouring down his face as a surge of power emanated from his hands, continuously gathering around the flesh and blood of his left shoulder. Despite this, Su Chen still could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body. The process of bone exchange and fusion was completed smoothly, yet Su Chen's complexion turned extremely pale as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Successfully integrating the bone shard marked the completion of 1/9 of his endeavor. The Taichu divine pattern comprised 9 bone shards, and having only fused the first one was more than sufficient for him at this moment. With the fusion complete, he began to refine the bone shard, activating the chaotic devouring technique within him, and waves of devouring energy flowed into his left shoulder, enveloping the bone shard as the refinement commenced. Half an hour later, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, having completed the bone exchange and the initial refinement. The next phase would involve gradually refining the bone shard and cultivating the Taichu divine pattern. Watching Su Chen rise, Shen Bingxue felt a sense of frustration. She had never encountered someone like him, one who would willingly extract their own bone. Without posing further inquiries, she understood that even if she did, Su Chen would be unlikely to share his reasons. With a deep sigh, she realized she had underestimated Su Chen. His elevation to the elite class in the academy spoke volumes about his capabilities. In her understanding, there had never been a case of a true Pill Realm student being promoted to the elite class. The Dongwang Academy placed great importance on the teaching quality of the elite and royal classes. Regardless of one's connections, without reaching the requisite level of cultivation, promotion to the elite class was utterly impossible. It appeared that Su Chen was far from ordinary. Will you proceed alone, or shall we venture together? In light of Shen Bingxue's earlier defense of him, Su Chen had forgotten their previous friction and regarded her as a friend and companion. Such a person was indeed worth befriending. Together, let us go. The two exhibited no hesitation. Having no path of retreat, they could only forge ahead. However, Both sensed the strangeness of their surroundings. Pondering the possibility of encountering fortuitous opportunities, they hurried across the desolate ground littered with bones. The sound of their steps echoing sharply, causing a chill to run down their spines. If news of this place were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout Dongwon. One could only imagine the number of warriors slaughtered to accumulate such a scene. Withered trees stood tall, adorned with countless skeletal remains, resembling trees heavy with fruit. Unable to contain herself, Shun Bingxue halted and retched, her femininity betrayed by her reaction to the grotesque sight, having never encountered such a scenario. This was her first experience, and thankfully, Su Chen utilized the demon mirror to absorb the miasma of death. Otherwise, she would have likely succumbed long ago. Even so, her complexion grew increasingly pale. "Are you all right?" "If I had known this place was so dreadful, I would have chosen not to enter, even for the sake of opportunity." Nodding, Su Chen empathized, realizing that such a scene was indeed unsuitable for a girl. Moreover, the deeper they ventured, the more bones they encountered, scattered everywhere, on the ground and hanging from trees. "From this moment on, stay close to me." Within 3 steps, suddenly a wave of Buddhist energy radiated from Su Chen. 8 Buddhas resided within his chaos body, exerting their presence to suppress the god-slaying bone bow. Each Buddha imparted their respective divine teachings to Su Chen. Initially, he had no intention of deploying the Buddhist techniques, believing that with the demon mirror, he could rely on it to absorb the miasma of death to aid his master's recovery, as he was unafraid of its corrosive effects. Yet the circumstances had drastically changed. It was evident that Shun Bingxue was starting to falter. At this rate, she would succumb to the miasma within 2 hours, transforming into a mindless killing machine. With no other options, he resolved to utilize the Buddhist techniques. Believing that the protective aura would effectively prevent Shun Bingxue from being overwhelmed by the miasma, a shield of Buddhist energy enveloped them, gradually forming a massive yellow behind them, the light illuminating their surroundings as the miasma was thoroughly purified. "Buddhist techniques? Su Chen, do you hail from the Buddhist sect?" The moment the words escaped her lips, Shun Bingxue regretted her inquiry. It seemed rather foolish to question whether Su Chen could possibly be a practitioner of Buddhism. "Stay close to me, do not stray beyond 3 steps. "Understood." Staying close to Su Chen, she could even catch a whiff of his subtle masculine scent, causing her heart to race and her face to flush with a youthful shyness. The ground around them was strewn with bones, creating a hellish scene reminiscent of a purgatory of corpses. The air was thick with the miasma of death, devoid of even the gentlest breeze. They sprinted for what felt like an eternity, perhaps a day and a night. "Look, what is that?" Following Shun Bingxue's pointing finger, Su Chen inhaled sharply. Not far ahead, there stood several small altars, forming a vast circular arrangement. Upon counting, he discovered there were 9 altars, each bearing the image of a palm-sized, blood-red infant specter, as though they had been infused with blood. In the center floated a crystal sphere, the size of a football, radiating a vibrant green hue, surrounded by the 9 altars. "Chener, I require that power." Of course, Yu Chen surmised that the souls accumulated from the countless bones outside were likely contained within the crystal sphere. Knowing his master desired it, he felt no hesitation or reluctance. "Senior Shun, please wait here for me. I will retrieve something that Yu Chen. Heed my advice, do not go in there." Shun Bingxue fixated on the 9 altars, fully aware that while the crystal sphere represented immense opportunity, the altars were fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. If this were at the academy, she wouldn't care whether Su Chen lived or died. However, after having shared life and death experiences with him, she found herself unwilling to see him come to harm. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with a smile, "It will be fine. I know what I'm doing." Before Shun Bingxue could respond, he had already approached the 9 altars. The closer he got, the more he felt an ancient and desolate pressure emanating from them, as if they bore witness to countless epochs. The creators of the blood puppets were long gone, and the power of the 9 altars had been entirely consumed by the blood puppets. "You are quite fortunate. All the blood puppets have been successfully forged, only awaiting the final refinement." "Blood puppets?" Hearing the excitement in his master's voice, Su Chen inferred that the 9 blood-red figures on the altars were significant, given his master's esteemed identity. standing before the crystal sphere. Su Chen found that its power was sealed by the 9 altars, rendering it undetectable from the outside. However, as he sensed the vast essence of souls emanating from within, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He could easily surmise that the souls within the crystal sphere were those drawn from the countless corpses outside. Point 1 could only imagine the immense power of the souls contained within. Without hesitation, he activated his devouring energy and enveloped the crystal sphere. Since his master required the crystal sphere for cultivation, Su Chen would certainly not hold back. After securing the crystal sphere, he turned his gaze to the 9 altars. Choosing to trust his master, it seemed someone had intentionally created blood puppets, only to vanish without a trace right after their completion. Who could be so ruthless as to slaughter so many lives for the sake of creating blood puppets? 2 words, utterly ruthless. Approaching the altars, he gathered the blood-red infants into his hands. Master, what exactly are blood puppets? Blood puppets, among the most challenging of all puppet arts, represent a pinnacle of difficulty in their creation. Particularly in the case of blood puppets such as these, it is imperative to gather the essence of countless living beings, alongside the necessity of rare materials to ensure successful fabrication. Conjure 9 blood puppets. The essence of over 100 million creatures is required. Judging by the arrangements present, it is likely that this undertaking has spanned thousands of years. The demon god could only express his astonishment. This individual truly regards sentient beings as mere ants. It is only a true ant that could forge such a tyrannical blood puppet. By dripping your essence upon the blood puppet, you may commence its gestation. The power of the blood puppet shall elevate in accordance with your own cultivation, bestowing significant advantages upon you in the future. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Chen refrained from lamenting the disregard for life. For in his perspective, the cycle of heaven operates through reincarnation, especially within the realm of martial arts. Life is indeed fragile. In this harsh reality of the martial world, strength is paramount. Without formidable power, even one's life may be at the mercy of others. No one can alter the rules of martial arts. He released 9 drops of essence, each landing upon a blood-hued infant. In the next instant, the 9 infants vanished from his palms. Yet Su Chen could distinctly sense their presence within him. Strictly speaking, they resided within his bloodline. Nurturing blood puppets through one's bloodline ensures that the 9 puppets become entirely his own. It appears that the greatest opportunity within this subterranean space lies in these 9 blood puppets. Once acquired, remaining in this underground realm serves little further purpose. Su Chen, are you all right? Observing the young man before her, Shen Bingxue felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness about him, a certain air of mystery that eluded her understanding. Su Chen simply shook his head and replied, "There are no other opportunities in this underground space. I intend to depart. What about you? I'll join you, but I must first check on my 3rd uncle." "Very well." Unbeknownst to Su Chen, as he took the crystal ball and the 9 blood puppets, the countless undead that had begun their assault fell silent, rendering the entire subterranean space eerily still, akin to a hellish domain. Upon their return, they were greeted by a gruesome scene, with bodies strewn across the ground. More than half of the 1,500 martial artists had perished. Shenhua bore numerous wounds, yet fortunately remained alive. Gasping for breath, he finally felt relief upon seeing Shen Bingxue appear before him. "Third uncle, are you unharmed?" "I am fine, but this place is exceedingly bizarre. These corpses are utterly undying, and attacking them proves futile. Thankfully, they ceased their assault. Otherwise, none here would have survived. Third uncle, I wish to leave this place." Agreed. This time, Shenhua did not protest or oppose, for the strangeness of this place was too profound. Remaining would only lead to their demise, becoming part of the countless bones scattered about. Not only Shenhua and Shen Bingxue, but 90% of the others chose to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. However, there were still a few undeterred souls ready to remain in the underground space in search of fortune. Without further delay, the trio hastened towards the entrance. Half an hour later, they successfully returned to the surface of the lake, each releasing a sigh of relief, the strangeness of the underground space having left them shaken. Particularly, Shenhua was exceedingly vexed, having gained no fortune and narrowly escaping with his life. senior sister Shun. I will take my leave now. Be careful. You take care as well. As he watched the fleeting figure. Shunhua furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Bingxue, do you have feelings for him? A sudden jolt surged through her heart. Did she truly harbor feelings for Su Chen? With a deep sigh, Shun Bingxue replied helplessly. Third uncle, I cannot say that I in the academy, my sister, and I had some minor conflicts with him. But now, regarding her feelings, Shun Bingxue found herself at a loss, uncertain whether she truly liked Su Chen. This lad isn't half bad. If you like him, you should pursue him directly to avoid future regrets. Understood? Third uncle, as night descended. Su Chen sat beneath a great tree, meditating as the chaos devouring technique circulated within him, absorbing spiritual energy from all directions. After his journey through the underground space, he could clearly sense that his cultivation was poised for further breakthroughs, yet he had chosen not to practice there. Unwilling to wait any longer, he swiftly sought out a secluded area to begin his training. Currently, he was stabilized at the peak of the 4th level of the real Dan realm. The power within him surged wildly, coursing through every part of his body. With a roar directed at the heavens, he instantaneously broke through his limits, advancing from the peak of the 4th level directly into the 5th level of the real Dan realm, and stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Though merely a single tier of advancement, Su Chen could not help but feel elated. The path of martial cultivation is fraught with challenges, and even a single level is akin to scaling a mountain. Ever since his blood wheel was rendered useless and he acquired the Chaos Devouring Tower, awakening the 3 lives blood wheel, his rate of cultivation could be described as meteoric, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Yet his situation was uniquely precarious. Faced with Su Hao, who possessed imperial bones, he could not afford to waste a moment and must seize every opportunity to catch up. Although Director Lan claimed that Su Hao had merely reached the Golden Core realm, Su Chen understood that Su Hao, having fused with his imperial bones, possessed top-tier talent. It was implausible that he had only attained the Golden Core realm after all these years. There must be some hidden complexities. Regardless, his sole focus was to diligently cultivate, with the hope of one day confronting the Su clan to avenge himself against Su Hao. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a chilling, murderous intent enveloping him. Causing his expression to shift slightly, he could discern just how formidable this icy malice truly was. Since you have arrived, why lurk in the shadows like a coward? Under the cover of night, 4 figures gradually emerged, cloaked in black, their cold eyes radiating a chilling light, the powerful auras emanating from them locking onto Su Chen and sealing off all avenues of escape. The Tang clan. In an instant, Su Chen deduced the identity of the 4. Aside from the Su clan, he had no other enemies. However, he felt confident that the Su clan could not possibly be aware of his presence at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, and Su Hao would not consider him a threat, let alone dispatch such formidable individuals to assassinate him. The only plausible source of this threat was the Tang clan, after all, previously at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Their patriarch Tang Xiaotian had been compelled to relent under Director Lan's intimidation. Having crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel, Tang Xiaotian would undoubtedly seek retribution. The deterrent posed by the Eastern Wilderness Academy did not prevent the Tang clan from taking action here. Prior to his arrival, Vice Director Qinju had warned him that once he left the academy to participate in the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, he would likely encounter an ambush from the Tang clan. Leaving him to make his choice, without hesitation, he chose to forge ahead into the Lost Forest. In Su Chen's view, if he were to live in fear of death, always looking over his shoulder, how could he possibly elevate his strength? A martial artist must possess the spirit to face death unflinchingly and advance fearlessly. It was precisely for this reason that he had come. Not bad. You're quite clever to have guessed our identities. Indeed, we hail from the Tang clan. You dared to cripple Tang Hao's blood wheel, and we shall ensure that you pay in blood for your sins. Rest assured, we will not kill you, but we shall cripple your blood wheel, sever your limbs, remove your tongue, and gouge out your eyes, rendering you a mere shell of a person. The 4 were indeed from the Tang clan, comprised of 2 elders at the form spirit realm and 2 at the refining spirit realm. In Tang Xiaotian's view, deploying 4 elders of the condensing spirit realm for a covert operation would present minimal risk. The Eastern Wilderness Academy would likely only have one vice director accompanying, and it was improbable they could provide constant protection for Su Chen. The three realms of condensing spirit are form spirit, refining spirit, and condensing spirit. Tang Xiaotian did not dispatch elders of the condensing spirit realm, believing that 2 from the form spirit realm and 2 from the refining spirit realm would suffice. Their purpose in entering the Lost Forest was solely to assassinate Su Chen, not to engage directly with the vice director or the instructors of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, unless absolutely necessary. The Tang clan would prefer not to provoke the academy. Su Chen felt no surprise, nor did he harbor any fear. Even faced with 4 formidable opponents of the condensing spirit realm, he remained as steady as a mountain. "You're not entirely hopeless. Seeing how calm we are, it's a pity you've crossed the wrong person. You could have had a bright future at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, yet you have squandered it yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself." In his hand appeared the god-slaying bow, as he understood that he had but one opportunity. He would see if, with the aid of the god-slaying bow and its arrows, he could eliminate 3 of them. This battle would be the most formidable he had ever faced. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, one shall never concede defeat. The bow is drawn, the arrow knocked. An exquisite divine-slaying bow has been drawn taut, and the faces of the 4 are adorned with disdainful smirks. This day, their adversary has not chosen to surrender, and in their eyes, the individual is indeed impressive. Impressive as he may be, daring to trespass the Tang clan's bottom line means death for anyone, especially considering the unpardonable transgressions committed by this individual. Failing to complete the mission would leave them with no explanation to the clan leader. Kill. The 4, unwilling to squander any further time, understood the stakes should the vice president of the Eastern Wilderness Academy discover them. Not only would they fail to eliminate this individual, but they might also lose their own lives in the process. A swift resolution was imperative. Even if the Eastern Wilderness Academy deduced that Su Chen was slain by the Tang clan, what could they do? Would the Academy wage war against the Tang clan over a deceased? Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. With the divine-slaying bow in hand, the aura of slaughter emanating from Su Chen surged, while a blood will coalesced above him, emitting a chorus of sword-like howls. Whoosh! A divine-slaying arrow pierced the air, soon followed by a second and a third. Su Chen recognized that only by employing the divine-slaying arrows could he grasp a sliver of hope with his current strength. Engaging in a solo battle against 3 formidable opponents was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The intent to kill roared within him. The 4, now locked onto by the divine-slaying arrows, were taken aback, having never anticipated that this individual wielded such a formidable bow. The deafening sound of the arrows slicing through the air echoed. They sought to evade, only to find themselves with no escape. For the divine-slaying arrows had already marked them as targets. Thud! Struck by the divine-slaying arrows, the disparity in their realms became apparent. Despite being 4 formidable opponents working in unison, 3 of them sustained injuries to their left shoulder, right shoulder, and right leg respectively, blood mist enveloping them as their screams filled the air. The divine-slaying bow and arrows vanished in an instant, and on their pale faces a sense of helplessness emerged, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Even with his enhanced cultivation, forcibly unleashing 3 divine-slaying arrows resulted in backlash. This moment, he could scarcely contend against 3 formidable opponents, let alone those of the nascent soul stage, who could easily dispatch him. Kill! The furious 4 displayed no hesitation as they charged towards Su Chen. Yet, even in such dire straits, Su Chen chose not to surrender, summoning his own sword blood wheel and unleashing the 9 calamities sword technique. An onslaught of overwhelming sword chi, one strike after another. Regrettably, he stood no chance against the collective suppression of the 4. The chasm in their realms was too vast. Even the divine-slaying bow could not bridge the gap. The sword chi shattered, and the air was rife with the terrifying echoes of slaughter, violently bombarding Su Chen. Blood gushed forth, and the wounds upon his body multiplied, as the 4 seemed intent on prolonging his demise. Playing a cruel game of cat and mouse, their anger boiled over. Moments ago, They had nearly fallen victim to this young man's cunning. To be slain by a mere foundation establishment cultivator would leave them utterly disgraced. And thus, they resolved to torment him to death. As Su Chen's vision faded and he collapsed, an overwhelming aura surged forth, halting the four in their tracks, rendering them unable to advance another step. They could only unleash their fury in a futile assault, as their relentless attacks failed to breach the invisible barrier. The violet figure materialized, emanating an icy demeanor, her gaze sharp and piercing as if she were a blade, standing resolute amidst the heavens and earth. The four found themselves momentarily dazed, for the sudden appearance of the violet-clad woman was nothing short of breathtaking, a beauty so striking it sent shivers down their spines. The violet attire clung closely to her statuesque form, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with amber hues, her ruby lips resembling blossoming peaches, and her willow-like brows framing a pair of enchanting eyes that exuded an irresistible allure, her skin as delicate as cream, captivating all beneath the night sky. What a visage of unparalleled beauty! The four stared, entranced, their hearts quaking with unabashed desire. To spend a night with such a woman, they would willingly sacrifice years of their life. "You must not kill him." Bowing slightly, the elder of the Tang clan spoke helplessly. "I implore you, do not interfere in the matters of the Tang clan. If we do not eliminate this man, we shall have no explanation for the clan leader. Please, depart." After a brief moment of astonishment, the four regained their composure. Su Chen had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Their singular focus now was to ensure his swift execution. Should they allow him to escape under these circumstances, facing the clan leader would be unbearable. Who could have anticipated the sudden intervention of a woman intent on rescuing Su Chen? Without a word, an astonishing aura erupted from the violet-clad woman, descending upon the four like a tempest. "Imperial might. You are an imperial realm expert. Senior, we recognize our error. Please, show us mercy." Before the four could utter another word, their bodies erupted, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. The unfortunate elders of the Tang clan, oblivious to the unfolding events, were swiftly annihilated, the violet-clad woman not needing to lift a finger, merely through her imposing presence. She had subdued the four, a testament to her formidable power. Gazing at the unconscious Su Chen, the violet-clad woman stepped forward, her expression softening momentarily before swiftly vanishing. From her pocket, she produced a pill, gently placing it in Su Chen's mouth, the pill dissolving upon contact, spreading invigorating energy throughout his body. Shameless. Upon uttering the word, a faint blush crept across her cheeks before she turned and departed, disappearing without a trace. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved through the void as storm clouds converged from all directions, thunderclaps heralding a torrential downpour that engulfed the entire lost forest. The fearsome lightning, accompanied by the deluge, struck Su Chen, and as he slowly opened his heavy eyelids, he felt surprisingly intact. What was happening? He should have been slain by the combined might of the four. Rising from the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. Finding them deserted, his brow furrowed in confusion, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Had the Tang clan chosen to spare him? Such a notion seemed absurd, especially after he had incapacitated Tang Hao. This enmity was surely not something the Tang clan would easily overlook. The pill. Feeling a surge of power coursing through him, Su Chen promptly sat cross-legged, as an alchemist, though he had yet to concoct any pills. He was acutely aware that he had ingested a potent one. Harnessing its energy, his cultivation unexpectedly surged from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 6th, an outcome he had never anticipated. His injuries were not as severe as he had feared. He believed he would recover within 3 days. The Tang clan had indeed invested heavily in their attempt to eliminate him, dispatching 4 formidable opponents to do so. Who had come to his rescue? Could it be Luo Tianfei? In Su Chen's view, had Vice President Qin Zhu or any instructors from the academy intervened, they surely would not have left without acknowledgement. Among those he knew, only Luo Tianfei possessed such formidable strength. Although he was uncertain of her exact cultivation level, her ability to dispatch 4 formidable opponents indicated her remarkable prowess. It seems Luo Tianfei has not departed, but has been watching over me all along. Su Hao gradually opened his eyes, having successfully broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. The 3 realms of nascent soul are virtual nascent soul, actual nascent soul, and true nascent soul. His rapid ascent to the 7th level of the virtual nascent soul realm in such a short time was astonishing, even to him. Mastered at a wisp of soul energy emerged, revealing Su Hao's master. Tu Can observing his disciple. Tu Can nodded in satisfaction, saying, "The imperial bone has begun to show results at your current pace. I believe that within 3 months you shall reach the Soul Palace realm. And within a year, the nascent soul realm in 2 years, you may reach the gathering realm." Quite impressive indeed. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Your talent is unparalleled in the Eastern Wilderness. However, you must understand that the Eastern Wilderness is but a drop in the ocean of the entire Tianhuang continent. Your ambitions should extend beyond it. Yes, Master. From this day forth, I shall impart to you unique secret arts and divine abilities. You must remember to cultivate diligently, lest you squander your talent in the future. When you ascend to prominence on the continent, it shall be my legacy to you. The disciple shall undoubtedly live up to the Master's lofty expectations. As for this disciple, Tu Can has grown increasingly pleased. His innate talent is already of the highest caliber, further augmented by the fusion of the imperial bone. Whether or not the imperial bone awakens within him is inconsequential, for it is sufficient for Su Hao. Su Hao holds a prominent position within the Su clan and has been designated as the young clan leader. Merely possessing the imperial bone renders him unmatched among his peers, and the Su clan harbors exceedingly high expectations for him. In the Lost Forest, chaos reigns, with various beasts mercilessly hunting martial artists. Should fortune not favor one, they may very well encounter a beast of the condensation realm, with his cultivation steadily stabilizing at the 6th level of the true Dan realm. Su Chen has been relentlessly hunting beasts, hoping to elevate his rank by devouring their souls before returning to the academy. Having just consumed the soul of a beast, Su Chen suddenly hears a sound slicing through the air. The Su clan. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's expression instantly darkens. He had not anticipated encountering disciples of the Su clan within the Lost Forest. With a cold huff, he swiftly moves towards the source of the sound. A terrifying aura spreads as a young woman clad in yellow is besieged by 3 youths. Logically, with one among them being a practitioner of the void infant realm, they should be able to resolve the matter swiftly. Yet they linger without a decisive outcome. It is evident that they are indulging in a game of cat and mouse. Bang! The yellow-clad woman is thrust backward, colliding violently with a massive tree. Blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion as pale as paper, and the blood wheel above her head has dissipated. I hail from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. You dare to lay hands on me without fear of its wrath. Huang Ying, a student of the 1st class at Eastern Wilderness Academy, stands at the 8th level of the Golden Dan realm, known as the Blood Wheel Huang Ying. While hunting beasts alone, she inadvertently discovers 2 pandan herbs. These spiritual herbs do not require alchemical refinement. Any martial artist at the Golden Dan 3rd realm who consumes them can instantly elevate their rank without any backlash or side effects. The sole drawback of the pandan herb is that it can only be consumed once. Even if one were to ingest 100, the effect remains unchanged. Were it any other item, relinquishing it might be acceptable. However, the pandan herb is so valuable in the academy that the required points for exchange are staggering. Even the elite students struggle to meet such a demand. She had resolved to offer one of her pandan herbs to the 3, yet she did not expect their greed to escalate to the point where they demanded both. Eastern Wilderness Academy? We are so terrified. You could frighten us to death. What can your academy do? We, the Su clan, have no fear of you. We just offered you a chance, and you squandered it. Now, not only do we want both pandan herbs, but we also require your company. If you serve us well, perhaps you may leave here alive. An excellent suggestion, brother. All 3 hail from the Su clan, 1 at the 1st level of the Void Infant realm, Su Can, and 2 at the 9th level of the Golden Dan realm, who ventured into the Lost Forest for training. Su Can finds the situation amusing, their faces twisted in derision as they regard the woman before them. Acknowledging that Huang Ying's beauty could rank among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy, Had this been within the academy, they would certainly have feared its influence throughout the Eastern Wilderness. No faction dares to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Yet, this is not the academy, but the Lost Forest, where even should they slay this woman and plunder her belongings, the academy would remain oblivious. How then could they seek vengeance? Huang Ying's face pales further, her eyes filled with fury. Even the Eastern Wilderness Academy cannot deter the three, as she fears not death but defilement. I will give you both pan-dan herbs. It is already too late. We demand the pan-dan herbs, and we shall take you as well. Her body trembles slightly as she watches the three advance towards her, her expression growing increasingly grim and pale. She has steeled herself for self-termination. Even in death, she cannot be sullied by them. Absolutely not. That it seems the detritus of the Su clan is truly repulsive. That moment. A mocking laugh echoes from behind. And Su Chen appears before the four, his icy gaze brimming with lethal intent. The three slowly turn to face him, momentarily stunned by the aura emanating from the young man before them. Just a practitioner of the true Dan realm? Su Chen chuckles derisively. So, it is merely a true Dan realm wretch seeking to be a hero and rescue a damsel in distress that I deem you the true wretch. They cannot fathom why a mere true Dan realm martial artist would dare to meddle in their affairs. With their combined strength, even one among them could effortlessly obliterate this intruder, Su Jr. Huang Ying's expression brightens at the sight of Su Chen. Although she knows he may not be a match for the three, for some reason, she cannot suppress her excitement. She does not wish to die or be defiled. She hopes for a miracle. I will eliminate these three wretches for you. But I require one pan-dan herb. Of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Ying agrees, willing to part with one herb, or even both, as long as Su Chen can defeat the three and assist her in escaping this dire situation. As they gaze at the audacious young man, Su Chen and his companion's fury intensifies, their eyes growing colder, infused with a chilling, murderous intent. If mere glares could kill, Su Chen would have undoubtedly perished countless times already. They hail from the Su clan, and their prowess is undeniable. How could this man dare to provoke them so brazenly without feeling their wrath? You are quite arrogant, but I find it amusing. Just wait. I shall sever your limbs and seal your body in the ground, then carve a hole in your head to pour in honey. Imagine the consequences. Boom. Without further ado, Su Chen will show no mercy to those of the Su clan. Although they are his kin, the so-called branches can easily be sacrificed. When Su Hao stripped him of his imperial bone, the Su clan did not intervene. Instead, they proclaimed to the world, celebrating Su Hao's awakening, seeking to cover their tracks, seeking death. Presumptuous, upon witnessing the young man take the initiative, the three erupt in furious roars. How dare a mere true Dan realm martial artist act so brazenly before them? It is a fool's errand. Such speed, as the figure suddenly appears before them, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Su Chen's expression sharpens. This is a speed beyond what a true Dan realm should possess. The three quickly regain their composure, realizing that this individual is fully aware of his true Dan status, yet still dares to challenge them. To claim he is unarmed would be deceitful. Setting aside their disdain, the three release their respective blood wheels, all manifesting as sword blood wheels. The torrent of sword energy surges forth, roaring like a tempest, enveloping the surroundings with a ferocity that causes the very air to tremble. Su Chen possesses unwavering confidence in his strength. As a first-level void infant realm practitioner, he can slaughter any martial artist of the Golden Dan realm at will. The ferocious sword energy cascades from the three, wielding an unparalleled might that blankets the heavens and earth, causing the very space around them to quiver. Yet Su Chen merely scoffs, his hand gathering a phantom sword imbued with a domineering aura of killing intent. Utilizing the Chaos Devouring Tower to reforge his sword blood wheel, he wields a weapon of slaughter. The tremendous onslaught of sword energy sweeps forth like a sandstorm, and the four's attacks collide violently in the void. The moment the sword energies intersect, they unleash a tempest of sword winds that engulfs the area, resembling a colossal spider's web that devours the heavens and earth, rending the ground asunder with countless fissures. What a terrifying aura of slaughter! Huang Ying feels the overwhelming sword energy unleashed by Su Chen, its ruthless intensity causing her expression to shift dramatically. She finally comprehends why Su Chen was promoted to the elite class by the Academy. With mere true Dan realm cultivation, he not only withstands the Golden Dan realm martial artists, but can even contend with those of the Void Infant realm. This alone, throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy, and indeed the Eastern Wilderness itself, is a feat few can achieve. Fixated on the unfolding battle, Huang Ying chooses not to flee. Should Su Chen fall to the three, she would follow suit in self-termination. She cannot abandon him to his fate. Boom! As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with a single strike. The moment their clash begins, the three quickly realize the source of the young man's audacity. Although he is merely a true Dan Rel practitioner, his strength is extraordinarily formidable, particularly the condensed sword blood wheel, which is exceedingly domineering. However, it is crucial to understand that within the Eastern Wasteland, the Su clan is the progenitor of the sword blood wheel. Any sword blood wheel pales in comparison before the Su clan. As Su Chen deployed the Nine Tribulation sword technique and merged it with the ancient divine demon technique to confront three opponents, one at the virtual infant stage and two at the golden core stage. He knew that even he could not afford to be careless. The surging demonic aura intertwined with the sword energy, and waves of sword energy surged forth, ruthlessly assailing the trio, as if the very fabric of heaven and earth would be torn asunder by its ferocity. Demonic aura. You hail from the demon clan. Upon hearing the term demon clan, Huang Ying's body trembled violently. She was acutely aware of what the demon clan represented, and she was certain that Su Chen could not possibly be one of them. After all, how could he have entered the Eastern Wasteland Academy and become a member? You three are truly shameless. Junior Su hails from the Eastern Wasteland Academy. How can you speak of the Demon Clan? The Eastern Wasteland Academy. When have the students of the Eastern Wasteland Academy ever practiced the martial arts of the Demon Clan? Nevertheless, the trio understood that since he was from the Eastern Wasteland Academy, the likelihood of him being affiliated with the Demon Clan was exceedingly low. After all, the Eastern Wasteland Academy would never take such a reckless gamble, even if he were not from the Demon Clan. The trio was already thoroughly incensed. If they were to be defeated by a mere practitioner at the initial dance stage, what face would they have left? This battle could only end in victory. Defeat was not an option. Simultaneously, the three unleashed the Su clan's secret martial art, the demon suppression sword technique, sending forth waves of domineering sword energy to suppress Su Chen, intending to quell the demonic aura. Despite facing three opponents, Su Chen showed no signs of faltering. As the battle intensified, the three grew increasingly alarmed and incredulous, struggling to comprehend how a practitioner at the initial dance stage could unleash such a formidable offensive. Demon suppression sword technique? Impossible! How could you possibly wield the demon suppression sword technique? The moment they witnessed the youth executing the technique, the three were rendered utterly speechless. It was common knowledge that the demon suppression sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the Su clan. Inaccessible to outsiders, this individual not only awakened the sword blood wheel, but was also capable of employing the demon suppression sword technique. Could it be that he too was from the Su clan? Who exactly are you? Speculation was one thing, but determining whether he truly belonged to the Su clan was another matter entirely. Su Chen did not respond. He was indeed from the Su clan, yet not from the main branch, merely a scion of the Pan-Yu-City Su family of the greater Su clan. The Pan-Yu-City branch was but a trifling offshoot, and whether it would even be recalled by the Su clan was a question in and of itself. As the demon suppression sword technique was a secret of the Su clan, each family branch could practice it, albeit only the superficial aspects. The core essence would never be conveyed to any branch. That much was certain. Brat, who are you really? Where do you come from? We must avoid mistakenly killing the wrong person. If you do not answer soon, do not blame us for being rude, for reasons unknown. Upon witnessing the youth wield the demon suppression sword technique alongside the sword blood wheel, the three had an instinctive feeling that he too hailed from the Su clan. Without an answer, they could not ascertain the truth. Infuriated, the trio was thoroughly provoked. The youth completely disregarded their existence. However, before attempting to slay him, they needed to ascertain whether he was indeed from the Su clan. Initially brimming with confidence that they could swiftly conclude the battle and crush him with overwhelming force, They found themselves unable to impose absolute suppression despite their combined efforts. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed it to be true. The incredibility of the situation was laid bare before them. The other two Golden Core practitioners from the Su clan were flushed with embarrassment, their faces glistening with perspiration, a testament to their desperate predicament. They felt the oppressive sword energy swirling around them. Su Chen realized that continuing in this manner was untenable. The dogs of the Su clan are nothing more than this. With the blood wheel sword shadow continuously sweeping outward, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with mockery as he observed the three who were being suppressed, deliberately provoking them with his words. The two Golden Core practitioners were unfazed. The one they feared was the sole virtual infant among them. Su Chen could almost assert that this virtual infant had only recently broken through. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily subdued. Buzz! The instant Su Chen activated the primordial divine mark, a silent wave penetrated the minds of the two Golden Core practitioners. Caught off guard, the two were bewildered, not even comprehending what had happened before they ceased their attacks and clutched their heads. Shrieking as though they were being slaughtered like pigs. Soul martial arts. Observing the two collapse, Su Chen exclaimed in shock, fully aware of what soul martial arts entailed. Just as Su Chen had surmised, Su Chen had also only recently broken through to the virtual infant stage upon entering the Lost Forest, and his mastery of that stage had yet to stabilize. Otherwise, he would not be in such a wretched state. Taking advantage of his weakness, Su Chen showed no mercy. Given the animosity between him and Su Hao, it was evident that he and the Su clan would inevitably become mortal enemies. That it was a foregone conclusion. Because of the imperial bone, regardless of whose it was, Su Hao had fused with it. The Su clan would undoubtedly protect the one possessing the imperial bone and abandon their own. There was no resentment, no blame. Perspectives differ, leading to divergent interpretations of events. The Su clan had its own stance, while he possessed his own. However, Su Hao can had no desire to continue the battle, although this individual was merely at the initial dance stage. His inherent strength was exceedingly overwhelming, and he dared not gamble further. If he lost, it would cost him his life. He simply could not afford such a loss. Even his two companions chose to withdraw. Trash! Seizing the moment as Su Chen turned to escape, Su Chen activated the primordial divine mark, layering it with the divine demon death seal. Buzz! The exceedingly domineering primordial divine mark tore through layers of void, directly invading Su Chen's mind. Had Su Chen fought with all his might, even if he ultimately fell to Su Chen, he might have had a chance to flee. Yet now he had lost all confidence and dared not prolong the battle. In martial confrontations, one's mindset was of paramount importance. Accompanied by a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig, waves of divine demon death seals surged forth, relentlessly crashing upon Su Chen, who had initially contemplated seizing a pandan herb to smoothly elevate his rank, never anticipated that a formidable foe would appear mid-journey, leading to his potential demise here. Endless fury, filled with indignation. Su Chen's body fell heavily, utterly mangled by the divine demon death seals. Please, spare us. We will not speak of today's events to the Su clan. We are from the Su clan. If you dare to kill us, the Su clan will certainly not let you off. Witnessing Su Chen's slaughter, the remaining two Su clan warriors were thoroughly terrified. Having just suffered a soul attack, their mental integrity had already begun to fracture. Even if they survived, progressing in their martial practice would be exceedingly difficult. They had encountered a formidable adversary, and it was too late for regrets. All they could do was pray for their survival as they fled the Lost Forest. Are you threatening me? They had no intention of issuing threats. However, when faced with life and death, what else could they do? At the very least, invoking the Su clan offered a glimmer of hope. Before the two could utter another word, Su Chen shook his head, smiling as he stated, "I shall encounter one dog of the Su clan and slay it without exception." Su Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, devoid of any patience, as the surging sword energy cascaded toward the two. Indifferent to their cries of despair, the relentless and domineering sword energy piercing through their bodies, he immediately activated the chaotic devouring technique, voraciously consuming the souls of the three, one virtual infant and two golden cores. ensuring that the precious resources were not squandered. Huang Ying stood dumbfounded at the scene before her. She could hardly believe that Su Chen could indeed face 3 opponents and successfully slay them, especially considering that one of the trio was a virtual infant practitioner. Even if the virtual infant was merely at the initial stage of the reuniting realm, it was certainly not something an initial Dan practitioner could contend with. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, her face was a canvas of shock and disbelief. Yes, she gazed upon Su Chen. She remarked, "Junior Su, you are truly remarkable. With your current prowess, you are more than qualified to enter the elite class for training." Shaking his head, Su Chen held no interest whatsoever in the so-called elite class. His sole desire was to continuously surpass himself. His target was Su Hao.Su. This is Pan Dan Chao. Even if one does not refine it into a pill, simply consuming it can allow any warrior at the 3rd level of Golden Core to instantly elevate by a rank without any backlash. Nodding slightly, Su Chen accepted the Pan Dan Chao from Huang Ying's hands, fully aware of its value. For warriors at the 3rd level of Golden Core, it was undoubtedly a precious item, with the only drawback being that each warrior could only consume 1 Pan Dan Chao. Any additional consumption would yield no benefit. Huang Ying, to avoid unnecessary complications, I suggest you consume the Pan Dan Chao immediately. Understood. The saying a man with a treasure bears the burden of guilt holds true. The value of the Pan Dan Chao was evident, and the best course of action was to consume it without delay. Neither Huang Ying nor Su Chen lingered further, each consuming the Pan Dan Chao they held. Huang Ying, already at the 8th level of Golden Core, experienced no bottleneck and directly broke through her limits, advancing to the 9th level. As for Su Chen, the moment he swallowed the Pan Dan Chao, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his entire body. It was indeed a remarkable item. There was no need to refine it into a pill. Consuming it directly had wondrous effects, enabling warriors at the 3rd level of Golden Core to swiftly break through a rank. Upon consuming the Pan Dan Chao, Su Chen smoothly ascended from the 6th level of solid pill to the 7th level. The Pan Dan Chao was indeed a treasure, yet it left one feeling somewhat unsatisfied, as warriors were restricted to only 1. If one could consume it without limit, it would be perfect. Su Chen smiled wryly to himself, fully aware that rules govern all matters. He could only abide by them to change the rules. One must grow stronger. With several dozen days remaining until the autumn hunt concluded, he had successfully stabilized his cultivation at the 7th level of solid pill, and it seemed feasible to attempt a breakthrough to the 8th level, or even the 9th. For warriors, venturing out for training was of utmost importance. Remaining within the academy would certainly not yield such rapid progress. Su Chen, I will not disclose today as events to anyone. Nodding, Su Chen understood Huang Ying's intention. The fact that he had slain a disciple of the Su clan would not be taken lightly if discovered by them, even if they were wary of the Eastern Wilderness Academy's influence. It was likely his identity would be revealed. There was no need for unnecessary troubles. What he needed now was to secure more time for cultivation and avoid any extraneous complications. When he became sufficiently powerful, he would defeat Su Hao in one decisive strike, leaving no opportunity for him to catch his breath. Having dealt with the 3 from the Su clan and consumed the Pan Dan Chao to surpass his limits, Su Chen prepared to depart. He preferred hunting beasts alone rather than in a team. Su Chen, I'm grateful for your rescue this time. I know of a spirit spring, and I wonder if you might be interested. A spirit spring? He was quite astonished, fully aware of the significance of a spirit spring. For warriors, it was undoubtedly the best place for cultivation. That a spirit spring, as its name implies, is a gathering of spiritual energy formed through unique environmental sedimentation over many years. Regardless of its location, a spirit spring is something every warrior covets. Huang Ying nodded, saying, "This spirit spring is located in the southeastern part of the Lost Forest that we discovered it by chance during our last visit." Is there trouble? Su Chen was no fool. He could detect the subtle discord in Huang Ying's words. Such a valuable resource as a spirit spring would undoubtedly be sought after by anyone who discovered it, rather than being abandoned, a notion that made no sense. Yes, the area surrounding the spirit spring is guarded by the Moon Howling Wolf clan, and even their Wolf King has reached the spirit gathering stage. When we reported this to the Vice Dean, he strictly forbade us from approaching, not allowing us to come within half a step. The spirit gathering stage was the strongest existence beneath the pill gathering stage. Even the Academy's vice dean dared not provoke the Wolf King. As Su Chen finally understood why Huang Ying and her companions had chosen to abandon the spirit spring during their last encounter. It was not that they did not wish to acquire it, but rather that the Moon Howling Wolf Clan's guardianship made it far too dangerous. Opportunities are indeed important. However, they pale in comparison to one's life. Huang Ying felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen, but she had nothing tangible to offer as thanks, save for sharing the secret with him. When she revealed it, she felt a hint of regret. For it was challenging for a warrior to resist the allure of a spirit spring. Su Shiwedi, the Vice Dean has strictly prohibited us from approaching, so we had no choice but to give up. Were it anyone else, the intimidation of the Moon Howling Wolf Clan would surely deter them from coveting the spirit spring. Only Su Chen shook his head, smiling as he said, "Let us go take a look. If fortune favors us, perhaps the Moon Howling Wolf Clan no longer exists, and we might seize a bargain." Without hesitation, Huang Ying nodded. It was inconsequential to check, as long as they did not draw near. The two wasted no time, moving through the lost forest like two leopards, their speed quickened by their desire not to squander precious moments. After approximately 2 hours, Huang Ying said, "Su Shiwedi, we have arrived. You must remember to control your desires. Do not let the spirit spring cloud your judgment. Should we be targeted by the Moon Howling Wolves, we would encounter significant trouble." Nodding, Su Chen understood Huang Ying's meaning. Putting aside the clan as strength, the Wolf King alone could easily annihilate them. Even the Academy's vice dean and teachers would not stand against the Wolf King. The two proceeded cautiously. And gradually, they came upon a narrow valley nestled between two peaks. From halfway up the mountain, they could see everything within the valley. Su Shiwedi, that is the spirit spring. The Moon Howling Wolf Clan is surrounding it, but I am unsure about the Wolf King's exact location. Following Huang Ying's, Su Chen gazed at the center of the valley, where a massive stone basin lay, filled with a verdant liquid. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Spirit energy liquid." Nodding, Huang Ying's face was alight with greed as she said, "Indeed, it is spirit energy liquid. This spirit spring is beneficial even for warriors and beasts of the spirit gathering stage. Thus, the Moon Howling Wolf Clan guards it, as the Wolf King, having reached the spirit gathering stage, could use the spirit spring to push into the pill gathering stage." Understanding Huang Ying's implication, Su Chen realized that the Moon Howling Wolf Clan's guardianship of the spirit spring made sense. The Wolf King had not consumed it directly. The spirit spring must contain an immense amount of spiritual energy, and the Wolf King needed to consume it gradually to achieve a stable advancement. The valley was swarming with Moon Howling Wolves. Just from a glance, he could see no fewer than 100. Su Chen knew that whether through a frontal assault or stealth, it was impossible to approach the spirit spring. His eyes sparkled with determination. He was unwilling to simply relinquish such a rare treasure. After all, a spirit spring was a fortuitous encounter that could not be sought after. Once missed, who knew how long it would take to find another? Su Chen could assert that even Vice Dean Qin would not abandon the opportunity presented by the spirit energy liquid. However, facing the Wolf King at the spirit gathering stage, even Vice Dean Qin would not dare to provoke him. Su Shiwedi, we should leave. Huang Ying regretted revealing this secret to Su Chen. After all, for a warrior, such temptation was hard to resist. Even she felt the urge to rush down and cultivate within the spirit spring. Currently, her cultivation had already reached the 9th level of Golden Core. Once Huang Ying successfully entered the spiritual spring for cultivation, she was entirely confident that she could harness its power to break through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, or even shatter the core and condense an infant, advancing to the nascent soul realm. However, contemplating such aspirations was one thing. Daring to act on them was quite another. Faced with the spirit-condensing Realm Wolf Emperor and the entirety of the Demon Moon Wolf Clan, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone brave enough to proceed. A night descended. The sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, casting a beautiful glow over the mountain peak. The small valley nestled within the crevices appeared particularly enchanting. As all the Demon Moon Wolves had succumbed to slumber, save for a few dozen clan members who remained vigilant at the entrance, I could see this moment, a figure measuring over 4 meters in length, adorned with moonlit patterns, began to approach the spiritual spring, subsequently entering it to commence its cultivation. Thus far, neither of the two had departed. Huang Ying understood Su Chen's intentions. He was undoubtedly fixated on the spiritual spring, yearning to persuade him, yet he resolutely remained silent. Even if they could not enter, merely observing would suffice. As for wasting time, it was of little concern to her. Even if she did not secure a place in the autumn hunt, she would still be satisfied with having elevated her cultivation by a level that something's amiss. What is happening? Su Chen inquired, glancing toward the nearby location not far from the valley, where a 4-meter-long black tiger was swiftly approaching. Its speed was astonishing, and under the moonlight, it instantly entered the valley. The dark demon phantom tiger, a beast of the spirit-condensing realm. Huang Ying gasped in surprise, never anticipating the sudden emergence of such a formidable creature. What was more alarming was that this dark demon phantom tiger was indeed a beast of the spirit-condensing realm. That Su Chen, however, merely smiled, inwardly acknowledging that the opportunity he had awaited for an entire day had finally arrived. As the dark demon phantom tiger's form manifested in the valley, it immediately began to slaughter the demon moon wolves with its overwhelming spirit-condensing might, leaving no wolf capable of mounting any resistance. Approaching the spiritual spring, the dark demon phantom tiger's gaze fell upon the wolf emperor, who was cultivating within the spring, and it coldly remarked, "You seem to be rather leisurely." The wolf emperor slowly rose from the spring, his expression devoid of any surprise or anger, as if he had already anticipated the arrival of the dark demon phantom tiger. "Demon, we have contended for a century, and you have never been my match. This spiritual spring belongs to me. You should depart." Humph! With a heavy snort, the dark demon phantom tiger roared in fury. "Crippled wolf, if it weren't for your reliance on the spiritual spring, would you truly be my equal? You pathetic crippled wolf. Who are you calling a crippled wolf? I am referring to you, you wretched wolf. Just look at your pitiful appearance. It is enough to make one wretch that I truly wonder how your parents were so careless as to rear a crippled wretch like you." Su Chen and Huang Ying, stunned by the dark demon phantom tiger's insults, were taken aback. It was indeed their first encounter with a beast that could hurl verbal abuse. Upon reaching the Soul Palace realm, a beast could articulate human speech, although this varied among species. Some could not speak even at that level, while others could converse upon reaching the nascent soul realm. The enraged wolf emperor let out a deafening roar, for he loathed being referred to as a crippled wolf. His mother belonged to a lower tier of wolves, and he had been born with a disability. As his cultivation grew stronger, his physical affliction vanished. Yet he remained plagued by whispers of crippled wolf from behind. Those who feared him did not dare confront him directly, save for this dark demon phantom tiger, who had repeatedly provoked him. The demon moon wolves were at the 9th level of the spirit-condensing realm, while the dark demon phantom tiger was at the 8th level. This disparity was even more pronounced with the wolf emperor's reliance on the spiritual spring. Otherwise, the dark demon phantom tiger would have surpassed him long ago, indicating that the tiger's innate talent was superior to that of the wolf emperor. "Demon, today I shall tear your mouth apart." "Is that so?" With a swift motion, the dark demon phantom tiger dashed toward the nearby wolf pack. "Demon, you dare! What is there to fear? Today I will annihilate your wolf clan. Ha ha!" In that moment, the wolf emperor was thoroughly alarmed, as he sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from the dark demon phantom tiger. To his shock, he realized that the tiger had broken through to the 9th level of the spirit-condensing realm. In a match of equal levels, he could no longer exert absolute dominance. Given the tiger's current power, it was evident that no member of the clan could withstand the impending slaughter. The dark demon phantom tiger moved with incredible swiftness, leaving behind only a flurry of black shadows, accompanied by the heart-rending cries of its victims, as clouds of blood mist erupted around them. Not a single demon moon wolf could withstand the tiger's rampage. The two creatures pursued one another, leaving in their wake a scene of carnage, with a stench of blood permeating the air. Even Su Chen and Huang Ying, concealed in the shadows, could not escape the foul odor. "Demon, you foolish tiger, should you dare to slay even one of my kin, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. You're truly pathetic." The dark demon phantom tiger chose to disregard the wolf emperor's threats. Having finally reached the 9th level of the spirit condensing realm, he was determined to exact his vengeance after being oppressed for a century, aiming to exterminate the entire demon moon wolf clan. In a matter of mere minutes, hundreds of demon moon wolves were slaughtered. Those who survived were so terrified that they fled the valley in a chaotic scramble, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses. The wolf emperor's face contorted with rage, his cold aura surging violently, brimming with murderous intent as he declared, "Demon, today I shall feast upon your flesh, drink your blood, and not even your bones shall be spared. You have crossed the line. I shall not forgive. Whoever dares to harm my kin shall face death. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage." The dark demon phantom tiger wasted no time with words. Having been suppressed for a century, he was determined to dominate the wolf emperor and claim the spiritual spring for himself. The tiger was fully confident in his innate talent. Once he successfully seized the spiritual spring, he believed he could soon advance to the gathering cauldron realm, which was the true reason he had risked everything to come here, unwilling to relinquish his long-held ambitions to end the next heartbeat. The forms of the tiger and wolf vanished, colliding fiercely in midair. "Su, our opportunity has arrived," Huang Ying exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. It was fortunate that they had remained here. Otherwise, they would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime chance. As the dark demon phantom tiger and the wolf emperor battled for their lives, Huang Ying understood their purpose: to watch from the sidelines as the two spirit-condensing realm beasts fought to the death, allowing them to seize the spiritual spring when the time was right. As Su Chen nodded, he had been contemplating how to successfully obtain the spiritual spring. However, with the demon moon wolf clan on guard, it would be nearly impossible to acquire it unless he could subdue the entire wolf clan. Yet he had not anticipated his fortuitous encounter with the dark demon phantom tiger, who had come seeking revenge for the spiritual spring, providing them with a rare opportunity. Now, Su Chen merely hoped that the two spirit-condensing realm beasts would engage in a mutual destruction. At that point, he and Huang Ying could emerge to claim the spoils. The clash between the two formidable beasts was utterly ferocious, with neither showing an ounce of mercy. Both understood that this battle was one of life and death. The wolf emperor could no longer maintain absolute dominance. His expression grew increasingly grave. Their strengths had become nearly indistinguishable, and a prolonged struggle would likely lead to a stalemate, with the worst outcome being mutual annihilation. Yet he was unable to concede, for the wolf emperor was acutely aware that even if he chose to retreat, the dark demon phantom tiger would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. The onslaught from both beasts escalated, their bodies drenched in blood. Even in such a state, neither beast was willing to relent, each intent on vanquishing the other. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding clashes echoed as bones fractured, their cold gazes laced with terrifying, murderous intent. The two beasts opted for a soul attack, a perilous choice that few beasts dared to undertake under normal circumstances. Especially in a situation where their strengths were evenly matched, utilizing a soul collision was the only means to determine a winner. Otherwise, escaping was virtually impossible. In the distance, observing the two beasts as their souls began to collide, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. He was unwilling to wait any longer, for the uncertainties were simply too great. Although the two beasts had chosen to engage in a soul collision, the outcome remained unknown. The most prudent course of action was to take matters into his own hands and seize control of the situation. Su Chen understood the potential consequences of intervening personally. A misstep could lead to his own demise. "Huang Ying, wait for me here. What are you doing?" In their life and death struggle, it is highly probable that a victor will not emerge. If both sides fail to inflict harm upon each other, acquiring the spiritual spring will become exceedingly difficult. Such a rare opportunity, I wish to seize it. Frozen in place, Huang Ying was utterly taken aback, for she could never have anticipated that Su Chen would make such a choice. Even though the two formidable beasts were currently in a precarious state, they were not something they could contend with. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they might not even have a chance to leave the valley safely. However, upon witnessing Su Chen's resolute expression, Huang Ying understood clearly that no amount of persuasion from her would be of any use. Since that was the case, Why waste breath? Su Shueti, I will accompany you. Absolutely not. Su Shueti. Do you think I am one to cower in fear of death? If we must leave, we shall leave together. If we must die, we shall die together. I refuse to sit idly by and benefit from your efforts. If you disagree, then you shall not go either. Her words were resolute, making it impossible for Su Chen to refuse. He could only acquiesce, albeit while adding, Huangying Shuija. Wait, do not intervene. I will handle it. Should any mishap occur, remember, do not concern yourself with me. Just leave immediately. Understood. Agreeing to this was one thing, but whether she would act upon it was another. Huang Ying had already made up her mind. Should a life-threatening situation arise, she would not abandon Su Chen, but face it alongside him. This was not merely a matter of romantic affection, but a testament to the unbreakable bond between classmates. Su Chen had saved her and had her best interests at heart. She could not bring herself to commit the despicable act of fleeing alone, as Su Chen was quite reckless, for in his eyes, a martial artist must contend for opportunities. If one fears danger, there is no reason to embark on such a perilous journey. Since they had come this far, he was determined to seize the spiritual spring. For this opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the crevice of the mountains, the valley was littered with the corpses of wolves, as the two formidable beasts clashed fiercely, each striving to annihilate the other. Both beasts were of the 9th level of spiritual manifestation, their strengths evenly matched. Relying solely on their own powers to vanquish one another was nearly impossible. The relentless collision of their souls rendered it impossible for either to withdraw from the battle. Soon both beasts began to sway precariously, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. For under these circumstances, they could only anticipate one outcome: mutual destruction. That moment, a low hum resonated through the air, as two primordial divine patterns pierced through layers of void, forcefully invading the minds of the two beasts and brutally tearing at their souls. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Chen were to launch a surprise attack with the primordial divine patterns, it would be impossible to severely injure a beast of spiritual manifestation. However, the current situation was entirely different. The collision of the dark demon phantom tiger and the wolf king's souls had reached a critical juncture. Su Chen suddenly surged forth, catching them off guard. The bodies of the two beasts collapsed, their souls shattered, their breaths fading to the brink of extinction. Clearly unable to survive, they beheld the two figures emerging before them. Both the dark demon phantom tiger and the wolf king were filled with rage. Two human martial artists dared to appear in their midst. Humans, you dare touch the spiritual spring, I will surely take your lives. The roar emerged from deep within their throats, resonating with fury. They could easily surmise that the two human martial artists had come for the spiritual spring. How could they not feel enraged? Under normal circumstances, two humans would never dare to venture here. Any member of their race could effortlessly annihilate them. Approaching the two formidable beasts, Su Chen had no interest in idle chatter. He directly struck down the dark demon phantom tiger and the wolf king, activating the Chaos Devouring technique within him. Master, do you have a moment to converse? Certainly. Su Chen sat cross-legged, his soul being drawn into the Chaos Devouring Tower. Tower Spirit, what is it that you seek from me? Su Chen understood that the Tower Spirit would not call upon him without a significant reason. The illusory figure nodded and smiled, saying, Master, although your cultivation of the Chaos Devouring technique allows you to absorb soul energy without any backlash, any power that exceeds your realm will only be detrimental to your martial path, not beneficial. Instantly grasping the Tower Spirit's meaning, Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that he could not devour endlessly. He must refine and integrate before continuing to absorb. An unending cycle of consumption would not yield favorable results for his martial cultivation. Yet, to simply watch souls dissipate was a tremendous waste, especially the souls of the two formidable beasts. If only his cultivation level could keep pace, he could easily devour them. Tower Spirit, do you possess a method to resolve this matter? Su Chen was no fool. Since the Tower Spirit had summoned him, it was clear that a solution was at hand, and he eagerly awaited the Tower Spirit's response, not wishing to squander the opportunity to harvest these souls. The Tower Spirit nodded and said, Master, I will now impart to you a unique alchemical technique distinct from the 3,000 alchemical paths. This technique is specifically designed to create pills from absorbed souls, and it can only be executed in conjunction with the Chaos Devouring technique. Are you suggesting that I can refine the devoured souls into soul pills? Precisely. You can utilize the souls you have absorbed, employing this alchemical technique alongside the Chaos Devouring technique as a foundation, using the Qian Kuan furnace as the basis to forge Qian Kuan pills. These pills can store over 95% of the soul, with the remaining 5% being lost. This is unavoidable. Moreover, once the Qian Kuan pills are crafted, you need not consume everything at once. You may gradually absorb and refine them, ensuring that your martial path remains smooth and unimpeded. Understood. With his primordial spirit returning, Su Chen activated the Chaos Devouring technique within him, voraciously absorbing the souls of the two formidable beasts while summoning the Qian Kuan furnace, having failed in his first attempt at pill refining. This time would be different. Although the tower spirit had not explicitly stated it, Su Chen deduced that the technique just imparted was inherently complementary to the Chaos Devouring technique. Without the Chaos Devouring technique as a foundation, practicing this alchemical technique would be futile. His hands moved in a continuous series of seals, channeling the absorbed energies into the Qian Kuan furnace, commencing the refinement process. Refining pills? Watching Su Chen begin the pill refinement, Huang Ying was utterly flabbergasted. She had never anticipated that Su Chen was also an alchemist, in the continent. The status of martial artist was exceedingly high, surpassing all others. Among martial artists, alchemists, artifact masters, talisman masters, and formation masters held an even higher status than ordinary martial artists, as the requirements for becoming an alchemist or artifact master were exceptionally rigorous. How many secrets did Su Chen possess? With such talent, not to mention in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, even throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness, he could easily overshadow his peers at IT. Was rather astonishing to reflect that the Eastern Wilderness Academy had never allowed a student at the Essence Pill stage to enter the elite class. Su Chen was an exception to IT. Turned out that Su Chen's talent and potential had led the Academy to break its own precedent. After 2 full hours, Su Chen successfully refined the Qian Kuan pill for the first time. Yet even so, 50% had dissipated. Despite this, Su Chen was quite satisfied. After all, alchemy required patience. One could not expect to achieve greatness overnight. This success was also due to his cultivation of the Chaos Devouring technique and the assistance of the Qian Kuan furnace. Otherwise, he would not have been able to overcome the fiery trials of pill refining. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chen stowed the Qian Kuan furnace away, producing 2 pills which he placed into his spatial ring. Huang Ying Shuejia. Let us proceed to cultivate in the spiritual spring. Remember, do not consume excessively to avoid backlash. I understand it. Su Chen held a favorable impression of Huang Ying, for during the 2 hours he spent refining pills. She remained steadfastly by his side, not venturing alone into the spiritual spring. Her willingness to accompany him on this perilous journey was something most would not dare to do. As they approached the spiritual spring, they reveled in the spiritual energy emanating from within, their faces lighting up with delight. Without further ado, they entered the spring, seating themselves cross-legged, one on each side. Huang Ying Shuejia, when my aura envelopes you, do not resist. Simply focus your mind and guard your essence, absorbing the power within the spiritual spring for your cultivation. Very well. With a gentle gesture, the two slowly closed their eyes. Within Su Chen's body, the chaotic devouring technique surged wildly, enveloping both individuals in waves of devouring aura. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Huang Ying could distinctly sense that she was shrouded by a potent force, accelerating her absorption rate by at least 3-fold. Additionally, the speed of her refinement and integration surged exponentially, leaving no room for even a moment's hesitation. For her, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Having recently ascended to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, she could, barring unforeseen circumstances, leverage the spiritual spring to break through to the nascent soul realm. The terrifying liquefaction of spiritual energy brought immense delight to Su Chen. He had not yet consumed the souls of the 2 formidable beasts, which meant he could fully absorb the power of the spiritual spring. While devouring the power of the spiritual spring for cultivation, he communicated with the Chaos Devouring Tower, inquiring, tower spirit. Is there a way to store the power of the spiritual spring? This was Su Chen's primary concern, as the entire spiritual spring was vast, containing enough power for hundreds to consume and cultivate. Even with the Chaos Devouring technique and his chaos body, it was impossible for him to absorb the entirety of the spiritual spring's power. In light of the master's recent performance, a reward was granted in the form of a Chinquan pouch, which contained a Chinquan world that required the master to continuously evolve. A small yellow pouch appeared in Su Chen's hand. As a drop of his blood merged into the Chinquan pouch, his soul instantly entered the world within, which was indeed 100 times larger than a spatial ring, allowing for limitless development. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. According to the tower spirit, the Chinquan pouch contained an infinite Chinquan world that required his ongoing evolution. He wondered how vast the world would become once he reached the pinnacle of Chinquan evolution. He felt a sense of excitement. Not wishing to act immediately, Su Chen's priority was to utilize the spiritual spring to surpass his limits. Simultaneously, he activated the Chaos Devouring technique, the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, and the primordial divine demon technique, voraciously consuming the energy to form a vortex within his body, which continuously flowed into his solid core. In an instant, he broke through his limits, leaping from the 7th level of the solid core realm to the 8th, then the 9th, reaching the pinnacle before finally breaking into the 1st level of the golden core realm. Under normal circumstances, such a leap from the 7th to the 1st level of the golden core realm would require over 3 months of diligent cultivation. Yet now, in just a day, he achieved this breakthrough, demonstrating the overwhelming potency of the spiritual spring. At that moment, Huang Ying's golden core shattered, enveloped by the devouring force, and began to form an ethereal infant shadow, akin to the nascent soul possessed by nascent soul realm warriors. Breaking the golden core, she was condensing her nascent soul. With a sudden opening of her eyes, Huang Ying was overwhelmed with excitement. She was acutely aware of her own talent. Even within the confines of the Lin organ, achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm within a day would have been impossible without the assistance of Su Chen. "Thank you so much. Without your help, I could never have condensed my nascent soul," she exclaimed. Upon returning to the academy, she could apply for advancement to the elite class, the highest tier within the institution. Throughout the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there existed but a single elite class, populated by the cream of the crop. That IT was a coveted dream for every student to gain entry into this class, and she had never imagined that she would enter it so swiftly. Huang Ying felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen. Without his aid, she would have needed at least a year to achieve such a feat. Su Chen, however, shook his head with a smile, responding, "This is what you rightfully deserve." The Chinquan pouch emerged in his hand. Both he and Huang Ying had reached their limits of absorption, unable to continue without risking backlash from the force. Curiosity piqued. Huang Ying wondered what Su Chen intended to do with the yellow pouch. In the next moment, to her astonishment, the pouch erupted with a terrifying suction, violently drawing in the power from the spiritual spring. Within mere minutes, the energy of the entire spring was completely consumed, all contained within the Chinquan pouch. Huang Ying stood there, utterly dazed, staring blankly at the scene before her. This was the first time she had witnessed such an event. Previously, she had not only never seen it, but had never even heard of anything like it. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it to be true. Greatly satisfied, she acknowledged that the Chinquan pouch was indeed a remarkable item that in the future, whenever she encountered such power, it could be drawn into the Chinquan pouch and gradually absorbed for cultivation. The combination of the Chinquan pouch and Chinquan pills would undoubtedly provide her with extraordinary benefits. After transferring the energy from the spiritual spring into the Chinquan pouch, Su Chen prepared to depart with Huang Ying. Yet, at the moment of leaving, he abruptly turned to face the spiritual spring. While operating the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, he had sensed a subtle wave of summoning emanating from the very spring before him. The ability to invoke the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique suggested that there must be something extraordinary within the spiritual spring. Is something amiss? Huang Ying inquired. Yes, there should be more treasures within the spiritual spring. I need to investigate. Would you like to accompany me? Huang Ying understood Su Chen's intent. Undoubtedly, the spring harbored opportunities, but such opportunities often accompanied dangers that I would like to see as well. Very well. The two re-entered the spiritual spring. Observing the smooth surface of the ground that had been emptied, adorned with a flame pattern that vaguely resembled a phoenix. The phoenix flame pattern? Huang Ying speculated. Su Chen, have you ever heard of exotic fire? Of course, Su Chen was no stranger to the concept of exotic fire. For an alchemist, exotic fire was of paramount importance. It had been the critical issue behind his previous failures in alchemy. Typical alchemists wielded only common flames, while mastering exotic fire could greatly enhance their crafting abilities. However, exotic fire was notoriously difficult to subdue. With the flame pattern present, it was possible that exotic fire lay beneath the spiritual spring. Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that were true, it would be fortuitous indeed. There existed many types of exotic fire in the world, and even possessing just one would be immensely beneficial. Huang Ying, please leave the spiritual spring. Huang Ying nodded, stepping away, understanding Su Chen's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his finger like a sword, unleashing a fierce and domineering sword aura that struck the ground of the spiritual spring. The clash of sword energy against the surface echoed loudly. Su Chen sensed that the ground was sealed, and he was uncertain whether his sword energy could break the seal. If the exotic fire lay beneath the seal, it would be a wondrous discovery. However, there was no reaction. The seal remained as immovable as a mountain. The relentless sword energy struck without yielding an ounce of response, and his brow furrowed tightly. He could not choose to give up. He began to channel the chaos body, preparing to use it to break the seal. Suddenly, Su Chen froze, realizing that in his haste, he had nearly overlooked the most crucial point. The reason he felt the spiritual spring's anomaly was entirely due to the operation of the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique within him. With that in mind, he decided to attempt to unlock the seal using the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique that he thought, why not give it a try? He could not simply stand by and abandon the opportunity. Activating the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique, he released a mighty phoenix cry that resonated through the I in an instant. A towering, ethereal phoenix figure coalesced behind him, its immense presence casting a shadow over the mountain peaks and enveloping the area in a suffocating aura. The phoenix? Is that the phoenix? Huang Ying gasped in shock, retreating in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. She understood well what the phoenix represented. In the world of beasts, the phoenix stood atop the pyramid of power. Were it not for their rarity, the Phoenix clan would have undoubtedly become the rulers of the beast realm. She could hardly fathom how Su Chen could manifest such a phoenix figure behind him. The mysteries surrounding him seemed boundless. The phoenix figure enveloped the entire spiritual spring as Su Chen continued to channel the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique. The ground resonated with echoing phoenix cries. And before Su Chen could react, he was suddenly consumed by the phoenix flame pattern on the ground, vanishing from sight. Su Chen, as Huang Ying gazed at the sudden disappearance of Su Chen. She was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unforeseen event. She could only surmise that Su Chen had undoubtedly entered the seal of the spiritual spring. Without hesitation, she began to strike the seal on the ground. Yet her relentless assaults elicited no response. The seal remained steadfast and unyielding as a mountain. Anxiety etched across her face, for Huang Ying was entirely unaware of the dangers that awaited Su Chen within the confines of the seal, whether he would face life or death. She had to breach the seal in the shortest time possible. In the midst of this turmoil, Su Chen fought to maintain his composure, even as dizziness clouded his mind. In times like these, it was imperative to remain calm, to avoid any semblance of panic. Before long, Su Chen found himself ensconced within a cavern, its walls ablaze with fiery red stone. The ground beneath him resembled a sea of flames, akin to the fabled burning mountain stretching for 800 miles. That moment, Su Chen could nearly declare with certainty that a strange fire must reside in this place, stirring within him a profound sense of exhilaration. Should he successfully master this extraordinary fire, it would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial to his alchemical endeavors. This was beyond question. With the Zufu Nirvana technique circulating within him, Su Chen swiftly pinpointed the center of the cavern. where a magnificent stone platform shaped like a phoenix spiraled gracefully, appearing as lifelike as the mythical creature itself. Atop the phoenix stone platform was a concave recess, within which a swirling mass of crimson flame floated. A strange fire. It was undoubtedly a peculiar flame. Yet, which specific type it was remained a mystery. The world was home to countless varieties of strange fire, as if there existed a ranking of such flames, a concept he had merely heard of but never witnessed. Regardless of its rank, he was determined to seize it. Tailing, do you know what kind of strange fire this is? What is its rank on the strange fire list? He inquired of Tailing, hopeful for enlightenment. Master, this is the true flame of the phoenix, ranked 32nd on the strange fire list. Upon hearing Tailing's revelation, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The 32nd rank of the strange fire was already quite remarkable. Now, his task was to discern how to successfully subdue it. Su Chen speculated that to tame the true flame of the phoenix, he would likely need to employ his Zufu nirvana technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to act, knowing that delays would only complicate matters further. Even in the face of potential peril, he could not entertain the notion of retreat, continuing to operate the Zufu nirvana technique. Su Chen approached the phoenix stone platform, gazing intently at the flame within the recess, taking a deep breath to steady himself to ensure absolute certainty. He summoned 3 blood wheels above his head, simultaneously activating the ancient divine demon technique and the chaotic devouring technique. Extending his right hand toward the flame, he was immediately met with an overwhelming wave of searing heat, yet he did not flinch. His gaze unwavering. Success was the only option. Failure was not an alternative. As the Zufu nirvana technique reached its zenith, Su Chen seized the flame, drawing it into his body. The true flame of the phoenix surged into Su Chen with an overwhelming ferocity, igniting a wild blaze that threatened to incinerate his very organs. The surge of elation coursed through him. He had not anticipated the speed with which the true flame would manifest. Caution was paramount. The combined forces of the 3 techniques quickly encircled the true flame. Within his body, it felt as though a battleground had erupted, clashing violently. Fortunately, his training in the Zufu nirvana technique had fortified him. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would have been unable to suppress the true flame. Even so, Su Chen felt himself straining against its might. The true flame was exceedingly domineering. A mere moment of inattention could spell his doom. Seated in meditation, Su Chen's chaos body emerged, and he devised a strategy to harness the combined power of the 3 techniques to corner the true flame, driving it into his chaos body for subjugation. The chaos body, regarded as the supreme divine body of the world, could even seal the god-slaying bow. He had faith it could similarly contain the true flame. The enraged true flame was forced to retreat repeatedly by the relentless pursuit of the 3 techniques, ultimately finding itself before the chaos body. Observing the situation within, Su Chen's expression brightened with exhilaration. The opportunity had finally arrived, and he could not allow the true flame to escape. The energies of the 3 blood wheels surged into his body as Su Chen summoned the full force of his techniques to launch a comprehensive assault on the true flame. It was akin to an army trampling across a vast battlefield, the resounding roars echoing throughout his being. The true flame truly feared the Zufu nirvana technique. It was pressed down relentlessly, ultimately retreating into the chaos body. At that moment, 8 resounding chants of the Buddha reverberated within the chaos body, emanating from the powers of the 8 Buddhas. As Su Chen realized that the Buddhas had intervened, and he felt a surge of joy as their might enveloped the true flame, gradually diminishing its resistance. However, the situation was far from resolved. The true flame had been suppressed, yet not truly subdued. To wield its power, he would need to refine it fully, allowing him to summon it at will in the future. With the Zufu nirvana technique flowing into the chaos body, Su Chen seized the moment when the true flame was distracted and devoured it in one swift motion. Pain etched across his face as the act of consuming the true flame engulfed him in a searing inferno, akin to being trapped within a volcano. Yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth in perseverance. Only by not giving up could he hope to refine the true flame and acquire one of the world's rarest fires. For an alchemist, strange fire was of paramount importance. Once he had truly subdued the true flame, his success rate in crafting elixirs could soar by 40 to 80%. Gritting his teeth, he continued the refinement process. The Zufu Nirvana technique circulating within him, continuously enveloping the true flame with layers of phoenix energy, sealing it off completely. A cry of the phoenix reverberated within him, and a grand phoenix apparition materialized. Its cold gaze fixed upon the true flame, as if commanding it to submit. Simultaneously, the chaos body erupted into a blinding torrent of chaotic light, swiftly overpowering the true flame. Under the combined pressure of these two forces, the true flame seemed to lose its will to resist, allowing Su Chen to commence its refinement. With the true flame no longer putting up a fight, the searing sensation within Su Chen vanished without a trace, and his face lit up with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he began the refinement process. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a rare chance that could not be sought after. Who could have predicted that he would encounter a strange fire beneath the spiritual spring? Specifically, the true flame of the phoenix, ranked 32nd on the strange fire list. Fortune had smiled upon him, unstoppable in its favor. He owed a debt of gratitude to Luo Tianfei. Had she not imparted the Zufu Nirvana technique to him, he would never have been able to navigate multiple crises, let alone sense the unusual movements beneath the spiritual spring, much less break the seal to arrive here. Even with the true flame of the phoenix relinquishing its resistance, it took Su Chen a full 3 hours to completely refine it. A.S.'s eyes fluttered open. A glimmer of excitement and astonishment danced within his gaze. He had finally obtained a strange fire. Extending his right hand, he beheld the strange fire coalescing in his palm, resembling a phoenix aflame. Even he could sense the formidable power of the true flame. To think that the 32nd ranked strange fire could possess such might was astounding. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess of the fire that held the first rank. Without delay, he retrieved the Qingquan furnace, eager to attempt alchemical creation once more, to see if he could successfully refine a pill now that he possessed the strange fire. He took out the blood spirit mushroom and purple blood ginseng, casting them directly into the Qingquan furnace. Su Chen began to form seals with both hands, continuously creating alchemical imprints and infusing them into the furnace. Employing the strange fire as assistance, fully immersed in the alchemical process, he could not afford to fail again after his initial attempt had ended in disaster. Minutes later, Su Chen let out a triumphant roar. Congeal! As the lid of the furnace opened, 6 pills emerged, exuding a pale yellow hue, each radiating a peculiar fragrance, all successfully refined. They were high-grade pills. Indeed, a commendable achievement. To be able to refine high-level elixirs is quite an achievement. And Su Chen is well aware that he has truly entered the ranks of alchemists, becoming a genuine alchemist himself. Alchemists hold a transcendent status, according to Su Chen's understanding of the alchemist hierarchy. The levels range from 1 to 9, followed by the king, emperor, sovereign, and emperor levels. Currently, he can be considered a first-level alchemist. Rising to his feet, he utilized the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique to successfully break through the seal and depart. Meanwhile, Huang Ying, who had been relentlessly assaulting the seal, wore a face etched with anxiety and concern. She understood that the current situation was quite unfavorable for Su Chen, and the longer the delay, the more detrimental it became. Suddenly, upon seeing Su Chen appear before her, a look of sheer delight illuminated Huang Ying's face as she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed, "Su, you frightened me to death. That I am unscathed," Su Chen replied. Allowing Huang Ying to hold him, he recognized that she was an emotional person, and after spending several days together, he regarded her as a true friend. His face flushed slightly as Huang Ying hurriedly stepped back, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, realizing she had momentarily lost control of her emotions and acknowledging her feelings for Su Chen. After all, Su Chen's exceptional qualities were evident to all, and many women, herself included, found it hard to resist his charm. "Shall we depart?" "Yes," Su Chen said, alleviating the awkwardness. The two did not linger in the valley any longer. This journey had not been in vain. Not only had they significantly elevated their cultivation with the aid of the spiritual spring, but they had also acquired a rare fire. Su Chen, where have you been? At that moment, Yin Mei's figure materialized, and upon seeing Su Chen safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring Huang Ying, she grasped Su Chen's hand, inspecting him from every angle. Huang Ying was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed Teacher Yin display such concern for a student. After all, Teacher Yin was famously known as the Ice Queen of the Academy, indifferent to all, and Su Chen's allure was indeed formidable, captivating even Teacher Yin. Huang Ying was perplexed by her own feelings, experiencing a tinge of jealousy. She understood that feeling jealous was futile. She was not in any position to claim a stake in Su Chen's affections. Teacher Yin, I am fine. That is good to hear. You must remember, this is the forgotten forest fraught with peril. You must never leave my sight. Understood. Truly, she was a protective sister. Teacher Yin, she finally acknowledged Huang Ying. Yet she did not release Su Chen's hand. Having made her decision, she thought that since she had already given herself to Su Chen, there was no point in lingering. It was only a matter of time before their relationship became public. And she was unafraid of gossip. The vice principal has summoned us all. We have discovered the imperial thrones. We must hurry, she urged as they walked. Very well, that on the way, Yin Mei explained. The imperial thrones are legacies left behind by fallen emperor realm warriors. Containing the essence of imperial martial arts. It is astonishing that 2 imperial thrones have emerged in the Forgotten Forest. Once the news spreads, it will undoubtedly attract the entire eastern wilderness. Imperial realm warriors represent the pinnacle of existence on the continent. In the eastern wilderness, those at the Gathering Pill realm stand at the top of the hierarchy. Should one obtain the imperial legacy, even if they cannot attain the emperor realm, at the very least their martial cultivation would not suffer, especially with the presence of imperial martial arts. However, many powerful individuals had gathered here, including wandering warriors and those from other factions. The Forgotten Forest is one of the largest forests in the eastern wilderness. In a secluded area, dense towering trees loomed, blocking out the sunlight. As dawn enveloped the earth, 2 luminous orbs ascended from the ground, floating above. Each orb contained the ethereal image of a stone throne. The fabled imperial thrones. The 2 orbs housed 2 imperial thrones. Hundreds of warriors rushed from all directions. For the moment the orbs ascended, they caused a tremor throughout the Forgotten Forest, even manifesting a hint of a celestial phenomenon. Many factions, witnessing the anomaly in the Forgotten Forest, hurried to the scene. The Eastern Wilderness Academy had gathered a multitude of participants, though scattered students and teachers had yet to arrive. Qinzhu could no longer afford to concern himself with the details. For the allure of the imperial thrones was undeniable. Not even the Academy's principal would be able to resist. These are the imperial thrones, rich with imperial martial arts, and even containing the legacy of the emperor realm. Obtaining them would greatly benefit one's martial cultivation. Vice Principal, we have gathered dozens of top-tier warriors from various factions. Someone reported, if this continues, we can expect even more elite forces to arrive. Qinzhu nodded, fully aware of this fact. However, they had already attempted to breach the orb's defenses. No one, including himself, had managed to penetrate the 2 orbs, which was astonishing. No one had anticipated the formidable defensive power of the orbs. Boom! Yet, some remained undeterred, continuing to assault the 2 orbs relentlessly. Observers watched in exasperation as it was apparent that the treasures within the orbs contained the Emperor's legacy in martial arts. Yet they remained unattainable, which was thoroughly frustrating. Teacher Yin has arrived. Yin Mei and Su Chen approached, cupping their fists toward Qinzhu. Teacher Yin, I trust you are aware of the situation, that we must act quickly, Qinzhu urged. Anxious as time dragged on, more warriors would soon arrive. When that happened, it would be uncertain who would claim the imperial thrones, and they certainly wished for the thrones to be part of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Yin Mei understood Qinzhu's intent and stepped forward to attempt to break the seal of the orbs. Regardless of the method employed, none succeeded, and she was forced to concede defeat. With a deep sigh, Yin Mei returned to Qinzhu's side, shaking her head in resignation. The orbs are self-sealing. Only those with fate may obtain them. Otherwise, only an Emperor Realm warrior could forcibly break through. Did I understand? What Yin Mei stated was evident to many. though they were unwilling to concede defeat, for the opportunity presented by the imperial thrones was too alluring. Yuaning realm. You have broken through to the Yuaning realm? Upon hearing the vice principal's words, all the students, including Ji Yoshi, looked at Huang Ying with newfound admiration. Just days prior to their arrival at the Forgotten Forest, Huang Ying had been merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, and in such a short span, she had ascended directly to the Yuaning realm. Such a leap was truly enviable. Huang Ying smiled and replied, "It was all thanks to Su Chen. Su Chen." Everyone turned their gaze to him, curious about what he had done to assist Huang Ying's rapid advancement. Qin Zhu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Upon returning to the academy, you are to report directly to the royal class." Yes, Huang Ying was overwhelmed with joy. She understood the significance of the royal class. It was the only one of its kind in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, composed solely of the academy's elite, and only Yuaning realm students could gain entry. With her successful admission to the royal class, she would undoubtedly receive focused cultivation from the academy, gaining access to more resources. How could she not be elated? Qin Zhu looked at Su Chen, equally pleased as he remarked, "Golden Core realm. Upon our return to the academy, you and Huang Ying shall also report to the royal class." As Su Chen nodded. While he was not particularly interested in the royal class, he would not refuse the opportunity, for it was certainly superior to the ace class. Envy and jealousy swirled among the students as their gazes toward Su Chen shifted entirely. They could not deny his excellence. Whether in talent or potential, he ranked among the top. Yet, to be admitted to the royal class at the first level of the Golden Core realm was unprecedented in the history of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Frustrated yet voiceless, many students felt indignant. After all, their cultivation was superior to Su Chen's. Why was he permitted to enter the royal class while they were not, as the vice principal and the most stringent authority in the academy? They dared not question his decisions. Ji Yoshi regarded Su Chen with a complex array of emotions. Had it been in the past, she would have felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, Su Chen had already rendered his blood wheel useless, rendering him a cultivational waste. Yet now, circumstances had changed entirely. Su Chen's brilliance was undeniable. From the moment he entered the academy until now, it had been but a brief period, and he had ascended directly from the elementary class to the elite class. A feat achieved more swiftly than her decade of training. Whether or not she believed it, Ji Yoshi was acutely aware that the facts were laid bare before her, with Su Chen's successful entry into the elite class. The chasm between them would only widen. This moment, she genuinely regretted not intervening to prevent the royal family from breaking the engagement. She regretted not recognizing Su Chen sooner and regretted her instant infatuation with the current Su Chen. Huang Ying ventured out, attempting to merge with the seal, but met with failure. The direct assault was certainly futile. The only remaining option was to ascertain whether she was still a fated person. Su Chen took a deep breath. Standing before the imperial throne. To claim he felt no interest would surely be a lie. However, he was well aware that breaking the seal to acquire the imperial realm martial arts was somewhat akin to chasing a mirage. After all, many had attempted and failed, including the vice dean, Qin Zhu, with no one succeeding thus far. Yet, one must at least try, for fate had brought him here. Around him, many were visibly disheartened. The imperial throne lay before them. Yet they were unable to breach the seal and could only stare in frustration. Many continued to make attempts, while Su Chen approached the luminous orb, adopting a mindset of experimentation. The chaotic energy within him began to stir as he activated the three great techniques: the Chaos Devouring art, the ancient divine demon art, and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. Seeking to assimilate with the orb of light, Su Chen understood that a forceful approach would yield no results. If it had been effective, there would have been no need for him to arrive, for surely others had already tried. As Su Chen began to circulate the three techniques, a terrifying force suddenly enveloped him with a fierce pull, yanking him into the orb before he could even react, vanishing from sight. Witnessing the abrupt disappearance, everyone was left dumbfounded. They understood instinctively what had transpired. The individual had been absorbed into the orb, signifying that he was indeed a fated person destined to gain the imperial realm and its martial arts. Envy swirled among them. This young man hailed from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. This posed a dilemma. The Eastern Wilderness Academy would certainly safeguard this individual. It was uncertain whether anyone would attempt to seize him later. Could one truly snatch a legacy? Such a notion was absurd. While legacies were off-limits, imperial-level martial arts were fair game. And if someone for the Eastern Wilderness Academy were to obtain the Imperial Realm's legacy, there would undoubtedly be those unwilling to accept it as the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness. The Academy's influence was formidable, deterring many from provoking it. However, confronting the Imperial Throne was a different matter altogether. Everyone was acutely aware of what the Imperial Throne represented, understanding that if the Eastern Wilderness Academy were to produce an Imperial Realm powerhouse, it would hold immense significance for the region. Whether it was to destroy the Imperial Realm legacy or to seize the Imperial martial arts, many were eager to try their luck, eyes filled with envy fixed upon the vanished youth. Qin Zhu's body trembled slightly, his gaze emanating a peculiar light as he declared, "Wait. The moment Su Chen departs the Imperial Throne, I will immediately escort him away. You all must follow the instructors and remember, do not engage in direct confrontation with others." Understood. Jiyoshi, Huang Ying, and the others expressed their heartfelt sentiments as Su Chen's talent and potential were vividly displayed before the Imperial Throne. Without absolute talent, it would have been impossible to be chosen by the throne. Should Su Chen truly acquire the Imperial Realm legacy, he would ascend to unprecedented heights, returning to the Eastern Wilderness Academy as a focal point of cultivation, with a bright future ahead. Regret gnawed at Jiyoshi. She berated herself fiercely. The likelihood of Su Chen obtaining the Imperial Realm legacy was high, and he might one day contend for the Imperial Realm itself. That was the Imperial Realm. Should a dynasty possess an Imperial Realm powerhouse, it could undoubtedly dominate the Eastern Wilderness and wage wars across the continent. Within the orb of light, Su Chen's body was uncontrollably seated upon the Imperial Throne, enveloped by waves of terrifying Imperial aura that surrounded him entirely. The path to the Imperial Realm was destined, fraught with challenges, as the cycles of life and death led to rebirth in every step that a voice, ancient and domineering, resonated throughout the orb, echoing as though it had traversed endless epochs, gradually reaching Su Chen's ears, causing his heart to quiver. Without uttering a word, Su Chen cautiously regarded the orb before him. He had not anticipated being automatically drawn into it. Warriors defy the heavens with their very lives, and it is only through martial arts that one can ascend to the Imperial Realm, thus evading the control of the heavenly path. After countless ages, who among them could truly transcend the heavenly way? Beneath the Imperial path, all were but ants that I am Duanmu Kong, a saintly emperor. The gap between us is insurmountable. The Imperial chant rang out, akin to a great bell reverberating across the vast clouds. Surging through the seas of clouds towards the azure skies, lingering in Su Chen's ears, the Imperial Realm. Su Chen had already deduced that the throne within the orb belonged to a being of the Imperial Realm. Yet he remained oblivious to the true meaning of the saintly emperor. Last, unable to restrain himself, Su Chen inquired, "Elder, what is the Imperial Realm? What is the saintly emperor? What is the Imperial path? What does it mean to transcend the heavenly way?" He posed 4 questions in rapid succession. The entire throne emanated an imperial resonance, and without his awareness, Su Chen had entered a state of cultivation, circulating the 3 great techniques within him, fully immersed in the imperial chant, the 3 paths and 9 realms of the imperial path, each step a matter of life and death, each step a rebirth. One step at a time. Given your current realm, the imperial realm is indeed too far for you. Once you step into the quasi-imperial realm, you will earn the right to comprehend the 3 paths of the imperial way. As for the saintly emperor, it occupies the 4th realm of the 2nd path of the imperial realm. To transcend the heavenly way is an arduous endeavor. A sigh echoed throughout the orb. Su Chen found it difficult to comprehend, yet he recognized the might of Duanmu Kong, the 3 paths and 9 realms of the imperial way, with the saintly emperor seated at the 4th realm. Already spoke volumes. Now, I ask you, are you willing to accept my legacy? With your talent, you shall undoubtedly tread the path of the imperial realm and vie for the saintly emperor's position. Whether you can descend upon the heavenly way depends solely on you. Su Chen fell into a deep silence. If it were anyone else, The prospect of receiving a legacy from an imperial realm powerhouse would be overwhelmingly exhilarating. After all, the imperial realm represented the pinnacle of existence across the continent. Moreover, Duan Wukong was a superlative among the formidable. Yet, Su Chen did not hastily acquiesce as moments trickled by. He finally spoke. "Elder, have you made your decision? My time is limited. Should you miss this opportunity, even if you wish to accept the legacy later, I will be powerless to assist you. Alas, my imperial legacy may fade into the abyss of endless time." From Duan Wukong's tone, Su Chen discerned a hint of urgency and helplessness. It appeared that the imperial legacy here would soon vanish, perhaps forever, prompting Duan Wukong to urgently seek a successor. Standing resolute, Su Chen clasped his fists towards the orb, expressing, "Elder, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must respectfully decline your imperial path legacy." A refusal. After careful contemplation, Su Chen ultimately chose to decline, that he understood that accepting the legacy would compel him to walk the path laid out by Duan Wukong, but a look of disbelief, laced with seething anger, coalesced into a colossal, phantom visage before Su Chen. The stern face bore pale lines, and icy eyes fixated intently upon the youth before him. Duan Wukong seemed taken aback, not anticipating that this individual would reject his martial legacy. Who would dare refuse the legacy of his imperial path? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Though the saintly emperor was merely the fourth realm of the imperial path, he remained a pinnacle being on the continent. Were he willing, countless individuals would seek to be his disciples, eager to accept his imperial legacy. Unyielding, Su Chen met the phantom visage with unwavering resolve, stepping forward to clasp his fists once more. "I am unwilling to forsake my own martial path. Should I accept your imperial legacy, I would be compelled to follow your path. And what of it? Walking my path will spare you much trouble and time. Relying solely on yourself, whether you can tread the imperial path remains an uncertainty. Are you willing to gamble on the unknown?" Su Chen nodded, his voice resolute. "I indeed do not know whether I will reach the imperial path in the future, but I am willing to strive for it. Even if the road ahead is fraught with peril, I will carve my way through each obstacle. Should I ultimately lose the gamble, it shall still be my own martial path, and I shall have no regrets. If I were to accept your imperial legacy, my martial journey would likely halt at the pinnacle, with no hope of ascending further." This is the true reason behind Su Chen's rejection. Accepting the inheritance of the imperial path would indeed shorten his cultivation time and spare him many troubles along the way. However, it would also hinder his martial heart, obstructing his progress in the martial arts and making it impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of the martial realm. Su Chen could almost assert that to ascend to the zenith of martial arts, one must adhere to one's own path. Only then can one strive for supremacy. It is precisely for this reason that he resolutely declined the inheritance of the imperial path. Although Su Chen felt a pang of reluctance in rejecting the imperial inheritance, he felt compelled to do so. Duan Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Chen, who showed no signs of retreating. The atmosphere within the luminous sphere was profoundly still. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a resounding laughter erupted from the visage of the giant, echoing throughout the light sphere, infused with the essence of the emperor. Lingering in the air, causing Su Chen's eardrums to throb painfully and his blood to surge within him, he staggered back yet remained upright, his determination unwavering. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" Fearful indeed. Yet even in fear, I cannot accept the senior's inheritance of the imperial path. Duan Wukong nodded in satisfaction, commending, with the 3 lives blood wheel, containing a unique physique and a steadfast martial heart. "You shall undoubtedly tread the path of the emperor and surpass the heavenly Tao in the future. Alas, it seems I am fated to be without you, sigh." As he sighed again, Duan Wukong's gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly fond and appreciative. If this individual were to truly accept his inheritance, he would consider it a worthy end, even if it were to vanish immediately afterward. Yet such a person could never accept the inheritance of the imperial path. Once they flourished, they would undoubtedly become a top existence on the continent. In a few hours, my inheritance will completely dissipate from the world, and I am unwilling to let it go. Senior, I wish to request something of you. Speak. If you are willing, I can introduce someone to inherit your legacy. And who is she to you? Duan Wukong was no fool. Without a special connection, such words would not be spoken to. Su Chen revealed without hesitation. She is my wife, Yin Mei Kuei, a blood-wheel fox whose talent surpasses my own. Stop. Duan Wukong interrupted sharply. To obtain my inheritance, there is no need for exaggeration. Your talent is indeed unparalleled on the continent. Yet my imperial inheritance is on the verge of disappearing. Rather than let it be buried in the wheel of time, I might as well grant it to you. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. Go, let her enter. Understood. Su Chen wasted no time and promptly left the luminous sphere. As the saying goes, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Even though he had declined the inheritance of the imperial path, if Yin Mei Kuei could accept it, it would certainly be worth it. With a sigh, Duan Wukong felt increasingly helpless. Such a prodigy had rejected his inheritance, igniting both anger and anticipation within him. After all, such a person was not an ordinary being. Their martial heart was exceptionally resolute. Had it not been for the impending loss of the imperial inheritance, he would not have been so anxious to agree to such a request. She has emerged. Could it be that this person accepted the martial inheritance? With the deterrence of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, no one dared to approach and suppress. Yet the envy and jealousy in their eyes were unabashed. Like hungry wolves fixating on their prey, all the students gazed at Su Chen's return, filled with envy. How unfortunate that such a fortuitous event had befallen him. If only they could acquire the inheritance of the Emperor's realm. The thought alone thrilled them. What transpired? Qin Zhu inquired eagerly, fully aware that if Su Chen obtained the inheritance of the Emperor's realm, it would hold great significance for the Eastern Wilderness Academy. An Emperor-level powerhouse was not merely a pinnacle existence in the Eastern Wilderness, but across the entire continent. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, I rejected it. What? Rejected? This revelation stunned not only Qin Zhu and the others, but left everyone around in utter disbelief. No one could have anticipated that he would decline the inheritance of the Emperor's realm. Surely, he must be lying. Only Qin Zhu understood that Su Chen had indeed turned down the imperial inheritance. Feeling both anxious and speechless, for it was the inheritance of the Emperor's path. Approaching Yin Mei Kuei, amidst the astonished gazes of all the students, Su Chen took her hand. She offered no resistance. Allowing him to grasp her hand, her face involuntarily flushing red. For such an act in public was tantamount to an open declaration. I have already spoken with Senior Duan Wukong. He has agreed to let you accept the inheritance of the imperial path. Once you enter, remember not to say anything else. Simply express your willingness. Duan Wukong is a formidable Saint Emperor. Why did you refuse? Do not ask too much. Just go. Yin Mei Kuei fixed her gaze on Su Chen, who was so close. Since she was not permitted to inquire, she refrained, yet her heart stirred with emotion. Su Chen was offering her the inheritance of the imperial path, not something trivial. Confronted with the inheritance of the Emperor's realm, even siblings would struggle to make such a sacrifice. Rising on her toes, she planted a gentle kiss on Su Chen's cheek, saying nothing more, and made her way toward the luminous sphere. The astonishment of all. The sphere offered no resistance, and promptly engulfed Yin Mei Kuei. Witnessing this scene, everyone instantly comprehended that this individual had indeed declined the inheritance of the Emperor's path, opting instead to pass it on to another. Truly foolish. Qin Zhu and the others were utterly bewildered. None had expected that Su Chen would bestow the Emperor's inheritance upon Yin Mei Kuei. Previously, Yin Mei Kuei had attempted to enter, but had been unable. Now, her success spoke volumes. Su Chen, have you truly made up your mind? Deputy Dean, one must adhere to their own martial path to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. With no superfluous words. Su Chen's message was crystal clear. Qin Zhu's eyes brightened. Having felt regretful, he now nodded in satisfaction. Such insight ensured that even without accepting the imperial inheritance, Su Chen's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. Increasing Qin Zhu's approval of him. At that moment, Su Chen heard the laughter of the demon god in his mind. Why, dear disciple, you have truly surprised me by rejecting the inheritance of the Saint Emperor. Excellent. Excellent. I have not misjudged you. A mere Saint Emperor is unworthy of your acceptance of the inheritance. One day, I shall witness you ascend to the pinnacle of the imperial path. Su Chen remained silent. For he could surmise that his master, the demon god, was also an emperor-level powerhouse, though the specifics of his rank within the imperial path remained unknown. His master had chosen not to disclose this. Thus, Su Chen would not press for answers, understanding that his master would share when the time was right. Everyone regarded Su Chen as if he were a fool within the luminous sphere. Are you the one he loves? Yes. You love him? Life and death can be exchanged. Previously, while with Su Chen, perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances, she had sought to cultivate their feelings gradually. Yet through this incident, Yin Mei-Kuei realized her deep love for Su Chen. The illusory giant face beamed with satisfaction, stating, "The one you love possesses a steadfast, martial heart. In the future, he will undoubtedly tread the path of the Emperor. If you wish not to hinder him, you must inherit my legacy. You agree? I am willing. However, I have a condition. To inherit my imperial path, you must take me as your master and assist me in my rebirth in the future." Kneeling, performing the act of homage, Yin Mei-Kuei declared, "Disciple Yin Mei-Kuei is willing." With a hum, waves of imperial essence enveloped Yin Mei-Kuei. That moment, Duan Wukong could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Your blood wheel is a mutated blood wheel. The charming fox blood wheel. I must see what it transforms into after mutation." Possessing a mutated blood wheel. Even Yin Mei-Zuan felt a sense of astonishment, for she was acutely aware of what a mutated blood wheel signified. An aura of imperial elegance enveloped Yin Mei-Zuan, as a blood wheel coalesced above her head, within which resided the ethereal visage of a charming fox, each smile and frown imbued with an enchantment capable of beguiling the masses. With Duan Wukong's unwavering support, Yin Mei-Zuan's complexion underwent a complete transformation, racked with unbearable pain, as if the blood wheel were being violently torn asunder. The charming fox began its metamorphosis, exuding an ancient, desolate energy, while its fur gradually shifted from pure white to a unique hue. The colossal phantom face was utterly taken aback, fixating on the blood wheel above the disciple's head, seemingly incredulous, exclaiming, "Mutated blood wheel, ancient celestial fox. How fortuitous it is for me to encounter the ancient celestial fox blood wheel." The moment the blood wheel successfully transformed, Yin Mei-Zuan's body trembled violently as she began to accept the imperial lineage's inheritance. The combination of accepting the imperial inheritance and the mutated blood wheel allowed Yin Mei-Zuan to shatter her own limits in an instant, her cultivation rapidly ascending. Duan Wukong's face radiated excitement. Utterly satisfied with Yin Mei-Zuan's transformation into a mutated blood wheel, he possessed absolute confidence that his disciple would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future, within a brief span of half an hour. Under the dual enhancement of the inheritance and the mutated blood wheel, Yin Mei-Zuan's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm, mere steps away from the condensing spirit realm. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaotian arrived. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Tang Xiaotian, Qinju's expression darkened to an extreme, as he had never anticipated that Tang Xiaotian would personally come. This was a significant predicament. "Su Chen, leave at once." Su Chen remained rooted in place, acutely aware that since the Tang clan had arrived, even if he desired to depart, it was likely an impossible endeavor. "Su Chen, you truly possess audacity, daring to leave the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Today, I shall see who can save you." Tang Xiaotian's laughter resonated, imbued with an astonishing aura, spreading like a tsunami, causing many to retreat in fear, their faces etched with horror and shock. The clan leader of the Tang clan had indeed come. It appeared he bore a grudge against the one who had just rejected the imperial inheritance, foolishly provoking the Tang clan. The Tang clan, the paramount force of the Eastern Wilderness, the clan leader, Tang Xiaotian, was also a formidable presence in the Gathering Cauldron realm, capable of condensing 7 blossoms, even within the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness. He was a superlative existence. Over 100 individuals encircled them. The expressions of all members of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, including Qinju, shifted dramatically. Tang Xiaotian, as the clan leader of the Tang clan and a figure of the Gathering Cauldron realm. How can you shamelessly target a junior? How will you face the populace of the eastern wilderness? Tang Xiaotian chuckled, his face a mask of fury as he mockingly retorted. He crippled my son's blood wheel at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Yet you remain indifferent. Such an academy dares to speak boldly before me. The shameless ones are your Eastern Wilderness Academy, not my Tang clan. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and with Tang Hao's blood wheel rendered useless. He had effectively become a cultivational wastrel, unable even to establish a foundation in the future. Impressive. To have crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel. This person is indeed ruthless, and oh wonder Tang Xiaotian has come. The young clan leader of the Tang clan had sought to cultivate at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, opting for a distant choice, which was regrettable. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. It was evident to all that Tang Xiaotian feared the Eastern Wilderness Academy, unwilling to act while on their grounds, instead waiting for the Academy's autumn hunt to ambush this individual in the Lost Forest. After all, as the premier force of the Eastern Wilderness, the Academy could undoubtedly intimidate the Tang clan. Were it not for this situation, the Tang clan might not have dared to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy, especially in encircling the Academy's disciples within the Lost Forest. After all, the Academy had a vice principal stationed, providing no face to the Tang clan. However, the circumstances were now entirely different. With his own son crippled, the enmity felt by Tang Xiaotian was more intense than if his son had been killed. How could he not feel rage? He was undoubtedly intent on avenging his son. For if this individual returned to the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the Tang clan would lose their opportunity forever. Yet Xinzhu merely smiled, stating, I believe the clan leader of the Tang clan has a poor memory. Su Chen and Tang Hao have signed a life-and-death pact for a duel. Even the Academy would not intervene if Tang Hao wishes to preserve his life. Do you think we did not act? A life-and-death duel? So that is the case that if the two had indeed signed a life-and-death pact, then the Eastern Wilderness Academy held a sound argument. According to the rules of martial artists, once a life-and-death pact was signed, the duel would be left to fate with no outside interference permitted, including from the Eastern Wilderness Academy itself. Sighs of realization filled the all present. Even if a life-and-death pact had been signed, it remained to be seen whether this individual had the backing to cripple a blood wheel or to kill. The strength of the Tang clan was formidable. Provoking them was akin to courting death. Upon hearing the words life-and-death pact, Tang Xiaotian's expression shifted instantaneously, his furious eyes erupting with a cold, murderous intent. Had glares been lethal, Su Chen would have met his demise countless times over. Xinzhu, the grievances between the Tang clan and Su Chen must be resolved today, that I hope you will not interfere in this matter, and take the others to leave the Lost Forest at once. I, Tang Xiaotian, can promise that the Tang clan will support the Eastern Wilderness Academy in the future. With these words, it became clear to all that Tang Xiaotian still feared the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Unwilling to completely sever ties, Xinzhu, however, merely smiled. Standing before Su Chen and gazing at the gathered members of the Tang clan, he coldly declared, Tang Xiaotian, do you truly believe the Eastern Wilderness Academy can simply abandon its disciples? At any time, in any place, our academy shall never forsake its students. With resolute conviction, Xinzhu was not merely posturing. Should he wish to avoid provoking the Tang clan, he could have easily led the other students away. Xinzhu, you are no match for me. There is no need to throw away your life for a single disciple. Is it worth sacrificing the lives of hundreds for one? Xinzhu glanced at the elite class students and numerous teachers behind him, raising his voice to ask, Are you afraid? We are not afraid. Will you abandon your classmates? We will not. Xinzhu smiled and said, Clan leader Tang, I fear you shall be disappointed. Our Eastern Wilderness Academy will absolutely not abandon any student. And you, Tang clan, are not yet capable of contending with the Eastern Wilderness Academy. You should understand the consequences of your actions today. I hope you do not make a regrettable choice. An overt threat. Xinzhu had the capital to threaten, as he was backed by the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy. Across the Eastern Wilderness, no force dared to so brazenly provoke the Academy that in the face of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. To claim one was unafraid would be a lie. Yet, the thought of his son having his blood wheel crippled at the Academy fueled an uncontrollable murderous intent. Today, he had brought over 100 formidable members of the Tang clan to the Lost Forest. solely to eliminate Su Chen and avenge his son. Tang Xiaotian had calculated that as long as he could eliminate Su Chen without harming other students or teachers, including Vice Principal Qinju, he believed the Eastern Wilderness Academy would not risk engaging in a life-and-death struggle over one fallen individual. Qinju, I offer you one last opportunity. Take the others and leave. The Tang clan will not make things difficult for you. But if you insist on this, do not blame the Tang clan for showing no mercy. All shall perish here. Yes, he gazed at the vice principal and the surrounding teachers and students. Su Chen sighed deeply within that he could not be so selfish as to allow Qinju and the others to accompany him to his demise. Circumventing Qinju, he approached Tang Xiaotian, displaying no hint of fear on his face as he spoke. Tang Xiaotian, let them leave. The enmity between us has nothing to do with anyone else, as Su Chen, vice principal, though the Tang clan is shameless. They have made a valid point. The academy cannot place all its students in peril for my sake. I implore the vice principal to lead everyone away. Su Chen, vice principal, please. Qinju fixed a steadfast gaze upon Su Chen, deeply sighing, for he understood that with his own strength, he could not rival Tang Xiaotian. Yet, simply leaving was not something he could bring himself to do. I, Qinju, shall never abandon my students. I will not leave. I shall not leave either the East Wilderness Academy. Hundreds of individuals, encompassing all the instructors and students, astonishingly chose not to depart, their faces etched with unwavering resolve. Su Chen was profoundly touched. For in the face of life and death, how many possess the fortitude to stand unafraid and share in the peril? Such is the essence of East Wilderness Academy. Tang Xiaotian was utterly enraged, coldly declaring, aside from Su Chen, imprison everyone else. Despite his fury, Tang Xiaotian remained remarkably rational. Unless the Tang clan could subdue the East Wilderness Academy, he had no desire to sever ties and engage in a life-and-death struggle. Understood. The others advanced towards Qinju and the others, their objective being to confine everyone, while Su Chen was left for the clan leader, and one intervened. This was a matter of enmity between the East Wilderness Academy and the Tang clan. Regardless of either side, they were not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, when it does not concern you, maintain a lofty distance to his mine. None shall lay a hand on him. Just as the Tang clan prepared to strike, an icy voice, imbued with a chilling aura of murderous intent, enveloped the surroundings to everyone's astonishment. A woman in purple appeared out of thin air, her unparalleled beauty overshadowed by an expression of frigid disdain that sent shivers down spines. Such beauty! I had never encountered a woman so breathtaking, truly exquisite. Even Su Chen found himself profoundly shaken by the sudden appearance of the woman in purple, whose beauty could rival only Luo Tianfei. With trepidation in his heart, Tang Xiaotian was unwilling to concede defeat. He promptly clasped his fist towards the woman in purple, stating, "This is a matter between my Tang clan and Su Chen. I implore you not to interfere. My Tang clan is willing." Before Tang Xiaotian could complete his sentence, the woman in purple impatiently interjected, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? Get out of my sight immediately." Such arrogance was indeed astonishing. After all, Tang Xiaotian was the leader of the Tang clan, a figure of considerable authority. Who would dare to disregard him? Yet the woman in purple completely ignored him, as if reprimanding a child, her tone leaving no room for argument. The onlookers could only gasp in astonishment, speculating on the identity and background of this formidable woman. Tang Xiaotian's expression darkened to an extent that was almost palpable. This opportunity to strike against Su Chen was hard won, as he had ventured to the Lost Forest, hoping to eliminate this threat. Should Su Chen return to the East Wilderness Academy and remain hidden, he would be deprived of any chance for vengeance. Unwilling to relent and filled with indignation, he declared, "You speak with such bravado. Today, I shall witness the extent of your prowess." Above him, a blood wheel coalesced, and a Kirin hammer emerged slowly, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Grasping the Kirin hammer, a dreadful blood wheel energy enveloped him entirely. Tang Xiaotian would not choose to surrender, having already locked on his Su Chen. He could not allow him to leave the Lost Forest alive, for he knew that should Su Chen escape, The likelihood of encountering such an extraordinary opportunity again would be slim, unless he could subdue the principle of the nine-flower gathering. The prospect of killing Su Chen within the East Wilderness Academy was nothing short of a fantasy. This was his sole chance to eliminate Su Chen. Absolutely, he could not abandon it. With cold, unwavering eyes, he fixated on the ethereal woman in purple, the murderous intent radiating from him intensifying, coalescing into a palpable beast of slaughter, howling towards the heavens. Who dares obstruct me, shall die. Tang Xiaotian had made his stance clear. Within the East Wilderness, the Tang clan's might was undeniable, and he did not believe this woman would dare to disregard them. An air of disdainful scorn resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Without further ado, the woman in purple unleashed a chilling force that descended like an avalanche. The shiver ran down his spine as he felt his power abruptly constrained, rendering him immobile. His eyes reflected a mix of terror and disbelief. What manner of power was this? It contained such terrifying might that it could instantly bind his strength. And oh wonder this individual dared to obstruct him from slaying Su Chen. She was evidently a top-tier powerhouse. Today, my Tang clan concedes this favor to you. We shall depart. Just as Tang Xiaotian turned to leave, the bodies of him and the other 100 members of the Tang clan erupted one by one, transforming into a mist of blood that enveloped the surroundings, the acrid scent of blood revealing the shocking events that had just transpired. Witnessing this scene, all were rendered speechless, and one anticipated that the leader of the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian, along with the clan's elite, would find themselves utterly powerless before the woman in purple. One could only imagine the extent of her formidable strength. Everyone leave, under the overwhelming weight of her power. None dared linger any longer. Aside from the students of East Wilderness Academy, all others hastily chose to depart, fleeing with utmost speed. After all, the ruthless methods of the woman in purple had been vividly demonstrated. Even the warriors of the Tang clan had been slaughtered in an instant. Should they remain, they would surely meet the same fate, without even a chance to plead their case or express regret. Ignoring the remainder of the East Wilderness Academy's individuals, the woman in purple approached Su Chen, her exquisite features bearing a hint of sternness, as she coldly stated, "The enmity between us shall be settled. You cannot die, for I will personally come to collect your life in the future." Dumbfounded, Su Chen found himself at a loss. What was this situation? The faint scent of fragrance wafting from the woman in purple left him bewildered, as he had no recollection of her, and her overwhelming strength was nothing short of astonishing. "Who are you? Do I know you? You truly have a remarkable memory, but that is of no consequence. You will pay the price for your impulsiveness." Without further ado, the woman turned and vanished without a trace. Impulsiveness? When have I ever been impulsive? Su Chen, do you recognize her? Qinzhu mused, for the woman had effortlessly annihilated the members of the Tang clan, including their leader, Tang Xiaotian, which spoke volumes about her strength. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with frustration, "I do not know her." Indeed, he did not. Ransacking his memories, he found no trace of any information regarding the woman in purple, and her assertion of his impulsiveness baffled him. Qinzhu did not doubt him, yet it was evident that the woman would not act without reason. Two thrones. Teacher, Yin has successfully obtained one of the throne's legacies. Su Chen, you should try your luck with the other. Su Chen comprehended Qinzhu's implication, stating the two thrones actually belong to one. There is only one legacy. Just as Su Chen articulated, the two light orbs manifested were, in essence, a singular entity, representing merely one throne. Qinzhu nodded, a look of delight gracing his features. Regardless, the legacy of the imperial path remains within our East Wilderness Academy. Once Teacher Yin achieves the imperial realm, it will undoubtedly benefit the academy. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the two light orbs suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes, revealing the figure of Yin Meizue, 7th level of the spirit concentration realm. Such a domineering legacy. It is indeed the legacy of the imperial path. In an instant, Qinzhu sensed Yin Meizue's current cultivation level. Previously, she had only been at the spirit form realm. Yet within a mere half hour, she had transcended 2 major realms, directly stepping into the 7th level of the spirit concentration realm. Given her current rate of progress, it was highly likely she could soon strive for the gathering pinnacle realm. Amid the envious gazes of all, Yen Meizei returned, approaching Su Chen without uttering any superfluous words. Everything was left unsaid. Vice Dean, perhaps we should return to the academy. Qinju nodded, given the events that had transpired. Continuing the autumn hunt seemed pointless, especially since Yen Meizui had just received her legacy and required seclusion to stabilize her newfound powers. This year's autumn hunt concludes here. Upon returning to the academy, each person shall receive a reward of 1,000,000 points. Thank you. Vice deemed that 1,000,000 points would allow for indulgence in the Dam Pavilion, Weapon Pavilion, and Martial Pavilion, offering access to top-tier items. A cause for great joy. Standing behind, Jiyoshi watched the affectionate exchange between the two, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Even though Yen Meihui is her close friend, she cannot help but feel a pang of jealousy. Su Chen should have been hers. It was the royal family's annulment and her failure to intervene that led to Su Chen's departure from her life. Regret is now beyond her grasp. As for Huang Ying, she lets out a deep sigh, fully aware that Su Shiwudi harbors no feelings for her. Her affection is utterly one-sided, as Yu Chen is exceptionally outstanding, to the extent that he even declined the inheritance of the imperial path. Choosing instead to pass it on to teacher, Yin.1 must wonder how many could achieve such a feat. The Jin Kuei statues waited outside the Lost Forest. Due to the recent events, the Academy's autumn hunt concluded prematurely. However, because each individual chose not to flee and was willing to share life and death with the Academy, Qinju specially rewarded every student with 1,000,000 points. Expressing great satisfaction with their performance, none chose to escape in the face of the Tang clan's intimidation, opting instead for defiance and a willingness to stand alongside Su Chen in life and death. Yin Jia, you all go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Yes, there's something? Yes, that no sooner had he spoken than Su Chen's figure darted away. Under a tree not far off, he spotted a purple fox. Its chest stained crimson with blood, the very fox that had vanished without a word before. Frowning deeply, Su Chen had not anticipated that the departed purple fox would reappear here, and in such a wounded state. Choosing not to abandon it, he gently scooped the fox up from the ground. That moment, the purple fox slowly opened its eyes, casting a glance at the human before it. Seemingly irked, Su Chen could even hear a faint huff of annoyance. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "Little one, do not blame me. You vanished without notice, and I thought you had been captured for soup, that if you dare to disappear again, I shan't come to your rescue. Do you understand?" Before the purple fox could respond, Su Chen firmly swatted its rear 3 times, saying, "Consider this a warning. This time, I shall let you off." Cradling the purple fox, Su Chen's right hand mischievously patted its backside, inexplicably drawn to the softness and beauty of its fur. The purple fox squirmed, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Due to its serious injuries, it could not extricate itself from his grasp. Not willing to concede? Go ahead, bite me. Despite its anger, Su Chen retrieved a Chinquan pill and a blood-refining pill from his Chinquan bag. Ordinary items were stored in his spatial ring, while valuable ones, like the Chinquan pill, remained in the bag. Observing the purple fox's reluctance to consume the pills, Su Chen coldly warned, "If you dare to disobey, I shall toss you into a den of wolves. I trust the wolf pups would be quite fond of you." The irate purple fox shot him a fierce glare, but with no other choice, it reluctantly opened its mouth and swallowed both pills, its eyes widening in astonishment. Quite impressive, isn't it? The blood-refining pill is one thing. But this Chinquan pill is my unique recipe. I alone can forge it across the continent, infused with soul essence. This was no boast. Su Chen was utterly confident. After all, the mere requirement of cultivating the chaotic devouring art to create a Chinquan bag was beyond the capabilities of others. The purple fox displayed no emotion, slowly closing its eyes to begin refining and merging the 2 pills. Gently stroking the fox, Su Chen tucked it into his embrace and hurried after the main group. The news of the massacre of the Tang clan's patriarch and over 100 powerful members spread like wildfire throughout the eastern wilderness. Tang Xiaotian, the patriarch, had aimed to slay the Academy's students in the Lost Forest, only to be swiftly killed by the suddenly appearing woman in purple. Along with the remaining members of the Tang clan, in this endeavor to eliminate Su Chen, Tang Xiaotian had mobilized all his forces. resulting in the utter destruction of the Tang clan's elite strength. For the Tang clan, this was undeniably a catastrophic blow. Without a doubt, they would plummet from being a top-tier power in the Eastern Wilderness to a second-rate force, or even a third-rate one, a once mighty clan now in decline. Everyone was left in disbelief. None had anticipated such misfortune befalling the illustrious Tang clan, that a single expedition into the Lost Forest had obliterated their core strength. Speculations ran rampant regarding the identity of the woman in purple who had decimated the Tang clan. As for Su Chen's identity, it remained sealed by the Eastern Wilderness Academy. The elite students and teachers present were forbidden from disclosing any information about him. Thus, no one could easily acquire any details regarding Su Chen from the Academy. Meanwhile, the news of Yin Meihui receiving the imperial path inheritance sent shockwaves throughout the Eastern Wilderness, for the imperial realm stood atop the martial arts hierarchy. The Academy did not attempt to suppress the news of Yin Meihui's inheritance, as many had witnessed her acceptance of it, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Fortunately, the acceptance of the imperial path inheritance could not be forcibly taken away, and the Academy placed great importance on this matter. In the dean's office, Lan Shang listened to Qin Zhu's report, feeling somewhat dazed. The inheritance of the imperial realm was a legendary affair, if all went well. Yin Meihui had a significant chance of reaching the imperial realm in the future. Dean, do you think the news of Yin Meihui receiving the imperial path inheritance will bring great trouble to the Academy? For other matters, no one would dare provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy, but the imperial path inheritance was an exception, and no one could guarantee safety. Let the news spread, claiming Yin Meihui hails from the Totem Ancient Clan. The Totem Ancient Clan? Qin Zhu was taken aback, fully aware of the significance of the Totem Ancient Clan. This clan was among the pinnacle of existence across the continent, and he had never imagined that Yin Meihui would come from such a lineage. Dean, is Yin Meihui truly from the Totem Ancient Clan? Nodding, Lan Shang replied. When Yin Meihui first arrived at our academy, she openly admitted her identity as a member of the Totem Ancient Clan. I simply did not inquire further due to certain reasons. Qin Zhu understood the dean's implication. With Yin Meihui successfully obtaining the imperial path inheritance, it would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. The Eastern Wilderness Academy was unconcerned, but they feared for Yin Meihui's safety. Having someone receive the imperial path inheritance was a rare occurrence for the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Once Yin Meihui became a powerhouse of the imperial realm. Regardless of her origins, she would be an undeniable teacher of the academy. For the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the benefits would far outweigh the drawbacks. There were matters that the Eastern Wilderness Academy could not deter. But the Totem Ancient Clan would undoubtedly be able to exert influence. Dean, I have already allowed Su Chen to enter the elite class despite the usual regulations. His refusal of the imperial path inheritance to pass it on to teacher Yin speaks volumes about his unwavering resolve in martial arts. This young man is destined for greatness. Nodding, Lan Shang did not oppose, stating, I understand from now on, you will oversee Su Chen's affairs, but remember, do not take him as your disciple. Why not? Qin Zhu was somewhat anxious. He could not comprehend the dean's reasoning. Throughout the years, he had never taken a disciple. Yet, now that he was presented with the opportunity, the dean was adamant in his opposition. Su Chen's excellence was evident. Being able to take such a talent as a disciple was an opportunity worth anticipating for a lifetime. Confused, Lan Shang gazed at his longtime friend, letting out a deep sigh of resignation. Qin, he hails from the Su family in Panyu City that I know. Qin Zhu had already uncovered Su Chen's identity as a member of the Su family, which was a branch of the Su clan. What of it? It bore no relevance to his desire to take Su Chen as a disciple. However, Lan Shang continued, do you know who his father is? Who? Upon seeing the peculiar expression on Lan Shang's face, Qin Zhu began to piece together the implication, gradually revealing a look of shock. Su Zhan. Indeed, it is Su Zhan. Since you are aware of Su Zhan, you should understand who he is. Nodding, Qin Zhu sighed deeply. The name Su Zhan was not unfamiliar to him. He was a figure he admired. Think that Su Chen's father was Su Zhan. No wonder his talent was so extraordinary as Su Zhan had single-handedly battled against the top 10 powers of the Eastern Wilderness, annihilating them all and earning the title of the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. He later ventured into the continent, only to return years later as a living corpse. or so the rumors claimed. Having seemingly perished, it was truly astonishing that his son had come to the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Rank among the top in the Eastern Wilderness already spoke volumes. With a resigned smile, Qin said, I understand your concerns. I will keep a close eye on him. That would be troubling. After all these years of brotherhood, why speak so formally? I shall take my leave now, indeed, as soon as Qin departed. Lan Shang's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and with a smile, he remarked, the inheritance of the imperial path and the ancient totem clans are becoming ever more intriguing. The Dongwang Academy boasts but a single elite class, comprising 36 students, each of whom hold a position within the top 36 of the 100 battles ranking, a status that has remained unchallenged. The Academy enforces a rule, regardless of class level. Including the foundational classes, any student who can defeat a member of the elite class and ascend to the top 36 of the 100 battles ranking may directly qualify for the elite class. However, while rules are one matter, the question of whether anyone can achieve this is another entirely. This year's autumn hunt in the Lost Forest concluded prematurely. Huang Ying, having achieved a breakthrough to the Yuanying realm, was directly promoted to the elite class by the vice president himself, thus becoming a member of the elite. Achieving the Yuanying realm, even at its initial stage, grants one the right to enter the elite class, and no one dared to voice any dissent. Meanwhile, Su Chen, having only just broken through to the Jindan realm, was similarly promoted to the elite class by the vice president, leaving all the academy's students utterly astonished. It was unprecedented for a first-level Jindan cultivator to enter the elite class. Such an occurrence had never been recorded in the annals of the academy's history, in the dormitory of the foundational class. Although Su Chen had ascended to the elite class, he had not vacated his original accommodations. Bro, tell me, is it true that you gave the inheritance of the imperial path to teacher Yin? Huang Qi asked with a cheeky grin. I heard you two have become a couple. Yes, that true. Yin Mei was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Dongwang Academy, unmatched throughout the entirety of Dongwang. Over the years, countless suitors had pursued teacher Yin, yet none had succeeded, only for Su Chen to claim her unexpectedly. Su Chen did not respond, instead observing the 9 individuals before him, aside from Huang Qi and Xing Yingxue. The rest were still progressing at a sluggish pace. Huang Qi had reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, while Xing Yingxue had advanced to the Zudinjing realm, given their mutated bloodlines. It was evident that their cultivation talents far surpassed those of their peers. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Huang Qi suddenly exclaimed, Bro, Xing classmate is about to leave the academy. Why? Su Chen inquired, somewhat surprised, as he considered Dongwang Academy to be a fine place for cultivation. Xing Yingxue nodded, explaining, I don't know how my family learned about my mutated bloodline, but they've sent someone to find me if I don't return. She left the sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. She must depart the academy and return to the Xing clan. The Xing clan, one of the top families in Dongwang, possessed strength that slightly eclipsed even the Tang clan. Xing Yingxue had initially left her family to join Dongwang Academy due to her former status as a waste bloodline. In large families, reality is often stark. Without a strong bloodline and talent, one holds no status. However, once one's bloodline mutates and their potential surges, they gain access to superior cultivation resources. Su Chen understood that Xing Yingxue's return to her clan was undoubtedly more advantageous than remaining at Dongwang Academy. Firstly, she had shed her status as a waste bloodline and awakened the formidable mutated bloodline known as the Zhitianyuk. This bloodline stands as one of the most elite within all of Dongwang. Upon her return, her status within the Xing clan would undergo a radical transformation. Secondly, even with a top-tier bloodline, if she remained at the academy, she would still have to ascend through its ranks, and higher classes offer increasingly abundant cultivation resources. Conversely, returning to the Xing clan would likely grant her the clan's full support due to her exceptional bloodline, which could only be a boon. Then congratulations to Senior Xing, Su Chen remarked. Congratulations? A flicker of disappointment crossed Xing Yingxue's face, quickly masked by a forced smile as she replied, Thank you. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. That soon? Yes, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head back to rest. You all take your time to chat. As she stood to leave, Su Chen paid her no mind. However, Yi Xianxian, Fang Qing, and Shi Xiaoman sighed deeply. They understood Xing Yingshue's feelings. And the situation was painfully clear. It was a case of unrequited affection, as Su Chen harbored no romantic interest in Xing Yingshu whatsoever. The three women refrained from saying much, for matters of the heart are often best left unspoken. And they could only observe how the relationship unfolded. Huang Qi, your current rate of cultivation is far from sufficient. The Academy has just rewarded me with 1,000,000 points. Here are 500,000 for you. You must dedicate your time to training in the Beast Tower or elsewhere, understood? Upon seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Huang Qi nodded, fully aware that his cultivation speed was indeed lacking. After all, Dongwang Academy is a place where hidden talents abound, gathering the finest individuals from across Dongwang. Even with his awakened, mutated bloodline, a moment's complacency could see him left far behind. 50,000 points were swiftly transferred to Huang Qi's identity token, eliciting envious glances from the others. With a leader like Su Chen, they had no reason to fear becoming strong. Xiao Hong, Feng Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Niyun exchanged glances, seemingly resolved to a decision, and all rose to kneel before Su Chen. "What are you doing?" Su Chen quickly stood, looking down at the four kneeling before him, his brow furrowing in surprise. He had not anticipated such a sudden display, leaving him somewhat taken aback, aside from Feng Qing. The other two women were equally astonished. Wan Niyun clasped her fists and said, "We four may lack talent, and our bloodlines have not mutated. However, we possess an unwavering heart for martial arts, and hope you will not disdain us. We wish to follow you for all eternity without betrayal." Before Su Chen could interject, the four began to swear their oaths. "If we ever harbor thoughts of betrayal, may we face divine retribution." As their words fell, each dropped a drop of blood, which coalesced into a unique pattern before them. The most formidable of blood oaths, wherein any transgression would result in severe backlash. For this reason, blood oaths are rarely sworn, as they inherently reflect the resoluteness of the individuals involved. With a deep sigh, Su Chen comprehended their intentions. Given their talents, they would likely be expelled from Dongwang Academy shortly, leading to a life of mediocrity with little hope for significant advancement in the foundational class. Apart from him, there were 5 male students, all of whom now stood beside him. How could he refuse? It was unthinkable to reject them, especially since they had already sworn an oath of blood. Though he could decline without consequence, he felt it would be unkind to do so. With another deep sigh, Su Chen regarded the four before him and decided to be forthright. "I hail from the Su family in Panyu City." Xiao Hong, Feng Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Niyun, along with the 3 women, were taken aback, clearly surprised that Su Chen came from the Su family of Panyu City. While the Su family was not of great consequence, the Su clan was indeed formidable, standing among the elite families of Dongwang, rivaling even the Tang clan. They refrained from questioning him, as the solemnity of Su Chen's demeanor suggested that matters were far from simple. "The Su Hao of the Su clan and I share a deep-seated enmity. If you choose to follow me, be aware that there may be life-threatening dangers ahead, so consider this carefully." Xiao Hong, Feng Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Niyun exchanged meaningful glances, fully grasping Su Chen's implication. Still, they remained kneeling, their faces resolute as they declared, "We vow to follow you to the death, never to waver in our loyalty." "Rise," Su Chen commanded. "Yes, boss." Su Chen trusted the four, but he felt it essential to clarify matters to prevent any future resentment should they encounter peril. Presenting the situation openly allowed them to make their choice. If they were determined to follow him, he would devote himself to nurturing their growth. Without hesitation, he retrieved his identity token, showing no reluctance in his generosity. While he might be ruthless to enemies, he was exceedingly magnanimous toward his brothers. "Here are 500,000 points to be shared among the 4 of you. Like Huang Qi, focus solely on your cultivation. As for your bloodlines, I will devise a way to assist you." "Thank you, boss." From the depths of his universe pouch, he retrieved a Qian Kuandan. He possessed 2 of these precious elixirs. Previously, he had given one to the purple fox, leaving him with but one for himself. However, with 4 companions by his side, it was only fitting to present a token of goodwill. This Qian Kuandan was meticulously crafted from the soul of a level 9 demon beast, encapsulating 90% of its soul power. None among them could wholly consume it was only feasible to divide it, and there would be no backlash from the Qian Kuindi. As Xiao Hong took hold of the so-called Qian Kuindan, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There was indeed no risk of backlash. This was a soul concoction from a beast. Its worth was beyond measure. Boss, are you an alchemist? Indeed, I have matters to attend to. You may continue your cultivation. With that, Su Chen rose to depart. Why Xian and the others gazed at him with envy. They understood that Su Chen spoke truthfully, implying that the Qian Kuindan was a soul elixir. See, I told you that following the boss would yield benefits, remarked Huang Qi. You, being a variant bloodline, must consume the Qian Kuindan in moderation. Understood. I could see that moment. Fang Qin spoke up. Big brother, I wish to accompany Su Chen. Do you think it's permissible? Fang Ju shook his head. No, Su Chen had made it abundantly clear that he harbored a life-and-death feud with Su Hao of the Su clan, and a future conflict was inevitable. He vowed to follow Su Chen to the ends of the earth, but did not wish to endanger his sister. Huang Qi and the others comprehended Fang Ju's sentiments. Following the boss was certainly 100-fold superior to solitary cultivation. Yet it inherently carried risks. Protecting his sister was a perfectly natural instinct. Upon leaving the dormitory, Su Chen had initially intended to take his 1,000,000 points to the artifact pavilion to select spirit tools and treasures. However, he had now gifted the entirety of his 1,000,000 points to Huang Qi and the others. The rationale was simple. These 5 dared to gamble their fortunes on him, fearless of life and death, unafraid of the Su clan, and thus he would not let them suffer loss. If you dare to wager, I shall ensure your victory. He had no plans to join the elite class, as the vice dean had already granted him special admission into the royal class. Nevertheless, he harbored a fondness for the students of the elite class. During their time in the Lost Forest, regardless of their sincerity, none of the hundreds of students from the elite class chose to leave alone. Su Chen, may I take a moment of your time? I have something to discuss. Seeing Ji Yoshi obstruct his path, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head, declining. I have no time. Our relationship has concluded. Any further discussion is futile. Ji Yoshi did not step aside. The more he resisted, the more she felt unable to let go. Her exquisite beauty was tinged with a touch of vulnerability, and a hint of tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes, which she valiantly suppressed as she spoke. The royal family's decision is beyond my control. You must understand, being part of the monarchy often confines my choices. Since your bloodline was rendered useless, the royal family believes you can no longer cultivate, and a cancellation of our engagement is only natural. However, I can now assure you that I have no intention of annulling our engagement. You destroying the marriage certificate is inconsequential. You remain my fiancée, now, then, and forever. This is an unalterable truth. Her words were resolute, and Ji Yoshi noticed an increasing number of women beginning to take an interest in Su Chen, including her close friend Yin To this day. Ji Yoshi remained in a state of bewilderment. She knew her good friend all too well, as the most beautiful woman of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. News had recently emerged that Yin Merue hailed from the ancient totemic clan of the continent. She had never held any man in high regard, yet her heart was inexplicably drawn to Su Chen, and their relationship had progressed to an indescribable level that a woman's intuition is often astute. If she did not act soon, she would undoubtedly lose Su Chen entirely, as a princess of the dynasty. She had never engaged in such behavior before, yet she felt no regret. Growing somewhat impatient, Su Chen's expression turned acerbic. Some matters are not solely for you to decide. The marriage certificate is destroyed. Before he could continue, Ji Yoshi had already retrieved an intact marriage certificate from her spatial ring. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by how she had accomplished this. After all, he had personally incinerated the marriage certificate. Yet the one in Ji Yoshi's hand was evidently genuine, the very one he had burned. What on earth was happening? The marriage certificate is restored, indicating our fates are not yet severed, as long as the certificate exists. You remain my fiancé, an unalterable fact. Ji Yoshi approached Su Chen, their proximity reduced to a mere fist distance. He could even catch the faint scent wafting towards him. His brow furrowed further. He could not fathom Ji Yoshi's motives. Having chosen to annul the engagement, why persistently pursue him? Su Chen, consider this my acknowledgement of the royal family's wrongdoings towards you. From now on, I will formally pursue you, and I shall undoubtedly win your heart." With that, Jiyoshi turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen felt a surge of frustration. Truly, she was like a persistent adhesive. Clinging to him, he held no interest in Jiyoshi, even feeling a sense of aversion. He had once regarded her favorably, but the royal family's annulment had utterly shattered his trust. He did not take her words to heart that it was a matter of indifference to him. Decisions he had chosen to abandon would certainly not be revisited. As the saying goes, a good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it once passed. In the royal class, there were 36 students, yet only one remained in the training hall. By ranked last in the royal class, at level 3, how shameless, leaving me here to welcome new classmates alone. Huang Ying and Su Chen encounter each other on the way. She was immensely grateful to Su Chen, fully aware that without his assistance during the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, she would never have successfully advanced to the royal class, the training hall. By inquired, "So, you are Huang Ying and Su Chen?" "Yes, senior sister, I am Huang Ying, and this is Su Chen." Huang Ying spoke with utmost respect, for any student from the royal class was a prodigy among prodigies. Even the weakest among them surpassed their peers. Bai Yi nodded, smiling. "I am Bai Yi. Others are absent. The training time in the royal class is quite flexible, and the teachers do not impose strict regulations. However, you must remember that in the royal class, progress and strength are paramount, that if you do not improve, even if you break through to you will still be expelled from the royal class. Understood, senior sister Bai?" Bai Yi then turned her curious gaze towards Su Chen. Expressing admiration, "Su Chen, your exploits have become widely known that I truly admire you. To refuse the inheritance of the emperor's path for the sake of a beauty, is it worth it?" There existed a version of events circulating within the academy. It was said that Su Chen from the elite class had rejected the emperor's path inheritance in the Lost Forest and relinquished it to win a woman's heart. Su Chen remained silent. He did not deny recommending Yanjia. However, the phrasing of giving it up felt somewhat imprecise. When Teacher Wang arrives, you must remember his full name is Wang Kun, a powerhouse with the Titan giant ape bloodline. Focusing on strength, Teacher Wang has a notoriously bad temper. And most importantly, he is also one of Yan Laosher's suitors, and quite the fervent one that you'd best be cautious that a gleeful expression graced her face. Just then, a burly man, resembling a black bear, strode into the room, his muscles so developed that his clothing barely covered him. "Why aren't you training?" Bai Yi wore a pained smile. "Teacher Wang, they asked me to stay here to welcome the newcomers." "Newcomers?" Wang Kuin's gaze fell upon the two, his indifference palpable. Huang Ying quickly interjected, "Teacher Wang, I am Huang Ying, and this is Su Chen. We hail from the elite class, here to report to the royal class." "You are Su Chen?" "Indeed." "Humph." With a heavy snort, Wang Kuin's expression turned unfriendly as he derisively remarked, "Boy, there are some people you should not provoke. Now, immediately run 10 laps outside, and do not use any of your powers." It was evident he was deliberately targeting Su Chen. Both Bai Yi and Huang Ying could see through it, though they dared not speak up. Su Chen sensed Wang Kuin's hostility towards him. "Senior Huang, I will leave to train now. If you need anything, seek me out." Impudent, ignored by a newly admitted student in the elite class, Wang Kun was unable to tolerate such humiliation. An astonishing aura erupted from him. Crashing down like a tsunami. As a teacher, he could not slay any student, no matter how furious he felt. He had to exercise restraint. "Let me see what you are capable of. If you can leave the training ground under my pressure, then today's incident can be forgiven in an instant." An overwhelming aura radiated from Wang Kun, forcefully suppressing Su Chen, as a master of the refining spirit realm. Wang Kuin's strength was undeniable. He swiftly channeled the ancient god-devil technique and the Chaos Devouring technique, both powerful arts coursing through his body. Above his head, a blood-red sword wheel materialized, emitting a cacophony of sword cries that pierced the heavens. The ground of the training ground began to shatter inch by inch, resembling a colossal spider web spreading outward, causing Huang Ying and Bai Yi to retreat in haste. "Please show mercy. Teacher Wang." Bai Yi grasped Huang Ying's arm. shaking her head urgently. "Do not interfere. What if something happened to Su Chen?" Rest assured, Teacher Wang knows his limits. Wang Kun was genuinely furious. His affection for Yanmei Rui was well known throughout the academy. Many pursued her, yet none had succeeded until Su Chen came along. In Wang Kun's eyes, Su Chen's ability to win Yanmei Rui's heart must have come at the cost of relinquishing the imperial inheritance. After all, who could ignore such a legacy? A mere golden core realm practitioner. And yet he did not collapse immediately. Shock was etched in his icy gaze. However, Wang Kun's aura continued to intensify, the terrifying pressure mounting relentlessly, surging toward its peak. Faced with such overwhelming power, had it been anyone else, not only Golden Core Realm practitioners, but even those of the nascent Soul Realm would have found it impossible to withstand. The Soul Palace Realm might not even be able to endure. Unable to accept this reality, he thundered, "Kneel!" The roar reverberated in the air, yet Su Chen gritted his teeth and held his ground, his cold gaze betraying nothing but indifference. Wang Kun had indeed gone too far, using his status as a teacher to demand that he kneel. The pressure emanating from Wang Kun continued to escalate, casting a fearsome shadow over Su Chen. As he broken through, Wang Kun was startled, for he never expected that under his oppressive aura, Su Chen would not only remain standing, but would instead leverage the pressure to break through his limits, advancing from the first level of the Golden Core Realm to the second. For Wang Kun, Su Chen's breakthrough was a complete affront. If word spread, how could he maintain his standing in the academy? The two powerful techniques within Su Chen surged violently, and he gritted his teeth to endure. "I'd rather die standing than live on my knees." As Wang Kun's aura continued to rise, the matter of face became paramount. And no matter the cost, he would force Su Chen to kneel. The ground crumbled beneath him, and Su Chen's feet sank, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained resolute. "With my master here, you shall not be humiliated." The voice of his master, the demon god, echoed in his mind, filling Su Chen with renewed hope that he had to thank Wang Kun. Without this confrontation, he would not have achieved such a swift breakthrough to the second level of the Golden Core Realm. With his master's assistance, Wang Kun's aura was no longer a concern. The two powerful techniques within him reached their zenith, centered around Su Chen. The ground fractured, spreading wildly. Huang Ying was anxious and worried, but she understood that no matter how furious Teacher Wang became, he would not dare to harm any student within the academy. It would be impossible to justify such an act, as Yu Chen recognized the vast chasm between himself and the refining spirit realm, and he wished to keep his master's identity a secret. Just then, a terrifying demonic aura surged forth from the divine demon mirror, enveloping Su Chen entirely without dispersing into the surroundings. The previously insurmountable pressure vanished in an instant. Su Chen felt an immense sense of relief and turned to leave the training ground. What? Witnessing this scene, not only Huang Ying and Bai Yi, but even Wang Kun himself was utterly dumbfounded. Su Chen was not pretending. He truly disregarded Wang Kun's oppressive aura. How is this possible? He was a distinguished master of the refining spirit realm, the second level of the 3 levels of concentration. And yet a mere golden core practitioner could ignore the pressure of someone in the refining spirit realm. Even experiencing it firsthand, he found it hard to believe it was real. Enraged, he could not accept such a fact. And the terrifying aura continued to surge forth, layer upon layer, attempting to suppress Su Chen. Determined to bring him to his knees, he indeed did not dare to strike down Su Chen, nor was there any necessity to do so. He understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. He only intended to teach Su Chen a lesson. Yet he never anticipated that Su Chen would be so obstinate, capable of withstanding his oppressive aura. As a teacher in the refining spirit realm, he could not afford to lose face. Boom! The cold, domineering aura descended upon Su Chen, only to be devoured by the demon god's aura, allowing Su Chen to stride confidently toward the training ground. With each step he took, Wang Kun's heart twisted painfully, his anger gnawing at him. This was the first time he had ever been humiliated by a student. Despite his fury, he found himself powerless. Could he truly resort to violence? He could not bring himself to do such a thing. He had already lost face enough that if he acted again, he would have no place to stand within the academy. As he watched Su Chen completely vanish from sight, Wang Kuen's face flushed crimson with rage. The anger made his body tremble. Had there been a crack in the ground, he would have gladly burrowed into it. Just then, Su Chen's voice wafted in from outside. "Teacher Wang, your aura is nothing but a fade." This was an outright insult. Wang Kuen staggered backward, nearly choking on his breath, as if he might collapse at any moment. Observing Wang Kuen's departure, Bai Yi gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Su Shuedi is truly impressive. I have never seen Teacher Wang so flustered. This news must be spread." Wang Kuen was usually quite stern but was fundamentally a decent person, though he lost his composure when it came to matters of the heart. Otherwise, as a respected teacher in the academy, how could he engage so seriously with a student? Huang Ying, however, was not the least bit surprised. She recognized Su Shuedi's extraordinary nature. Soon, Su Chen walked away from the training ground, still under Wang Kuen's oppressive aura, and Bai Yi did not embellish the tale. Yet even so, the news spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Wang Kuen, the master of the refining spirit realm, could intimidate not just Golden Core practitioners, but even those at the Soul Palace realm. Various discussions erupted. As for Su Chen, he went directly to find Yanmei Rui. He had taken note of this incident and vowed to seek a fair confrontation with Wang Kuen in the future. Currently, he was certainly not a match for Wang Kuen. The absolute disparity in realms was insurmountable. He was also astonished to learn more about Yanmei Rui's background. He had already inquired with Huang Ying about the Totem Ancient Clan, as he had little knowledge of the continent. Only a vague understanding of the top powers in the Eastern Wilderness. According to Huang Ying, the Totem Ancient Clan was among the most esteemed entities on the entire continent. Yanmei Rui's dormitory was exquisitely elegant. Today, she wore a light yellow fitted dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, and a hint of melancholy graced her stunning features. "Sister Yin, what troubles you?" Her injuries were not severe, as Su Chen knew that Wang Kuen harbored no murderous intent. He was merely envious of the connection between Su Chen and Yanmei Rui. With a hint of despondency, Yanmei Rui took Su Chen's hand and sat down, saying helplessly, "Su Di, there is something I have yet to reveal to you." "What is it?" Su Chen felt an unsettling premonition as Yanmei Rui hesitated. "Could it be related to the Totem Ancient Clan? I come from a Totem Ancient Clan on the continent. Our clan has many branches, and I belong to the Fox Totem branch. My father is the clan leader of the Fox Totem tribe, and he arranged a marriage for me without my consent, which I refused. Thus, I left the Fox Totem tribe and came to the Eastern Wilderness, serendipitously becoming a teacher at the academy at a marriage." Su Chen was puzzled. Why would Sister Yin, hailing from the Totem Ancient Clan, come to the Eastern Wilderness? He had previously heard that the Eastern Wilderness was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the continent, and for the Totem Ancient Clan to be considered a top power there spoke volumes about their prowess. Even if it is merely a branch of the Totem Ancient Clan, I firmly believe it could effortlessly dominate the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness. Does the Fox Totem Clan know of your presence in the Eastern Wilderness? Shaking her head, Yanmei Rui sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in her voice as she spoke. "For now, the clan is unaware of my situation in the Eastern Wilderness. Only the Dean and the Vice Dean have disseminated my origins from the Totem Ancient Clan to spare me considerable trouble. Now, everyone at the Academy is aware, and I believe it will not be long before the clan learns of it as well." Su Chen comprehended Yin Jia's concerns, yet felt powerless to intervene. For at this moment he was certainly no match for the Fox Totem Clan, let alone the entire Totem Ancient Clan. Sud, I plan to leave the academy tomorrow. Why? Once the clan arrives to seek me out, they will undoubtedly discover our connection, and I cannot allow any harm to befall you. This is the domain of the Fox Totem Clan, and I have left you something to hold on to. Our current separation is merely a means to ensure a better reunion in the future. Observing the spatial ring being handed to him before Su Chen could respond, Yanmei Rui continued, "Su Di, you cannot refuse or voice any objections." Su Chen smiled, nodding in agreement, suppressing his impulsive emotions as he embraced Yanmei Rui, saying with a grin, "Rest assured, I will not hinder your decision. You wait for me in the Fox Totem Clan, and I will come to find you soon. When the time comes, I shall proudly declare to the entire Totem Ancient Clan that you are my woman, Exchanging glances, a silent understanding passed between them. And they shared a fervent kiss. Both Yin Meiwei and Xing Yingxue departed on the same day. Su Chen did not try to stop them, for he currently lacked the strength to do so. He understood Yin's heartfelt intentions. Should the Fox Totem clan discover her whereabouts, the knowledge of his existence would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Hence, her choice to leave was made with careful consideration. One from the ancestral Phoenix Palace, the other from the Fox Totem clan. What he needed to focus on now was finding a way to swiftly enhance his strength and then journey to the mainland in search of his destined partner. Without strength, everything else was but an empty dream that in the plaza. Gazing upon the 100 battles ranking stone tablet, he noted the 100 names listed from top to bottom, with the top 36 all hailing from the elite class. Based on Huang Ying's current prowess, he believed she could easily secure the 37th position on the ranking. Excluding Huang Ying, all the individuals in the top 36 were in the nascent soul realm. Taking note of the top 4 names on the ranking, Su Chen memorized them one by one. First on the 100 battles ranking, Guan Tianfei, level 6 human soul realm, blood wheel as spear. Second, Qin Fei Xue, level 2 human soul realm, blood wheel as begonia. Third and fourth, the two brothers Jiang Yulong and Jiang Yao, both possessing the blood wheel of Black Yin Tiger, one at peak nascent soul realm, the other at level 8 nascent soul realm. The martial arts realms are divided into Golden Core realm, nascent soul realm, soul palace realm, concentration realm, and gathering cauldron realm. This is the extent of Su Chen's knowledge, and he believed there existed even stronger realms beyond his current grasp. Each realm is further subdivided into 3 stages. Golden Core realm is divided into Illusory Core realm, Substantial Core realm, and Golden Core realm. Nascent Soul realm consists of Illusory Nascent realm, Substantial Nascent realm, and Nascent Soul realm. Soul Palace realm is divided into Human Soul realm, Earth Soul realm, and Heaven Soul realm. Concentration realm consists of Form Spirit realm, Refined Spirit realm, and Concentration realm. Gathering Cauldron realm is a world within a flower. Condensing 9 flowers allows one to commence the 9-flower gathering cauldron. The current dean of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, Lan Shang, is a formidable practitioner of the 9-flower gathering cauldron realm. At this moment, he had just broken through to level 2 Golden Core realm, still quite distant from Guan Tianfei, the first on the 100 battles ranking. Su Shuedi, noticing the approaching figures of Shun Bingxue and Shun Bingwei, Su Chen nodded and inquired, "Is there something you need, Shun Shuejia?" Following the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, all grievances between Su Chen and Shun Bingxue had dissolved, and they had become good friends, especially Shun Bingxue, who understood that without Su Chen's assistance during their ordeal in the subterranean space, she would never have made it back to the academy, and thus felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Sister, Shun Bingwei, with her head bowed and hands clutching her clothing, spoke softly. "Su Shuizhang, I apologize for my previous actions." An apology. Su Chen appeared somewhat taken aback, not expecting Shun Bingxue to bring Shun Bingwei to apologize. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Indeed, Shun Bingwei's demeanor was not particularly endearing. However, out of respect for Shun Bingxue, he chose not to dwell on it, nodding and saying, "Let bygones be bygones. There's no need for us to revisit the past. Thank you, Su Shuizhang." Shun Bingwei felt a twinge of gratitude towards Su Chen, having heard her sister recount the events in the Lost Forest. Shun Bingxue smiled and remarked, "I almost forgot to congratulate you on your exceptional promotion to the elite class. That's the only core class in our academy. Entering the elite class means receiving focused training from the academy." Pointing to the 100 battles ranking stone tablet, Su Chen replied with a smile, "The elite class is inconsequential. What truly matters is this." With a sigh, Shun Bingwei expressed her helplessness. According to the rules, Guan Tianfei and Qin Fei Xue should have left the academy by now, yet for reasons unknown, they have remained for 2 full years, continuously training in the academy. They, along with Jiang Yulong, who ranks 3rd, stand like towering peaks, truly difficult to surpass. Whether in the human soul realm or peak nascent soul realm, it is indeed exceedingly challenging for the academy's students to surpass them. After all, martial arts cultivation is a daunting endeavor, with each advancement in rank proving exceptionally arduous. Shun Shuejia, may I inquire if our academy has any alchemists? Shaking her head, Shen Bingxue replied, "No, our academy does not place much emphasis on alchemy. It is said that decades ago, there was an alchemy class, but as the number of alchemy students dwindled and the number of those with alchemical talent was scarce, the academy discontinued the class. However, the Dam Pavilion contains a wealth of information on alchemy. You might want to take a look." "All right, I shall go there now." Good as she watched Su Chen's retreating figure, Shen Bingxue suddenly smiled and said, "Sister, I've already observed that Su Chen holds no feelings for you whatsoever. Are you daring to mock me?" "Not at all. I am merely curious and surprised. What transpired between you and the Lost Forest that caused you to develop feelings for this brat?" Nevertheless, Su Chen is indeed impressive. Simply by passing on the imperial Tao legacy to teacher Yan, I believe that bravery is unparalleled. With a deep sigh, Shen Bingxue remained silent, for she understood that there was no possibility for her and Su Chen. As the saying goes, fallen flowers have feelings, while flowing water is indifferent. In the Dam Pavilion, Su Chen had become somewhat of a celebrity within the academy, as he could be recognized wherever he went. Having advanced to the elite class from the Golden Core realm, and having astonishingly transferred the imperial Tao legacy to teacher Yin during the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest. His remarkable actions had thoroughly shaken the entire academy. As for the feud between Su Chen and the Tang clan, alongside Tang Hao's downfall, these matters have been tightly sealed by the academy. No students of the elite class were permitted to disclose any information that he is Su Chen, who reportedly came from the lowest beginner class and, in a mere 2 months' time, ascended from the beginner class to the elite class, concurrently breaking through from the foundation establishment realm to the Golden Core realm. Such talent is unparalleled in the Eastern Wilderness that I truly admire Su Xiuzhang for being able to part with the imperial Tao legacy. If I were to obtain the imperial Tao legacy, I wouldn't share it even with my beloved, let alone my own brothers. If Su Xiuzhang finds it worthwhile, then it is undoubtedly valuable. Teacher Yin is hailed as the most beautiful woman at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Earning her favor is indeed a commendable achievement. You must be joking if faced with the choice between teacher Yin and the imperial Tao legacy. What would you choose? Without a doubt, I would choose the imperial Tao legacy. Then that settles it. Listening to the various discussions surrounding him, Su Chen could only smile helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. The academy had regulations stating that elixirs within the pill pavilion could be exchanged for points. However, the art of alchemy and various alchemical materials could be browsed freely within the pavilion, without the necessity of point redemption. Although the academy did not offer classes on alchemy, it encouraged warriors to become alchemists. Yet, the path to becoming an alchemist was not an easy one, as the innate talent required was exceedingly stringent. For 2 full days, Su Chen immersed himself in the pill pavilion, not stepping away even once. Despite possessing knowledge of the 3,000 paths of alchemy, comprehending such vast and profound concepts proved to be a daunting task. Through his diligent study over these 2 days, Su Chen found substantial progress in his understanding of alchemy. "What level of alchemist are you now?" The figure of Lan Shang suddenly appeared. Su Chen first cupped his fist towards Lan Shang and replied, "I would roughly consider myself a 2nd-level alchemist, though I'm not entirely certain." Having never previously engaged in alchemy, Su Chen could only estimate his own level of proficiency. Lan Shang nodded in understanding and stated, "Since you exhibit talent in the path of alchemy, why not head to the Pill Tower in the Wild City? Although the Pill Tower in the Eastern Wilderness is merely a branch, it is more than sufficient for the region. The Tang clan has suffered a severe blow, and you are no longer in danger. Moreover, your identity is kept confidential. I believe the Su clan will remain unaware. Therefore, you should temporarily visit the Wild City. It will be greatly beneficial for your alchemical pursuits. While I share a certain rapport with the Tower Master, he, like myself, does not favor those who seek to use connections. There is no need for that. I merely wish to take a look." "Very well. You may utilize the Academy's teleportation array. The sooner you go and return, the better. Remember, should you encounter anyone from the Su clan, act with caution that in the future, once you possess sufficient strength, you will naturally be able to resolve such matters." "Understood." Observing the young man before him, Lan Shang felt a profound sense of amazement. He had never anticipated that Su Chen not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also a gift for the art of alchemy. Without further ado, Su Chen was eager to visit the Pill Tower, realizing that solely confining himself would not suffice. He needed to broaden his horizons. According to the Academy's regulations, utilizing the teleportation array required a substantial number of points for redemption. However, due to the Principal's special permission, Su Chen needed only a single point to access the teleportation array. Strictly speaking, Lan Shang had personal feelings involved, as Su Chen's father, Su Chen, had once saved his life. In a secluded courtyard of the Academy, a stone platform stood at its center, surrounded by intricate array patterns. The spatial teleportation array was an array of space, meticulously arranged by an array master. Su Chen greatly admired the concept of array masters. Standing atop the stone platform, he promptly activated the teleportation array, and a surge of light enveloped him entirely as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Su Chen's figure instantly vanished from the stone platform, but a day later, Su Chen arrived at the Wild City, renowned as the foremost city in the eastern wilderness. The grandeur of the Wild City was awe-inspiring, encompassing the pinnacle of prosperity in the region, including the Pill Tower, auction houses, and weapon forging establishments, all of which were among the finest in the eastern wilderness. His primary objective for this visit was the Pill Tower, a place that all alchemists aspired to reach. The Wild City resembled a slumbering lion, exuding an imposing presence. As the premier city of the eastern wilderness, it drew countless warriors from all directions. Upon entering the Wild City, Su Chen found himself captivated by the bustling scenery. The contrast to his previous residence, the Panyu City, was stark. There was simply no comparison. The Pill Tower was the most famous establishment in the Wild City. And with a bit of inquiry, one could easily locate it on the most prosperous street. To the left stood a massive structure that occupied a considerable area, shaped like a tower, rising from the ground. Its entire facade was a somber gray-black, comprising 5 levels. The tower exuded an ancient and weathered aura, imbued with a sense of desolation, as though it had undergone countless cycles of time, imparting an unprecedented tranquility. Approaching closer, Su Chen noticed a plaque at the front of the tower, inscribed with the 2 characters Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was not merely a pavilion for elixirs. It was the cradle of all alchemists, gathering the finest alchemical practitioners. I wish to enter the Pill Tower for an assessment. Please follow me. A tall woman led Su Chen into the Pill Tower. The entire hall was circular, featuring 9 enormous alchemical furnaces positioned at various points, with numerous individuals bustling about, most of whom were likely alchemists, as Su Chen recognized that first-level alchemists were exceedingly common. Anyone with a modicum of talent could achieve that rank through effort. However, the difficulty of reaching the second level was several times greater, with the third level serving as a watershed moment where countless alchemists found themselves stymied. Manager Chen, he wishes to undergo assessment, but go register and pay the required spirit stones. Then you may proceed to the assessment. Please follow me. As he followed the woman, Su Chen was somewhat astonished and inquired, is there a fee for the assessment? In the eastern wilderness, the common currency was gold coins. However, transactions among warriors, including those at the Pill Pavilion and Weapon Pavilion, utilized spirit stones, as the name implies. Spirit stones were a special type of stone infused with spiritual energy. Having spent many years in the Su family, he had only amassed a few hundred spirit stones, which he had been reluctant to use. That he had initially thought the assessment at the Pill Tower would be free, only to learn that testing one's alchemical rank required spirit stones. I apologize, but the Pill Tower has its own regulations. Assessment for both first and second level alchemists requires spirit stones. However, assessments for third-level alchemists are provided free of charge. How many spirit stones are required for a first-level alchemist assessment? 10 spirit stones. Suppressing an expletive in his heart, Su Chen understood that the Pill Tower was the only establishment in the eastern wilderness capable of evaluating alchemist ranks and issuing alchemist badges. Assessments conducted elsewhere held no validity. I wish to inquire how the ranks of alchemists are classified. The woman maintained a pleasant demeanor, her smile unwavering as she explained, the ranks of alchemists range from 1st to 9th level, beyond which are the king, emperor, supreme, and sovereign levels. 1st to 4th level alchemists lack specific subdivisions. Once an alchemist breaks through to the 5th level, they will be classified into lower, middle, and upper tiers. I would like to ask, what level of alchemist is the Tower Master? The Tower Master is an 8th-level upper-tier alchemist, renowned as the foremost alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness. An 8th-level upper-tier alchemist. Such a level was truly remarkable. The procedures for the assessment were completed swiftly, as only a handful of individuals entered the Pill Tower for assessment each day, given the stringent requirements to qualify as an alchemist. After paying the spirit stones, the woman briefed Su Chen on the assessment's rules and procedures. That it is quite simple. For the first 4 levels of alchemist assessment, you need only enter the shared alchemical hall. There, a 5th-level alchemist will serve as the assessment teacher. You will have 1 incense stick's worth of time to refine a pill. Success means passing the assessment, while failure means not passing to that moment. She added, I just received news that Su Chen Fan is preparing to assess as a 6th-level alchemist. Is that true? Just half a year ago, she had successfully advanced to a 5th-level upper-tier alchemist. Of course, Su Chen Fan possesses the Azure Flame and, with the Tower Master as assistance, has subdued the Qinglong Buddha Flame. Ranked 235th on the exotic flame list. With such extraordinary flames aiding her, and her innate talent unmatched among her peers, it is likely that within 3 years, she will be able to assess as a 7th-level alchemist. In the future, surpassing the Tower Master would not be a problem. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a woman adorned in a delicate green attire, possessing an ethereal beauty, gracefully made her entrance to Qi Qiaofan. The granddaughter of the Tower Master stood tall with a figure that could only be described as flawless. Any additional measure would be excessive, while any less would be insufficient. Her skin resembled jade, and her exquisite features bore no trace of imperfection. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with an alluring ripple, seemingly capable of ensnaring the souls of men, rendering them utterly defenseless. An air of aloofness enveloped her, exuding an icy demeanor that kept others at bay, her gaze cold and indifferent, as if she regarded no one with even a modicum of respect. Indeed, Qi Qiaofan possessed ample grounds for her pride. Not only was she the direct descendant of the Tower Master, but she was also exceptionally gifted at such a tender age. She had already attained the 8th level of the human soul realm, awakened the blood wheel's azure flame, and even subdued the 235th rank fire on the Qinglong Foyan. She had ascended to the status of a 5th-tier alchemist and was now here to undergo the assessment for a 6th-tier alchemist. Should she successfully pass this evaluation, her emergence as a 6th-tier alchemist would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the Eastern Wilderness. I have just received news that Qi Qiaofan is indeed here to assess her qualifications as a 6th-tier alchemist. It is no wonder she appears so anxious. However, considering her audacity to come for the evaluation, she must possess considerable confidence. You think the Alchemist Tower will grant her leniency? After all, the Tower Master is her grandfather. Hush! Are you seeking death? It would be wise to refrain from such comments, lest you find yourself regretting them later. Yes, Su Chen prepared for his assessment. He listened to the various discussions and observed the haughty Qi Qiaofan striding past, unable to suppress a wry smile. Evaluating for 6th-tier alchemist was indeed an impressive feat. Please follow me, the woman instructed. They departed the hall, traversing a lengthy corridor until they arrived at an alchemy hall the size of half a football field, where 5 individuals awaited. This was the assessment hall for 2nd-tier alchemists. Each participant was allotted 1 incense stick's worth of time to concoct 3 pills to pass the evaluation. The materials for pill making would be provided by the Alchemist Tower, but it was required that half of the produced pills be surrendered. Should one succeed in creating 3 pills, the evaluator could retain 2, while 1 would remain with the tower. Any objections? None. The entire assessment hall boasted over 100 alchemical furnaces. Yet only these 6 individuals were present for evaluation, underscoring the arduous journey to becoming an alchemist. Before the 6 sat an elderly man, his drooping eyelids betraying a hint of fatigue as he stifled a yawn. Displaying signs of impatience, the elder waved his hand, declaring, "Let us begin. That if anyone can produce 3 pills within the time frame of 1 incense stick, they will pass." The other 5 immediately sprang into action. Su Chen, however, remained still, fixated on the bustling figures of his peers. This was his first encounter with others engaging in the art of alchemy, and he found himself entranced, as if in a deep meditative state. In that moment, Su Chen appeared to enter a peculiar state of enlightenment, a coveted experience for any martial artist. Whether in alchemical or martial pursuits, such moments of insight were rare and fleeting. Indeed, 95% of martial artists would navigate their entire lives without experiencing even a single instance of such clarity. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Among the five, 3 failed, while 2 succeeded. As for Su Chen, he had not engaged in alchemical work at all. Emerging from his moment of enlightenment, he bore no signs of despair or discontent. Instead, his expression radiated joy. For this moment of clarity had proven to be exceedingly fortuitous, had ascended a tier from the second level of Golden Pill realm to the third. Su Chen did not dwell on this elevation. Rather, this epiphany had primarily pertained to his understanding of alchemy. He had already begun to grasp the essence of the 3,000 paths of alchemy. It could be said that these paths formed the foundation of alchemy. And what he had previously understood was merely the surface. Following this enlightenment, the knowledge he had yet to grasp seamlessly coalesced. Su Chen even sensed an instinctive certainty that he was now capable of producing 4th-tier pills. However, whether he had attained the status of a 4th-tier alchemist remained unverified due to the absence of an assessment. As the elder opened his heavy eyelids, his bleary gaze swept across the room, and he nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Well done, 2 of you have passed the assessment. You may proceed to complete the necessary formalities and receive your 2nd-tier alchemist badges." Understood. "You 3, continue your efforts." Yes, the elder then turned his gaze upon Su Chen, letting out a disdainful snort. Expressing his frustration, "I maintain that the rules of the Alchemist Tower ought to be revised. The tiered assessments are excessive. Otherwise, anyone could simply pay a fee to come for an evaluation, which is a complete waste of time. You, lad, have not moved an inch in an hour. You lack even the most basic skills in alchemy, yet you dare to come for a 2nd-tier alchemist assessment. Are you toying with the Alchemist Tower and wasting my time?" With every word, his anger mounted, and the elder slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury, his glare piercing, were it possible for eyes to kill. Su Chen would have surely fallen victim to that intense gaze. Why come for an assessment if you cannot concoct a single pill? Did you merely wish to waste 10 spirit stones for a bit of amusement? Useless trash like you deserves punishment. The elder's rage surged uncontrollably. The other 5 were taken aback, their faces a mixture of disbelief and mockery. After all, alchemists who came for assessment, regardless of their success, typically approached the task with seriousness. Encountering someone who remained utterly motionless for an entire hour was an unprecedented experience. How shameless to come to the Alchemist Tower for evaluation while lacking the ability to concoct even a single pill. Hush, perhaps he seeks to impress a lady and pretended to enter for a show. Even if he fails, at least he can boast about participating in the assessment, claiming he merely did not pass. The Alchemist Tower is far too lenient. Such individuals should be paraded through the streets for all to witness their disgrace. Su Chen could not divulge the truth of his situation, that his lack of participation stemmed from his moment of insight. Few would believe such an explanation, that I was concerned that my concocted pills would be so astonishing that you might doubt their authenticity if you were to witness them, he quipped. What? The 5, along with the elder, were left utterly speechless, having never encountered someone so brazenly shameless that it was simply appalling. The elder, nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood, found this audacity repugnant. To claim such grandiosity while clearly lacking the skill is beyond contempt. Hush, the instructor is furious. It was evident to the 5 that the assessment instructor had reached his limit, and this individual's impudence had crossed the threshold of the Alchemist Tower's tolerance. Pointing at Su Chen, the elder struggled to rein in his fury, declaring coldly, "Very well, today I shall witness how you intend to concoct such astonishing pills. You will do so now, and should you fail, you will regret ever stepping foot in the Alchemist Tower." At this moment, the assessment instructor was genuinely enraged. Having served as an evaluator for decades, he had never encountered someone who so thoroughly insulted his intelligence. Maintaining an air of calm, Su Chen regarded the furious instructor and replied, "The materials here are insufficient. I require a demon beast from the Golden Pill 3rd realm. Any beast of that tier will suffice, that I shall procure one for you this instant." The irate elder, now fully committed, turned and departed. The five who had completed their assessments were left bewildered. They had initially assumed his bravado was mere pretense, only to realize he genuinely made such a request. What intrigued them, however, was why he required a demon beast to concoct pills. Alchemists were well aware that certain special pills necessitated the inclusion of beast cores, yet these cores had specific storage methods and did not require the beast itself to be present. Perplexed, they fell silent, each harboring a sense of trepidation. They were uncertain of his identity. Should he possess an influential background, they might inadvertently provoke someone they ought not to in less than 5 minutes. The elder returned, clutching a red tortoise, exclaiming, "You whelp! This is a fire cloud tortoise, a demon beast of the nascent soul realm. Now concoct your pills. Should you fail to produce something extraordinary, I shall flay your skin from your bones." He unceremoniously tossed the restrained fire cloud tortoise before Su Chen. The formidable nascent soul beast now resembled an ant, utterly immobile. "That I wish to slay it. Very well, that I require some auxiliary materials. Not a problem. If you can articulate your needs, I shall see them fulfilled." The elder was indeed pushing himself to the limit, as Su Chen possessed the ability to refine the Chinquan pill, and yet he believed that incorporating auxiliary materials would enhance its efficacy. This marked the first occasion he attempted to concoct the Chinquan pill with supplementary ingredients. Yet Su Chen was filled with unwavering confidence that he would succeed. Scanning the entire continent, he realized that he alone possessed the capability to create the Chinquan pill. The reason was simple. To refine the Chinquan pill, one must base it on the chaotic devouring technique and utilize the Chinquan furnace as an aid. Both were indispensable. The elder was exceedingly cooperative, gathering all the materials Su Chen required. "What are you waiting for? Let us commence," he urged, his face contorted with derision, for he had little faith in the young man's claims. Not only he, but likely no one would believe it. As Su Chen summoned the Chinquan furnace, it instantly expanded to a height surpassing that of a man. Its grade is quite impressive, he mused in astonishment, recognizing that the young man's furnace was of considerable caliber. However, the furnace's quality did not guarantee that a Dan Master could successfully concoct a pill. He cast all the auxiliary materials into the furnace, and Su Chen's expression grew solemn, regardless of his usual nonchalance. He would pour his utmost effort into the alchemical process, even if it involved creating the most rudimentary pills. He began to operate the chaotic devouring technique within him, waves of devouring energy coursing through his palm and enveloping the fire cloud turtle within. The creature's power was forcibly restrained, akin to meat on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Utilizing the chaotic devouring technique, Su Chen commenced the forceful absorption of the soul within the fire cloud turtle, seamlessly guiding it into the Chinquan furnace through the Dan formula. Streams of Dan formula continuously surged into the furnace. Soul refining for pills? How is that possible? The elder was aghast. Even among the most elite Dan masters, such as the imperial level, none could accomplish soul refining for pills. As he observed the youth process, the elder's earlier anger dissipated. As the saying goes, one could discern a master by their skill. He could clearly sense the difficulty of the pills the young man was attempting to refine as a fifth-level Dan Master. He himself could not achieve such feats, and more importantly, the concept of soul refinement for pills was something he had never encountered, as no one had ever succeeded in this endeavor before. Many Dan Masters had attempted to infuse their souls into pills, only to meet with failure, as it fundamentally contradicted the rules of alchemy, an entirely unrealistic notion. With a face full of astonishment, the elder understood what the young man's success in alchemy would signify. Minutes passed, and Su Chen began to condense the Chinquan pill, managing it solely through the chaotic devouring technique and the Chinquan furnace. Without even employing the Phoenix True Flame, with the final Dan seal pressed into the furnace, its lid opened, and 6 white pills soared out, landing steadily in the jade box held by Su Chen, radiating potent waves of soul energy. He succeeded in refining it. The elder was utterly dumbfounded, as he had never anticipated that the youth could indeed succeed in alchemy, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous in the realm of Dan Masters. Within the alchemical world, countless varieties of pills existed, including those for healing and restoring souls. But soul-related pills were exceedingly rare, and not every Dan Master could concoct them. As Su Chen produced 3 of the Chinquan pills and offered them. stating, "According to the rules of the Dan Tower, I have refined 6 Chinquan pills. 3 belong to the Dan Tower. Dividing them into 6, Su Chen could have produced just 1 Chinquan pill. However, desiring efficacy, he concocted 6, rather than just a single pill." The elder extended his trembling hands, feeling the purity of the 3 pills. The infusion of soul energy within them left him utterly incredulous. "This is real," he marveled, witnessing it with his own eyes. "Please wait." The elder's figure vanished in an instant. The 5 onlookers were left in stunned silence, fully aware of how extraordinary the pills produced by this individual were. Even leaving the evaluation teacher astounded. They were left to ponder why someone with such exceptional alchemical skills had sat idle for an entire hour, just moments before tea that moment. The elder returned with a portly figure. A man measuring barely 5'7" but weighing over 300 pounds, resembling a rolling ball as he walked. "This is the Tower Master," the elder announced eagerly. Approaching the youth, he introduced, "This is our Dan Tower's master, Chi Chong, an 8th level upper grade Dan Master. Chi Chong, nicknamed Chi the Fat, wielded the blood wheel flame and held a top-tier status throughout the Eastern Wasteland, with a firm grip on the 3 Chinquan pills. Chi Chong's face was alight with excitement. As an 8th level upper grade Dan Master, he was undoubtedly among the elite in the Eastern Wasteland's alchemical realm, yet he had never witnessed soul infusion into pills before. It was indeed astonishing. Once his heart calmed slightly, Chi Chong clasped his fists and addressed Su Chen. "I am Chi Chong, the Tower Master of the Dan Tower. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Su Chen, from the Eastern Wasteland Academy." Upon hearing Eastern Wasteland Academy, both men were taken aback, for it was well known that the Academy had ceased to offer alchemical classes centuries ago. They wondered when such a talented student had emerged. Without further inquiry, Chi Chong remarked, "Brother Su, the pills you have refined are a unique existence within the alchemical realm. May I ask what level of Dan Master you are?" "The Tower Master, he is currently undergoing the assessment for a 2nd level Dan Master." "A 2nd level Dan Master?" Chi Chong could hardly believe it. How could someone merely at the 2nd level produce such astonishing pills? "Has he passed the assessment?" "He did not undergo the assessment." Chi Chong nodded, clasping his fists towards Su Chen. "Brother Su, I hereby extend an invitation for you to become an honorary elder of our Dan Tower. Would you be willing?" The elder was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that the Tower Master would directly invite Su Chen to become an honorary elder. He dared not interject, for the Tower Master held supreme authority within the Dan Tower. Su Chen was also somewhat surprised and did not immediately accept. Instead, he inquired, "What does it mean to be an honorary elder? What are the obligations and rights associated with this position?" "There is no free lunch in this world. As the foremost power in the Eastern Wasteland, the Dan Tower could not simply grant him the status of an honorary elder without reason. It was prudent to clarify everything to avoid potential complications later. "Brother Su, as an honorary elder of the Dan Tower, your freedom will not be restricted. You will have access to all the alchemical resources of the tower and may summon its alchemists. However, should the tower encounter difficulties, you must stand with us, and if the tower faces troubles while you are refining pills, you cannot refuse." That seemed fair and reasonable. "Tower Master, I will not share the techniques for refining the Chinquan pill with anyone in the Dan Tower. I am open to refining other pills, but the Chinquan pill is an exception. Should I choose not to refine it, the tower cannot compel me." "That is acceptable," Chi Chong replied without hesitation, eager to recruit talent. "I am willing to join the Dan Tower." Upon hearing this, Chi Chong's expression brightened. "Please, follow me." As they left the assessment hall behind Chi Chong, the 5 onlookers were left in utter disbelief. The young man they had just ridiculed had swiftly become an honorary elder of the Dan Tower. One of them swallowed hard, exclaiming, "It is said that the Dan Tower has 4 honorary elders, each of whom is a 7th level Dan Master. To become an honorary elder of the Dan Tower grants one supreme authority within it. Even in the entire Eastern Wasteland, one can be considered a significant figure. I am so envious." Envy is useless. The pills he produced left even the Tower Master astonished, for the Tower Master to extend an invitation. This individual's alchemical skills must have already reached the level of a 7th level Dan Master. Simultaneously, Chi Xiaofan's assessment concluded, successfully refining 6 pills within the hour and advancing from a 5th level upper grade Dan Master to a 6th level lower grade Dan Master. Congratulations, Xiao Fan. Your alchemical level has risen once again, and you have received an invitation from the Dan Tower. Xiao Fan, when do you plan to set out for the continent? Han Feng, Fang Ma Tian, Zhou Yao, Taishan, and the four esteemed guest elders have all gathered together to conduct an evaluation for Qi Xiaofan. A deliberate arrangement by the Tower Master, Qi Zhong. Qi Zhong's intent is quite straightforward. He will not show any leniency, requiring the four guest elders to jointly assess her in this manner, even if his granddaughter successfully passes the evaluation. It will silence any dissenting voices. A hint of surprise flickers across Qi Xiaofan's breathtaking visage as she realizes she has successfully passed the assessment for a 6th-level alchemist. Not only does she stand unrivaled among her peers in the Eastern Wilderness, but she also possesses the potential to rival even the older generation of alchemists. This visit to the Continental Alchemy Tower, given her extraordinary talent, will likely see her surpassing the four esteemed guest elders in no more than 2 years, and perhaps even exceeding her grandfather. Initially, she had planned to journey to the Continental Alchemy Tower a couple days ago, but she decided to wait until after the evaluation. Qi Xiaofan's thoughts are clear. The distinction between a 5th-grade superior alchemist and a 6th-grade inferior alchemist may only be 1 level. Yet their statuses are vastly disparate. To be why the time she completes her evaluation and proceeds to the Continental Alchemy Tower, she will be able to secure even greater opportunities for herself. Han Feng nods and advises. Xiao Fan, do not be overly complacent. Although you have succeeded here, I believe they will reassess you once you arrive at the Continental Alchemy Tower. I am confident, she replies. Just then, one of the four guest elders announces. Tower Master requests your presence. All right, she responds. I shall also go to inform my grandfather that I have passed the evaluation.